Aggressive actions by Russian aircrew are dangerous and could lead to miscalculation and unintended escalation. US air forces in Europe and Africa routinely fly aircraft throughout Europe over sovereign territory and throughout international airspace in coordination with applicable host nation international laws in order to bolster collective European defense and security. These missions support allied, partner, and US national objectives. I find it quite amusing anyway. Not to mention, let's reread this sentence. This incident, the Su-27s dumped fuel on and flew in front of the MQ-9 in a reckless, environmentally unsound and unprofessional manner. Although I would argue that all Russian flying is environmentally unsound, and much of it is unprofessional anyway. So, I mean, how are we surprised? And General Mark Hertling is saying that this is probably a big mistake by the Russian pilot, going to lead to a denouncement and a démarche issued by the US with US aircraft, NATO aircraft flying now in the area that weren't flying there before. So I think he's probably onto something. Similar comment to Axel's, I'd venture. Tom?
Yeah, so just briefly, because I've got to go eat, I think the key question for me, and this is something that a pilot would be able to answer that's flown a jet, particularly anyone that knows something about the Su-27, is basically how idiotic a move would it be to deliberately clip the propeller of something like this drone with your aircraft? If it's something you could do, and 99 times out of 100, you'd be fine and the drone would go down, then I think there's a greater probability that they did this deliberately. If that's an idiot move and you'd be suicidal to try it, I think it's more likely that what they tried to do was buzz it, like fly by really fast, really close, and just accidentally clipped it. And I think the fact that they have lost their own jet suggests that it was relatively likely to happen if you clip the propeller, and that suggests that it's probably more likely to be an accident than something that's deliberate. But either way, stupid Russians have just lost another pilot.
Again, dumping fuel and flying on and flying in front of a drone at short distance is stupid, and it is deliberate. And as a consequence, if you hit the propeller, that is not unusual. So you cannot say it's a real accident. It is.
No, what I mean, Axel,
your deliberate stupid action.
What I mean, Axel, is, well, yeah, clearly it was stupid anyway. But what I mean is that clearly the flying in front and the dumping of fuel was deliberate. They may have then decided to have deliberately hit the propeller, but I think a pilot would only deliberately decide to do that if he thought he had a good chance of survival. If it's totally stupid, and anyone that flies a jet knows,
you can't at that space.
Yeah.
At that speed, you cannot hit the propeller of a drone flying next to you deliberately. Trust me, you just can't.
Okay,
no.
So it's a dumbass move. So actually, it was a deliberate harassment of the drone, but an accidental crash because they're a stupid pilot. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So, Axel, let's contextualize this a little bit more detailedly. So, what fraction of a hold my beer kind of move is this by the Russian pilot? Is it a full hold my beer? Is it like 50% of a hold my beer? Is it 20% of a hold my beer? Let's really get a good context for this that everyone can understand.
This is if you pull it off, it's perfect. But in order to pull it off, you have to fly right.
It's a dumb idea. Caro, go ahead.
Hi. As for reasons, right? There was speculation about whatever happened to be going on in the Black Sea. The reasons for the harassment, whether they intended to have it returned to base or to take it out or whatnot. But kind of alluding to what a previous speaker said, there could it be something more with international messaging and just the general kind of info war that Russia does? The crazy making, because it just seems like they need to have one kind of big thing every week or two that just blows up and keeps the whole world on edge, and confuses things and causes the division between groups and Western countries and the like. Could it be part of something that isn't actually directly related to like kinetic contact? That's just the context of it.
Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at the configuration of an MQ-9, the propeller, because it's a pusher, is fairly effectively kind of shielded by stabilizers, etc. So you would have to stick your nose into the propeller. Now that would be quite astonishing airmanship, to be honest with you. So if it hit the propeller, he's either stuck his nose in there, amazing, well, he deserved to go down, or he clipped it with a wing or something like that. But there's a lot of, there are stabilizers around it as well. The other thing to remember is this is a jet on a war footing. So he's not going to be flying with empty wings. He's going to have wide ones on the rails, war shots, probably at least 4 air-to-air missiles, maybe fuel tanks as well. So if he went after it with his wingtip and tried to do a World War II tip of V1 over, well, he was pretty fucking stupid, to be honest with you, because he's going to have live ordnance on it.
That's what
when
I said. It was not an accident. It was stupidity. But it was not deliberate. It was an accident. It was stupid as a consequence of a deliberate move beforehand. It's completely nuts.
I think he did a number of close passes. They've done it before. The PLA do it as well. The Chinese, if you remember last year before, they dumped a load of chaff in front of us.
Exactly, and they also dumped fuel. It's a Chinese move. They dumped fuel on it.
Yeah, so I think he just bodged this one. I think he did a few passes. The MQ-9 just kind of stuck 2 fingers up, poodled along at 450 knots, and his ground controller was saying, do it again, do it again, do it again. We don't know what the weather was like. Maybe the visibility wasn't great. And he tried to do a really close, maybe supersonic pass, something like that. And he just clipped it. Dink, down it goes. I don't think it was deliberate, as in to try and divert American attention and frighten Americans. Because if you have a quick look at social media, Cletus and Bubba are currently screaming out the theme to Team America, and are getting quite upset and demanding Article 5 that the Russians knock down one of their UAVs. This is something I think we should push. I think we should mock the Americans more, but the Russians seem to be able to knock down their unmanned aerial vehicles with impunity, because then maybe some more Americans will realize just what other bastards the Russians are, and maybe get on board with the kick them out of Ukraine thing. So, yeah, I think the danger of this is the more you kind of look into it, the more you get a bit conspiracy and a bit, well, maybe they did this or maybe they did that. And you forget the age-old truism of military life, which is if you give an officer an expensive bit of kit and tell him to do something complicated, quite often he'll make a complete balls up of it. And I think that's what happened here, to be honest.
Thank you for that, Gunny. Specifically for that segmentation of stupidity.
All right, shall we continue on this tour of examining about the Russians? Oh, good news, everyone! Good news. The Slovak government has decided not to go to parliament anyway, after all, and the defense minister now announced that they are now sending the 10 MiG-29s to Ukraine, finally, at some point, but definitely. So just some good news to interject. War Doggo, go ahead.
Sorry, is there really good news as in news about the Dacia Sandero?
No comment. These are Slovak news, not Romanian news.
Hi, dears. I just joined the space recently and saw this news about this event. Let's call it like that, or like an accident. Call it as you want. To me, knowing a little bit the Russian mindset and not trying to understand it like from the Western point of Western citizen point of thinking, because you are trying to find the logic in what's happening, and that's not a matter of logic. That's even not the stupidity. That's imputility. Let's call it that way. Is imputility in the way that you remember the story with the rocket flying but then not flying over the territory of Romania. You remember, this kind of I would not call it lack of response, because in any case the response will come, because where Russia learned the tricks West of being making lectures, I put it that way, and that game can be played pretty good by two. But overall, this kind of imputility is like provoking. Look, you imagine, like, let's not put the details that like guy was flying over and he was dumping fuel in front of the drone so far, and so all of that was happening. Just simply, they were not scared as shit to be even close with that drone, because they knew that whatever happens, their ass will be kicked so hard that they don't even imagine. That something happens in other areas, like discussing with some Russians some things, good Russians in the West, like saying, hey, but what do you think, like discussing regarding the Russian potential attack, like Baltic states or like Poland or any others. No, it's not possible. But why? Because it's NATO. So it makes sense for them, even on the average citizen mindset, that NATO will kick your ass in minutes. And there is a good joke that one colonel one time did when I was a kid at school. He told me, kids, remember, war with NATO will be the shortest war for you. You will not be even, you will not, you will not manage to get to the conscription point. That was the Soviet colonel explaining the kids on the military lessons at school in the Soviet Union. That was the real perception, like on average citizen level, what's going to be the conflict with NATO. And the point is that the fact that they were doing all of the tricks with the drone means, they need to learn the lesson. They need to learn the lesson hard. And here, I really support what Axel just mentioned. The response should be serious, not saying like, hey, let's create this third world war from that. But overall, I believe that someone who knows will plan it that way, but sequence, because I repeat, those who where Russia were learning their tricks, somebody been making lectures over there. Hugs a lot from Ukraine. Interesting time we're living.
And I'll just add one little thing to what you said about the war with NATO. It reminded me of Tom Lehrer's song "So Long, Mum," saying, "I'll look for you when the war is over, an hour and a half from now." Christopher, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for the aviators in the room, because there seems to be a lot of consternation over whether or not this was intentionally, like whether or not the propeller was intentionally hit or not. I'm just wondering, like with air-to-air refueling, those little basket things, are they not like more or less the same size as this propeller that we're talking about? How not possible is it to do this in a way that would just shred the propeller while causing minimal damage to the aircraft in question?
That's a great question, because I wouldn't be. If you look at a picture of one of these, what Gani was saying earlier, the propeller is surrounded by stabilizers. You'd need to very precisely maneuver a wing in from the side if you possibly could. Or, more likely, as Gani said, you'd stick your nose in there. And now, if you've ever stuck your nose, Christopher, into one of those little propellers, not propellers, like fans, ideally one with plastic blades, it's not pleasant. You can stop it easily, like a computer fan, for example. You can stop it easily, but it's not exactly pleasant. Now the propeller on a drone like this is much bigger, much stronger, and yes, the nose is metal, but it's not that strong, and it's not meant to withstand lots of pummeling. So whatever it was a very dumb move. However, they tried to do it. Anyone else? Any comments? Axel, Gani? No?
You can imagine the Russian two guys thinking before to do this stupid move. Those Westerns, they will die discussing how we did that with the nose or with the wing or with the prick. I don't know. Whatever. It's just, let's do this. They will swallow, but I believe that the response will come in the manner where Russia is not expect. Maybe even on the battlefield, on the ground in Ukraine.
Indeed. Carl.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't respond earlier, but what Warthog said, of course, we continue to agree on this matter. It's a cultural thing. If you understand the Russians, if you've been there, done that, the thing is, you need to hit them. You need to hit them hard. And you need to hit them in places where they don't expect it and where they don't like it. And the one place where they really don't like it, if you go into the airspace above the Azov Sea. And just, be there, do that, show it, and push them a bit. And for the rest of it, just find a way to help the Ukrainians down something which really hurts them. And there's 2-3 things which we can do.
And again, actually, that ties in very, very closely to what General Hertling just said half an hour ago when he was interviewed on, I think, CNN about this. So I'm very glad that we have a very similar line here to what General Hertling has. Right, let's go to.
What did Mark Hertling say?
He said something along the lines of, the Russians will see more than just drones there, fighter jets, etc. Which is what you said earlier. AirCap.
Good. I'm delighted that a sensibly senior soldier like him would come to that conclusion publicly, despite the fact that more recently he has often said that, or defended the incrementalism a bit. But I'm delighted to hear that when it really matters and counts, he goes back to what he always was advocating when he was in charge.
Absolutely. Right. Okay, lots of hands up now. Let's go to Carl, then Klaus, then Watchful, then Luca, and then I think Dennis. Carl, please.
Hi. The most important question is, if this Russian plane did go down, does that get added as a +1 for the number of airplanes downed during this war?
No. And no, because for a start, it didn't go down. The EUCOM press release says, let me quote this, in fact, this unsafe and unprofessional act by the Russians nearly caused both aircraft to crash. So that implies that the Russian one didn't. So that's part one. Part two, no, because if the Russian, whenever the Russians crash in Siberia with one of their jets, it doesn't get tallied to the war total either.
But we do have a tally for all of their planes which crashed due to their stupidity in annoying us. We do have a tally, trust me.
Yeah, it's a separate tally.
The
It's a
Russian Darwin
long
Awards.
list.
Oh yes. Where were we? Klaus, please.
Thank you. Just a reminder that I sent a link to Doman as well, that in September 2022, the Russians did misfire a missile close to a British RC-135 surveillance plane, I think it was, which later made the British have a typhoon escort the plane. So we don't have the Russians we want, unfortunately. So that's, thank you.
No, definitely not. And what led to the things then is, of course, that manned SIGINT Eland plane to then be escorted at all times by British Eurofighters or F-35s, right? So could this be a similar response here for the drone? Could well be. Axel suggesting, General Herdling suggesting. Watchful.
Mic check.
All good?
Okay, I'm enjoying the discussion. Throw something else there in the fire for discussion. These drones are known not to fly particularly fast. And I think for Su-27 to keep up the pace of the drone, it would be bordering the stall speed. Can the aviators illuminate that and discuss a little bit about the discrepancy of speed between a prop plane that's not built to fly fast and a jet plane with quite high stall speed? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question, Watchful. And I thought of that earlier, but we've never quite got to it, right? Basically, these propeller-driven drones fly very slowly. So if the Sukhoi had to match the speed, it had to slow down to a very slow speed for a jet that is, I think, a delta wing of sorts, right? And therefore, by having to slow down so much, would have been very much approaching the stall speed for the plane, and would be very close to crashing because of that. Let alone because of any kinetic force applied to it, but by colliding into the drone.
I agree with that, especially if it was at high altitude, with the rarefied air.
But 480 is not stall speed. Let's just shelve it. The MQ-90 over the open sea will have been at higher speeds in order to maintain course. So it's probably at about 420, 410 knots, and that's it. And that's not stall speed. You know it, I know it.
Sorry, how many knots did you say? Because the top speed listed on Wikipedia is like 250 knots.
300 kilometers, yeah.
Sorry, 300 kilometers. I apologize, not 400. So yeah, so it will be anywhere between 300 or 260 kilometers at high altitude, and that's not stall speed, mate.
And the Su-27 stall speed is listed as 116, I believe, knots.
Okay, so it is markedly lower than whatever the. Okay, so really, what they would have wanted to do, if the operators of the drone were really clever, would be slowly slowing it down until it was close to its stall speed, which is lower than that of the Sukhoi-27. That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
And follow-up question, if I may, about the fuel dumping. Were the operators watching this live through the drone's cameras? Quite probably, I guess.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. It would be fun.
Up until the moment, the fuel dumping, or the fuel covers your camera to the extent that it splashes and annoys you, or the fuel even starts burning, then obviously that may end up being an issue. Let me try to get the dog in. Come on, Richie, come here. So, I'd say we shouldn't count on it, but there's a high likelihood that at the beginning they knew what was going on.
Yeah, they saw the start of it at the very least, right? Even if not the whole thing.
Interesting. Thank you very much, guys.
Fun times, isn't it? Fun times. Luca.
Hey Domin, hey Axel, everybody. What's the appropriate response now? Do we have some ideas?
I mean, I think the appropriate response is to give about 3 squadrons of F-16s to the Ukrainians. I think that's the appropriate response. I don't know.
I like that one. Axel?
Sorry, I apologize, Luca. I was dealing with the dogs coming inside. So yeah, I said it earlier. Apart from what happens tomorrow at Ramstein, I think the appropriate response is a disproportionate one, meaning flying more aircraft and maybe sending a few planes to cross over and have a little look-see into the Azov Sea.
And Axel, Ramstein tomorrow. Do Russians literally always do something very, very silly before a Ramstein format meeting? I mean, really, we should have expected them to do something silly tomorrow, but I guess they wanted to get this one in early. Something very silly indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what should I say? Yeah, you can only rely on one thing, that they will always try to annoy us. And we just need to react, either anticipate and deter, or if we react, we have to react disproportionately.
Oh, yes. So on top of the 30 odd MiG-29s that Ukraine has been finally announced to be given today, 120 F-16s would be pretty nice. I think this would be proportionately disproportionate. How about that? Proportionately disproportionate. Just saying. Dennis.
Good afternoon, everyone. This question is pretty much for anyone who wants to answer it, but I've been listening to everybody's opinion as to why, the plane crashed into the drone. What if it was as simple as maybe he was drunk? What if he maybe had a few pops before he climbed into the cockpit? Anybody think about that?
I think that if he were drunk, he'd miss it by more.
He might be right. It was just a possibility. I'm sitting here thinking, what other crazy reason would they have for crashing into it other than A, it's a terrible pilot, which we know a lot of them are, or B, maybe he was just drunk. I mean, they do have a certain alcohol problem in Russia. So
no, I mean, this is hard, right? Russian planes are hard to pilot as it is. This had to be some very imprecise piloting to hit the propeller in the first place. The sky is big, the drone isn't, and its propeller definitely isn't. So this would it's much more likely that is that, unless they just tried over and over again until they managed to. The U.S. State Department is summoning the Russian ambassador in connection with the incident, which will be fun. It will be the sort of summoning that doesn't get tea served, both because nobody would want to drink it, and also because you really don't want to make it seem pleasant.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you letting me speak.
No worries. Happy to, Dennis. It's an interesting theory. I like the theory. I just think that they, miss by more if they were. Sebastian, go ahead.
Hello there. Good evening, everybody. Just a quick question. I just read up on the downing of that drone, and I'm a little bit confused. Why does anybody know why there wasn't an MQ-9 Reaper flying around over the Black Sea and not the usual RQ4, the global hawk that's always coming out of Italy? Because isn't the global hawk actually the surveillance drone, and the Reaper actually sort of an attack drone, something like that? And it was a little bit confusing for me because I actually quite frequently check Flight Radar 24, and I sometimes see the Forte 10 or Forte 11 or Forte 12 or whatever it is. That is definitely the Global Hawk. That is definitely the much higher flying, like 50, 60,000 feet high flying surveillance drone, and that doesn't really check out with a Reaper being down. So I guess my question is just like a shot in the dark, if anybody knows why a Reaper would be in that area to begin with.
It has been there many times.
And you can bring it closer, right? That's probably the reason why, because you wouldn't bring a Forte, on the edge of Crimea. You would be like, it's a drone, it's probably fine.
So sorry, I didn't get that by Axel, I think.
Axel said it's been there many times. So it's not a new thing that an MQ-9 would be there. It's just that the MQ-9 doesn't usually show up on Flight Radar because they don't make it public. You can decide what to show up on ADSB and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so it has been there earlier. Okay, so the pure reason is that you can fly it closer than the other one, and you want to take a closer look to Crimea once in a while. That's the only reason that they use that, or?
Kenny, what do you think?
I think it was a maritime reconnaissance. I don't think they fly MQ-9s close into Crimea, to be honest with you.
Closer than Forte? No?
I don't think there's any need. Sensor package on a Forte is superb. I mean, this thing is galactic starship kind of level signals intelligence. So if you think about it, apart from the high end optics on an MQ-9, really you'd be looking at a specific payload to put on it. It's a different beast altogether. So I think if they have been over the Black Sea, they've been doing maritime reconnaissance, stuff like that. I really don't think they'd stick one of them within sort of 30, 40 miles of Crimea. You just wouldn't really get anything out of it. I don't think. But you can't get out of a Forte call sign. So, yeah, I stand by it. I think it got too close to some ships doing maritime reconnaissance, and they tried to shoo it away and then blew it, knocked it down. I'm really interested in this search and rescue activity on the Russian radio net. If it's true, then they've lost something, or they're talking on their equivalent of guard or whatever, and they're racing to the spot maybe to try and mark it, maybe to put. But we don't know where it went down, and we don't know the depth of the water. Obviously, if it's too deep, no one's going down there to pick it up anytime soon. So yeah, that's what I think. I still think this will die a death. I don't think anyone's going to, no one's going to get in a cock stand about this, to be honest with you. I just think it was bound to happen eventually. They were bound to lose a temper because of what we've been doing. And there hasn't been an awful lot that they could do about it before. They've chased Forte a couple of times. And this time they just decided to up the ante a little bit and thought, well, what we'll do is we'll shoo it away. Of course, the squadron commander needs to explain to his crews the difference between shooing and hitting. Slight difference, but there you go. Yeah, I still think it'll be forgotten about a couple of days. But we'll know if we start seeing unusual tanker activity. Then that means NATO are pushing combat air patrol further east. But I think that's a bit of rhetoric, to be honest with you. I don't think it's in NATO's interest to be doing that apart from RC-135 flights. Maybe over the eastern sort of Black Sea, yeah, fine, fair enough. But we've still got to be careful here. It's a two-way range out there, and these idiots on the OPFOR side, they're so stupid. There is a possibility that they might do something really idiotic and try and knock down a NATO aircraft, thinking it's Ukrainian or something. So, I think everyone just needs to dial it down a little bit.
Gani, what do you think of the drunk theory? Drunk Russian pilot?
Who knows? Everyone, this is a military that straps shipborne anti-aircraft gun systems onto the back of MTLB, so nothing is beyond the realms of possibility, is it? Just as a side issue, I don't know if everyone saw that BTR-82A that ran on an anti-tank mine a couple of days ago. It's worth watching. There is a very bemused, slightly stunned-looking Russian climbing out. I think it's out the front end. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell because he's run onto an anti-tank mine that apparently was wrapped in some sort of explosives. But yeah, if you want to see what someone looks like about three minutes after he's run over an anti-tank mine, he looks proper confused. But you look at the vehicle and there were 10 people in there and he's the only one who climbed out. So yeah, goes to show you really.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. It also shows that they're still pushing Vuhledar. So I guess, maybe the 19th time the Ukrainians won't expect it. War Dog.
There is something that I really appreciate that Dennis mentioned. He reminds me a fantastic movie that really fits all of the story. And that movie, if you remember, is called The Brink. the is about drunk pilots and all the rest. I really recommend you watching this. The whole movie is about the things happening like overall, like randomly everywhere, and the whole diplomatic teams and all of the rest, they're trying to explain what was happening, like explaining their presence and existence in more like specific manner, isn't it? But not like all the things happening randomly and all the team trying to explain to their management what happened. And another story around that could be two drone operators sitting and watching how the plane is draining on them, like what's happening, he's just dumped on us, so attack, but we don't have nothing to attack him, we've got a propeller, so move on, do this. And then all the diplomatic and military trying to explain how Russia attacked the poor drone or something like that. I mean, I really recommend you the Brink movie. It's totally fitting the story around.
There we go. And I would just say, no, they definitely couldn't attack the Sukhoi with a propeller because A, the Sukhoi could just fly away. B, more importantly, because as we noted earlier and Gunny noted very detailedly, it's enclosed about a bunch of stabilizers. So no way. Also, it's a pusher, not a puller. M, go ahead. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Another stupid episode of Russians Gone Mad. Unprofessional. Meant to provoke. So there's no need to panic or anything. The United States will probably not respond to this. No World War III, nothing. Just a condemnation of the reckless and unprofessional behavior of the Russian Air Forces, or the so-called Russian Air Forces. The act is meant by design to provoke the United States, but also plays into the Russian information operations in the West. Claims that the West is now arming Ukraine to defend itself is a provocation to Russia, not actually a response to an internationally recognized government that requested help to fend off an invasion of its sovereign territory. It is meant to scare people into thinking that, oh, something is going to happen, war is going to break out. Nothing will happen. Just another stupid episode of their stupid criminal acts. And that's about it. Thank you, Doman.
Russians doing stupid things. Volume 7209. Gunny, you were saying earlier about the alleged search effort being done by the Russians. I just want to say that Klaus very kindly pointed me to a story in the drive. It has a little bit more color from unnamed Air Force officials saying that Immediately after the impact, the video footage cut out for several seconds. It is unclear what damage. Oh, actual host connection issue, by the way. What damage the Su-27 incurred, but it returned to base. An Air Force official told the War Zone, adding that they did not know which base the Russian aircraft had come from or returned to. I'm sure the impact left a mark, though, a few inches further forward, and the Russian jet would have been severely damaged and probably destroyed. There are now unconfirmed reports of the Su-27 landing at the base in Crimea with some degree of damage, likely Belbek. So that's an interesting one. They did also say that there was a deliberate intent, as you said, Gani, deliberate intent to interfere with the MQ-9, but the collision seems to be simple incompetence, says that same Air Force official, which I think is very amusing, a very amusing interpretation of everything that happened as well. What they still haven't said is which bit of the Su-27 actually collided with the drone, and I'd love to know. So when anyone knows that, I'd absolutely love to know that. Let's go to Klaus, and then back to Evan to Heather. Klaus?
Thank you. Maybe US should just fly a B-52 from UK to what's the name of the airbase in Turkey? Antalya.
Incirlik.
And just back and forth. That could be interesting. Thank you.
I mean, anything's possible, but in the end of the day, again, the Russians would have done this, be for that B-52 in the Baltics or not. Any thoughts on this additional color given by the?
Are they trying to recover the Reaper?
The Russians, I plausibly, or do you mean if the US is trying to?
No. The United States will not try to recover the Reaper because they don't have assets in the Black Sea. Turkey will be the one tasked with that if they agree to do it. But I heard to the recording of Russian Air Force comms on some channel 8855 hertz or something. So if there's a report that the Su-27 returned to base with minor damage or some damage, so the radio comms would be for them trying to recover the Reaper itself or something. Gunny, do you know anything about this? Gunny's not on.
Gunny's not here, but I concur. That's my interpretation of this as well. Although not with any other basis rather than, well, what else would it be for? Then Gunny's coming back. It has to be something. This is something indeed the only thing. Therefore, it must be it. Gunny?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we were back in the day for stuff like this because if it's not a downed aircraft, we would use what did we use? We used to use something called TGHF, which you could go encrypted on, task group reporting high frequency, and then you coordinate your attempt to locate the airframe that way. You don't want everyone listening in, so you wouldn't do it over GARD, which is the international in the clear distress radio frequency, whatever they're using. So unless they've got one that's encrypted, if they're talking in the clear, probably everyone's listening to that, and that would say to me that they've lost an aircraft somewhere, because Aaron's listening, and he's sure that it's a search and rescue frequency and not a standard ship-to-ship frequency. If Russian ships suddenly turn up in an area, then that kind of reinforces what I think, which is the MQ-9 was doing a maritime reconnaissance and a LINT mission, and it got too close. So, I think we'll have to wait and see. There's probably a bit of fog of war going on here, but for the Russians to use a distress frequency, it'd be nice to know who's talking to who, and wouldn't it? But yeah, if they're using that, I think they might have lost a jet still. Either that or they're really stupid and they're talking on guard in the clear, and they think that they've got a datum point for the aircraft, and they're going to try and have a look around and see if it's recoverable.
then again, does the Reaper
w-
have a self-destruct mechanism? Why did they crash it into the Black Sea instead of blowing it up in the air?
I don't think it does it? I mean, it says controlled landing, but they might not know if they lost data link with the aircraft. I mean, if it took a real knock, they might not know what state that it landed. They might just be saying controlled landing, or yeah, maybe they retained data link with the aircraft with the asset, and it lost engine, and they just glided it down. Yeah, but I'm with you on that. I'd just nosedive at 90 degrees and then hope that it came apart. Maybe it was low level. We don't know what the weather was like, what the visibility was like, all of that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of unknowns here, but I would expect it to be at altitude, looking at something of interest. I'll only be really worried if it was carrying a mission payload that's a little bit sensitive, in which case I think, yeah. Well, I said earlier, didn't I? I think the Romanians or the Turks will be tasked to try and recover it, and I think it will be a race. Maybe the Russians think that it might be worth putting a couple of surface ships over there, so long as it's outside of range of the Ukrainian Air Force and the missile batteries. Depends where it is, of course, but they might put they might put a frigate and a corvette over there and say, right, we're recovering it, and there won't be an awful lot anyone can do about it, to be honest with you. Depends if they think it's worth the effort, I suppose.
Is this one of the 40s?
No, it's an MQ-9. No, I think if it was a Forte, there'd be a lot more panic, wouldn't there? I know they've had a punt at Forte a couple of times because we've seen some unusual flight activity of it. But no, this was an MQ-9. Axel reckons they've been up quite a lot. I've only ever seen one off Romania last year, early doors, when Snake Island was still going on, because we thought there was a kilo.
2 or 3 times. I think you and I spoke about 2 or 3 times, not for
Yeah.
Snake Island.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. We used to see it flying around, and it looked on a surface search pattern looking for a kilo transmitting or something. If this was a lot further east, then they've been doing flights, probably monitoring Russian surface action groups as they sail and conducting launches, because it'd be a nice little visual confirmation of launches. I don't know how good the optics are on those things, but figure 50, 60 miles. I think that's the range on the TB2's optics. We've seen some really good footage. So maybe MQ-9s have been shadowing Russian surface action groups and then calling out visually missile launches and providing raid warning to the Ukrainians, and the Russians just got pissed about it, detected one for a change, and then tried to show it off.
Right. Thank you, Gunny. Off to you, Dolan.
Thank you. I want to quickly read the fresh off the press, fresh of the nonsense machine, Russian MOD statement regarding this, saying that on the morning of March 14 this year, over the waters of the Black Sea in the area of the Crimean Peninsula, the airspace control of the Russian aerospace forces recorded the flight of an American MQ-9 in the direction of the state border of the Russian Federation, which is about a third of all possible directions in the Black Sea. So, the flight of the unmanned aerial vehicle was carried out with transponders off, in violation of the boundaries of the area of the temporary regime for the use of airspace established for the purpose of conducting a special military operation, brought to all users of international airspace and published in accordance with international standards. In order to identify the intruder, fighters from the air defense forces on duty were raised into the air. As a result of sharp maneuvering around 9:30 Moscow time, the MQ-9 unmanned aerial vehicle went into uncontrolled flight with a loss of altitude and collided with the water surface. Russian fighters did not use airborne weapons, did not come into contact with an unmanned aerial vehicle, and returned safely to their base airfield. So we can, I guess, translate that into Russian fighters wanted to use airborne weapons, did come into contact with the UAV, and returned barely to the base airfield. Something like that might be an appropriate correction to that. But there you go. For completeness of record, that's what they say. Right. Let's go to Heather, followed by War Dog and Dennis. Heather.
Hi, Doman. I just wanted to ask a question, kind of building on what M had said earlier. He said that he doesn't believe that the U.S. will take any actions whatsoever. And my question is just really simple. At what point does the U.S. actually take action? If this was a manned aircraft, if this was, an expensive, one of the stealths, uh, would the U.S. take action? At what point? Do you guys know?
The Russians
At
would
what
never do
point?
it.
Never.
No, the Russians would never risk it. They know what happens.
Okay. That pretty much answers my question then. So they'll run up to the wall, they'll give a push, but they're not going to climb that wall. They're just going to give it a shove. Kind of, sort of.
Do you want to walk through the scenarios?
Yeah, so as long as Russia's not stupid enough to fire a weapon against a NATO asset and shoot it down, or attack a NATO base, or God forbid, put some of their I don't know, ICBMs on refueling packages or whatever. No one is going to do anything to them, and they're, as Axel said, they're not stupid to do this. This is road rage, right? So a stupid driver deciding to, oh, I'm gonna knock this off, right? And I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna douse it with fuel. Like one of the pilots dumped fuel over the drone. I'll get in front of it and then hit brakes. It's just it's an aerial road rage accident, right? By design, it's stupid. And by design, if you are a sensible, player, you don't respond to stupidity. You let stupid play stupid, but you don't play their game. The threshold is a direct attack against a NATO asset or a NATO base, or even attack against a civilian airport in a NATO country or what have you. But they will not do that. This is meant to be catered domestically, saying, oh, look, we didn't allow them to fly over the Black Sea. We're fighting against the American hegemony, and we shut down their drone, or we pushed the drone off the skies and we got away with it. They are not going to respond to us because they are afraid of us. That's the message that they will try to communicate domestically, and the message that they are sending to the West, not the governments, because the governments understand what the fuck what they are doing. But basically, they're trying to scare the people into thinking that, oh, okay, are we going to go to war with Russia over a drone? We should stop helping Ukraine. This war has dragged on for too long. Why can't we all just sit down and, start peace negotiations? What do they want? They want Crimea. They want the special status in the Donbass, whatever. Let's give them that and get it over with, and then focus on reconstructing Ukraine and end human suffering and end human loss. No. This is just unprofessional stupidity playing out in real time, and cooler heads will prevail, and they will pay for that, but in another way.
Thank you, and that's basically all I had to ask. And I'll switch down to listener now. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Heather. Gunny, do you want to add a bit to that, and then we go on?
No, Em's just dropped the truth bomb there. And you think about it, they stuck their nose in an oblique direction from an RAF RC-135 and fired an air-to-air missile and said it was an accident. What was the net result of that? Was that supposed to scare us? Because all that happens now is the RC-135 flights have a pair of Typhoons flying with them. So now you've got NATO jets to the south of Crimea saying, fuck you. And probably another pair either on the ramp at immediate notice to go, or in the air over Romania. So what did it achieve? Absolutely nothing. It's just they just won't escalate. They kill a NATO aircraft. They know that the repercussions would be extremely fast. There would be no consultations in Parliament and in the Senate. There wouldn't be a prolonged 4-week discussion about how NATO should react. It would be fast, bloody, and they'd come off worse. So this is, like Em said, it's just them being idiots. If you're going to try and do stuff like this, you do it with professional pilots. He screwed it. He hit it. I'm more interested in whether the Russians try and recover it. It does sound like that they will. There's still a lot of radio activity. And
and the mission payload and what it was up to. They're the really interesting bits for me. And the fact that we have been flying MQ-9s probably a little bit too close, you know, and this is a two-way thing. As I said earlier, don't forget, NATO provides intelligence that kills Russians. All right, we do electronic warfare cross-fixing, we do synthetic aperture array radar paints of the battlefield, we do signals intelligence, we provide information on Russian radar systems, electronic countermeasures. All of this is resulting in Russians 6 feet underground. So they were always going to lose their temper at some stage. They were always going to throw their toys out the pram. Unfortunately, they tried it and they just got a bit too close and tipped a UAV down into the sea. Well, you know, these things happen. You know, on the scale of 1 to 10, probably a 2 to 3. No one's died. Few could have been lost. And I think everyone probably quietly will just row back a little bit from this and de-escalate it, which makes perfect sense to me. The intelligence flights will carry on. The RQ-4 will probably be back up tonight, providing more intelligence to kill more stupid Russians. There's nothing they can do about it. So yeah, everyone just chill.
Thank you, Gunny. Hop, can you maybe add a little bit more color to this? Seeing what you used to do. Oh nope, Hop hopped off.
Right in that second, he fell off.
This has happened 4 times today. 4 times today, I call on someone, and the moments later they fall off. It's been very glitchy in that way. I think when they click the unmute button, they fall off. War Doggo.
Yeah, if seriously, in fact, we've discussed that already many times in the space, also with Mr. Tom, and today he was on the space as well. And overall, that kind of behavior of like, look, I'm crazy, being not stupid, but like pretending to show, look, I'm crazy, is like fitting the agenda. Also the nuclear blackmailing, this kind of stupid events, not being like less professional, not doing let's call it like not doing stupid things, but like trying to play smart, but like at the end doing really dumb stuff. And just, we are just missing in that old story the pilot who was shouting, look how crazy I am, be afraid of me. Like, that would be put the 100% color to all of that situation, how Russia would like this to be. And you see their press release on that means like, hey, you see, we don't need even the weapons to down to down the plane. So it's like, is really fitting what Mr. Tom being discussing. Look, I'm crazy, be afraid of me. And that's practically should have the appropriate pushback, but in the right manner, somewhere where they don't expect. As I mentioned, probably in Ukraine on the ground, something to be like unexpectedly getting boom in the locations that it was never before. Something like. Thanks. I will cycle down. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you, War Doggo. As noted earlier, yeah, right? Russians doing really dumb things yet again. Dennis.
Yeah, I had a question. Maybe Gunny can answer it. I know everybody's hammering you with questions today, but do you think possibly that maybe a recovery effort would be done underwater with like submarines and remote control vehicles instead of opposed to surface ships?
I think if they decide that they want to do it, they'll probably want to. So obviously, it depends on depth. But if it's gone in somewhere where it's recoverable, they'll want to have a look at it, see if it's superficially intact or whatever. I mean, they have a specialist recovery vessel that's about 100 and you laugh, it's about 110, 115 years old.
Right, I've seen it.
Yeah. So man will have landed on Jupiter by the time this thing gets there. But I think it's got top speed of about 5 knots. So if we see that sail, and normally we, someone in Sevastopol always tips us off. If we see that relic getting up steam for 2 days, taking on coal, and getting the oars out, or whatever it is that they do, Spartacus type galley thing, then we'll know that they're going to go after it. It all hinges on where this happened. It sounds like what they're saying is it entered what they say is the equivalent of their air defense identification zone. It probably didn't. I still think this just got too close to a couple of ships or something. They did a missile strike today. I don't know if anyone launched any caliber from the Black Sea, or maybe there was a sortie on and they've gone to sea. I have to have a look at that. But yeah, I reckon that's what happened. And yeah, they might go for it. They might do. Will NATO be able to stop them? Probably not. Depends how quick the Turks could get out there, maybe in a boat and put some divers over. But yeah, we'll see.
There we go. We got Hop back. Hop, please, color. Anything you want to add to this?
Well, guys, I'm kind of a little late to the game. I was out flying. Just have sort of read the press release, and I was listening to Gunny there for a minute. And I haven't had a chance yet to get online and look what at the area where the MQ-9 went down. But having been actually, buzzed a couple times by the Soviets in the Med, they can be all over the map with how professional their pilots are. Some are extremely professional, others are wild men. There was an incident back in the late 80s, early 90s, where an Su-27 flew through the prop arc of a Norwegian, I think it was P3. Anybody remember that one? They can be crazy. This could easily have been a mistake. The fuel dumping that I believe I read about in front of the MQ-9 could have been designed to try and cause a flame out, unlikely, or mess with their optics and some of their things. This may have all been discussed. The main thing I'd be wondering about, and Gunny, you probably could answer this, is there's some pretty deep parts in the Black Sea that would preclude recovery, and that is what will drive the boat. Were we close to the coast where this went down? I'm just wondering.
I don't know. I have no knowledge of where it went down at all. Gunny, have you seen any information on this? Because I don't think any's out as yet.
I have nothing. I don't know whether Gunny has anything.
Okay, well, I mean, I remember there was a Yankee class missile boat that went down in the not too far off Bermuda in the early 90s, and there was a Soviet presence over that spot for several years, and that was in many thousands of feet of water because they were afraid we were going to pull a Glomar Explorer type mission on it. What you could get out of an MQ-9 that's been underwater for some time is debatable. I mean, we crashed a bunch of those things in Afghanistan anyway, so this is technology that they've probably already had some access to. But they might make a show of going after it, like Gunny said.
No, Gunny, no further comments? Fair enough. What can we say? I'm very curious what they want to do with this, and I suspect that they just wanted to get eyes off of something for a short period of time. So now's the time to take one down. Hop, when you said some were very unprofessional. Is there a story in there that you might be able to share?
Yeah, we were off we were north of the old line of death in Libya, and off of Libya, and where there was it was kind of one in the dying days of the Soviet regime. They had they were doing a fairly large ASW exercise in the Cent Med, and they sent out a couple of they had some jets that maybe were part of their blue force sitting in Libya, and they sent them out, and they were watching us watching them. And so we dragged them down to pretty low altitude to mess with their fuel consumption. And as they were leaving, one of them thumped us pretty badly, which is just they fly, they get behind you, they kind of get out of sight, they push up the throttles, they come underneath you to say, I mean, there is no safe distance, but safe would be 100 feet, a good clearance. And then right as they pass underneath your nose, they just pull as hard as they can in front of you, and you fly through a heavy set of vortices, and you get the living daylights thumped out of you, and that's why they call it thumping. Super unprofessional. There's a right way and wrong way of doing everything. They pretty much did it the wrong way. At least they didn't spit any flares or anything when they did it. But and I've had them where they just joined on our wing and watched us, like a U.S. or Western force would do, a couple 100 yards off, give you a little wave. You rock your wings if you're getting ready to turn a direction. They acknowledge you through a wing rock. It's all very professional, very safe. I've had both.
Yeah, but flying in front and dumping fuel, that's a tad stupid.
That's super unprofessional, and that's designed to mess with the systems on the Predator, on the MQ-9, and try and get into its optics, or possibly degrade the engine performance. I've never really heard of it being done before, but that's the kind of thing you do when you're. My guess is they didn't intend to hit the prop, but it's pretty hard to hit the. I don't know what the circumference on the propeller of an MQ-9 is, but
and
it's not
shielded.
very big.
It's shielded,
and
so
yeah. So, and what they probably did is stuck a vertical stabilizer up into it, as crazy as that sounds, which makes it sound like an accident. I mean, to get that close to an airplane flying formation on an uncooperative aircraft like a drone that you don't know what it's going to be doing, and my guess is the drone operator at that point just starts flying straight and level, super gentle maneuvering, just not to exacerbate the situation. But the boundary layer coming off of a sizable aircraft like a Su-27 into something quite a bit smaller like the MQ-9 would actually push the drone away from it as you get closer. I mean, I've had that surface effect when an airplane tucked underneath you to do a gear check, and you can feel the boundary layer from the jet underneath you pushing you up. So it just feels like it had to be an accident, but you never know with those guys. I mean, the Russians might have been thinking, "Well, I got 2 vertical stabilizers. I can afford to lose one." And when the Su-20,
come on, that is insane, isn't it?
well, I mean, when there's a history on this. When the Su-27 flew through the prop arc on the Norwegian P3, it made it home.
Yeah,
the
Su-27
did.
Everybody was forced to read about it for years. I get it, but still.
Yeah, I know. Hero, and the guy just decided, the Soviets decided after he landed, was he a hero or a heel? My guess is he probably got decorated for screwing up. But anyway, that's just some musings. I don't know anything more than anybody else, but I'm very interested in the depth of the where the aircraft went in. And I would imagine, I don't know anything about drones, but I would imagine there's an ability to wipe it clean in flight. There shouldn't be anything really retained to it by the hardware on the aircraft. And salt water does wonders to things anyway. Just my thoughts.
But quick other question, just for the fun of it. Can you tell maybe the audience how this would have worked? Okay, so drone operator sees this, is in contact. How quickly does this get escalated, this contact, so the 6th Fleet, EUCOM, and everybody is aware?
Oh, I mean, they're aware before. They know what air assets are out there through various other national security. Either I don't know if there was an AWACS up there.
We both know,
I mean,
but the question is for the audience. Just explain what happens when the MQ gets into theater, how this is tracked, how it is traced, how many people look at it, and that this is essentially a live theater.
oh my gosh! I mean, that feed could be anywhere. Obviously, you have. Let me make sure I understand the question. You want to know how many people on the U.S. NATO side are interacting?
Yeah. How many people are interacting and looking at it whilst this all is in preparation? Because this is not something which happens right out of the blue.
Dozens. I mean, you have the live feed is obviously going to the drone pilots back wherever they are. I mean, they might be outside of Las Vegas. They could be. There's so many drone bases nowadays that are running the mission feed to it because they're not the recovery pilots, they're the mission pilots. That's my understanding of how that works. Two different sets of pilots. You got the live feed could be anywhere. It could be on a screen in the conference room, in multiple conference rooms in the Pentagon with Joint Chiefs of Staff people, staff members watching this, interacting on the phone with whoever's the controlling authority on the MQ-9, who is talking, who's in the ear of the operations pilots. You got the AWACS guys tracking the movements of the SUs relative to the MQ-9s. And I mean, you're talking the cast of Ben-Hur could be involved in this thing. It could literally. There could be dozens directly involved on command feeds, and there could be untold 100 people. I mean, this is pretty secure stuff, but there could easily be 100 people watching this from different aspects, different commands. It could turn into a big deal in probably 5 minutes. I don't know. Was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, no, it was more for the audience. I think I have a fair understanding as to how it goes. But at what point in time during such what I would call an escalation, at what point in time do you think EUCOM would have taken over and said, we need to do X, Y, Z?
Well, I honestly, the force structure over there is a little unclear to me, but they would have been involved as soon as they got my experience. They would have known when the Soviet jets were taxiing out of their revetments in wherever they were launched out of, and we're tracking them then. And you would start to see the baton getting handed over at that point, because that's the escalation. That's when the event began. As soon as they we became aware through various means of the Soviet jets taxiing for takeoff, and probably talking to tower at whatever field they were out of. They have that level of awareness.
Thank you. I think that was very helpful for most people listening. Domin, shall we go to M and then to Tony, or who was first?
Let's please go to Tony, who's been waiting for a few exchanges now.
Then,
and I jumped hop in front of him, and then we'll go to M for more comments on this. I trust. Anyway, Tony, please.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt and change subject. Just on the Android thing, because it's pretty frustrating, interesting topic, but I just keep getting kicked off. I just make a note that while I've been speaker, I haven't had that problem. Can someone tell me where the update is? Hello?
It's your usual OS update, I believe, rather than a Twitter update. But maybe there's a Twitter update following it. So your Play Store, Google Play Store, is that what it's called nowadays? Make sure that your Twitter is up to date in that. However, I think, Tony, I hear that a lot of Androids are now a lot more stable than they were, half an hour ago. So I think that it just timed together well with Androids being stable as listeners as well.
Okay, so just coming up to speak and not getting kicked off hasn't. It's not.
I don't think
that.
so. Actually,
Yeah.
I think it was just a confounding variable in your case.
Okay, I'll drop down and try it again. Sorry to interrupt.
Let's see how it works. No worries, Tony. Please.
Slava Ukraini. Cheers.
Hello, Slava.
Yeah, well, a bit of a joke here. We will probably know what happened in Hotshot's Black Sea. So basically, it's probably the Russian pilot dumping the fuel and maybe opening his window, trying to light up his lighter and throw it on the drone and try to set it ablaze or something, but then dropping his vodka bottle instead. Oops, hitting the propeller. And then the drone landing into an inflatable boat that the lizard people had set up specifically to reclaim it so that no one can take it or recover it. So yeah, jokes aside, what Hopsy said is spot on, quite spot on. And I would hope that there would be, or there would have been, some naval asset there, there's a fishing boat or something, quote unquote, that the drone pilot managed to direct his drone to it so that as soon as it touches the surface, it gets recovered. But we'll see. All in all, it's just another stupid episode. Another stupid episode.
At least it was light evening entertainment for the European time zones.
It keeps getting better.
Trust me, before the gloom and doom unpacks, because in about 44 minutes, Malcolm Nance will join us and have a little look-see as to what the people on his side of the political spectrum are currently glooming and dooming at the Washington Post, which seemingly makes Malcolm then more of a centrist today than anything else. And that is where I want him, right back in the center, which shall hold against the gloom and doom of Siobhan and others. And by the way, if you're listening to us now, Siobhan, we really need to have a talk about this kind of editing. And for those who didn't have the time yet, please, if you want to read gloom, doom, what's new on the Western Front, everybody is going to die, pessimism is setting in, it's terrible. You have to watch what the Washington Post wrote.
Axel, have you noticed
quite different from what comes out of the general staff and out of the other areas of the battle? But yes, please, Doman.
Have you noticed all those videos today? Ukrainians training very happily in Leopard 2A6s, 2A4s, in Strikers, in AMX 10RCs, in Bradleys. I think we saw about half a dozen different videos of Ukrainians training on different platforms today, freshly out.
Yeah, they looked extremely depressed when caressing the Leopard. They also looked very depressed when they were leaning with a cigarette against the Abrams, and they were definitely superbly depressed when firing.
Yeah, I forgot the Abrams.
Striker. Yeah, no, these are very depressed troops. They have to deal with these kind of things. It's terrible. You have to get used to equipment which actually works, which runs precise, which forces you to be professional. Jesus Christ, that must be hard.
No, it must be absolutely horrible. Not to mention that interview with the T-64 operators who've been in that same tank since the defense of Mykolaiv. to the liberation of Kherson, now fighting in the east of Ukraine, still in the same tank, 13 months later?
Well, we should ask Jerome.
Just a note. Good afternoon, Axel. I probably couldn't answer that question, but I did notice a Daily Mail reporting that the State Department summoned, maybe you mentioned it already, summoned the Russian ambassador. Does he have to respond to that? And I don't expect that path has been worn very recently, so I just wonder the details of that, if that actually does take place, and what kind of conversation that would be. Just saw that. Thank you.
Well, it's not quite the conversation which we want to see. This, Andrei, you lost another one. That'll come later. Typically, such discussions happen in a fashion that a protest notice is literally conveyed, and then you listen to the other side rejecting it. Then you say another few words, they reject it again. Then you say thank you and send them on their way.
So would there be an actual personal visit, or is this done?
Yes. If you want to make it really intense, there'll be not only a personal visit, there won't be much coffee, and there will be a lot of waiting. Or if you want to intensify it, there won't be any waiting.
Okay. Oh, and also one other question. I know, just to kind of off topic, but a couple of weeks ago, that drone, I believe, flew on top of maybe a Russian version of an AWAC or something on top of the, what was that, just to show that they could do that? Was there anything actually? I stepped away from that conversation. I know it's way off.
No, they damaged it. They delivered a small munition on it, or mid-sized munition on it. They damaged that radar dish. Well, the dome that encases the radar, and let's say those things are quite fragile. So a few days later, the Russians flew it out of Belarus to Taganrog Air Base for repairs. Hasn't been seen since, I don't think. So basically, they've made it, useless. I mean, it can fly, but so what? I mean, they could put a Boeing 737 up there that can fly too, but it can't do anything useful.
Yeah, and another stupid, I consider it my job to ask stupid questions, but would be delivering liquids be considered chemical warfare? I know, again, I always refer back to but I know my work, I don't want certain chemicals touching metal, so probably hard to deliver and all that, but just a thought to corrode metal. Way off topic.
It would not be considered chemical warfare if you're delivering a corrosive chemical onto an unmanned vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Hop, any additions to that?
No, you got that right. Dumping fuel in front of an airplane is, I mean, airplanes come in contact with fuel all the time, whether on purpose or not. It's corrosive to aluminum, but it's not that big a deal.
No, I was actually referring to by drone. I know how you would deliver liquids, probably really inefficient. But say that drone landed on top of the AWAC and just released a bag of corrosive liquid. Would that be out of line?
It'd be inefficient. It's better to make it go boom. Plus, carrying corrosive liquids like that, liquids really, anything of an effective volume would be really heavy relative to the drone's performance. And if you're looking at what you want to get done, an explosive's probably always better and sends a very clear message. Anyway, I don't know if that would be considered chemical warfare. I doubt it, because it's machine versus machine. I don't really know the vagaries. I've never worked with chemical weapons.
Okay, thank you. I'll drop down. Always learning.
So now there's a report out that the Russians managed to recover parts of the drone. Obviously, the suggestion is that there's no reason to not give Reaper drones to Ukrainians now, since Russians already have whatever it contains. So why not give Ukrainians a bunch of them? They can carry quite a bit of munitions, can't they? Dennis?
Yes, I believe they can hold 4 Hellfire missiles. They're a little smaller than a regular missile, but they pack a good punch.
Oh yeah, sorry, my suggestion was rhetorical. Yes, exactly. Right, they can do that. That's very useful because each of those can take out a tank at quite a bit of range, especially since the thing flies quite high up. And as we've just established repeatedly, there is no risk to a pilot because that's the beauty of a UAV. So I'm definitely all up for that. Not to mention that what is it? Was it Predator drones that the US has retired and the General Dynamics wanted to sell to Ukraine in some way? That'd be a good one there as well, I think.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Right, sorry, trying to do another thing at the same time. By the way, the card advertising Malcolm Nance joining us in just over half an hour is now in the nest. If you would like to, oh no, that's not the right time. Sorry, give me a sec.
What?
He's coming in 35 minutes, right?
He is coming in 34 minutes at 10 p.m. Kiev.
Never mind, it is the right time. Now I got myself
It is the right time, I know. I was just about to say, have you now completely lost your time?
I've lost my time. I'm out of time. Maybe I should. I best depart before I start messing things up.
No. Don't, no running away going here now. No. That's not how it works here. We wait until Uncle Nance comes and then we hand it over to Yehuda.
Okay, fine. I'll hand it over to Yehuda. He better be on time though. Anyway, yes, quite. So the tweet is in the nest, so please share and retweet. That's what I really wanted to say.
And in the meantime, to those who are on this wonderful, diverse universe of Korean and Chinese spy phones called Android, you still are suffering, some of you at least, suffering from the short-term impact of whatever kind of updating is going on there. Just like Dorman and I had the utter displeasure. When was this? 2 months ago or something? Yet again, when we had the iPhone update wars and API bullshit which occurred with Twitter. So we do hope that you are, in the meantime, converting yourself to either buying iPhones or alternatively listening to us on your web browser. So those who can log in for 30 seconds and 45 seconds and break away and have heard this message, please, if you break away just now, go to your web browser. Now, not intermittently. Okay, that was not comical. Doman, what shall we do with all the web people?
With all the web people?
Yeah, the web
I don't
people.
know.
Can they
Weave a net.
Android people?
Weave a net.
Well, as my mother would call this, the interweb.
Well, we can do that. We can do that indeed. Or maybe we could ask Gunny for a rundown of what a certain crew member of a BTR-82A was doing.
Looking dazed and confused, climbing out of a mangled wreck. I think he was in the crew compartment. I don't think the driver got out of that. looking at it. I think the driver was probably out of camera. But yeah, he drove a BTR 82A over an anti-tank mine. Some people say it was wrapped in explosives, additional explosives. And you just see, you know what, to be fair, it must have been awful for him. I think he was probably the only bloke to get out of a crew of 10. And crew of 3 plus 7 infanteers. And yeah, I think he's probably traumatized. He didn't look very well. The camera's not particularly great fidelity, but some broken limbs in there. Because of course, when you run over an anti-tank mine, even if it doesn't penetrate the crew compartment, what happens is the vehicle's violently thrown upwards. So I think I'm right in saying you need someone who's armored infantry to confirm it, but the seats in Bradleys and MRAPs, things like that, are designed to kind of protect you from the blast because you're thrown around inside. But this thing was just mangled. So I think he might have been at the back or something like that, and he just crawls out and then has a look inside, and yeah, not particularly nice, but play silly games.
So, Gunny, the description was that the anti-tank mine had additional shells around it. How advisable is that sort of jerry rigging of additional explosives, or anything that works?
That's a standard insurgent tactic. So we you saw it in Afghan and Iraq. I think they killed a warrior, up armored UK armored fighting vehicle doing that. They put some 152 rounds on a improvised explosive device and killed the wagon. Killed a 3, maybe 4 UK soldiers, I think. So yeah, it's a usual thing. You can daisy chain them as well. So you can take 152s, you can daisy chain them into a very big IED. So the Afghans and the Iraqis went after heavily armored vehicles, MRAPs, Bradleys, Warriors, things like that. So I doubt this was that sophisticated. It's probably just an anti-tank mine, but with because normally with an anti-tank mine you expect to track the vehicle. So it runs over it, blows the track, the vehicle's immobilized. The crew aren't going to be experienced enough or smart enough to know how to fix the track. I haven't seen any spare track on any Russian tanks so far. So they bail out and then they leave the vehicle. Happy days, they've left a tank. All that's wrong with it is broken track. And then the Ukrainians are recovering them, refitting them, and then putting them back into use. So putting extra explosives around, they probably went for, instead of a mobility kill, kill. Unfortunately for this BTR, it ran over something designed to kill a T6, T62, T72, T80. And the front of it's just gone, essentially. I think it's the front. It's really hard to tell, but that's not an MRAP type vehicle. That is not designed to absorb mine blasts looking at it, because one guy climbed out, assuming it was full, 1 out of 10. But, hey.
And Gani, as you said, Ukrainians, they need to recover vehicles with blown out tracks or what. But I think in many cases, those videos we see of drones dropping grenades into open hatches are just in cases of such vehicles that they know they won't be able to recover, right? And it's denying the Russians the ability to, if they were so minded on occasion, recover vehicles and repair them.
Right, so that's the interesting bit, right? And I did mean to, I was hoping a tanker would be on or something. We keep seeing this, don't we? So we see a Russian tank intact. Normally when a track's gone, you can see it because the track sort of comes off the running gear and is laid out. The tank will do like a turn to the left or the right. We don't see that. What do we see? We see tanks, hatches open, abandoned, often with a gun kind of in the forward position, no obvious damage. So I was just wondering why this is happening. What is going on there? A crew's bailing out because their bollocks are dropped and they're just going, no, I ain't having this anymore. And everyone's opening the hatches and legging it. are they running out of fuel or something? Or are they just getting separated and panicking and going, Jesus, where is everyone? Opening the hatches and legging it. I don't know. It's been something that's been really bugging me. All these Russian vehicles are getting abandoned, seemingly in sort of running condition, for no discernible reason. If anyone's got any theories why, I'd like to hear it. The best I can think of is they're running out of juice, and then they're just bailing out and popping smoke and getting out.
Griffin?
Yeah, one of the things you may want to think about is the lack of ARVs. The armor recovery vehicles could be a big part of this. I know early in the war, they got a hammering not only on the tanks themselves and the BMPs and whatnot, but their ARVs. So maybe it's a situation too that there's no ARVs available. It could also be tank crew training and not having some spare track pieces to correct and fix the problem. Could also be too that they're just gun shy, because if they try and fix it outside of the tank, then they become subject to small arms fire.
Yeah, what I'm thinking though is I don't see many of these vehicles being damaged. So you'll see a T-72, won't you? So if he'd run over a mine, we'd see the blast effect on the ground where he's run over it. We'd probably see the track, because obviously he's moving. So the track comes off the running gear, doesn't it? And you'll end up with a bit of track sort of laying on the ground behind or in the front, and the tank slews, doesn't it? Until he stops it. We keep seeing tanks intact, but the hatches are open. So if they're not running onto mines, then there's another reason why the crew's just opening the hatches and legging it away and leaving the hatches open as well. And that's what's really interesting me. Same as the BMPs. You see the BMPs and the BTRs just parked up. No apparent damage. There's that photo we saw last month. There were 5 or 6 MBTs, and they'd obviously been ambushed. There were a couple of burnt out BMPs, and the tanks had turrets traversed left, so they'd obviously been ambushed. The lead tank, the mine clearing tank, had been tracked, so he'd obviously run onto a mine. But everyone else, superficially, the tanks are intact. All the hatches are open. I couldn't see any holes. No sign of smoke or fire damage. And everyone just opened the hatches and left. So
yeah, again, that's why I was thinking that one of the things could be attributed to this too is just poor trading. They lost a lot of tank crews over the last year, and it could be a situation that you've got poorly trained replacements going into these tanks. Again, I'm just spitballing here, but just as a practical matter, the lack of training these people, that okay, if the internal the vehicle's internal systems are on fire or whatever, it makes it understandable just to open the hatch and get out as fast as you can in case the ammunition cooks off. But as you say, if there's no demonstrable damage and they just bail because they've lost their track, that strikes me as, again, is it a lack of ARVs? Is it a concern that they're going to be shot up once they get outside the tank, so they just want to take off as quickly as possible? Tied to that, to poor trading. Take your pick, I guess.
I want to ask this question of Darrow, because he used to repair tanks and armored vehicles. Darrow, what kind of ways of broken, immobile, could a tank be without there being anything visibly wrong with it on the outset? And I'm especially thinking, a lot of Ukrainians that liberated Eastern Kharkiv Oblast were saying, look, there were all of these broken down tanks and SPGs lying around with broken engines, broken transmissions. Could these just be breaking in the field so routinely that we see abandoned tanks all over the place? Could that be it, Darryl?
That could exactly be that. Or you're getting I'm not sure about how their engines are set toward the cab. As far as the cab and the engine compartments, how separated they are. But if you're getting a lot of exhaust leaks, and they're getting into the cab, up into the turret, that could explain some of your turrets being open. They're getting carbon monoxide inside. That's one thing. The second thing could be the fact that these vehicles have sat so long, and you get things that are going bad. The transmissions could be slipping. They are starting to have issues staying in gear, things like that. Or you could be getting a situation where the engine is starting to they're not getting enough power because, say, if they're smoking a lot, you got a lot of bad rings. They are not getting the power out of it that they want to get out of it. Or you got between the engine and transmission, they're not locking. They're not getting a good mate. They're not locking up because of clutches worn out. Because they've been set up so long, they dry out. Those discs dry, and eventually they get glazed over if they get hot again, and they may just crumble, depending on what type of clutches that they're using in those things. The other issue is you have crews that have been in that situation before. They see the setup, they don't want to die. They talk about, well, we were going to, this is how we did before. We were in this same situation. All of a sudden, the man pads just took us out one by one. They just lined us up. They could be seeing that type of situation all over if you got crews that have been there before. They're just getting gun shy going across these fields like that. The other thing, no will. They just do not have the will to want to fight. They're cold. Those vehicles are not necessarily, warm. You button it up, then you're starting to have issues with the exhaust partially. There's different things in that situation that could happen. And so those are the things what I would be looking for. How bad, when the Ukrainians get to it, what did they find it? Then you'll know for sure why they did it. But just on speculation, that's what I would be saying.
Gani.
Yeah, I don't know if Bearded Brett is listening as well, because obviously he was clearly a tanker. But I just see loads of really weird stuff like that. I'll have to dig out that photo, but I'm just looking back on it. The mine roller wagon looks to have hit a mine, and then everyone drove round it. Perfectly sensible, really, isn't it? Because if a tank leading the column runs onto a mine, what's your first inclination? Drive round it and carry on driving, I suppose. Also, as a
bad command, you got a bad commander telling them to go around it.
Well, yeah, because logic suggests, well, he's hit the mine, so there can't possibly be any more, can there? Which is what they did. But then they got ambush less, so they had contact left. They didn't. Nobody turned the tank towards the ambush. They simply sat side on, traversed the turrets left, and of course, the best bit of armor on a tank is usually on the front. So I'm not a tanker, but if someone was shooting at me from the left, I'd probably point my nose at where I'm being shot at. But they just kind of pointed their turrets that way. Then all the hatches opened and everyone left. And even we're not seeing, and this is really nerdy stuff, so I apologize if this is boring for the vast majority of people. Normally, Russian tanks have a heavy machine gun, like a 14.5 mounted on the turret. Usually you can fire that from the inside. Not seeing them an awful lot either. Now, either the crews are bailing out and they're carrying the 14.5 with them, which I doubt very much, or the Russians simply aren't even bothering to put this heavy machine gun on the roof. And that's a bit of a weird thing to do as well, because we've seen them being ambushed from tree lines and things like that. That's kind of one of the guns you want, I think, you know, because you can just hose down a tree line roughly where you think the ambush is and at least put some suppressive fire down. And they don't even seem to be mounting them on a lot of tanks. I don't know if that's because there's an additional bit of kit on the turret roof that they're fitting, or maybe it's the ERA blocks that they're putting on the turret roof, maybe, and that's inhibiting it. But we're just seeing lots of really weird
Yeah,
things.
they could have sold off. They could have been sold off.
So you don't think it was standard fit then on a lot of their tanks, and it was just there for show?
It probably was at one point in time, but they were sold off while they were sitting in the warehouse. Because some of those things now, in our situation, those guns would not be mounted up. At least the barrel, you know, the frame of the gun may be there, but the barrels may have been put away for, you know, preservation. If their guns were there, they probably got sold off to somebody, some jihadi that wanted a gun. They needed a grease gun. They got them a grease gun.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean that's a theory. I haven't seen any on these modified T-62s that they're pushing out. They seem to have taken some of the old applique armor. It used to be called BDD, I think. It was steel and polyurethane or something like that. They're taking that off. They're having a sort of cram T80 gun sights onto the vehicles. So I think they're having to cut new holes in the turrets. I mean, on the face of it, these T-62s look quite wary and quite nice and stuff. But the slat armor, again, I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? The slat armor's got huge gaps in it. So you could put an RPG round through the slat armor if you were lucky. And the slat armor doesn't look particularly robust. It looks like thin, almost pressed steel or something that they're putting in. So yeah, the armor's just, yeah, really, really weird stuff. Even to a novice like me, it's just seeing some real desperate attempts to up armor vehicles, and not the kind of stuff that I would expect to see. Like Challengers used to get the big boxes of armor on the side to protect the upper running gear, that kind of thing, and the panniers and all that kind of thing. They seem wedded to this blocks of ERA, and I just fuck knows why. It's just bizarre.
Did somebody call for a tanker?
Yes, we did. Please go ahead.
It rhymes. It rhymes with that, mate.
Absolutely. Jolly Jack Tar. So, it's been interesting to observe there seems to be no form of SOP, standing operating procedure, how crews are reacting to contact, and what to do in the event of being immobilized. To me, this just smacks of inadequately trained crews, tactical appreciation, and how the hell to get out of Dodge if you're in trouble. There might be a case where these poorly trained crews are told, go forward. If you get hit, get yourself back, we'll give you something else. So that might play into the equation as well. But their actions on just smacks to me of really poor training, expertise, skill, and experience.
You know, one of the things that we would do is, you know, we carry cables. If the tank in front of you gets disabled, you could actually go up, put your cable on. He has his one cable, and you just pull back. You don't necessarily have to steer with it. You could actually just pull, you know, use the same track ruts that you're in and pull that lead vehicle right back out.
And that's a very good point. That's a great point. Troop level recovery.
Daryl?
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Cables,
I'm just saying,
recovery.
we keep cables on board. One single each tank keeps a single cable on board. That way, if you need to recover or you need to pull one, just take your one cable, make an X on the toe on the little toe pieces, and he has his one, and you make a little X with the cables, and you just pull straight, and it will pull. Each tank will be able to, between two tanks, they can pull each other out of a situation, especially in a minefield like that. Everybody just pulls right straight back in the same tank truck ruts, so that nobody gets outside. But you can save that lead vehicle if it's not FUBAR.
Absolutely. I haven't seen much evidence of these Russian vehicles actually having their own crew recovery or troop recovery vehicles, such as tow bars or chains or kinetic energy tow ropes, which we all might have been used to in the past.
So, Bearded Bray, question for you. One of these sort of hand grenade sized or small mortar shells that are often dropped by drones, how much of a mess does that make of the insides of the tank? And does it make the tank, useless forever and ever, and therefore disabling the Russians from recovering it in a useful state?
Well, I guess it's like putting a grenade inside a kettle, really. You're going to have
but even if the turret doesn't fall off, even fly off,
it's not. The crew obviously are going to be lacerated, as well as the shock and everything else of the explosion. But in regards to cabling, depends if the cables are screened or armored, or they're under some form of protective covering. Ripping the electrics out of an armored vehicle through shrapnel and the like is a real bugger to repair. When cables have been cut and damaged, and that just turns the vehicle inoperable until such times you can get some basic fighting systems up and running. A successful detonation inside an armored vehicle is going to create no end of damage, which is going to take forever and a day to actually figure out what's wrong with it if you can recover it.
Daryl, does that sound about right? It's a very, very limited utility of anything that's left.
Yeah, it sounds exactly like what all of the electronics in it, and the base is basically it's useless. Your optics are FUBAR. I think their expectation is that they want to kill the crew and maybe cook it off. But even if they didn't do that, the damage is excessive enough to where they're not going to move the tank. It's going to do enough damage in the turret.
And also it creates another problem which somebody has to deal with or ignore. And that just compounds the issues they're having to deal with while trying to push forward.
Gary?
Yeah, I think a good indicator of how much Russian kit is being, particularly tanks, is being abandoned is the way the Ukrainians are capturing T-62s, and they're not modifying them. They're not putting them through a lengthy upgrade, or certainly not all of them a lengthy upgrade. What they're doing is they're pulling the turret and the turret basket out, and they're turning them into tractors. That will save what do you reckon, Daryl? Bearded, maybe 10 tons if you take the turret basket, all the ammunition out.
I would say you got about 20, depending on the vehicle. Yeah, about 10 to 15 at least, because you got armor on the turret.
So you've actually got a fairly decent prime mover there, haven't you? And the beauty of that is, of course, because Russian tanks all come with a tow hook. If you're not using it for tank recovery, as long as you stick like a rough armored shelter over it, you can use it for moving M777s, all sorts of kit, can't you? You can just use it as a prime mover. So that's
you can also by removing the turret, you can weld a mortar base plate, and and the like, and you can use it as a mobile support platform if need be, besides just towing.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was really. I did think maybe they'd kangaroo Sherman them. For people who don't know, what the British Army did in World War II was took the turrets off Shermans, and then put an improvised crew compartment in there, and then you had like your first sort of proto heavily armored personnel carrier. I think that's probably a little bit too much at the moment. Certainly the Israelis have done it. They've taken ex-Russian tanks or ex-British Centurions, and they've stuck a big armored crew compartment over it and turned it into a super heavy infantry fighting vehicle, or at least an armored personnel vehicle. But it looks like the Ukrainians are just taking T-62s, taking the turret basket out and turning it into an armored recovery vehicle, which says to me that there's a lot of stuff probably that they can recover.
The only thing is they would have to really, they may have to put some weighted plates in there to simulate the turret, because you really can't pull a heavy piece with a lighter piece in that situation. So they'll probably have to weld lead plates in the base where the turret was. But like Bearded was saying, it could make a very good mortar platform. It will sit a lot higher off the ground without that turret as well. When those torsion springs don't have the weight, that tank will sit a lot higher. So it's going to have a higher profile on it anyway. But yeah, a mortar plate, anti-aircraft gun, even a Miklik.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Lime Juicer, question?
Yes. I have a question concerning the Reaper drone. But first, I would say, as a conscript driving a tank, running into a mine, I would just leave the tank, leave the hatch open, so the Ukraine army with drones can destroy it. So I can tell my commander my tank was completely destroyed. I had to run. Maybe that's the logic behind it. Or if I leave the tank as bait, the hunting drone won't hunt me. It's hunting the tank. It's wasting its small grenades on the tank to destroy the tank, not me. That for me would be a reason to leave the tank with an open hatch. And concerning the Reaper, what is the Reaper doing in the Black Sea? For the past year, we saw 4011 or 4012 Global Hawk drones in the Black Sea. The Reaper is an attack drone. It's not a surveillance drone. It doesn't have the long-range capabilities of a surveillance drone. So something else is going on.
No, that's not true. We've seen the Reaper many times before, and it has been in the region for good reason, because it has to be armed. And you typically go hunting with a Reaper and has a specific quality in identifying targets. So that's not true.
But the US
Simple.
Air Force? But the US Air Force is not hunting targets, isn't it?
I'm just, we've done this many times around Snake Island beforehand, and the defense, it projects power. The Reaper drone projects power, and we're allowed to do it. Freedom of aviation, mate.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I'm just wondering, because I've only heard about 4011 and 4012.
No, you've heard it here before in the space. If you listened to us since March last year, which I think you did from some time ago, you will have heard Gunny and myself talking about it around the early days of Snake Island, and then during summer again as well. It's not the first time at all.
Proven. Because
I just said so, yes. You can trust me or you can leave it.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
seriously, we
what?
follow this very meticulously here.
Okay.
Gunny?
Yes, sorry, I'm being bullied there into getting off the phone and putting whiskey reviews on. Yeah, just reference to MQ9. I've seen photos of them carrying limp packages, so It wouldn't have been flying around with nothing on the hard points. I'll bet you it's carrying some kind of intelligence kit. I think I've seen certainly something that looks like an electronic warfare pod on one wing. So that's what it would have been doing, I think. And just reference the smoke thing. That's a really good point, actually. It was standard sort of 1940 tactics in the British Army to use phosphorus smoke bombs to chuck them at German tanks had they come across the channel. Because, of course, unless you got an NBC pack, a nuclear biological chemical pack on the vehicle that's up and running, you draw smoke in. There have been various instances where the smoke grenades on vehicles have been hit on the turret sides and the fumes have been pulled in and the crews have had to bail out. So, I don't know. Did the Ukrainians see a gaggle of tanks and then start dropping smoke rounds on them? And the crews just can't hack it, bail out and leg it? Probably unlikely, but I don't know what anyone else thinks, but certainly it's doable. And if they don't have an NBC pack on board and they're not closed down, you're going to get an awful lot of thick white smoke coming in and you are not going to be able to sit in that wagon. You're going to need to get out really quickly. So, yeah, possibility.
Darryl, what do you reckon?
That is a wonderful idea. Yeah, I mean, you smoke them out, they got to come out of there. There's no filtration system on inside the tank itself. You're gonna have to, either don masks, which I'm pretty sure that their masks are not necessarily in the best shape, or if they even carry them, because usually if they're carrying them, we're suspecting they're getting ready to do something nasty. So, in light of not seeing any masks, they're not, everything is fair game as far as smoking them out. One of the other things that I was going to ask you, you guys said they've been using these as recce vehicles, right? Have you seen any cranes on them? Because they could be used for for cranes if they're trying to build bridges and things of that nature. Those vehicles would be great to pull bridges, certain pontoons or lift off pontoons if necessary. So that's another, use for those old hulls is having cranes on board.
I don't think I have, but that sounds like a good solution, good use of things.
It's already got a turret ring. All you'd have to do is set a piece on, use the same gear, and they could use it for a multitude of things, especially in the recovery area.
I think we now have to rename the title of that film to Trains, Planes, Cranes, and Automobiles.
Yeah, I mean, hey, think about this, Axel. Put a big winch in one, and then you get a team to get across a river, and now you have an anchor. You have an anchor that you can use to ferry stuff across a river. Using that tank as the anchor, and and it's stringing out the cable for all kinds of things.
Yeah, I get the concept, absolutely.
A tension bridge.
Yet another thing that the Dutch Minister of Defense announced today will be being given to the to the Ukrainians from the Netherlands. I mean, better bridges than mountain climbing equipment, right?
Yeah, they don't have any mountains.
Oh, yes, we do. But if you see it, you would call it a hill.
The highest elevation in Frisia is 9.60 meters, and it's a Buitendiek. It is the dike which saves the land from the high seas.
En de Hondsrug?
Well, the highest, but the highest part in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, of course, is well, not in Europe.
Oh my God!
Yep, it's I forget on which island, but it's on one of the islands of in the Netherlands, Antilles, off in the Caribbean. It's about 3 times as high up as the tallest point in the Netherlands, which is actually 1/3 in Belgium and 1/3 in Germany. So only 1/3 of the tallest point of the Netherlands is actually in the Netherlands. Right. I think we are getting Malcolm up and
Is it Montserrat?
No, that's French. It's like Curaçao or Saba or one of those.
It's in Valkenburg, Daryl. Valsenberg.
No, that's not in the kingdom of that's on the continent. But I think Dara was asking about the tallest overall in the kingdom of the Netherlands, and that's in the Antilles. Well, actually, no, it's one of the special municipalities, right? So it's actually in the country of the Netherlands as well as the kingdom of the Netherlands. So it's yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. We have Malcolm now with us. We can talk about serious things instead of highest points of low countries. And the title is appropriately adjusted already. So just feel free to share and retweet the space, everyone. Tell everyone that Malcolm's with us, almost with us, still connecting.
Good afternoon, Malcolm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Always glad to be here on the MriyaReport.
Always glad to have you. Now, what have you brought us today?
Well, today I see you got a good following today, and that's good because I wanted to have a discussion first, not only about what's going on in the central area of operations in the region around Bakhmut, Sloviansk, Kramatorsk. There's been a lot of reporting going on, but in particular, for those of you who haven't seen it, there's an article in the Washington Post today, which was done by 3 journalists, one apparently a Ukrainian stringer translator, and 2 other Post journalists, which had an interesting discussion about the Ukrainian army. And as you guys know, if you've been here on the report, you really understand the minutia of a lot that's happening. I mean, between Chuck Farr's maps and great detail like that. But a lot of the people here are participants in this war, were participants in this war, like myself, and we watch this not on a day-to-day basis, on a minute-to-minute basis. And trust me, I get up at 4 every morning. That's 3 pre daylight savings time, and I'm in immediate contact with Ukraine before when I wake up, and then when I go to bed, I'm in contact with Ukraine, and throughout the day, that's pretty much what I'm doing. But there was a Washington Post article today that really, tried to say that the Ukrainian army was essentially a hollowed out force, which was lacking personnel with skill. The actual title is Ukraine Short of Skilled Troops and Ammunition as losses and pessimism grows. And if you hadn't read the article, it's going to be eye opening to you because you know when you're listening to our report, you're reading Twitter, you're seeing these things, and you're watching the news. You get a good feel of the intensity of action that's going on in the places where principal combat's happening, and that right now is in Bakhmut area with the PMC Wagner, Russia's mercenaries surrounding the Ukrainian forces down in the city of Bakhmut, and this Russian winter offensive, which by any measure has been a disaster. I mean, I don't care if Russia takes Bakhmut. The Ukrainians have invested a lot of resources to it, but we've seen this before. Many of you might remember the city of Severodonetsk, where the exact same strategy took place, where the Russians threw everything that they had at it. And by mid-July, early August, when the Ukrainians withdrew from Severodonetsk in the city of Lysychansk, and the Russians were putting all of their hopes on a breakthrough in the central front, of Donbass, on southern Luhansk and northern Donbass, Donetsk. That what it turned out to be was more than a Pyrrhic victory. Okay, it was almost greater than a disaster. They had lost, and I'm going to quote President Zelensky on this. They had lost tens of thousands of troops, hundreds upon hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles to take a small city of a few thousand, which Ukraine is going to take back. And then within a month of that quote unquote Russian victory, Ukrainian forces blitzed from the north, literally collapsed that entire pocket, took back 6 major cities and hundreds upon hundreds of villages in the Kharkiv counteroffensive, and threw Russia completely back to its original line of attack when they came out of Luhansk at the invasion. And then, while the Russians were dealing with that, thinking that that was a disaster, the Ukrainians counterattacked again in Kherson province and took back, half of Kherson, everything west of the Dnipro River, including the city of Kherson, which was supposed to be the jewel of their southern Russian occupation. So, why am I bringing this up? Because I've spent an enormous amount of time in the Ukrainian forces. I spent 10 months in the Ukrainian forces. And if there's anything that I saw, I worked for Directorate of Defense Intelligence, GUR, for my first few months. Then I went to 1st Battalion Legion, then 3rd Battalion Legion. Now there's a 2nd Battalion that's forming. And I worked with multiple commands on multiple fronts, especially at the intelligence level. And the one thing that I did not see was what the Washington Post asserts, and that is that the Ukrainian forces are so degraded, and that's what the line they have in there. It has been degraded by a year of casualties that have taken many of the most experienced fighters off the battlefield, leading some Ukrainian officials to question Kiev's readiness to mount a much anticipated spring offensive. And what they did was they used statistics in this article that made it appear that Ukraine had just as many casualties as the Russians did. And which, in this article, they say Ukraine took 120,000 killed or wounded, and Russia has, compared to Russia, with about 200,000. Now, anybody that follows this report knows that that's crazy. Let me use an intelligence community term. That's kooky talk, right? And I want to talk about that, and I want to answer some of your questions about that, because I've been watching the casualty reports as given by the Ukrainian government with interest over the last year. I've been around some of the areas where there were intense combat, and there's some sectors which have higher casualties than most other sectors, right? So that's just the ebb and flow of combat, depending on the intent of the theater commander, where he wants to, where he has to defend, where he chooses to defend, where he chooses to make offense. And so, how did they come to the number 120,000 as opposed to the 200,000 of the Americans? And I think I'm going to start there. I'll stop yakking for a minute so that you guys can get your questions in order, and then I'll address that.
No worries, Malcolm. We've been already trying to dissect this, but then again, we just shouldered it as very, very bad reporting, very tendentious reporting by people such as Siobhan O'Grady, who is still listed as the expert for Central Eastern Africa and based in Cairo. Don't forget, and writing now in Kharkiv. I don't know what her capabilities are as a staff writer, 31 years of age as she is. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
both you and I would probably be very impressed with extremely intelligent, very versatile, language capable people who've been conflict reporters who are 31 years of age. And there are a few, we know some,
yeah,
like,
there's a couple.
for example, Guillaume Patak, who speak Russian, Ukrainian, French, English, and the likes, and all that kind of jazz. But hey, that's not quite it, right? If you just are dropped
Right.
in there from Cairo. I don't want to derogate her, but evidently that ain't good reported.
Well, you know, the New York Times did this with the advent of ISIS, right? And you know, no, I won't mention her name, but you know, they pulled a journalist out of their travel section and made her the world's expert on ISIS, right? At a time that I had written 3 books, including a Times bestseller about ISIS. And there is this effect. Trust me, I was with MSNBC television for 7 years. I was the terrorism, intelligence, and counterterrorism analyst for MSNBC. And I handle a lot of other subjects, you know, from torture and things like that. Anything that came across my wheelhouse, submarine operations, you know, right up to surviving. You know, when the Moskva got sunk, I survived an anti-ship missile attack. So, you know, and hit a mine. So I had a little experience in those areas. But when you get these reporters on a war like this, what tends to happen is what you said. She is listed as their East Africa expert. And what they will do is they will rotate people into that area of operations at 2 months, 3 months at a time to give the experienced writers, like, you know, the one who was the most experienced writer that they had there for a while was a really renowned female journalist who was an expert on terrorism, but she had like 40 years of experience, right? She's not going to write any crazy stories. So what I also thought, and I'm glad you guys had been discussing this all day, what I also thought was interesting was that it appeared to me that one of the things that let me rephrase, let me step back. One thing that I had learned recently, a good friend of mine is a writer for Newsweek. And when I gave him said, hey, let's have a discussion about this guy who was in my battalion, who left Ukraine, broke his contract, and then went to Moscow and started claiming all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And he goes, no one's interested in the United States about these stories. We can't get anybody interested in these stories. Unless somebody's killed or something like that, we're just not going to have any interest. And I said, okay, but you know what would get people's interest is at a time that we have the entire right-wing extremist part of the Republican Party, including now 2 presidential candidates or nominal presidential candidates, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, both saying they would defund this whole thing. And Trump was saying just straight up that he had intended to give Ukraine to Russia, you know, or give parts of Ukraine to Russia. So, you know, when you see this, and then you get these themes, as somebody had mentioned on Twitter, that there seems to be a lot of doom and gloom articles about the Ukrainian army, right? Their capability. And that's what struck me about this article, because it comes up with some very funky numbers. And here's the number I'm gonna talk about, because I tweeted about this. And as you guys know, I'm 3rd Battalion Legion, right, which is their special operations force. I am considered on extended leave. right? Even though I'm back in the States helping with fundraising, anything. And I'm now operating at the statecraft level. I'm doing things which are happening at the Secretary of Defense and Minister of Defense and President Zelensky level. That's where I can help best the entirety of the Ukrainian forces. So that being said, when I see an article like this, which is now being discussed on MSNBC, I saw 3 reports today alone where they brought in experts, including my friend Colonel Jack Jacobs of the Medal of Honor Society. Then I start getting concerned because the gist of the article was the Ukrainian army was a skeletonized force with no combat experience left. And essentially the same theme that we've been saying about the Russian army, which was, and this is a fact, the Russians have no army of skill left because we killed them all, right? The army they attacked with is dead. I would say at least 75% of that army is literally dead because we know we can count the tanks that came in the main offensive, right? Horoscope alone has counted over 3,500 dead, burned out hulk of tanks. And most crews do not survive. These are not Western tanks. If one guy gets out, he's going to be like the flaming man of Vuhedar, right? He's going to run out with diesel, with fuel all over him on fire. And the rest are going to be in every tank that I looked in Ukraine. Every tank, there were carbonized human remains in there, or it's what we call crispy critters. I can tell you personally that the Ukrainian wounded to killed ratio is nothing compared to the Russians. All right, I've seen hundreds upon hundreds of Russian dead bodies. All right, and I've been to
This is also what makes the number, the 120, so
yeah.
Insidious, because even if that number were true, which it evidently isn't, given the fact that the numbers which have been rumored, even by the Ukrainian armed forces on their conservative side, are different and lower. But this would have to include both wounded and killed.
She said that later in the article that a German source. Now I want to point out to you, a German source said it was 120,000. The Ukrainians won't tell them because they can't trust the Germans. Yeah, because we just found the BND, Russia's national intelligence agency, their version of CIA, had a Russian spy, I'm not Russian, Germany, but had a Russian paid agent in there who, when he was arrested, confessed that the Russians were offering him 100,000 euros for the location of the HIMAR launch platforms, the most devastating thing in our inventory. And of course the Russians are ready to throw. The KGB and FSB were notoriously cheap organizations, right? Like even my man, John McIntyre, aka Johnny Alabama, is in Russia getting drunk and lying for free vodka right now. So the Russians, to offer 100,000 euros, things have got to be bad. Right? Things have
And
got to be
the
bad.
guy, you're absolutely right. And the guy who wrote about, by the way, and also quoted in the article of the Washington Post is, of course, Suat Mechenet, who is based in Munich. Now, in Munich, who is based in Munich as well as in Berlin?
Mm-hmm.
The people from Pullach,
Yeah.
BND.
Right.
So now you know who may or may not have been his, say, hosting source. So that ain't helping, and that ain't worth anything. Because on the other hand, in the article, Siobhan goes as far as highlighting that, or maybe it is her colleague, the Washington Post station chief, Ms. Kudunyan, or maybe it is also a compatriot, Mr. Stan, who has written about it. I do not know. We cannot attribute the individual sentence, albeit that the writing style is eerily familiar.
Sure.
They talk, of course, about yet again that they have asked Andriy Yermak, and wait let me get the exact quote. He couldn't deny it. It is so interesting that they always find a negative in the moment when there is no real quote. They go as far as saying, Andriy Yermak, head of Ukraine's presidential office, said the state of the Ukrainian force does not diminish his optimism about a coming counteroffensive, because he doesn't have a worry about the state of the force. But in
Right.
the paragraph beforehand, they make up this narrative that everything is difficult, and
Look,
even quote a U.S. official.
Let me be frank
Please.
about some things. Yeah, it's difficult. Okay, you're talking now. The Ukrainian force is somewhere in the 700,000 range. They are constantly recruiting people. The one thing I found fascinating about that report was them saying that young men were now hiding away from the draft. And that made me think, have you ever been to Ukraine? Okay, we've got guys. My logistics guy, young guy named Danny from Lviv, volunteered to take over as a civilian volunteer the logistics of a special forces battalion, right? Which means bringing us food, sandwiches, batteries, and energy drinks right out to the front edge of the battle area. He could not get into the armed forces because of a medical condition, and he begged us for that job. And he has been at that job for 4 months. He is the lifeblood of that battalion. And for them to go, guys are hiding from the war. You might have found the one guy, right? Or the artist. But every other Ukrainian I met wants to get into the war. I've got a guy who, he was a friend of mine. I worked with him for my first 3 months. He could not be allowed into the armed forces or into even working with me in the intelligence community because his mother and father are in a city behind Russian lines. And they have a standing policy that if your family is behind Russian lines, they cannot involve you in this war. They took generals offline and semi-retired them, because you're open to straight up blackmail. They'll just take your mom, take your dad, call you, start torturing them, and you'll start saying anything they want. So, yeah, there's a lot, but Ukraine has 42 million people, right? Which means every year some crazy number, and I'm sure somebody will look this up for us. How many of those men turn 18? I can tell you right now, Ukraine has not fully mobilized. They're mobilized. I've been to Yavoriv. I've been to their other places where, they're major training centers. There are men in constant training. But here's the difference between Russia and Ukraine. This is the bottom line of what Malcolm wants to say this hour. When you're wounded, they pull you off the line until you are healed plus 2 weeks, right? My battalion, my platoon, right after I left, went to a very hard section of the line. Everybody within the first 3 months was wounded once. Everybody, that's 20 men. We have at least 3 or 4 guys who've been wounded twice. We have one guy who's been wounded 3 times. But they're all small splinter wounds, shrapnel wounds, small things that they just take it out, give you 2 stitches, like, the way Sarah Aston Creel was wounded in the head from shrapnel, right? And in the face. You're off the line. They pull you. You're not allowed to be on duty. You now become a statistic for wounding. But if you're wounded again, you are another statistic for wounded. If you're wounded a 3rd time, you're another statistic for wounded. So how do you get to 120,000? I actually think that number's probably accurate. It's as accurate as this. The last known number that was estimated was 14,000 in December. I think with the intensity of combat, the ratio of casualties that has to happen in defeating an offensive like Bakhmut, that number was probably at 17,000 now. That's a realistic number. If you use the Ministry of Defense's own numbers and you extrapolate up. But 17,000 with 8 wounded to each one comes to about 120,000. But those 8 guys that are wounded could be 4 guys that are wounded twice. You see what I'm saying? And that wound gets reported over and over again. That article made it seem like every person who was wounded did not return to combat. And in Ukraine, the difference between the 160,000 number the Ukrainians are reported as dead Russians are because their wounded do not survive. Whereas the Ukrainians pull your happy ass off for the slightest thing and then put you in convalescence and then report that up. So if it's 120,000 wounded and killed, I'm telling you, that means the Ukrainians are taking very low numbers of wounded, because in this war, multiple wounds or minor wounds are extremely common. Copy?
100%.
You know, so 120 in this war, if I subtract the, you know, the 17,000 that I suspect are, you know, are actually killed in action, that leaves us with 103,000 people who are wounded. But if, let's say, it's 1.5 wounds per, you know, per man, then that means 68,000 guys actually took a hit. And if the ratio of return from that, right, 68,000, I got a calculator here. Let's do the math, right? Let's say 20% of them are combat ineffective, lost limbs, lost arms, and that's a pretty high ratio. Minus 20%, that would be 13,600 critically wounded off the battlefield. Cannot return to the battlefield. That still leaves you 54,400 men who within this year could have come back into the fight. Shit, they were coming back into the fight within a month in my battalion, and they were forced to stay off the line. We had twice my platoon alone. It got so bad that my battalion commander was like, "Can you come back?" And we got down to 4 combat effective guys and 16 wounded guys. But those 16 wounded were the only reason they weren't on the battlefield was Ukrainian medical laws, or their medical system gives them 2 weeks convalescent. And most guys would start it and come right back to the battalion, you know, and get back on the line. So, you know, I those numbers are ridiculous. But 200,000 Russian, I don't believe that number at all. I think that the number is more like 400,000 Russian. Because if we're going to assume, you know, somebody put it on Twitter, Napoleonic numbers for the Russians, 1 to 1, 1 wounded survivor for every man that's killed. Well, that means that 160,000 times 2. That's the number of wounded men that you have, right? And if we're going to use Ukraine's ratio, which was 7 or 8 to 1, right? And well, you know, the Russians aren't putting people back. You know, these guys are getting wounded or not coming back. They're just not surviving. So, you know, I think that these numbers in the Washington Post look ridiculous on the face of that. Because if you're just not even asking people, you're just getting numbers and you're like, my impression was they wanted to make the Ukrainian number look almost at parity with the Russian number. But they're 2 entirely different numbers. Even if I use the 17,000, that means that the Ukrainian killed to wounded, the Russian number is 10, or let's go easier on the Russians, 9.5 to 1. I mean, that's a killing goddamn machine. If I'm killing 10 for every one of ours that's a loss, that's disastrous on any level. And that's the number I suspect between you, me, and the Defense Post and everybody listening, the editors just find that a boring story, that the Russians are getting mowed down by the thousands. You know, I mean, I saw the other day, the Ukrainians reported a plus 910 men killed ratio, you know, on their combat across the entire line. And you know, most of that's in the central area. But I also suspect that Ukrainians killing boatloads of Russians is a boring story, as opposed to you coming up and writing a story that we got a brigade commander on record who is saying he has. Now, I thought this was fascinating. he had no combat experienced men. Well, who's been fighting this whole last year? Did his entire brigade get wiped out? My brigade that I was attached to, 92nd Brigade, was constantly getting men replaced. My battalion, 64 guys, plussed up to 80 plus guys. Within 30 days, they were pulling 10, 15 major combat missions, right? And at the end of 10 combat missions, you are a experienced killer or soldier. Either you're fighting or you're not fighting. And I would be interested in hearing Chuck Barr's interpretation of this, because they made it seem like these guys that were coming online were worthless. And I've watched these guys at Yavoriv. There's an urban warfare center there. I trained my guys at that facility. I watched the Ukrainians one day. They throw down, man. They teach those guys to put bullets downrange, to hose everything. I was really impressed with their level of training. They were wearing Miles gear and shooting the F out of that entire facility and flowing through it like the U.S. Army was there, right? Bringing tanks up and BMPs up to support. And I thought, yeah, well, a lot of these guys are reservists too. But you know what? They were there kicking butt and taking names. So who are these guys that are coming up to this guy's regiment with no experience, no training? That sounds more like territorial defense unit volunteers, not Ukrainian army soldiers that would be attached to the 46th Air Assault Brigade.
Let me just add two more things, Malcolm.
Mhm.
One thing, just to round off the previous comment, revert back to Siobhan O'Grady and the gloom and doom, which we discussed at the very beginning.
Mhm.
4 days ago, this is prior to this article, 4 days ago,
Mhm.
Miss O'Grady, in her wisdom, comes out with the tweet, and I quote, "After a year of war, Ukrainian troops told us they have nightmares, guilt, anxiety, and panic attacks. Some have attempted suicide, others have lost friends to it.
Are you
This
kidding?
poses another challenge for Ukraine at a critical moment." This is what she writes. And
What?
she copies her. Yes, that's what Siobhan writes 4 days ago. Are you surprised about the tone of the article from last night?
Well, that is just utterly. Okay, wait. Is she trying to say that men who go to war have PTSD? I mean, I've only been at this game for almost 40 years, okay? And I can tell you the first moment I had PTSD and nightmares. It's a war. There are children who have to live in bomb shelters who have the exact same thing. It's a country that is beleaguered. I mean, did she just, this is what happens when you parachute media replacements in. They go someplace they've never been before. And they're just like, well, I talked to a soldier down at Veterano Pizza, of which there are many Veterano pizzas, and please go to them when you're in Kyiv. The one down near Maidan is awesome. You go to Veterano Pizza and you talk to guys who are off the line. Yeah, guess what you're going to get? This. Okay? But let me tell you something. You're not going to get that at the level of intensity that the Russians have it. Okay? These guys are fighting for their families and their existence. Do they experience post traumatic stress disorder? Why, yes, they do. I did too, and it hit
It's
me
war.
hard when I was 26 years old, 8 years after my first major combat action. It takes time to learn what it is and cope with it and understand, just precisely, um, how it's all done. So, but it's also the sign of a journalist that is looking for a story. What she should have said was, here would have been a really good story. Like all warriors, right? The Ukrainian army is facing up to something the United States has dealt with for centuries, which is a state of full scale war, like Vietnam veterans or Gulf War veterans or, Iraq, Afghanistan, ISIS veterans. They are now being bloodied in the same way. Well, really? Because I'll tell you, I was in Iraq and artillery and mortars were few and far between. It was IEDs, right? But Ukraine, holy cow, artillery, we had to make a game out of it to get our heads through that, right? So, because it's real steel flying at you, right? When they pop a 152 millimeter shell at you, that is 150 kilograms of rolled steel that is about to turn into a circular ball of spall and will shred right through you, and it gives you big shaky, shuddery, loud, clappy sounds. So this is something that it's an order. I talked to these guys when I was in Poland, these 82nd Airborne guys, and I was like, this is the Ardennes Forest in 1942. If you want to know what the fighting's like, go watch Band of Brothers. Don't watch any modern movie. Iraq, Afghanistan, none of them. Don't do that. We don't even fight like that. We don't stack up anymore. All right, on these doors. We have huge separation between guys now. We learned that mistake in the Kupiansk offensive. We lost 14 guys, thinking that we were fighting, thinking that they were fighting in Fallujah. Well, the Russians look for that. So that being said, yeah, that's just a good example of someone who has either never been around a war. I mean, this would have been a good story for Phil Ittner, who has been, I'm sure he's been on MriyaReport, speaks Russian, lived in Russia, speaks Ukrainian now, lives in downtown Kyiv, was with CBS in the first Gulf War, was with them when their journalists were killed when they were accidentally attacked by the Americans, and just all these things. And, a seasoned war correspondent, right? But this is like, oh, I need a funny story, or not a funny story, but I need a story. And the Ukrainians now have PTSD, and that's going to break their combat ineffectiveness at this critical time. Can somebody tell me when it wasn't a critical time in the last year? This place was being fought for. These lands were being fought for. There have been several of these giant Falaise style pockets, right? And what happens each time? We Rochambeau these guys. For those of you who don't know what Rochambeau is, he was the French general that helped win the battle at Yorktown. But it really means kicking them in the nuts, right? While you're punching them in the face, you Rochambeau that guy, right? And that's essentially the Ukrainian strategy, has been to allow them to smash their heads on an anvil for a few months, lose all their best troops, punch them in the face, take whatever punches they're throwing, and while you're at it, you Rochambeau those guys from another direction.
So the article, but
go on.
Malcolm, I'm completely with you. I like the fact that you brought this up, and it's very good that on this critical day you are here, because I have a few more questions for you.
Sure.
We can actually highlight what the horseshoe is doing to the U.S. media and world media today. But let's start with this. Under this headline, Ukraine short of skilled troops and munitions as losses, pessimism grows. And then at the end of this, we come back, as always, in every one of those articles, and it's whether the New York Times or whether it's the Washington Post, we always have had this. It's always this kind of setup. First comes the hypothesis, then come a couple of things which cannot be disputed. They interviewed Silsky, they interviewed Saluzhny, they interviewed Andriy Yermak, and Budanov. All those statements are in there. They're all correct, but none of these statements are actually dealt with. They then just go, but however, at the front there is gloom. And then it ends after they've even related the critical statement of Michael Kaufman out of context. They end on one of our best friends of all times, because he's such a military expert, Colin Kael.
Yeah.
They end on asked at a recent congressional hearing, you and I remember when this was,
yes,
how much more US aid might be required, Pentagon Policy Chief Colin Kael told House lawmakers that he did not know. We do not know the course or trajectory of the conflict, Carl said.
Really?
It could end up 6 months from now, it could end 2 years from now, 3 years from now. If you have someone who is an academic, and I think the last time when you and everybody else was on, and we had this wonderful all-star team, I think you discussed it as well. When you have an academic who is good in his base and has served on national security staff for whatever kind of reason, has followed even the Vice President Biden's office, and then now follows into the Pentagon. This guy has never fought. This guy has never planned to fight. He has never served in that format. He does not have strategic thinking. He does not understand how men and women at war act, and he does not have all the skills to interpret the data, even if the data is even put in front of him as a meal ready to eat.
Right.
And his meal is probably a 3-course meal with nice candelabra and everything around it.
You know, for any of you who are in, and the funny thing is, I know a lot of people in Congress, and I should maybe pay a visit to the House and have lunch with James Clyburn and say, hey, listen, if you guys ever need an expert to talk on Kuwait, listen to me, on Ukraine, give me a call, okay? Because here's how I will start all of my testimony. Besides the fact that I'll say, hey, not only have I fought these guys, here's a picture of my friend, Dead Zed. Okay, one day I'm going to release this video. And it was as we were doing the offensive through Kupiansk, the East Kupiansk. It took the east side of Kupiansk. And then we're operating 5 to 10 clicks behind Russian lines. There's a dead Russian we used as a milepost. We knew where we were. He was a navigation point, and we called him Dead Zed. And for those of you who remember the movie, it's Pulp Fiction, where Bruce Willis has been released after his traumatic GIMP scene, and he goes back to his girlfriend. He takes somebody's motorcycle, and she says, "Whose motorcycle is this?" And he goes, "This is Zed's." And she goes, "Where's Zed?" And she goes, Zed is dead, baby. Zed is dead. Well, that's what I said every time I walk by a dead Russian, dead Z. And I took video. I go, dead is Zed. Zed is dead, baby. Zed is dead. This is how you understand what's going on the battlefield, right? This is why I laugh at, I have all sorts of airsoft Call of Duty commandos who are like, your uniform's clean, right? I just laugh at them. I got dead bodies everywhere in some of these things. I described it in one of my Substack, the gas station of the damned, where there are dead civilians everywhere. The Russians had shot them all. And, that really colors your thinking about how quickly and how much logistics you need, right? Because I can say this, I humped a 23-year-old, I'm sorry, this story, if this sounds repetitious, it traumatized me in combat. I had a 23-year-old French kid who came into our unit, and he could not carry his 2 cans of belt-fed machine gun ammo. And 61-year-old Malcolm with an M14, his own rockets and gear, had to hump this kid's ammunition. I know how much a can of M113 linked 7.62 by 51 ammo for the M240B. I know how much that weighs. Okay. And I know how much it weighs when I have to carry it 5 freaking kilometers behind Russian lines. So I have an appreciation for how much ammo needs to be brought out. So, as opposed to, because you can see, you get them a congressional inquiry and they're like, yeah, well, you've sent 1.1 million bullets. I would be up there and go, y'all need to quadruple that just for this week. And that's the difference between what I call practitioners and academics. And practitioners, they should always call a practitioner. I'll give them guys who have been out there, and our combat medic will tell you there's a wounded to killed ratio that is much, much, much higher in Ukraine because our wounded survive. They are not killed.
Now, Malcolm, we spoke about communication and lack of communication so many times. I wish from time to time that Patrick Ryder would find a way to convince people like Colin Kael not to go to Congress, but I understand why he's going there. But then, what shall we say? Can't you just take that job and go there and start communicating? I mean, I'm sure that in Congress,
You have to be
there may be a few of my friendly conservatives who may rub shoulders with you because they understand who you are and what's going on. There will be a few strange ones and fringe ones who will probably go completely nuts. But hey, this is war. This needs different communication. You can't take an academic to explain what the perspective on the war is. I'm very sorry, no matter how well he's briefed.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, there is an entire body of professional academics, and I listen to these guys, and they're fun, nice to know. But I got to tell you something, in the even just in the OSINT world, which I'm not the greatest fan of OSINT, but I believe there's a place, a time for it, and there are people who are good at this. If any of you have watched Denis Davidov's day-to-day briefings in Ukraine, that is one of the best day-to-day briefings out there. And I know he uses the heat map from a very commonly used heat map. Chuck Farce. The way that intelligence officers become really good at their job, and we have this saying: you read the read board every day. Okay, that's like 20,000 sheets of paper. But after about a month, you start noticing the patterns. You start understanding what should be coming that's normal and what's abnormal, right? And that's why you've got to listen to the MriyaReport. That's why you've got to go watch Denis Davidov's daily report. When I was too tired or we had done an operation and I couldn't keep up with the daily read board stuff, like we're fighting in Kharkiv and I need to talk about Kherson, I would say, hey, here's Denis Davidov's daily report. Right? Good as anything you're going to get from us, right? Even, you didn't have access to our apps and location data, but it was good enough for government work. So same thing with this. But these guys who are out there, who, the academics, even if they're, groups like Institute for the Study of War, which started as a pretty center right, Bush administration supporting, the objectives of there's chemical weapons in Iraq, reality hits you. And a lot of people who were out there who were testifying are testifying because they're seen to be smarter than the next person. And that's why we I'm a big fan of practitioners. My first book was a practitioner's handbook on counterterrorism. It was not intended for academia. It was intended for people who were going to go shoot terrorists. It still sells, the terrorist recognition handbook. Same thing for defeating ISIS. Same thing for, I'm not going to write a book about Ukraine, but I've already written a How Do They Fight manual, which we hope will come out this year in Ukrainian. John Spencer's Urban Warfare Manual, Practitioners Manual, as opposed to, the academics who will come out and tell you what history has said, as opposed to what is actually occurring.
So we're back to the same old battle as always. On the one hand, we all appreciate the fact that there is civilian control, and we're happy for it. We actually need it, we expect it, and we accept it. But on the other hand, in terms of communication during wartime, sometimes it would be nicer if you just had someone. I mean, I'd take Storm and Norman over every one of these guys all day long.
Yeah, well, but this is a different war, in a different environment. I mean, I took part in Desert Storm, 3 different phases of Desert Storm. I took part in the advanced intelligence planning for Desert Storm. Actually, I love these stories because Chuck Farr loves these. I had some guy come up on Twitter and go, "You were a Navy chief. You would have nothing to do with the planning." And it's like, really? I'm also the Navy chief that had been working against the Iranian mine laying in the Persian Gulf for 2 years. And I was seeing the Iraqis lay thousands of mines, thousands, just watching them. It turned out they had 1 million mines that they had laid on the Kuwait coast, 1 million mines in the Arabian Gulf. And I saw it from minute 1, day 1. There is this thing called experience that cannot be filled by study. And I want people to study our experiences, but let me tell you, I was the mine god on the flagship for the Navy because all I kept going is, that is a mine line. That is a mine line. Well, Chief, I've got this amphibious crap out there. That's a mine line. That's experience, right? And this is where we screw up. You will get people who bring out ideological experts, and they are really there to talk about policy. And policy is great, but if I need to hear anything, I want to hear from the Secretary of Defense or his staff, right? When it comes
Thank
to
you. Thank you very
delivering
much.
hard killing, that's where we need to hear it from. Shooters.
That's my man, exactly. Malcolm, my friend David,
Yeah.
Sapper, Royal Engineer, he and I discussed this earlier, and he mentioned this as well. There is a certain pattern evolving with this article. David, what say you?
Hey, Sapper.
Yeah. Hello there, Malcolm. It's wonderful to hear you again. So I was just saying, the Economist pushed out an article almost the same tone, and they've done a couple of tweets along like this, and I'm
Oh,
just
really?
wondering. Yeah, no, exactly, right. So, and I just wonder if someone somewhere has spent a lot of money to get some papers to push a story.
I tend to think that there are some. I've noticed something with The Economist, by the way, recently, because once again, I'm reading my read board. I look at The Economist every day. I realize that they want to charge me for those articles, and I'm not going to read those articles. But I've noticed those articles have started taking very bitey tones where I want to click them and give them money. And the same thing with this. We're in a battle where now, for the last few days, there's been a lot of talk of counteroffensive. Even Dennis Davidoff had pointed that out. I don't like people telling stuff. Look, I'm an old spy. I do not like seeing plans or even the talk of plans out in the public domain. Right? I like to be surprised, even though I might know it weeks in advance. I prefer, the surprise of watching someone get their ass kicked, and as I say, I like to be delighted by this. But I suspect that, there may be some syndication here or and something I've certainly noticed amongst journalists. I worked in news media for 7 years. They will mimic each other in a heartbeat if it looks like that story is unique. And you'll find another journalist will run out and say, well, I found another battalion commander, or I found this other guy who claims that the Ukrainian army are beat down. Listen, I'm going to tell you something about the Ukrainian army. I've mentioned this on the report before. Many of you know, before I went into the International Legion, I was in Ukraine for a month for the sole purpose of studying how Russia would invade that country, where, with what, and how. And one of the things that the Ukrainian government did was they bought me out with the Ukrainian army. And I got I still have this videotape. I have the full briefing at D-8, or actually Z-8, 8 days before the war, what the Ukrainian army thought and where they were generally deployed. And one thing I learned there, listening to General Syrski and General Pavlyuk, was that army was ready 2 weeks before that invasion. War stocks were broken out. They were just ready to rock. Now, you guys have been on alert for periods of time. Certainly a sapper would know. But that's posture's hard to maintain. This force has been fighting non-stop for a year. This is World War II level combat. Same rotation strategies, same leave policies, except for in Ukraine, you can go to your house, every few months. But if you're on the line, your happy ass is on the line. And they are not losing 120,000 dead and mortally wounded or combat critically wounded. You're not seeing. I saw more stories about amputee U.S. Army soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan than I've seen in Ukraine, mainly because that war produced amputees due to the nature of the explosives. Sapper, you know that, right? Freaking, EFP.
Spent my time trying to make them, right?
Yeah, or EFP IEDs. They cut through your legs like a laser and cauterize your wound on the way through. So Ukraine's not like that. It's shrapnel. It's hard steel. It's World War II level fighting with World War II level weapons system, except that our guns extend further, and and HIMARS is more murderous, and we have a lower electronic warfare environment and less fighter support. There's another thing that's different about this war. There's almost zero helicopter and fighter support from both sides now. The Ukrainians can take advantage of that. The Russians can't. So, that being said, the way that this is going to play out is that I don't believe it's going to be a battle of attrition. I don't even think the Ukrainians have tapped their army. I don't think that they have not done a national mobilization. They could bring up 3 million men if they wanted to, right? I don't think they have the uniforms. You haven't seen any body armor contracts or helmet contracts being silently sent to the U.S. Army saying, give us 3 million Kevlars, right? That would be an indication of trouble. So what do you think?
Oh, I'm in complete agreement. And here's the other one, right? The Ukraine they're all very, very honest about what's happening. The people in there, if there had suddenly been 120,000 funerals, I think we'd know about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd all be over there, but everyone would be talking about it, the wives and the rest of it. But we're not here. We do hear some, but just not that many.
Yeah. This is one interesting. Somebody wrote to me on Twitter and said, are all the Ukrainians combat experienced at this point? Yes. Yes. I don't care what your job is. All right. Now, I know we've got all the Call of Duty commandos out there who think that the only combat that's valid is if you are in a trench in close quarters battle. Well, what if you're shooting 122 millimeter mortar? Is that combat? Seems like combat to me. They got 10,000 men guarding bridges in Ukraine. Every bridge in Ukraine is guarded. Every bridge. That infrastructure is critical. But everyone out there is combat experienced. 2-3 missions, 4, couple of days of bombardment, you're in. You've got the combat action ribbon or combat action badge, whatever you want to call it. But the Washington Post made it seem like short of skilled troops. What skilled troops are they talking about that they're short of? Sappers? Nope, plenty of those. Although I could use you if you want to join the Legion. We need a bomb maker for our drones. So, but
Malcolm, David and I are already the Waldorf and Stettler of the program here. I don't think that we're going to be active there.
You're just going to sit in the balconies? I got jobs. Anybody wants to join the Legion? I got jobs. I was 60 when I joined, and I left. I did active combat at age 60 and 61 behind enemy lines. I don't want to hear it. First guy killed in the Legion was 65, by the way.
Solid man. Heroem Slava.
Heroem Slava.
So, next question.
All righty. Yeah. I don't want to immediately turn to the horseshoe because I have a slew of questions in that regard, and we can play on this theme and go way down south to Florida in a little while. But before we go to Florida and all these topics, because it fits so perfectly with what is happening today, let's cycle through the hands which were up. Robbie had his hand up beforehand. Then I have JD Knight, I have Redstone, I have Chris, then Richard, and then Alex. So start with Robbie. Let's go to Ireland.
Oh, yeah, Ireland.
Robbie, can you hear us?
Thank you, Axel. Can you hear me?
Yep, we
Very
hear
well,
you.
loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service, Malcolm. I've never spoke to you before. I'm an accountant, private sector. I work in Dublin, Ireland, born and bred.
Oh.
Now, the way I see the war and all wars, I'm in the mid-40s. I see them on TV and news. I'm not experienced. I'm not in the. I never have been. Okay, so so I used to watch this show. There was a guy called Dan Rather, an American war commentator. He used to advertise a small newsreel called Fallen Heroes about the Iraqi war dead and from the American side. I just wanted your opinion on how that compares to the way the Ukraine kind of advertised their dead, and is there any drawbacks to the comparison? And just a second question, as an accountant, I'm an academic. So your comments about academics, I I probably agree with them. But I would assume behind every major newspaper and top journalist who reports on figures, there is some sort of academic genius who is possibly an accountant who number crunches. And in that sense, I'll just put a statement out there: no accountant ever confirms an estimate. And what I say that is, the best accountants will always confirm what their opinion is, but never the facts. Because what I'm saying is that these journalists are reaching, they're probably sensationalizing, and the number cruncher, who the egghead behind their figures, is possibly covering their ass every time. And thank you very much. And
hold on. My problem with those numbers is that there were two entirely different sets of numbers that weren't correct. I mean, when they were talking 200,000 Russians killed and wounded, you would have to say 160,000 Russians killed, 40,000 Russians wounded. And then you might want to explain, why are there 40,000 wounded? Right? That's kooky. I mean, because they die. The reason the 160 is so high is no one survives when they get wounded, if it's a critical wound that requires, golden hour treatment. But Ukraine, they'll rotate you out for the slightest shrapnel wound. Now, me, I'm a widower. I had immunity in Ukraine. Nothing touched me. And I was bombarded severely, constantly, including my headquarters taking 2 direct hits from an 8-inch naval gun, right, from a 203 millimeter artillery piece, and my room fell on me. But you know what? If you get a scratch in the Ukrainian army, you're going to show up in that 120,000 statistic. And I think that the number is 17,000. So when you put that down, 17,000 to 160, and by the end of next week, it's going to be 170. You're going to be at 10 to 1. You might want to explain that, right? Because the Russian number's bad. Ukrainian number's concerning, but it ain't bad, right? I mean, 160,000 Russians. That's freaking amazing. Because they invaded with 75,000 men. So maybe in another few weeks, the Ukrainians will be able to say, we wiped out every man that invaded this country, right? Or at least the representative position of every human being that invaded on February 23rd is dead, or near death, or was killed, or has been neutralized, right?
Okay.
Even with your replacements. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, but do you get my point that there's no number cruncher expert that basically takes a punt on the figures. They give you their best estimate, and they say, here's your drawbacks. There's no the reach gets taken by the journalist. There's otherwise the accountant at the number expert never actually, if he didn't put his name, sign name on the dotted line behind his figures, he would be meaningless in that organization. So it's up to the journalist's job is a little bit different, but from the numbers experts, and these guys will be highly professional in these big newspapers, I am sure. So there is no numbers expert that actually is just a joker. They are actually confirming this, and they're not taking the risks on these numbers.
I think you're absolutely right about that point. And I think what happened here was very simple. They took the German number and they ran with it because it's a number, and they followed it up with, the Ukrainians don't regularly report their numbers. And then they just threw the number that the CIA or the U.S. Defense Department put up, which was 100 or 200,000. And they just okay, those are two numbers with a footnote that we can add from a relatively reliable source. That's lazy to me. You want to impress me? Go find the real numbers and go report the numbers. And I think the article would be, one, not as interesting because it's something we already know. Ukraine's kicking Russia's ass 10 to 1. For every flag that's flying in Lviv cemetery, there's 10 flying in Moscow. Right? You're like 10-1, damn. And then when you go to Bakhmut and you look at that, we've all seen the photograph of the dead in the field. And that is a very realistic photograph. That's 63. Some count 64. It's like a Where's Waldo thing, like a Rorschach test. I counted 63 dead Russians in that photograph. And that wasn't even at their lines. That was the Russians rushing forward, and they ran into an artillery field, open field, and they took 63 casualties. And no one's going out in that field to get their bodies. That's 63-0. Why don't we report on that? Somebody should do an analysis of that picture and say, this is Russia's newest strategy. We saw this before, right? 1944, 1945. Same casualty ratio.
Sure.
All right. Well,
All
have
righty.
one for me over
Let's.
Temple Bar.
Shall we flip through the questions? Just one thing, Malcolm. Just my point about the Dan Rather show, Fallen Heroes, and how that compares in today's game with Ukraine.
I watch Ukrainian television. They have nationalized all the TV channels, play like the same show, with the exception of the action movie. They don't do it that way. I think that would be great, but I think the Ukrainians they're really not putting the casualties in your face, except for the heroes of Ukraine. You saw Da Vinci's fiance went and met President Zelensky to receive his Hero of Ukraine medal, and she gave him his combat flash from his unit. And those are the noteworthy ones. But if you go around Ukraine, you see you can tell when casualties are coming home because the streets are lined with people with Ukrainian flags, coming to receive the dead. And funerals, are being held everywhere. I don't think that they need that reminder yet. And I think, if you consider that they lost 14,000 men between 2014 and February 2022, and they've lost 17,000 already just in this 1 year. Until this war's over, I think.
Can I finish with a brief sneaky question, Malcolm?
Sure.
Is there any plans for St. Patrick's weekend in Ukraine this weekend? Thank you.
Yes, of course there is. That's a stupid question. So long as there's Irish bars, there's going to be celebrations. I will have Phil Ittner. Phil Ittner lives right above an Irish or right near an Irish bar in downtown Kyiv. And I'm sure he'll be knocking back the Guinness. In Lviv, there's one really good Irish bar, but they don't serve Guinness. They serve their own stuff. So that's really, I don't even know how they can call themselves Irish. But I didn't even kill Kenny's. But yeah, they're going to be knocking down St. Patrick's Day. We're going to hear it. I've met one Irish ranger when I was there. So, but loads of Americans. I have Irish blood from Donegal, so I'm a black guy. So I'm sure they'll all be celebrating. I'll knock one back for everybody.
So does Obama.
I know. Hey, that's what happens. That old saying of the 19th century that those Irish immigrants always found themselves saying, "Hey, who's that hot mulatto chick over by the butter churn?"
You know the town where Obama was from? It's not Donegal. It's Moneygall.
Oh, really? Where's that?
Moneygall. Moneygal.
Oh, really?
County Laois.
Where is that?
County Laois, Moneygall.
Oh.
These Irish.
I didn't know that. Well, we can literally.
They made him drop the apostrophe at Ellis Island, right? Oh, apostrophe.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. Next question.
Let's go on to hands. We have more hands up. We'll start from below the panel. I don't have the order. Let's try Chris.
Hey guys, thanks having me here. Just to play devil's advocate and be a little bit conspiratorial. I just when I hear you talk, if I'm a politician or an academic, somebody who's not on the field, I would say that Ukraine doesn't need much more aid. Ukraine doesn't need the F-16s. They don't need this kind of thing. So I just tend to wonder if the narrative isn't kind of planted to kind of keep this pressure of continually to continue to support them. Again, I'm not suggesting they don't need the support or they don't need the extra stuff. I'm just suggesting that maybe the narrative is to keep the U.S. on the side of helping Ukraine instead of saying, well, why are we spending all this money when they're completely obliterating Russia and whatnot? If you get my idea.
I wouldn't use, that's a good devil's advocate question. I wouldn't use a commander to say that we have no skilled troops and our men are, that our army is a skeleton of what it's done and that our killed and wounded is so high, we don't have anyone coming onto the battlefield with combat experience. Because I'm like, you're in Ukraine, right? I mean, that by definition, if you're on the line, you're getting combat experience. Who are you talking about? I mean, you could ask. One of the things that I thought was interesting was, and true, he said that he didn't have or was low on ammo for the Mark 19 grenade launcher. Yes, we're all low on ammo for the Mark 19 grenade launcher. You know why? Because one, the Mark 19 is fun. Okay, you use a Mark 19. The Russians now fear this thing. There was a radio or a telephone intercept that was done by Defense Intelligence where these guys were like, hey, they've got this AGS type machine gun. It shoots further and it explodes above our head. Some of them will blow up over our head. Some of them will fall right into the trench. And its range is like twice that of the AGS-17. And I was like, welcome to the Mark 19 club, bitches. this is what happens. But any of you have been around the Mark 19, one of those cans, 40 round cans of 40 millimeter grenade HE, you got to hump that stuff in. They're big cans. I think that they probably sent the grenade launchers. We had this problem with 50 caliber BMG or M2s. For 1 point, 1st Battalion had 2 of them. Beautiful, brand new E1 models, just like the newest, straight out of the factory. We had no 50 cal ammunition. So marrying up the weapon to the ammunition is sort of a logistical challenge. But, people were like, well, where's the ammunition for this? And I said, it's down with the frontline troops in Kherson who are driving an up-armored Humvees who have an M2. They have a higher priority. Us just having it is not the highest priority. We got a 50 cal now. Now we can put our requests into the logistics pipeline. But for that guy to be like, oh, we need ammo for the Mark 19. Everyone needs ammo for the Mark 19. Don't shoot it so much. Use it in very specific circumstances. And then put in the request. But this war, and I'm going to say this for everybody to repeat to all your friends, war consumes. It is a fire that is eating its way through your logistics stocks. It's just that you are launching everything. So when you burn a can of Mark 19 ammo, okay, a 40 millimeter, you put down 40 rounds of 40 millimeter and you have a grand old time wiping out a trench, maybe you might want to hold off half a belt to see what the effects are or using a drone. That's what we do. We've now mounted our Mark 19 on a pickup truck, and it's supposed to come in QRF, right? Quick reaction, and just run up there, bloop, 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 run out of the way, check for effects, pop back up, bloop, 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 before a tank can get a bead on you and make their lives unlivable. But again, wars consume everything. I wouldn't have used this article. Here's the kind of article the U.S. Department of Defense wants to hear. We're kicking their ass, and we need lots more Mark 19 because the Russians hate it. And then suddenly you've got BAE Systems, who's producing the thing, probably. Every other company that actually produces ammunition for it and is in the logistics supply train, and the U.S. Army will all be like, Mark 19's awesome. It works better in Ukraine with a dense land warfare environment than it does in Afghanistan with 2 guys with flip-flops and an an AKS rifle, right? Then you've got our attention. Things that work, I think, are a better information warfare tool than the woe is me. That only works for Matt Getz, Lauren Boebert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the people who are trying to get us, you know, the Donald Trumps and Ron DeSantis is trying to get us out of this war, when in fact our material support is wiping out it has already wiped out the cream of the Russian army. There is no Russian army. There is a force that is holding on by its fingernails.
100%. So let's cycle through. Gentle people, please, by the way, as you're all here just with us, and Malcolm has been with us for a little while already, we will be going through the hands and questions, but please do us a favor. Share and retweet the space. Let's make sure that we can reach more people, and there will be more coming up. Now,
can I do a quick PSA?
Yeah, sure, shoot.
Okay. Hey, listen, guys. As you all know, I'm on extended leave from 3rd Battalion International Legion. We are the Special Operations Battalion. As I like to say, we are not Special Forces soldiers. We don't have 10 years experience. We're not Tier 1, you know, but we are a commando force, and our missions are special. Our people are also special. They ride in a little school bus, literally. So we have a thing called the Legion Sustainment Fund, our battalion sustainment fund. If you would like to participate directly in this war, like today, where we are actually buying rations, new magazines, non-lethal material for those of you who don't want lethal, new equipment, new uniforms, new helmets, which we are paying for in Ukraine today and tomorrow, go to my website, which is Tapestry, TAPSTRI.org. That's the Terror Asymmetrics Project. TAPSTRI.org, and make a donation. Send them $100. That gets us a lot. We have to pay for our own diesel for our logistic supply vehicles and ATVs. This group right here on MriyaReport bought us 2 medevac ambulances, 2 medevac 6-wheeled ATVs, just with what we raised on this report. You know, and our but we have to sustain that. We have to raise 10,000 every month just to sustain our extra capability that the Ukrainian army does not supply us with. This week, we're buying 400 PMAGs. And the PMAGs we buy, we have to buy them from Poland. They're $31 each. So whatever you donate today is going into a PMAG. I'm going to tell you right now, we need those. There's a reason we need those. Every man in our battalion carries 10 magazines. If you guys have ever seen that photograph of me with an M14 where you have those Call of Duty basement dwellers going, you don't have any magazines. M14 magazines are shorter than a 30-round magazine. But I am, in fact, carrying 10 magazines, 4 on my leg, 2 on my hip, 1 in my weapon, 4 on my chest. Wait, that's more. That's 6. That's 11. I had a minimum of 10. That's a requirement for our battalion. So now we have new people. We have 30 new people. So we need to get 10 mags per person there. So if you donate to TAPSTRI.org, tapestry.org, the Terror Asymmetrics Project, you'll see it when you go there. There's just a big donate button there. That goes right to our donation account. Just drop something in there. $30 is a PMAG. If that's all you can do, just give these guys a PMAG, because I already paid for them with my credit card. So it's you know, these guys needed 400 mags, and we're getting them. Everybody's going to go loaded out for bear. So now let's go on to the next questions.
All right, so just order of hands as I'm making it up now. Redstone, JD Knight, then Alex, and Richard, and Christopher. Redstone, shoot.
Hi, Malcolm. Do you have any understanding, or does anybody have an understanding of how many Russian troops potentially died just from weather, hypothermia, lack of food, lack of medical treatment, outside of, you know, a direct hit or whatnot?
That's a good question. No, I don't. And that's the sort of thing that we're going to glean from Russian intelligence. You know, the Ukrainians are very good. They're native to that environment, right? So they do very well at signals intelligence, and I'm sure they know. I'm sure somebody here is a wartime academic. I would say 2% of their force, principally because that's a high number. We know that they are inadequately clothed, even though some units are now coming online, that these Mobniks are coming on with equipment, according to Minister Reznikov, which is fine, because guess what I have down in my basement? I'm donating to the Spy Museum. I have a full set of Russian winter camouflage, including their, their lobster mitt gloves and helmet liner. You know why? Because we killed a guy who had all his winter gear. So it does not preclude you from donating your winter gear to a museum somewhere just because you have it issued to you. The Ukrainian combat capability will determine whether you wear them and survive wearing them.
Yeah, sounds all righty. Thank you very much. We'll go to JD Knight. And by the way, if you've asked your question, I will have to cycle you down because we have more requests coming.
Yep,
Or you
I'm
can
going to
go
hit him fast.
JD Knight, please.
Hi. You indicated earlier that things that wouldn't work in, say, Fallujah or would work in Fallujah wouldn't work there, and it was
Yeah.
more like World War II. What are some other things that have would not work in the latest encounters that are in the differences in this war? So I'm just curious about.
Well, first off, let me touch on that Fallujah comment. I'm gonna, before some Marine jumps in there. Okay, I worked when I was in Iraq. I worked as a private intelligence contractor, and I worked only with Iraqi forces, and I worked with Iraqi human intelligence and paramilitary forces. Let's just put it that way. We were on contract for this stuff. We did a lot of extraordinary things that Americans just couldn't do, or other contractors couldn't do. Like we recovered remains of Americans in environments Americans couldn't get them. We recovered weapons and equipment that you absolutely could not get. We actually ran the weapons black market for a while, where we just, somebody would come up into our safe house with a burned out M240B that was taken coaxially off an M1 tank. And we were just like, you took this out of a burned out M1 tank. How did you get to a burned out M1 tank? And we just stop asking questions. We pay people off and we get the intelligence we need. So I know a little bit about Fallujah before and after the two operations there. But the type of tactics that you see with the U.S. Armed Forces in a conventional urban warfare setting, one of the big ones is stacking up to flow into a house, right? Well, 1st Battalion Legion had a very unfortunate circumstance where they were battling the Russians. This was one of the most experienced platoons in the Legion. I won't say their name, but they were very experienced. They had a lot of Americans with experience from Iraq and Afghanistan. And they were fighting the Russians. They beat the Russians in 2 stand-up battles, Spetsnaz, and had pushed into one of their buildings. There's some video of their fighting that goes on there. And if you look at it, it's pretty conventional. There's a lot of fully auto, a lot of grenades flying. But they were bunched up and they were stacking into a building. They took one guy who got wounded. They lost another guy trying to recover that guy. They were behind that wall, and the Russians owned that building, which means they knew the precise mortar, rocket, and artillery coordinates of their own building that they just lost 30 minutes, right? Or 40 minutes earlier. And they put it down on their ass. And they were all holed up in there. They weren't separated. And we lost 3 dead, 11 wounded instantly. Okay? That ain't good. So the rule of thumb I want you to think the TV show Band of Brothers. If you don't have 3 meters or 4 meters between you and the man next to you, and you're not just a 2-man fire team, then you're screwing up from go. Okay? You are screwing up because the environment does not allow for you to be closer than that. If you are, you will take that person's frag. Period. Done. You'll take it. I don't care whether it's mortar. I don't care whether it's artillery. The blast is going to get you too. The way that we move depends on the environment. We do one man. I mean, I did a lot of training for our soft battalion. You know, full disclosure, I trained a lot of Arabs, right? Thousands. So, you know, some of the things that we would do, just the environment just would not allow it. You know, so same thing with dealing with tanks, dealing with, you know, foreign infantry. We didn't have the call for fire support that we would usually have unless it was a very high value target. You had a Ukrainian who had the app, who had authorization to call for fire, and you could guarantee they were going to hit something good. And you know what they would do? They'd double check your ass. They'll send a drone over. That's something that didn't, you know, in World War II, that would have been an O-1 bird dog, right? Just a little little Piper Cub flying over with a guy with binoculars, double checking your calls for fire. So the environment is very different. Tank warfare is very different out here. We have the advantage in terms of the weapon systems. You know, I mean, we have Panzerfaust 3. That's a World War II advanced version of a World War II weapon. But, you know, we mainly carry lots of 76 millimeter bull spikes, you know, AT4s. There's the Ukrainians use SPG-9. And, you know, but we have things that can really hurt armor. NLAW, I went through NLAW school. I went through Javelin school. You know, I didn't get to go to Stugna class, but these things are out there and they're killing things. So the Russians have to creep. And you see now, unlike World War II, we don't use 100 rounds of artillery to kill a tank. We use 1 or 2 rounds of artillery to kill a tank, or lay down a minefield, and we let the minefield kill the tank. The slaughter at Vuhedar. I don't think that any Ukrainian soldiers were anywhere near all of those 30, 40 tanks that got wiped out. That was all drone and artillery, and you know, I don't even think there was. I don't even think I've seen a javelin kill from that. I'm sure there were 1 or 2, but you know, they didn't even get near the Ukrainians to die. That's a very different war. I hope that helped.
Thank you.
Mhm.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much, AD Knight. Always glad to have you here. We will now go to Alex, then Richard, and in the meantime, people have come up. So afterwards, we'll go to Christopher, Wardover, and then follow on. Alex, please.
Thank you, Axel. And Malcolm, thank you for being here and bringing your credibility and your firsthand, your ability to represent the facts on the ground to us and refute some of the representations that were made in that Washington Post article. You know, there was another article. This one was in the New York Times today that actually, you know, in a way, gave credit to the Ukrainians in the fact that there is a defensive line that is so massive, and that they have held this line in the face of hordes of Russian troops. So I think the effectiveness of what Ukraine has been able to do in many respects is sort of obscured by a couple of things. One, this is a war. This was a country that was going about its business, was not on a war footing, and then all of a sudden is invaded and their citizens killed randomly. And the fact that the Ukrainians, at the same time, being able to respond to that and then bring themselves up to a war footing, I just think is remarkable. And the other thing that I think it's important to remember when we're trying to process these news items, and the word I keep remembering is genocide. I don't, you know, as long as the Ukrainians want to fight, as long as they're there to fight to the last man, if it's important for us to support them because of genocide. And you know, taking a step back and trying to armchair judgment about the effectiveness and the morale of the Ukrainian army is just somewhat bothers me. And the other thing, and I'll drop in just a second. sometimes I think that the effectiveness of the Ukrainian army is obscured by the incompetence of the Russian army. And it was sort of highlighted in some of your previous comments where, we just don't appreciate the amount of recycling, I'll use the word, of Russian troops. So anyway, again, Malcolm, thank you for being here, and thanks for all you do.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. You're right. We don't appreciate that. When you bring in 150,000 Mobniks, the first question you should ask yourself is, where are the other guys? Right? This is a common sense question. Where are the guys these Mobniks are replacing? No one seems to ask that question. I think that many people do take it for granted that we are beating the Russians. That's a given. But in taking it for granted, it's like, well, we're kicking their ass every day, so now we're bored with that. What can we find that's more sensational that will get the attention? Well, there's an entire body of Americans that are looking to believe that Ukraine is losing this war. And I laugh, okay? I'm literally resupplying a battalion. You guys are literally resupplying a battalion. We just delivered 880 French rations to them, right? These not MREs, but these food packets. They're eating good. They're sharing it with their battalion. I can tell you right now, I've eaten Russian rations. The Russians are not doing too good. They're not stealing chickens and stealing from the locals and taking what's in the cabinets. They don't have anything. The problem is that there's no access to the Russian side other than what you can see out on the battlefield. And that makes for boring journalism. So what you do is these guys start criticizing the side that's there, that they have access to, while, they are sitting in their hotel at the Intercontinental or the Marriott or their room that they have in Kiev. And their ringer is out, or their stringer is out doing these interviews. And the same problem existed today that existed the week before the invasion. And that's for a lot of these journalists, their biggest problem is figuring out where they're going to go have a drink tonight and where they're going to go eat in Kyiv, and if they can do that before the air raid hits.
Very good. All righty, let's move to Richard.
Thank you so much. And Malcolm, really appreciate everything you've been doing. You're 2 years older than me, so when I read about your exploits in combat, I'm like, well, that's the real Captain America. And I wanted to ask you a question, sort of shifting topic slightly, about the downing of the MQ-9 Reaper drone, because you were in the Navy. What are sort of the rules of engagement if the Russians were trying to, capture the wreckage? And obviously, the U.S. is going to go out and try to capture the wreckage. What sorts of rules of engagement are there for that?
Yeah. Look, there's nothing in the Reaper that the Russians don't already know about. Okay? There's nothing in there. I mean, the sensor ball is going to have been smashed on the way. It's now the electronics. I mean, you could try to recreate it. It's about technology, right? And it ain't a sophisticated aircraft. It's just a little prop driven thing. Now, I would like to know whether the U.S. Air Force, this is a Reaper, right? It's not a Predator, which means it has weapons pylons. And if I were them, I'd put I'd put a goddamn Sidewinder on it. Let's see what they think about this. This happened in the Black Sea. This tells me the abject weakness of the Russian forces. And by the way, and that Reaper probably was not just a electro-optical. It probably had SIGINT pods on it, or ELIT pods on it, electronic warfare pods. The purpose of this is so that we don't have to send in, an RC-135 rivet joint or something like that into that area. Okay, you denied us that. Your fighters scrambled and came up to that. We know your entire profile. We know your flight profile. We know your launch profile. We know your electronic warfare tracking profile. We know your command and control profile. And now we know your profile when you have been ordered to do something against one of our drones. That is not going to help you, because we're going to pass all this on to the Ukrainians tonight. So you brought up your radars, you did your GCI, you vectored these guys here. Those radars are all going into a harm missile. And at some point, the Ukrainians are going to have your ass in their database. And then they're going to be flying over there some point in history, and they're going to be putting a missile down your radar or one of your sister radars. So this is the purpose of drones. I hope Russia enjoyed it. I'm sure it was fun, but that is going to turn into some lethal capability in Ukraine here soon.
And in a strategic calculus, if I can ask a related follow-up question, do you think that the U.S. can use this incident to get the administration to formally back transferring either fighters or attack them to attack the Russian bases where these are launched, since this was flying in international waters, so now they're menacing airborne craft in international waters. It's outside the war zone.
Yeah, but that kind of thinking is, I'm afraid to say, that's Tom Clancy thinking. I mean, we don't have a government that's responsive. They go, well, Secretary of Defense, I want that fighter jet's base out of commission. Now, President Malcolm Nance would have ordered that months ago, right? They would wake up as soon as those Su-27s land, right? There would be volleys of ATACMs literally devastating that base, right? And one of which would be dropping leaflets with my NAFO character going, "What now, bitches?" So, no, that's just not the way it works. We're going to make this a quiet incident. I was asked to talk about this on BBC tonight, and I don't think it's as significant as the fighting that's going on in the Central Front.
Thank you.
It's nice, but look. Can I put it this way? We're getting that drone's value out of Russian ass today, right? They're paying for it literally with their lives. Now, I'm the kind of guy that would also authorize 24 Gray Eagle drones to be transferred to Ukraine immediately, right? They can drop JDAMs and all sorts of other things. I think they only sent 4. I'd say, hey, just release the rest of them. We were announcing it anyway. Yeah, don't play with our drones.
I don't think that you and I or anyone here on our end would have any kind of limits in that regard, because there is no reason, no rhyme, no nothing for further procrastination. I think we're in agreement on this one. If you don't mind, we have so many hands up. People want to come up. I'd really like to cycle through. Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you.
We'll do a rapid round.
Exactly. Let's do this quickly. So we have Christopher, then we have Wardoggle, then George, then Diva. So Christopher, shoot.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I'm glad the last point of conversation was about drones and advanced equipment. So Malcolm, yeah, my question was, I've heard in this group and many other groups that are, discussing Ukraine or in support of Ukraine and its fight for sovereignty, discussing this issue of trickling of resources and support supplies, planes, tanks, and a lot of people have talked about, there's a political, there's a lack of political will to bring this equipment, to provide the equipment to Ukraine. Some talk about bureaucracy. There's a process. I want to get your take on the notion that perhaps like the whole strategy of boiling the frog, quote unquote, so to speak, is its validity in terms of reducing Russia's capability of waging an aggressive war beyond this one, well into the future, by basically luring Russia into believing that it could win a war, and then kind of slowly attriting away its forces until there's nothing left. I'm wondering, just wanted to get your take on sort of the validity of that, if that is indeed a possible strategy, because obviously we're not privy to discussions that are going on in the command centers. So yeah, that's basically my question. Thanks.
Okay, I can certainly tell you the mindset of how people think, because you guys recall very early in the war, and before the war, many people in the Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of Defense, NATO, thought that this was going to be a Russian rout, and that it was going to turn into an Iraq, Afghanistan style, or Iraq style insurgency with more IEDs being used than tanks. You know, sort of a fighting withdrawal. And I don't think that there was any calculus at the beginning other than give them enough capability to hold them off until the Russians, you know, can settle down into a place where they would own a good piece of Ukraine, and the Ukrainians could, you know, hold them back or counterattack or carry out their counterinsurgency. Then, you know, March 2022 happened, where we, you know, broke them in the Battle of Kyiv. In 6 weeks, we literally wiped out a Russian army. And when I say an army, I want you all to think of the order of battle, right? Right? Battalion, regiment, right? Division, you know, corps army. We did wiped out an entire army, the entire northwest battlefront of Kyiv was comprised of upwards to 30,000 troops, thousands and thousands of tanks and trucks, and they were just literally wiped out in the course of 6 weeks. And then it was done again in the northeast with all of the Russian forces between Belgorod and Kyiv, which meant that, you know, and I drove that highway. It's the Sumy Highway, Sumy all the way down to south of Chernihiv, you know, coming straight out of Belgorod. That I just said, this is going to be Death Valley. You can't be on this road at night. You're a dead man. It's highway after highway mile of you being attacked by partisans and Indians, and that's precisely what happened. Okay, so I don't think the U.S. government or anyone other than the Ukrainians were making these calculations of kick ass, take names, and let's sort it out. But I will tell you this, by July, it was pretty clear when the Russians had lost the entirety of northern Ukraine, the entirety of all of their forces in northern Ukraine. And the guys that got pulled out were like tank repair companies and food and logistics supply companies. There were no real combat forces to withdraw. They were dead, literally dead. So what few remnants of forces that they got to send back to the east and southeast had to be reconstituted entirely. And I think by July, that's when the U.S. Department of Defense was, hey, with our assistance, we're destroying the entire Russian army. Russia invaded Ukraine with 70% of its most advanced combat forces and its most experienced soldiers. And let's be frank, I would put the number that they have lost 75% of those men. Dead, mortally, critically wounded, not combat effective, out, you know, who are out. And everybody since then's been a replacement. And, well, what did that mean? That means that everyone we fight, all right, is an amateur. And this is where I took issue with the Washington Post article. These guys have been on the line for a year. They're rotating in, they're rotating out, everyone's combat experience. Where they got that there was no combat experienced soldiers in Ukraine is, I don't know, maybe in the Cairo Bureau. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, sorry, if I could just follow up on that. So specifically, the provisioning of equipment from NATO and let's say Ukrainian ally countries, and the trickling of that equipment, do you think it's intentional? Do you think it is a bureaucratic thing? What is it? Where does it come from? Yeah, just
okay. Let me answer that real quick. I've heard two things about this. I have access to people who are part of the decision-making process and people who are part of the people who pay for the decision-making process. There is a political path here. It was initially based on what their projections of Ukraine losing large chunks of their country. By July, August, it was pretty clear from the Ukrainians that they not only were winning, were holding off the Russians, they were winning. And that's when things started to change. You guys know I'm one of the first people in the entirety of US news media when I made my coming out video on April 18, 2022, where in my last line on MSNBC, I said, Ukraine needs the HIMARS multiple rocket launch system. First time it had even been mentioned. Now, of course, the Pentagon was waiting for the White House to authorize that. It took 6 weeks for the White House to be convinced. And I'm sure in no uncertain terms from people that I know that my mentioning that was significant in the discussion in the national security realm of the White House to have that, because I was former MSNBC or as a Legionnaire asking the president to send HIMARS. 6 weeks later, the decision was made to send HIMARS. The numbers, Secretary Austin, I understand, is like, if the president authorizes it, that stuff's on a plane that night, or it's going on a ship. The Pentagon is throwing everything that they can within the law to get it out there. So,
Malcolm, would you say it's close?
I think that's where it's going. Is it close? No, I think that, as this war is a consumer war, there's 32, almost 40 nations supplying Ukraine. They do need stores, logistics, supplies, and backups for future operations. They do have to train guys. They do have to arm guys. So I think that, to get overkill, or not overkill, overmatch on the Russians, you can't think just defensively. You got to think, I need to plus up all my food, ammunition, and weapons for June, July, August. I think the Pentagon's doing that.
Sorry about that. Yeah, can you hear my mic there, Malcolm? And welcome. Sorry, couldn't make it earlier.
Yes.
Awesome.
That's
I
all
thought
right.
it was replacing Axel, and it was going to be me and Alan. I like being Alan's sidekick because he's just a professional.
And he ran away.
It's his
I don't know
voice.
why.
He's a professional broadcaster, and not just a face for radio. He's a good-looking fella. Malcolm, they didn't send the HIMARS. They actually sent HIMARS, so I don't think it was you because they sent HIMARS instead. That's our little joke.
I actually had the wherewithal to say not only the HIMARS, I said also the M270 MLRS.
There you go.
Which is double the tracked version, and the Germans, I think, sent the first one.
Double the trouble. All right, I don't want to
Double the
interfere.
trouble.
Axel, who's next? That was
Oh, right. The next one in this case would be actually War Doggo and then George. And after that, Diva, Pete, Leonie, and then Nick. War Doggo.
Good evening, sir. Full respect and for what you do, and hugs from Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have a joke that sounds like, and this joke is related to Russia's equipment and Russia's losing capabilities, and that the joke sounds like, soon we will see on a battlefield two armies using an equipment that is supplied as a land lease by United States, but there is the thing, if you know what I mean. And in that respect, I have a question, like, what's the funniest from the Russian equipment that you have seen? But like, let's complicate to excluding that absolute winner of the naval turret on the MTLB platform. Thank you, Hex, and love from Ukraine.
That you excluded is okay. That's a good question. I think we should open that up too. I've not seen a lot of crazy things out there. I did see, in terms of equipment, I did see some advanced electro-optical targeting systems that the Russian VDV Spetsnaz headquarters had. And I went to recover that thing for myself. And Kraken Brigade got it from us. Kraken takes everything. But interesting new things I saw. They had a new offensive hand grenade, very small, white body, different primer, a plastic spoon and primer on it. I thought that was very interesting. I saw the suppressed submachine gun. It wasn't the Stechkin pistol, but I saw their new sub gun that the VDV had. We captured a couple of those. Brigade commander immediately took possession of those. There's no keeping the cool stuff when word gets out. But in terms of vehicles and equipment, I saw the BTR-80 radio direction finding signals intelligence vehicle. And I thought that was very fascinating. It has a dome. My guys reported it as a dome, but it in fact was a cupola where the mast comes up and gets radio direction finding for all the signals. Now I'm a signals intelligence guy, so that was fascinating to me. And I literally put all of our drones on the hunt to kill those. And it was for no reason, because when we did the Kharkiv offensive, the Russians left them behind. So we got those in our inventory. They should give them to me. But that's it. I got to tell you, the MTLB with the 1940s twin 23. I think it's a twin 23 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, where you have to load from the top. You got to be exposed to load that thing in not even in belts. It's in strips, like an M1 Garand strip that goes down. That is not healthy. That's some desperate measures. I mean, we're going to be sending like Gatling gun CRAM to Ukraine, and these guys are getting, mounts taken off of the old, I think the name is the Petya, class, riverine warfare craft from the 1950s. They blow up good.
I was joking earlier on the space that knowing a little bit Russians, like I guess I know the story how that beast appeared. Like one day, one naval commander wakes up and on his battleship, instead of these turrets, there are the holes, and he's like, "Hey, comrades, where are my turrets?" And they like, you know what? We found a way how to conscript also your crew to the battlefield from your rusty ship. Now you will serve the purpose.
That's already happened. What was it? The 155th Naval Brigade down in the Central Front were so desperate for manpower, they took sailors off of ships in Murmansk and guys from Kaliningrad, and they were like, "Well, you pull guard duty. You know how to carry a rifle. You're a soldier. Welcome aboard." We should call that unit the Ghost Brigade. It's been wiped out 3 times in this war, and they are just nothing but dead spirits wandering the earth.
And Malcolm, there's stories of cooks being sent to drive tanks.
How'd that work out? Yeah, well,
it was
don't leave.
Spicy.
See, if I was there, I'd be doing all sorts of information operations against those guys. You are the frying pan. That's the first thing I'd say. All right, next question.
Axel, who do we have? Let's go.
As I just said
one.
to everybody else, I was grabbing a drink. I apologize. George is
George.
next.
Hey, Malcolm. Salutations from your brotherly city of love there.
Hey,
how's it going?
All right.
Hey, listen. You mentioned the Gray Eagle, that MQ-1C drone, and a lot of people like poo-poo the idea because they said, oh, because the Russians have S-300s and S-400s, but I don't think people understand the capabilities of the Gray Eagle. First of all, I believe it can mimic its position in the air. In other words, its electronics warfare suite can mimic it so that you think that it's here, but it's actually, several kilometers to the left or right of it. And the other thing is its ability to map the terrain, right? So it can map the terrain, right? And then fly over 2 days later and actually superimpose what it's mapped from 48 hours ago and tell you has been moved. How much of a difference does that make when you're targeting stuff pre-offensive, like you're getting ready for
Yeah.
an offensive.
Yeah, the system you're talking about is actually a pod called Gorgon Stare, and signals intelligence, imagery intelligence. It's a multi-dimensional intelligence pod. We've been using it forever, and what it does is it creates, and it's mainly used on very long-range loitering drones, that can stay up in a loft for like 12, 15 hours. And what it does is it constantly maps with a side-looking radar, but it does have to have sort of a permissive environment. Gray Eagle is armed. It can carry, if I'm not mistaken, it can carry 8 Hellfires and JDAMs. And the Ukrainians are getting the JDAM ER long-range bomb with the wing glide kits, which means these things can go like 75 miles and then put one right through a designated window plane without any emissions. The bomb just goes, it flies, it blows you up. So these are the sort of capabilities the Ukrainians need. Next generation capabilities for us, which would be an incredible test bed. But for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance purposes, I don't think the Ukrainians need it. I think they got the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency working for them full time, and they have the same ability to track and deliver real time intelligence, like every ammo dump in Ukraine. Right? Remember when they had 28 ammo dumps blow up in a month? That's the sort of thing that we're good at. And it's just like, hey, drop these numbers into HIMARS and just shoot. And they'd be like, oh yeah, we're gonna hit something. Yeah, just trust us. And boom, ammo dumps start blowing up. So I think their capability is better, more like Bayraktar. Bayraktar is out there flying and killing things, right? But introducing the Hellfire missile into Ukraine would be another game changer. But if I had to go dollar for dollar, I would ask for more bonus and Excalibur artillery rounds. That's how we wipe these guys out in Vuhedar. Deliver mines, deliver precision munitions with precision sensors, and just blow things up. And then you can all go have coffee. The infantry will have nothing to do, until that armor stops burning and whoever survived it has the nuts to come walking forward.
So when the tanks are burning, you can have a weenie roast, right?
There you go.
Shoot, that's like we don't even want them weenies, man. Crispy critters, not worth looking at.
Okay, who is next? Was it Leonid? Leonie?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. First, I want to say, Malcolm, my deepest respect for you as a warrior, as a soldier, and as a human. But I must to say something about us, about Germany.
Okay.
I'm a little bit shocked because you don't know how hard is living in Germany. You don't know how hard it is to live as a woman, as a homeless, or live as in slums, and you don't know how hard it is psychoterror in Germany. So the Germans are afraid of the war in Ukraine, but don't think we're not brave. We are very brave in our hearts, and I have my deepest respect for you. Yes, and my deepest respect for Ukraine warriors, women and men.
Thank you.
But please
Leon, do you have a question
be a little bit better to us in Germany. We are brave too. You don't know that, okay?
Well, I live
Malcolm, my deepest respect, and I must go. I don't have.
Thank you very much for that.
I come back.
Yep, thanks so much.
Yeah, Leonie. In
I
fact,
will come back.
I lived in Augsburg, and in a small town outside of Baden-Baden called Steinbach. So yeah, I know a little about Germany. I've lived in small towns. I've lived in big towns. I've been assigned there as a U.S. soldier. So
Did you just call
Steinbach?
Steinbach a
there are
slum?
brave people.
I'm just kidding.
No, Steinbach's not a slum. It's cute.
There you go.
All of them are cute. Just not a Weizenbier fan. But what I wanted to say was, yeah, there are Germans that support Ukraine. You know, a lot of them. And then there are a lot of Germans who think that the Ukrainians are the new Turks and are taking their jobs. And, you know, it's a very complex place. I mean, when I did my last book on the Trump administration, and the contact with the Russians, I went to Vladimir Putin's office in Dresden, and I gained great insight to him by looking at his records, his Stasi records, and people that he was interrogating and everything. He loved the East German model of how Germany should be run. You know, the running it like a Nazi dictatorship under communism, because he loved their ruthless efficiency. So there are a lot of allies of Russia in East Germany, people who speak more Russian than they do German. It's just a historical fact, but you know, Germany's doing their bit. We just wish they would do more of their bit.
So Yehuda, I think the order of hands follows Daryl, Diva, Pete, and Nick. Daryl, please go ahead.
I think Pete was before me there, and Diva was as well.
Well, heck.
That's okay. Go ahead. First question. Let's take
Okay.
whoever.
Yeah. All right, Malcolm. Just out of curiosity, out of the things that you've seen on the ground, you're saying send everything. What things have you not seen on the battlefield that you would love to see, as far as wheel vehicle, track vehicle, something that has not been asked, something that has not been asked for?
I am waiting to see the first armada blow up and throw its turret. I mean, I'll pay good money for that. I am paying good money for that. I'm supplying my guys out there. You are all paying good money for that. That's why you're going to donate to tapstri.org, right? This hour. Because
Absolutely.
that's what I'll tell you, I'm waiting for that. We've seen the team, one of our sister battalion, the one that we're attached to, our brigade, destroyed a T-90 in our sector north. Suddenly a boatload of T-90s came over from Russia. And the first T-90 we destroyed, our poor javelin gunner, he's an American. He's just like, I like to kill tanks, but I can't find any to kill. And what's the first unit that we kill in first T-90 that we kill? We kill it by dropping an RGD-5 hand grenade down the hatch off a drone. It blew up a T-90 sky high. And it's like everyone with a missile was angry, right? That's the level of war that we're at. Bring your T-90s, right? Bring your T-62s. Bring your T-55s. Bring a T-34 if you've got it. It isn't going to help you, right? The one thing that they got anti-tank weapons. So what we don't have is we're not getting into the range where we can really kill them.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think what do we have? Nick, Diva, then Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, in some small island chain off the Iberian Peninsula. Nick.
Yeah. Which island? Are you in Mallorca?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Yeah, I put my hand up just really on a housekeeping issue, but if it's my turn, there are people for whom the space is up and down like a T-72 turret. So if you are on Android and your app is, particularly if you have the problem where you're in the space for a minute or two listening, and then the screen goes kind of half faint and the space stops, the sound stops, you leave and come back and it works, but it's very annoying. I have put up some instructions for a way to downgrade your Twitter app to the previous one, which for most people didn't have that problem. Now I'm getting feedback that some people find that doesn't help, but it helped me. It probably is to do with the type of exact model of phone you have and perhaps the prevailing wind direction outside your house. But it worked for me. You need to be not entirely technophobic, but if you're reasonably confident in using your phone, it shouldn't be too difficult to follow these instructions. So I put the tweet up in the nest.
Thanks so much, Nick. please do check out the tweet if you need to downgrade your updated software. Thanks for that. Let's. I don't know how much time Malcolm has left, so I just wanted to grab some other hands. If you don't have enough, do you have a question for Malcolm, Nick, or can we circle back?
Well, just then, Malcolm said something like they've got all of the anti-tank guided missiles that they need. In fact, I read that there are more anti-tank guided missiles in Ukraine than either tanks in Russia or perhaps even tanks in the world. But you then at the end you said something like, "But we can't get into range to kill them." Did you mean the tanks or did you mean the infantry?
Yeah, I meant right now. You guys were talking a little earlier about the defensive line. There is a line that's being held. That line is not actually just trench lines and everything. That's just the forward line of troops and the gap, the gray zone in between, where your weapons can range out and where the enemy is. And we're finding that range is generally just outside a javelin range. I wonder why the Russians are staying that far away. But if the Russians throw an offensive like they're doing in the center section, oh, you see them getting it, right? I mean, it's J-Town, Javelin Town. So, but and law. But the way that we were killing tanks at the beginning of this war has definitely changed. It has definitely changed. The Russians are terrified. And you saw, again, the Great Vuhedar Corridor massacre, which is what I call it, because no anti-tank weapons were used in that killing. It was massive anti-tank minefield, some open, some buried, some artillery dropped right in their lap. And every tank, every BMP that went there died because we wanted it to die. And then our hard steel artillery hit them, and then special fires artillery hit them also. And the guys in the trench were having coffee. It was when Wagner started coming up with men, that's when things started getting more difficult. But the war will change and shift as the seasons and the weapon systems come. You never know. I mean, they start using these T-62s as basic pill boxes. Those are effective as basic pill boxes, but then you got to put your sensors out there and you got to try to kill those things. And I don't think a T-62 has the autoloader, so we won't get as many pretty turret flops as we will T-55s. In fact, in all my time in the Middle East, I've only seen a couple of T-62s without turrets. They generally burned with their turrets on.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Burning Man, go visit. All right, let's go to Diva, then Bogdan, and then Pete. Go ahead, Diva.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Very well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for having this space, and thank you for letting me come up. I do not have a question for Mr. Nance, but I just wanted to say thank you for your service and for everything that you do. And I know I sound like a total fangirl. Okay, I am. I own all of your books. And yes, I will be making a contribution to the cause today. And that's all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Yay, good, because those 400 PMags ain't going to buy themselves, right?
I know,
So,
I know.
Thank you so much. You guys are literally donating today to get those 400 PMags from Poland. They're already in Poland. I bought 100 mags over myself, and now I'm finding that customs is now snagging those things, but they're not unexportable. They're just, they want to make sure that, a $13 mag in the United States is $30 in Poland. But that's the closest source that we have. So thank you, anybody that's donated to tapestry.org. That's tapstri.org for the Legion Combat Sustainment Fund. Next two questions, and I'll turn it over to Chuck Farr, who's already late.
Not late for dinner. Let's go to Bogdan and then Pete.
Bogdan.
Hi, Malcolm. It's Bodan from Toronto, Canada. And in your
Scared me. I thought my battalion commander was calling me.
Okay.
Bogdan. I'm like, what? Bogdan. Go on.
You know what? Did he ever tell you what Bogdan means? Or Bogdan?
No.
It's a gift from God, not to toot my horn, but
Oh,
Next time you talk to him, you can tell him that.
okay.
Or God given, as they say.
God given.
But anyways, my parents, I live in Canada. My parents escaped communism back in the 50s to bring us up here in Canada. I was born here in Canada. But I was part of the Plost Ukrainian Scout Troop here in Canada. And unfortunately, or fortunately, unfortunately, the Plost was developed way back when to prepare kids for the Army. And this past week, we lost one of our scouting kids to the war. In your travels, did you work with any kids from the Plost Scouting organization, or have you heard of it? And second question is, what do you think is going to be the next step in Bakhmut with the latest tank weapons? Is it going to end, or is it going to keep going for longer than what it already has? Thanks.
Well, first, no, I didn't see any scouts. I got to put my mind to that. No, I didn't see any scouts while I was in Ukraine. Actually, no, I think about it. I think I did see scouts in Lviv who were collecting money near the Grand Cafe. That's the only time I ever saw them because they were super cute. But you know, Lord Baden-Powell, when he created the Scouts, they were supposed to be young reconnaissance trainees. The Boy Scouts were supposed to be trained for young reconnaissance trainees based on his experiences in the Boer War, right? So the Scouts has always been a military feeder group.
Like whatever happened to child soldiers? Such a negative take on
Not
it
a
now.
child soldier. It's Boy Scouts. They sell cookies.
Yeah.
Right? That's what navigation was for. Now, I was a terrible Boy Scout. But what comes next in Bakhmut? I've been saying this forever. Head against anvil strategy. They want Russia to keep smashing their head against this anvil until they're beaten senseless. And I'm waiting to hear from Chuck. I would not be quite surprised if he has an assessment that I have that quite a bit of this could have stretched the Russians so thin that they might get Rochambeau'd somewhere else. Using the definition of Rochambeau that I gave you earlier, I am not talking about the French general. I am talking about the effect of kicking your enemy in the nuts while you think you're doing something else.
There you go. So
Great, thank
good
you.
point. Thanks, Bogdan. You know, some people seem really surprised that Bakhmut is still there, and it's like you think maybe it was part of a bigger plan to fix Russian forces there continuously and let them attrit themselves. Strange how that works, eh, Malcolm?
Severodonetsk, Lysychansk. I mean, how many times? There is no breakthrough to the Dnipro. You aren't gonna if Bakhmut falls, it'll be another 6 months to a year before you can get around and do that at Kramatorsk, right?
Yeah.
The Russians have this thing in their head that just one more battle, they will break through the creme brulee crust of the Ukrainian army. There is no creme brulee crust. This whole thing is a brick. It's an anvil, and they are allowing you to smash your head against it, and then they will pull it back another 6 inches and let you move forward and smash your head against it again.
Sounds about right. All right, we got Pete. I'm still looking for Chuck. So maybe Alan, if you got that. I think Pete had a question, and then we're going to try to wrap it up. For Malcolm, he's got a lot of things to do on the plate, but if you can, go visit tapestry.org. Check out what they're doing. And if you're able to, it'd be great to help him out. He's always doing the right thing and on the right side of history. You know, anyone who's the poster boy for everything wrong with the West on Russian TV probably means he's doing something right. So let's go, Pete.
Yeah, don't forget, one African American destroyed the entirety of Russian forces in Kharkiv province. According to
you were very, very
black
English. You were a
very
naughty
NATO
boy,
officer.
Go ahead, Pete.
Hi, everybody. I'm really enjoying the space and just flabbergasted by Malcolm's knowledge and insight, and I want to thank him. And also, there's been a whole bunch of, I don't know if anybody's discussed it at in this space because I came in a little bit early, but the resupply of artillery and so and so, I sort of think it's BS. But I wonder if Malcolm, they talk about the production, they're using more than they can produce, and so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that's BS. I don't think that's BS at all. Here's why. When's the last time we fought a World War II level artillery battle with this intensity? Right? World War II. So even Vietnam, to be honest, the artillery was a one-sided duel. With very limited North Vietnamese army artillery fire support, except when used in ambushes against fixed positions, like bases and things like that. We had more harassing fire, the H&I fire, harassing and interdiction in Desert Storm in Iraq, Afghanistan. I mean, this was just nuisance fire, right? The 8 p.m. 82 millimeter mortar rounds, or the 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 122 millimeter mortars on a sled, on the individual firing sled. This is closer to Iran-Iraq war, right? And I think that no one really predicted that the Ukrainian army would sustain themselves for a year. What is good about this is NATO had a very large stockpile of Russian weapon systems. The former Soviet states, Poland, Czech, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, had reams of Russian steel that were sitting in pallets. And when they took over and joined NATO, this stuff had to be stored and, at at NATO level standards. And I think that stuff is still viable. We're seeing reports that Russian artillery, or the British intelligence estimates that 1 out of every 3 Russian artillery rounds is a dud. They're using old steel from the 1940s and 50s for these artillery rounds. The stuff we're producing, I say we can't produce it fast enough. We should be buying it from the Emiratis. We should be buying it worldwide. But it is teaching us, this will be studied for years. Shoot, at this point, I'm 60. I should go out and get my PhD on the effects of modern artillery in a World War II combat environment in the 21st century. We will probably need to open a couple of more factories. And if I were the president, I would be already designating the Defense Department to create emergency stockpiles that gives us 4 times what we think the maximum war stocks would need to be before defense production can come online and bring in the sustainment. But we're across an ocean. Okay, we want to put Bradleys over there. We gotta put them on a ship. We want to move artillery. That stuff's got to go by contract, by ship. So we need to start thinking about producing more relationships with our allies in Europe to create bigger artillery artillery production. But then again, I'm a big fan of the precision artillery round now. Bonus, Excalibur, others being fired by these systems like Archer, that can just really punch these rounds out 40, 50 miles. And then when they come down, the sensors come out and they start eating tanks for breakfast. Or the glide bomb, the small diameter bomb glide system for the MRLS, or even indigenous produced ones for the Ukrainians. I think we should be innovating our asses off.
There you go. All right, let's go to John and then Snuff. Go ahead, John.
Thanks. Thank you, Malcolm.
Hey, thanks. Just had a kind of follow up to something that was mentioned maybe about 45 minutes ago about losses and Mobics, and looking at the troops that came in the initial invasion seem to be gone. So the units like the 1st Tanks or 64th, I forget what their motorized rifle brigade, they were essentially wiped out and I guess are either being reconstituted somewhere or not. But we've never really used that in any kind of, I guess, PSYOP way. I mean, do we have intelligence and satellite imagery of what is left of these units, and are we really promoting, to the Russians, these units and these men are gone. Your equipment's gone, and all you have left are really untrained, low-class infantry and low-class tank units. Yeah.
Poorly trained, poorly led. Malcolm, apparently you know nothing about intelligence or two. What's going on?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go on a limb. All right. I don't have clearance anymore. I don't have access anymore. Right. Granted, I had clearance and access for 30 plus years at the top secret SCI level. Nothing really changes. It just gets better. Right. So I can tell you this. Yes, we are supplying Ukrainians with boatloads of intelligence, but intelligence is not just something you shovel over by the barrel load. It's better if it's precise, it's murderous, and it helps your effort. With regards to what we can do on the battlefield, I talked earlier about how ammo dumps just suddenly started blowing up as HIMARS started reading operational capability in Ukraine, right? The Ukrainians have good intelligence. They have good human intelligence. They have little old ladies who literally can call stuff in or go to an app and put that out there that the Russians really can't do anything about. But it's usually something that US intelligence has cued them in on. And we don't usually just come up and give them a briefing. It's like, like I did in the Gulf War to these generals, where I would point to an ammo dump. No, 10-digit grids get passed off to HIMARS, and we tell them this is the highest priority target that we recommend you use right now, this minute. Or hit this one at 0745 because everybody does guard change at that time, and you will triple the number of your casualties out in the open. We don't have to explain that stuff to the Ukrainians anymore. They were like, hey, numbers have arrived. And then rockets start shooting according to the parameters of the launch. The launch strategy for that day, for that unit within that sector. So long as they haven't been dedicated to something that's a higher priority, like an emergency fire, shit's gonna blow up. That's just the way it is. We're that good. But the kind of intelligence Ukraine needs is more strategic, and we're giving them that at the theater level. And that's why the Russians are, when the Russians have to knock down a drone with an ELINT package, you're desperate. You're desperate. That's the air forces of the Black Sea wanting to report to President Putin that they did something nasty to NATO. We have capability 20 times better that can collect just as good as that drone. And, we're not going to start flying manned reconnaissance out there, but we might triple up the drone.
I guess,
and we may put an air-to-air missile.
I guess what I was asking was, everything's been really good at. I mean, the HIMARS have been, amazing at tackling very precise, large target areas. The Excalibur will hit something minute like a tank or LB.
Mm-hmm.
But we've been able to give them the information to where they've literally taken units off the battlefield from us. And I guess where I was going with that was, I haven't seen anything. And then again, I'm in America, not in Russia, but I haven't seen anything where we're making that very clear in terms of, Voice of America or any kind of psyop.
Oh, I see.
They're really unwilling to be mobilized in the future.
Oh, in terms of our information operations against the enemy population. That's our IO. Well, because we're not involved in this war. We're just supplying supplies. That's really an IO that you would want to use for Russia. I think that the gentle subtlety of dead Russians and entire Russian battle groups being wiped out is doing all the IO we need. I think that Yevgeny Prigozhin is our best IO source for damaging the Russian morale. So, we don't have to do all that. We don't need PSYOPs troops. We don't need, Bugs Bunny, shooting a javelin missile. St. Javelins everywhere, by the way, in Ukraine. They sent me a roll of them. I put St. Javelin all over places, destroy tanks everywhere. But we don't need that. I think we're doing okay. What with the killing?
Thanks.
Hey, Yehuda and
Yes.
Malcolm, I just want to introduce Snuff. Malcolm, Snuff is Sergey, who is a drone operator in Ukraine, and he really wants to talk to you. So
Yeah, I want to talk to you. I think you need to get over to Kyiv and see one of my guys and start showing us how to drop these goddamn mortars.
Looks like we really have many topics to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Well, you say you're a drone operator in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Can you take my mother-in-law? I'm just kidding.
It's expensive.
She's Ukrainian. It works.
Malcolm, first of all, happy to see you here, brother.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Let me call you like this. And when I actually had a question about Excalibur, but when I was staying in the line for my question, I realized that this question is something which is better to ask in private. Yes.
Okay.
Let's not give him a chance. Just I'm big fan of Excalibur as well. One day we've been chasing like 4 T90s, and one of them finally was hit exactly by Excalibur. So it's really nice. It's just amazing. I'm just like you. I'm a big fan of Excalibur. But the question about some issues with Excalibur, I would like to ask you, if you don't mind. I would like to ask you directly. Anyways, the question that you probably heard, and I just heard that you said that a number of drones should be tripled. Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
and
yes.
bigger
And
drones.
yes. Huh?
Bigger drones.
Bigger drones and drones at all. I absolutely agree. You probably heard this question many times, but at least you've never heard it from me.
Okay. Well, I gotta tell you, we shot down a Mavic Matrice, a very large Russian Matrice.
Russian Matrice. Wow! What a good trophy!
In fact, we 92nd Brigade has it, and we reprogrammed it and gave it to our Legion has a bomber squadron. 1st Battalion has a bomber squadron. 3rd Battalion has a dedicated bomber squadron now. And our problem is lift, and we had to give that one away. So we're running Autels and Mavic 3s, and the most you're going to get on there is something that's 500 grams. That's a hand grenade.
Yeah, but actually, what happened to the gimbal of that Matrix that you shut down?
None of your business. Somebody,
yeah, I know it's expensive. That's why
Aerorozvitka has it.
Yeah.
They took the entire system. That thing's huge. That thing could carry all sorts of ordnance. I saw a drone. I think it was an octocopter photograph of a battalion or a brigade that has. It had a 4-round 82 millimeter mortar.
82, not 120.
No, an 82 millimeter, but it was 4 rounds on a rotary dispenser. And then it also could lift the PM-50 anti-tank mine.
Oh shit!
All at one time. So this drone, it's an octocopter that was made in Ukraine, and you could put down the mine on the road. You can go back up, and then you could drop mortar rounds down on whatever. I was like, somebody needs to call me and tell me where I can get that. I'll throw money at that. We'll have our own special MriyaReport.
This is actually what my questions were about. The most thing which impressed you when you arrived.
I think today I've seen a lot of.
I mean things like things after which you say something. You guys are goddamn crazy or something.
Okay. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there's a lot of crazy out there. I'm sorry, Ukrainians, mother effing Cossacks. Okay, you really now I understand what Cossack means. Okay, it means crazy ass bitch. But what impressed me the most, was just recently I saw a video from Kherson province, I think it was,
I've been there.
where a guy, they had a spool of string on the tether of their drone, and what they did was the spool lowered a RGD-5 grenade, right? But you can see the gunner is in the loader's hatch with his back. He's leaning forward, looking at an optic, and they dropped this grenade literally on his ass before it blew, and they spooled down like 30 meters of string with the grenade.
I know these guys. They call themselves S snipers.
Oh my God. And I was like, then they dropped the grenade at like 2 or 3 meters. So there's no stopping this. And when it drops at the end of the string, it pulls the pin. And I go, I need this for my sector because the string gives you that extra bit of height. You know, maybe it might have been 50 meters of string. I don't know, but it just spools down the grenade. And then at the last minute, it jerks it, drops the pin, and the grenade goes into the hatch, blows up a T-80, kills the crew, you know? And I'm like, T-80 with a freaking RGD-5 hand grenade. God damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, we've been talking about this just yesterday. I call it ISIS style.
Yeah, no. ISIS, when I first came to Ukraine, I worked for the Deputy Minister of Defense, and before I went to Gur, and I was there to give advice about, you want to see some ISIS stuff. We were looking at, because we thought, you know, the war, you could lose part of everything east of the Dnipro River. And I was there, I was like, supersize IEDs, SSV IEDs, right? These are tractor trailers or dump trucks with steel plate all around them, ISIS style. And I was like, I need to build a 10,000 pound IED. You know, that's freaking 4,000 kilo, 3,000 kilo IED. And they were like, what? I go, we're going to do this. We're going to do this right. We're going to do this ISIS style remotely controlled RCVB IED.
Just wanted to invite up the panel. Chuck Ferris here. Malcolm Meet.
Hey,
we're having a great talk with Malcolm, and Snuff plays awesome stuff with drones. It's not a toy drone.
Snuff's a drone killer.
Hey, Malcolm.
Yeah, Snuff's here.
Always good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, I'm holding the fort for you, man. Yeah.
So am I finished? Am I finished or
no?
what?
What was your question? Did you have a question?
No.
Thank you.
I just wanted to introduce Chuck to you there. Chuck's a resident Navy SEAL, Snuff. So I wanted you guys to meet.
Oh, what a company comes here.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Thank you,
Sergey. I'll get your contact later, and I will be sending you people. You
Yeah,
need to help out. I got guys who need your help.
Listen, some more serious and sorry for pretty typical questions, but I always ask them guys which are professional militaries from abroad, because things you see, things you observe, and some conclusions you come to. What do you think? Let's say 5 things. First 5 things that must be changed immediately.
With the Ukrainian army?
Yes, because I do have my opinion about that, but I'm just interested. I'm just interested to know yours.
I can only give you my impression based on my battalion and my brigade.
Yeah,
And
sure.
We switch. I mean, I just had this discussion with my battalion commander because I'm fundraising back in the States for this, and I said we got to switch weapons. We got to go weapons common. Right now we have one platoon that uses the Polish Grot rifle, great rifle. It's like the Scar Light, but it's a little
I know
heavier.
what it is. I know.
And
I know it.
I got another platoon using M4s, another platoon using AK-74s, and mixed AKMs.
I saw. I saw the same thing just a week ago, but it was about one platoon, not about different platoons.
No,
it was about one platoon. When one platoon used it, a few of them were using AR-15, and the others were using AK-47s, and the others were using AK-74s, and I was like, "What the hell?"
I know. Well, I got all my commando training from GUR and their paramilitary teams, and we all. If you see the Bren 2, the CZ Bren 2 rifle, also known as the CZ-807, you're talking the GUR or SSO. Because we have weapons common. Everyone uses that weapon only. We have 3 weapons we carry, or 4. That, the PKM machine gun, the MG240 machine, or the MG3, right? The
MG3.
Yeah, machine gun. Or if we have a vehicle, we'll take an M240B. But, and we have everything. But everybody has the CZ-807. It has a 16-inch barrel. I have one now in the States, so I got to keep my proficiency up at home. It's got a 16-inch barrel.
So you feel yourself like at home.
Yeah, well, what I like about the CZ, the Bren 2, it's like, I always make this joke. It's like the M4 and the FN Scar had a baby. Because everything below the upper receiver is M4, and everything above it, including the stock, is Scar, except that the bolt is adjustable on either side. So if you've ever fired the Scar Light, you can get Garand thumb, right? You can get Scar thumb, where the bolt will clip your thumb. And I mean, I said this before on this program. I qualified in my first 20 shots on that weapon. It shot itself. I got 17 out of 20. I'd never handled the weapon before. I was handed the weapon with iron sights. I went to their range and I qualified immediately on it. That weapon is so stupidly easy. It's an M4, so it takes any M4 magazine, any optics. It just has a longer barrel for good reach around Ukraine. So that's number one. I would get everybody on a common weapon. Here's another thing, and I don't understand this in Ukraine. I don't understand this. Ukraine is afraid of sidearms. They're afraid of pistols. It's like some communist thing. They don't want you to have a pistol. And when they do, it's like, here's a Makarov. What? A Makarov? We're buying Glock.
Do you know, by the way, that according to Ukrainian laws, you can buy even a sniper rifle with 50 caliber.
Yes.
But you cannot buy a pistol.
No, it's weird. It's weird. And here's another weird law. They don't want to allow legionnaires or any foreign fighter in Ukraine to buy a weapon in the private weapons market at like Sunvol or Safari or any of these big gun shops. They won't let you buy one. So if I want to upgrade my upper, I've actually bought uppers from the United States, 20-inch uppers to change an M4 into a designated marksman rifle. But those 2 I would change right off the bat. Number 3, for God's sakes, somebody has got to change the Ukrainian MRE, or they've got at least got to put the wrappers in English.
That's what I was talking about yesterday.
They're big, they're huge, but it's like, You know, I send a lot of food, 1,000 rations a month now. By the way, one more plug. You guys got to donate to TAPSTRI, tapestry.org, for the 3rd Battalion or Legion Sustainment Fund for food and magazines. We're buying 400 PMags from Poland. So new PMags. So that's another thing, right? I would get more American support weapons forward. We have 2 60mm mortars. Until I sent specific London Bridge trading backpacks that could carry that specific mortar.
Yeah,
we
by the
couldn't
way,
move
this is very specific. How do you find it, by the way?
them.
Because
Yeah, well, you got to call London Bridge Trading in Virginia Beach, or
no,
find
I
it
mean,
on
I mean, have you ever used it, and what's
Yes.
your impression?
Yeah, now we've got 2 60mm mortars.
Mm-hmm.
And more importantly, I found in the States a U.S. government contract backpack that carries 6 mortar rounds per pack, plus all your combat gear, unobtainium. So now our mortar section goes out with 18 rounds of mortar and 2 mortars. Basic. 5 guys carry all that, and we can still take 20 more rounds, you know, on our ATVs. So we went from having no internal fire support solely because we could put them in backpacks that were built for it. So I would do that. I would have more, you know, they asked the U.S. Army for stuff, and I think the U.S. Army doesn't recommend enough stuff. So when you
doesn't
say,
recommend because it doesn't think is necessary, or doesn't recommend because it doesn't want to give it.
I think because the Ukrainians don't ask for it. I think the U.S. Army is giving the Ukrainians everything they ask for.
I absolutely agree with you because the problem, I think you agree too, that the problem of some Ukrainians that they just have no idea about existence of something better that actually they can get.
Yeah, I mean, we're a year into the war, and you know, a lot of the standoff weapons that we need, like I got to tell you, the best thing that the U.S. Army did for Ukraine, I don't know how they did it. They did it fast. Was equipping. I don't know. There's got to be 10,000 Barrett MRAD sniper rifles in that country. Every squad has a Barrett MRAD. That is a first killing weapon. It was smart that the Ukrainians asked for it only in 338 Lapua, because the Ukrainians had the 338 Lapua as a standard ammo stock there. They make their own precision match 338 ammunition. So they didn't send over the extraneous 308 barrels or the 300 Win Mag barrels. I own one. I have the whole kit with 3 barrels and bolts. And the 338 Lapua MRAD is the standard weapon sniper system in Ukraine. So that was a good move. And then, it's a question of tanks and logistics after that. But I'm a big fan of the last thing I would change. And I know you guys have your fighter group that we talk about. People are like, oh, send F-16s, send F-16s. No, don't send F-16s, right? Send over a modular wing rail that will launch the AIM-9 Sidewinder X and the M120 AMRAAM anti-air missile that can be modularly just placed onto a MiG-29 or an Su-27 and change the entire dynamic of the war, right? None of these
Axel, do you remember that just yesterday I said that actually if you have enough of artillery and for example drone operators, you don't even need any aircrafts.
Yes, and I said I politely disagree because I think all of the above is good. I think Malcolm's idea is good. I think it is very important that we have
for the
artillery.
cost of one F-16, you could buy 50 rail kits, right? And the software that you get the checks, or somebody who's already done this. Someone has already done this, right? Whether it's the Indians or somebody has already developed a rail that will fire the AIM-120 that can be retrofitted onto Soviet aircraft, and send them 500 AMRAAMs and 500 Sidewinders first to say, okay, we're now going to dominate our airspace to the tune of 75 miles. I've mentioned this on this forum before. I've seen a dogfight between an Su-27, a Ukrainian Su-27, and I don't know which Russian aircraft it was. It was probably, something more sophisticated, but the Russian couldn't see him. He's firing down from like 20,000 feet over the city of Kharkiv, and they used Kharkiv as a clutter. I mean, this thing was flying over us about 500 feet. And I thought, if that Ukrainian had AMRAAM, this fight would be over. He would just aim it, lock it, let it read on its own, and pull the trigger, and go home and have a coffee, and get a
big
kill.
debate. Big debate.
Okay, all right. Big debate.
Another question. It will be quicker.
All
right. What do you think? For example, U.S. Army need to learn from Ukrainian.
Everything. Everything. They really need to learn. I mean, no, look, the Ukrainians are going to be living in Fort Bragg and Fort Benning, right? And, the things that they need to learn is the Army wants to bring up systems when they want to innovate, right? Screw systems. Start looking at the Ukrainians right now and start building a better hand grenade dropping drone, right? I mean, one where you go, okay, this drone is the size of a Mavic 3 with double the lift capacity to lift 1,000 grams. That means it can carry a mortar round now. And every other soldier in the U.S. Army is getting one, right? I don't like the idea of kamikaze drones because they're just shoot and scoot. And now it's another munition you have to replace. I would rather you just have to charge a battery and get a whole bunch of freaking. My unit was one of the few units we had boatloads of M67 grenades, right? And everybody was jealous. The Legion had real grenades, but we didn't have anything to drop them from. I mean, if we weren't in a face-to-face fight, I carried 4, and then I started carrying Russian offensive grenades because they blast bigger.
Which ones? RGOs?
Yeah. So
RGOs. They use RGOs.
RGOs and RGD1s, RGD5s. You can take your pick. So, but I started carrying when we did Kharkiv. I took 8 grenades. I wasn't playing games because we were going to do trenches, and our trench strategy was every corner gets it. Right? Every corner, you bounce a fucking grenade. I don't care whether you think it's empty or not. Everybody gets a grenade just in case. Right? So I was like, they get in a mix. So I happen to have 4 M67s, and we could take our pick of Russians.
You should try if you didn't you should try a thermobaric grenade.
I was just going to ask you. We need that thermobaric grenade.
Contact me, brother.
We'll trade you 40 millimeters.
DM me.
Okay, we'll talk about that. Look, this is what happens when practitioners get in the same room.
Before we upset all of our F-16 friends, there's also a symbolic.
I'm sorry, guys.
F-16s too. I'm just
saying.
120s first.
Listen, the symbolic effect and the effect on morale of the Russians, just to think that Ukraine would, get a few squadrons of those, it would it's a devastating impact as well. Obviously, Ukraine needs more and much more of everything. I don't think anything they have enough of. That's a fair assessment?
I just had this discussion with a private NGO that purchased, I believe they purchased a tank, a Leopard 1 tank. And have now gotten
from the Belgian
multiple donations.
The Belgian company.
Yeah. And I said, they said, well, we want to do something in aircraft. And I said, there is a private company in the United States that flies F-16s. That's ex-Israeli F-16s as aggressor aircraft on private contract. Go and see if they will sell you one, right? As a private person, private citizen to private citizen, right? Get up 20 million bucks. Go buy a straight stripped copy of a B version with double seats or something like that, and then present it to the Ukrainian Air Force. And it would be a fait accompli, right? Like, oh, they already got a F-16. Now, that's symbolic, but it's possible. It's possible.
There you go, Malcolm. I'm going to pop off and switch co-hosts. I don't know if Chuck wants to come up
I
here.
have to leave because it's 6.
Get out of
It's
town.
almost 7. I've been here 3 hours for my 1 hour.
Jeez Louise.
And I'm taking up Chuck's town. I'm going to listen to him. Is Chuck, you going to give us a battle front update?
I am, but I'm listening to you guys because look, I'm sitting here giving you my opinion from my wonderful couch seat, and I want to listen to the combatants is what I want to listen to. Well, you're a combatant, Malcolm, and Sergey, you're the man.
Sergey and I are going to blow some things up, aren't we?
Yeah. DM me about grenades. I'll bring you some.
Sergey, look at the group which we have. You'll find them there.
Okay.
Sounds good. Stick around, Sergey. We're going to bring Chuck up. I think we need to pass the torch on. Thanks to Malcolm. Everyone, please go check out Malcolm Nance, his Twitter handle. He's an author. He's definitely an extraordinary individual, and he's putting it all in for Ukraine. He knows he's seen the writing on the wall. And thank you. Visit tapestry.org.
Yeah, guys, if you can go to Tapestry, that's tapstri.org. I want you to calculate how many PMags you can buy with a donation. They're $30 in Poland. We are trying to buy 400 in the next day. All right. Now, Malcolm, why would your battalion suddenly need 400 magazines in the next day? Because they need 400 magazines. We're plussing up. We're ready to go shoot people. So, whoops, am I allowed to say that?
Didn't hear it. Don't know what was said.
We are expanding. Our special operations battalion is expanding dramatically. And we need magazines and we got to get them from Poland. We can't get them from anywhere else. So please go to tapestry.org and drop in at least $30.
Hey, Malcolm, before you go, you want to ask Ron DeSantis for a contribution to Tapestry?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Malcolm, you promised me that we talk about it for at least 1 minute.
Oh, God. Okay. I'll tell you what I think here. I don't know what it is about the Treason Caucus. You guys know we're going to have to talk politics. I was a Republican most of my life, a Colin Powell national security strong Republican, right? And then things went crazy. Ronald Reagan was the first person I voted for because of the bear video, right? There's a bear in the woods. Well, now we've got a bear rampaging through a city, eating, destroying people. And we have an entire group of people in America that are ready to throw America to Russia. I would be so embarrassed. Worse, I was at the Tucson Festival of Books last week, and I was on C-SPAN, and I'll post that on my Substack at malcolmnance.substack.com, and you can go see that. I have some hard things to say about people who were in the military who are now hating on Ukraine. We built that army to a certain extent. We had a training facility out there that U.S. forces were working with now. And we have people that think Steven Seagal in Russia, is the greatest thing since sliced bread. If
He's
there's a
out
God in
for
heaven, they'll send his
pizza.
ass to Wagner.
He used to be out for justice, but now he's out for pizza. I don't know.
He's so fat. Oh, I want to see him with Wagner. Because that's what they're going to do. Did you see his comment yesterday? I'm 1,000%. I'm 100% Russian. I'm 1,000% Russophile. I'm 1,000,001% Russian.
Dude can't even speak Russian. I'm just gonna pop here and say that he's lived there for how long, and he can't even speak like a sentence in Russian. So that's number one. Number two, F that dude.
Oh,
right?
you know what that guy. You know what he says. He be out there go, I speak Russian. You're man. Yeah, but he thinks of it unironically. He thinks that's a come on. So
okay, but Malcolm,
that's disgusting. I don't want to think about him in a sexual manner.
Please, okay.
Did I just put that in your head?
People.
Now I can't unthink it.
Jabba the Hutt of Russia.
Focus. So why on earth does Mr. DeSantis believe that catering to an imaginary populist base helps him and does not liquidate his candidacy?
The crazy caucus. The crazy caucus is controlling the Republican wing of Congress. I'm sorry, it just is. And these people are they're opponents to anything that's good and decent. And there are people there. Ron DeSantis swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States as a lawyer in the Navy. All right, who did, if you were to listen to him, he was a team guy when he was actually the guy who did divorce, seminars every Friday.
Come on, you want to hit on a Jags? You can do this all day long. I get that, but that's fine. But
he
let's
swore
talk
the
political reasoning. How can he do this? Malcolm, you're smart. You get these people. You understand them. How can someone try to be a carbon copy of the other candidate?
Yeah, well, because it pays. There's an entire segment of the United States population, 71,338,000 who voted for this. And they seem to think it's tribalism, pure tribalism. It's not about what's good. It's not about what's right. It is not about the values that we landed on Normandy for. They are espousing and have decided that they think Vladimir Putin and his Russian murderous tough guy fascist routine is something that should come to America. I mean,
but not the 71 million. Malcolm, not the 71 million. We had a young freshman congressman from Iowa, from the 3rd in Iowa, Zach Nunn here. Also a veteran, a well-known one, young guy, super energetic, Reagan conservative. You can hear it straight off the bat. He didn't go to the book signing. He also didn't go to Trump's event.
And guess what?
He was super in favor of Ukraine, which, by the way, once Mr. DeSantis supposedly was in 2014, 15, and 16.
Has this guy flipped? Yeah.
Mr. Nunn won't flip.
He will. If he doesn't, by next election, he won't have that job. And I don't know what it is about this the way it is engineered today, but look, Colin Powell comes in far to the lower left quadrant of flaming liberal these days. What's happened here is there's been a shift, and the base determines whether your position is acceptable, and their position is the crazy fringe. So unfortunately,
is that really true, Malcolm? You're into American politics. Last time around, that base and their candidates, they lost. They lost so many.
They don't care.
Axel, it's that crazy.
It's tribalism. You're looking at tribalism here. It has nothing to do with what's logical or rational. The tribal chief says X, they believe X, and they love the mean-spiritedness of it. They love the anger, the shouting, the thrashing, the owning the libs. I actually said this on air. I said, how can you call yourselves American when you actually oppose the values that we're fighting to defend? This is literally good versus evil stuff. We haven't had a good war since forever. And this one, women and children are dying. We're protecting them. I felt great when I liberated these towns. And little old babushkas would come up and give us the babushka blessing and bring us potato soup. And they were like, American. And I'm like, wow, we're here doing good, liberating people from oppression. I got people that call me a traitor every day. But you know what? I know there are a lot of good people here who are Republican, a lot of people who may even have voted for Trump. I know this isn't a political forum, but you know what it is a forum about? It's about right versus wrong. And as I once heard the commandant of the Marine Corps told me one time when I was doing the waterboarding debate, and I was the guy who was against waterboarding. I ran a waterboard. And he said, you know what? I talked to the the sergeant major of the Marine Corps. He said, I talked to the commandant of the Marine Corps. And he said, I said, General, right is right and wrong is wrong. And you know in your heart this is wrong. And he said he flipped them just like that. Took a senior NCO to have a reality check. And that's what we need to be doing with our neighbors. To go, so you want these children to die? You want innocent people to die? Then why? Why are you opposed to helping these people? This is America. You would have. That means Malcolm, you would have sided with the Germanys in 1945 for and not invaded Normandy.
That's fine. I agree with you. These are good arguments, and this is a good portrayal. But this still applies to a small minority. My question is, when, for example, Mitch McConnell in Munich, and again yesterday, by the way, stressed how important the strategic calculus is, how important it is, also with a view to China, to deter Russia and defeat Russia. When even Mr. McCarthy has done the very same thing in recent days, finally, when we have more than a dozen congressmen from the Republican side who say this, and today, after DeSantis came out with this stupid interview statement and these absolutely terrible connotations he portrayed, Lindsey Graham lashes out at him. Lindsey Graham lashes out at him, and then Marco Rubio as well. So there is a significant resistance to this form of isolationism.
See, this is the problem. You consider Lindsey Graham and Marco Rubio opposition. And I've written 5 books about the Trump administration. Actually, is that right? 5, if you include this new one, about the Trump administration and their global geopolitical strategy, which is wholeheartedly un-American. It is not America first. America first in 1939 was the groups that supported the Nazi movement, the American Bund movement in the United States. I'm really America first. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm a hardcore originalist constitutionalist, and I defended it with my life, every second of my life. So when I went to Ukraine, I called that defending the Eastern Wall of democracy. Many people don't believe in democracy here, and this is going to be a struggle, and I think it will fail in the next Congress. I think the Republicans will lose the House again. I think the Democrats will hold the Senate, and I think, but the Secretary of Defense and the President have already put in enough money for the next 5 years. But you're going to keep hearing Americans say, "Why aren't we feeding children? We're feeding Ukrainian children." They don't feed American children. That's just bull, right? This is about being, their master is beholden to Putin. Remember I told you I went to Putin's office in Dresden?
I know,
Putin
I've been there too. I
loves
actually,
flipping
I have the
spies.
pleasure of being there too. And I understand what you mean and the anecdotes, and I get this. Don't forget, I am the one who's constantly been pushing here because Mr. Putin was station chief in Dresden, which supposedly was not so important, but Dresden was the connection point to the RAF. And from a German perspective, that matters a great deal because he was station chief for the RAF connection office or liaison office. And he was their handler when they killed Alfred Herrhausen and therefore changed the course of history in Germany. So I'm completely with you, but what I'm trying to highlight is it is impossible from an outside perspective to accept that on the one hand, you have the Senate Armed Forces Committee with only one crazy member, but all Republicans and all Democrats unified in staunch support of freedom and Ukraine specifically in this case. It's only Mr. Getz who's nuts. And he definitely has anyway issues.
The biggest
how is it
mouths
possible they
in
are
the
there
Congress,
and we still have to suffer these guys?
the biggest mouths in the Congress are Matt Getz, Lauren Boebert, Paul Gosar, the people they call the Freedom Caucus. Donald Trump's thinking about announcing either Carrie Lake or Marjorie Taylor Greene as his running mate. They are hardcore anti-Ukraine, hardcore anti-Ukraine. It's going to get a lot more dynamic, but I think the American public have come to their senses by electing that last Congress. The only reason it's Republican is because New York screwed up its redistricting, including my district, and they have 5 seats. They are running by the thinnest margin. If they alienate the moderates, the House could flip back to the Democrats. But unfortunately, moderation is not in the crazy caucus's mind. It's not in their platform. They want to defund Ukraine, and they would rather see Ukraine turn over to Russia. I don't think it'll happen, but you got to be prepared for the hard reality of their mindset.
But in the run-up to the election, in those 2 years, we talked about this window. You and I talked about this here. In those 2 years, the Biden administration, if it finally unleashes Sullivan to play in China, let's found an organization where Mr. Sullivan can play in China. How about it? Or with China, so he can finally do what he really wants to do. And in the meantime, let the big boys come in and do the real stuff.
Sure. I mean, if they make me national security advisor, no problem. But we got to deal with the cards as they're dealt. So I think that's as good as we're going to get on that subject. I'm going to turn over to Chuck. I have to go. I've been here 3 hours. But I do want
Thank
you all
you,
to buy us
Malcolm.
PMags. So go to tapestry.org and send us PMags, guys.
Thanks, Malcolm. Much
All right.
appreciated.
Bye.
Great show.
Thank you, Malcolm. And yes, we will go to tapestry.org and make a contribution tonight. You know,
What
we
you mean
lost.
tonight? It's done.
Sexy
Al.
PMags,
It's done.
baby, with Windows. It's crazy that this war is coming down to that, but it's true.
Sexy what?
PMags, right?
PMags.
PMag,
Oh, okay.
30 round AR-15 magazines with Windows. That's my world. That's as good as I'm gonna get in terms of relationships these days. All right, I'm gonna go. Take care, Chuck.
See you, brother. Good show. Thanks, man.
All right.
Hello, Chuck.
Daryl, how are you, brother? Good to hear your dulcet tones.
Not yet. We'll let Alan come in. He's got the better one.
He makes us both look good.
That's why I'm here, to make everyone look good.
On radio, does look good. That's pretty bad.
This is why I love Charles Osgood. He would always end his CBS nightly news broadcast with "See you on the radio," and that's what I like to do. I like to see you on the radio because that's where I look my best. So I just want to let folks know the maps that we're going to review tonight with Chuck are up in the nest. And this is a Bakhmut, and it's Svatove. And I think, Chuck, we should get going right away and go to Bakhmut because there has been so much debate about what is happening in Bakhmut. I know there's still a news blackout when you come right down to it from Bakhmut. What do you see happening? It's back and forth, intense fighting.
It is, and back and forth is absolutely the word for it. Put up a couple of different maps today. The later one, which was 2120 UTC, so that was just a couple hours ago. It was the close-up of Bakhmut city. There's another map later we'll be referring to, which is the Bakhmut axis, which sort of covers from Andervika to Soledar. But right now we're just talking about the urban area of Bakhmut. The Russians are actually across the river in the north and in the south. They've gotten a little farther west in the northern positions. They have crossed the river and they have crossed the TO5-13 highway. Fighting there is basically house to house, as you can imagine. It's a little less dense of an urban area in the north, however, still an urban area. In this kind of fighting, the Russians are paying for every meter of ground. The Ukrainians are fighting them smart. And the interesting thing about this sort of combat is it is much better to be in defense than offense here in an urban fight like this. The other thing is if you are a rapist who got out of prison because someone handed you a rifle and they drop you into an urban battlefield, you can be pretty sure that is a bit like retroactive capital punishment, because you're not going to last very long in that kind of a fight. The other good thing is if the Russians do want these urban areas captured, they are going to have to sacrifice their best troops to make any gains up here. In the south, there is fighting in the vicinity of the 00507 highway, which is a little bypass that not quite a beltway because it goes through the city, but it is a southernly way to get through the city and hook back up to the H-32. There was fighting 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago around school number 5, which is a secondary school with a largish kind of campus there. Again, the Russians are across the river, but they're paying for every doorknob they pass. It's some slightly disturbing developments today in Chasiv Yar, which is the city to the west, very close to Bakhmut. The Russians fired white phosphorus, which is, on paper, it is a marking round. It is a round that you could tell the world at your war crimes trial that you were using as a smokescreen, but it has a horrendous effect on human beings. This is a substance that burns. It puts out a white trace wherever it is ignited and projected, but if it hits you, it'll just keep burning through you like a Sigourney Weaver movie. It's not, it is not kosher, and it is not lawful to use these munitions on people. But again, the Russians today fired at least 2 rounds into Chasiv Yar using white phosphorus.
And Chuck, we are certain it's white phosphorus?
This is what the AFP is reporting. I've got a friend who reports for AFP. I don't know if it's his report. I'm going to give it moderate to high confidence that it happened. I haven't seen the video, but if anyone has seen the video, if you get it to us, there's only one thing that looks like white phosphorus. Nothing else looks like it. And if we get a video, we can make a pronouncement.
Okay, we're going to look for that video. It's significant that Russians are targeting Chasiv Yar because this is higher ground to the west, and this is where Ukrainians have organized a very strong defensive line. So it would actually make sense for the Russians to select white phosphorus as a weapon to aim there. Do you expect, Chuck, that the Ukrainians are still thinking about? Do we withdraw to Chasiv Yar and defensive lines to the west, which are all higher ground, or do we keep holding on to Bakhmut?
I would say that there are still a number of ways in and out of Bakhmut. So that means Ukrainian wounded can come out, the troops can be rotated, and ammunition and reinforcements can be set in. I've got a hunch that we're in one manner of thinking, we're setting the stage for Severodonetsk too. And of course, people will remember Severodonetsk was a battle that happened last, what was it, Alan? Early summer, I guess. Ukraine
early summer.
Early summer.
Yes, June.
They effected a staged withdrawal from Severodonetsk. Oh, actually, they sort of let the Russians come in street by street. By the time the Russians got about halfway in to Severodonetsk, the Ukrainians counterattacked strongly and then engaged the Russians for a number of weeks in an extremely costly, for the Russians, urban battle. That is still definitely still on the table now as a viable Ukrainian course of action, because if you can get your people in and out of the city, you're making the Russians, again, look, Russia needs this win, right? They haven't captured a city since Severodonetsk, and the Ukrainians are going to be very happy to make them pay. And if they want an urban fight, Ukraine will give it to them.
So from what I've read, the Russian strategy in Bakhmut is to use these human wave attacks, sending first Mobics and then Wagner convicts, and then following up with with Russian army troops, supposedly trained professional Russian army troops. The point of the first two waves is to absorb ammunition. Is this working for the Russians?
It is just about the only thing that's working for them. And the problem is, of course, if you are a Ukrainian defender, you get these first probing attacks, and they're obviously expendable Russian troop units. And your question is, how close do you let them get before you open up? And unfortunately for the Ukrainians, ammunition is a consideration. There was a couple of videos put up this afternoon. I actually retweeted one of them. Ukraine had actually identified a Russian T-90 tank on the streets of eastern Bakhmut. They had the targeting loop on this thing, but they couldn't complete the kill because they didn't have the ammunition to prosecute the target, take out that tank, because there is a battery commander and he is thinking, look, do I expend, and these are unguided munitions because, Excalibur rounds are hard to find, but that local battery commander is thinking, look, do I spend 10 or 15 rounds killing this tank, or do I save them in case the Russians come out of the box somewhere else in the sector? That wouldn't be a consideration. In almost any case, that wouldn't be a consideration for a NATO, guy in close fire support. He wouldn't say, do I have 20 shells? Of course he would, and he'd take out the tank. So, we talked about the things that are burning, right? One of the fuses that are burning is, the NATO ammunition and equipment and vehicles. It's like, let's get them here so we can start the third act of this play in a little better position.
So, folks, we have a lot of requests to speak. Right now, the panel is full. Be patient. We will bring you up. We'll go through hands in just a few minutes' time as we analyze what's happening in Bakhmut. So, my God, this battle has been going on for more than 8 months now. But over the last few weeks, we have seen this red mitten of Russian troops try to close its grip around Bakhmut and encircle it. But the Ukrainians have succeeded in opening that mitten a little bit. And this occurs in the northwest of Bakhmut, in the southwest of Bakhmut. Let's focus on those two directions right now, Chuck. Where are the Ukrainians succeeding? Where are the Russians succeeding?
Yeah, there is some better news. We go south of Bakhmut, the thumb of the mitten, as it were. The Russians try pretty much daily to get to the town of Ivanatsky, which is just, I guess you'd call it a suburb of Bakhmut, but it isn't connected by suburban areas. It is more of a satellite village. And Ivanatsky sits aside the H-32 highway. And I'm sure if you were driving down there in peaceful times, this would be the last gas station before you get to Bakhmut. The Russians have been trying to get to Ivanatsky. They've actually gotten across the highway close to the town on a number of occasions, but they can't make that stick. Going south of Ivanatsky, there is a town called Kilshevika, and calling it a town is a compliment to Kilshevika. Although this was basically in the middle of the Russian thumb and shown on most people's maps as being controlled by the Russians, we've seen for a town in Russian control, it sure got shelled a lot by Russian artillery. That town is still in play. And the Ukrainians have managed to gnaw off about half of the Russian thumb. I'm putting the line of contact somewhere slightly to the west of Kilshevika, but there was a fire mission conducted on this morning's report on Kilshavika. So the Ukrainians are likely there. So although the Russians are, I wouldn't say resurgent, I wouldn't say dominant, but I would say the Russians are in a strong presence in their attempts across the M03, the fingers of the mitten in the north. The Ukrainians are actually making some progress against the thumb in the south, and that's good.
Would you expect a counterattack of some kind? I'm not saying counteroffensive, but a counterattack of some kind through Bakhmut by the Ukrainians?
Well, that certainly could happen. In the second of today's maps, in the Bakhmut city map that went up later, the Ukrainians actually did counterattack into the town of Dobo-Vasilivka. That was a place that the Russians launched over 60 attacks in the course of 48 hours. They actually finally, if you can say, took in a situation like this. They finally occupied the city. It's, again, this is not a city, and it's barely a village. It's mostly a place name on the map. But the Ukrainians hit it again today, and a contact was reported in that area. So there certainly was a Russian reversal of fortune. When Colonel John Spencer joins us, we often talk about the culmination of Russian forces in this area of operation. And as everyone knows by now, culmination is a fancy word for basically exhausting your unit. You have culminated. You've sustained X number of casualties. You've exhausted your ammunition, your vehicles, machinery, weapons, fill in the blank, are no longer functioning in optimal condition, and you need to disengage. So one of the things that the Russian commanders, not caring about their people, they're probably taking their eye off the ball here as well. And that is, it is all well and good for you to hear on the radio from your forward commanders that you've taken Dobo-Vasilivka, but it's quite another thing for that exhausted, spent, busted up unit of convicts who have attacked this town 60 times in 48 hours. It's not surprising that the Ukrainians decided to hit back there. And the Russians have got to worry about this all along their line of contact, all along that big red mitten. And what is interesting about the Ukrainian progress in the south is in the south, there are several VDV units, Russian paratroopers, regular Army airborne forces, and regular Russian Army mechanized infantry outfit. So the gains in the south have been made against, straight up regular Russian troops. The creeping gains in the north have been made, Alan, just as you said. You push 300 or 400 Wagnerites out in front of your regular units. You let them pull the bullet sponge routine, and you try to advance. And that's the only thing that is apparently working for the Russians, if you call that working.
In other words, these Russian attacks are infantry attacks unsupported by armor. Doesn't mean they're unsupported by artillery. The Russians still have plenty of artillery positioned around Bakhmut with plenty of targeting going on. But on the ground, it's just infantry. No infantry fighting vehicles, no tanks with them, nothing.
Absolutely. And it was interesting. There is armor now, Russian armor, some vehicles in eastern Bakhmut. It was not it was not encouraging for me to hear that that Ukrainian ammunition shortage prevented knocking out that T-90 Uh, I can also say this: if there's a tank in a city, and I would much rather be with the SEAL teams and our AT4s and our NLAWs than to be riding around in that tank, because tanks have a place in the city if you are a very skilled operator. If you know how to drive your tank into a building, hang out there during the day. When you move your tank, you always know where you're going to go next. You always know you've got your infantry screen around it, etc. These are all things I don't think the Russians always bear in mind, and I don't think it's the kind of things they do well. But you're right. In the north, this is unsupported infantry. It still doesn't classify to be as human wave attacks, but it because for me, a human wave is 400 guys with fixed bayonets yelling and coming at you all at once. But this certainly is a case of 20, 30, 40 guys pushed forward on a compass bearing towards you in broad daylight. And, you can't imagine military leadership that does those sorts of things. But, it's Wagner, right? So that's what they do.
And these 10, 20, 30 guys are pressed forward 10, 20, 30 times. That's why it becomes a human wave attack. So, Chuck, I also saw a video of Ukrainian jets in the sky over Bakhmut. Is the Ukraine Air Force active in Bakhmut?
Yeah, there were 10 aviation strike missions today. As Alan said, the Su-25, the Frogfoot, is the NATO reporting name. That is kind of the Soviet analog to the A-10. The A-10 is actually a gun, an airplane designed around a gun. And of course, the Su-25, it also has a cannon, but Ukraine often uses it, most often uses it to put rocket air-to-ground ordnance down. So there were 10 aviation strike missions around Bakhmut today. You can generally plot those, and they will be, those missions are flown to meet and blunt Russian offensive operations. So those places today, there was some activity in the north, Vasukivka, and again, Dubo Vasilivka was hit. Hyrokavika, which is south. The Russians actually struck at this village. It's maybe 2 kilometers from the line of contact. Again, for every Russian soldier who got there, you already know you didn't get back. Again, that's another sort of standard operating procedure for a lot of Russian offensive operations. They may get to the objective, but they don't come home. Again, this is the kind of generalship that you can only get away with when you have an unlimited supply of an expendable commodity. And that's the way the Russians are fighting. So,
Daryl, get in here, please.
Hey, Chuck, mentioning these strikes, and you mentioned general. I've seen, at least by your maps, in the last couple of weeks, command vehicle after command vehicle being hit. And they are being, it seems like with more frequency at this point. And to me, that only tells me that there are more and more commanders closer to this battle than there would be, I guess, in normal situations. And they seem to be like concentrated in a sense. What is that saying to you? Anything, if anything?
yeah, well, a couple things. Daryl, you and I know a colonel should not get killed in combat. A colonel should be A colonel's place is not up front with a knife between his teeth. His place is, big picture, and he can be within artillery range, but he should keep moving. Ukraine is able to take out a lot of these headquarters elements, and the Ukrainian General Staff will report. If they get a headquarters element, they report it, and they'll usually credit it to aviation or the missile and artillery forces. One of the reasons Ukrainians are so good at this is their signals intelligence is supreme, and we often use the metaphor for modern battle being taking place in a dark gymnasium and everyone's got a pistol and a flashlight. You don't want to be the first guy to turn on your flashlight. And that goes the same for giving a nice long soliloquy on a radio, because it takes almost no time at all for your signal to be direction found and triangulated. And once the Ukrainians have done that, they can call in an artillery strike. And they've been taking these out in the Bakhmut area quite a bit. The other thing the Ukrainians are quite good at doing is taking out Russian electronic warfare elements, and these are platforms that would try to get close to the front. They would try to jam Ukrainian drones, take them over, crash them, jam tactical radios, the kind of radios that are used for inter-squad and inter-platoon communications. And again, it's a bit of the same process. The Ukrainians can identify these electronic warfare positions, particularly one that's trying to take out a drone, right? And countermeasures against a drone in their simplest form are: you monitor the frequency that someone's using their drone on, you copy that frequency, and you broadcast a stronger signal. So the drone doesn't know who's their daddy, and they'll respond to the strongest signal. But while you're doing that, whether you have a brand new Moscow issued anti-drone gun that looks like something from Buck Rogers, or you've got some legacy equipment trying to do the same thing, if the Ukrainians catch a whiff of where you are, they're going to smother you with artillery, and that's good.
Thanks, Chuck. Looking at it, you're saying that there's more armor to the south rather than to the north. I'm suspecting that the land is more prohibitive in the north than it is in the south.
Well, the place it's the worst is between Chasiv Yar and Bakhmut, and between Chasiv Yar and the M03 highway. Look, I'm pretty sure that as bad as the Russian officers are, at least one or two of them can read a topographic map. And I wonder, why are you attacking Ivanansky when there are bluffs behind the city? There is a water course there again, and Ivanansky is not a city; it's a little village. There is a big series of bluffs and water courses between Chasiv Yar and the south. And also, if you keep crossing the M03 from the north and heading to Chasiv Yar, ditto. All sorts of broken terrain, ravines, water courses. Whatever Russian force it is that finally, compels a Ukrainian readjustment of the line out of Bakhmut, they're not going to be able to go any farther. It isn't going to happen, and especially not the way they're fighting now, and especially not when Ukraine is advertising that their casualty ratios are 1 dead Ukrainian for 7 dead Russians. This Russian force is going to be spent. And we've already seen what happened when Russians went to exert maximum effort in Severodonetsk, and that was it. The Ukrainians were able to break contact and retire almost 10 or 15 kilometers, and nobody followed them. And that would have been the time that any other general in the world would have stomped on the gas to try to engage the Ukrainians as they were adjusting their lines, retrograde maneuver. But the Russians just couldn't do it.
Chuck, how concerned are you with, as you spoke about earlier, the choice that a Ukrainian commander had to make? Do I expend an Excalibur and take out this tank, but there's a shortage? How concerned are you about the ammunition shortage, the munition shortage, especially with artillery for the Ukrainians? Is this something that can be corrected overnight with resupply, or is it a chronic shortage? Is it only in Bakhmut, or is it appearing at other places on the line of engagement?
No, I think the shortage is generalized. I think that the shells are in shorter supply. The Battle of Bakhmut wouldn't be happening if the Ukrainians had adequate supply of artillery. They could be breaking up these Russian forces as they're coming into the city. But before you pick up your pencil, Colonel Vasilev, who's listening for the FSB, there might be a shortage of shells because the Ukrainians are very prudently assembling terrific stockpiles of ammunition to feed their upcoming offensive operation. So cross out that line that says Chuck says they're running out of ammunition. They have to make a decision, unfortunately, with every fire mission, and that is, I've got an Excalibur and there's a T-90 tank on the street and we've got him dead to rights, and I've got this guy lit up by a laser. But should I save this shell in case a major general comes on the radio net and I've got his coordinates down to 8 digits? So that's the tough decision that Ukrainians have to make. The Ukrainians need more of everything. They need more artillery ammunition. They need more of everything. But there's a big Ukrainian offensive coming, and the Ukrainians are, as they meticulously prepare everything, they are making sure that there will be no problems with that offensive having every shell that it needs, every gallon of gas, every gallon of diesel, every Band-Aid, every bean, everything they need. So this won't happen. But again, in Bakhmut, this is the place that Russia wants to do battle. This is the center of gravity of Russia's attacks in the east. Remains Bakhmut. This is the best place to attrite Russian forces. And again, Bakhmut is not the key to eastern Ukraine. It isn't. And the Russians are going to find out pretty soon that Bakhmut isn't even the key to Chasiv Yar, because the terrain is going to increasingly favor Ukraine. And Chasiv Yar, the terrain around Chasiv Yar is not going to fall to direct assault. It simply isn't. And the two highways out of Bakhmut, as we've talked about, the M03 and the H32, good luck trying to get down them. You're going to inherit a city made of gravel, and I don't think you're going to get much farther than that.
Chuck, we've been seeing the classes. They're starting to graduate these classes of equipment operators in the different areas where they've been training. And I think for a lot of people out, include myself to a certain extent, we're seeing this as that moment, and seeing the back and forths in Bakhmut it makes us even more antsy, for those troops to get back and have that kit and put it to use. But from what I'm hearing with you right now with Chesapeake, this would not be the best place for them to be because of the land and the terrain. So, with that said, what would be the best thing in an offensive for them to have as a backup here at Bakhmut?
Yeah, that's a $64,000 question. But there's a big picture here, and I don't have the I don't have the information available to me that is available to the Ukrainian commanders. But I do know this, and we've talked about this earlier. If there was one place on the battlefield, if there were one city that were in play in Ukraine, and there was one place on this map that I had to report, hey, look, the Russians are slowly closing in on this position, it would be Bakhmut, because it is of the least strategic consequence of any other city that I could name. New York Times came out today, or just recently, within the last couple of hours, breathlessly saying the strategic importance of Bakhmut. So I guess when you buy that newspaper, you get what you pay for. And I would just remind my brother scribblers at the New York Times, Bakhmut cannot be a strategic city when it has two highways that are at a 90-degree angle to each other. That's not a strategic location. A strategic location would have 5 highways converging in one spot. That is the definition of a strategic city. Bakhmut isn't. The other thing that doesn't make it a strategic city is the terrain between Bakhmut and Chasiv Yar. Chasiv Yar is almost a buttressed fortress. There are terrain features that you could almost call palisades separating Chasiv Yar from Bakhmut. So if there were one place that the Russians could take on this map and we could all take a breather, it would be Bakhmut. But what's making you, Ansi, Daryl, and me, look, we've been there, we can relate to the soldiers on the ground, and the Ukrainian commanders, look, they're walking a tightrope here. They're walking a tightrope. When is it time to retire from the city? When are the Russian forces going to close in enough on these supply lines that I, as a Ukrainian commander, cannot depend on in and out traffic out of the city? So that's a decision that's above my pay grade. But it is hard to see that. But here's another big picture item that we're not privy to. Look, these Russian forces, even as they make a gain, they are not invincible, right? They are paying in blood, ammunition, equipment, sweat, and treasure for every meter they capture. So it's a bit like Muhammad Ali slugging it out with George Frazier. Every punch takes something out of the enemy, and the Russians have to be aware that there are reinforcements. There are Ukrainian reinforcements, maneuver elements, combined arms elements, and they are in the area of Bakhmut, and they can strike anywhere they want to. So the Russians have got to be careful. They can't. This is no victory lap.
So the commanders in Bakhmut, the Ukrainian commanders in Bakhmut, are walking a tightrope, but so are the Ukrainian war planners, because they are looking at the resources they need for a big counteroffensive. And maybe it's in a month or 2 months, we don't know, but they must be looking at either conserving their resources or looking at the logistics of incoming resources and trying to calculate what will we have when we need it. And that is a very tough position to be in for the Ukrainian general staff.
Yeah, and that's it, and war is this big mosaic, and the smallest tile in there is contact, right? Where is one rifle squad in contact with the other? And then when that contact it expands, it becomes a battle. And then battles can last, 6 hours, they can last 6 months. In the case of Bakhmut, 8 months this battle has been going on. But wars are a series of cluster of battles which are called a campaign. And that's it's General Sherman taking Atlanta and marching to the sea and then turning on Charleston, and moving up into North Carolina. That's a campaign. And this war is going to be a series of campaigns. So this is where the generals earn their pay, and they earn their perks, because the level of responsibility and brain power and forethought and planning that goes into how winning a war, it's a lot, and things are not left to chance. I mean, you exploit an opportunity when you get it, but you don't drift along in a war taking punches and thinking, well, maybe I can hit back here. You got to have a plan. And the Ukrainians are actually doing pretty well. The plan right now is to remain in contact in Bakhmut and kill as many Russians as show up every morning.
Daryl, should we take hands and then go to Spatove?
That's what I say. Let's grab Spedja, then Nick, and then Pete.
All right. My big question is, I know that all the attention is right now on Bakhmut, but what's going on in Zaporizhia?
Well, there in terms of back and forth, there isn't much going on there. The Russians are essentially digging in, right? The Russians know there's going to be a battle at Melitopol. They know that at least some of the forces that are going to take Melitopol are going to be coming down the M17 highway. So the Russians are, they are sort of leaning forward in the foxhole there. I don't know when the Ukrainians are going to make that southern move to the Sea of Azov. I don't know at what. I don't know when that'll occur, when the offensive comes. But it's inevitably going to come. I don't think the Russians are going to launch any offensive north towards Zaporizhzhia. I could be wrong. I just don't think that would be the best move for the Russians. And we talk about this a lot too. The Ukrainians have the interior lines of communication, right? Draw a circle around yourself. You're in the middle. You can get troops to 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock quicker than an adversary who has to go around the outside of the clock. So a Russian offensive out of Zaporizhzhia, that means that, everything the Russians want to put forward for an offensive, it has to come all the way around the clock, right? It has to go all the way around the country to get there. So I don't think the Russians want to start anything over here. I think they're sort of happy to have a little quiet sector of the war. And judging from the order of battles that I can see, and again, open source materials, the good thing about doing this for so long is I've got some people who have been right on the money for a long time, and I don't have to sift through all the nonsense. If I've got somebody who's reporting these well. The Russians are concentrated in a couple of places. They're getting more of a concentration up towards Kharkiv. They are around Kremenna heavily. They are around Bakhmut heavily, and they are around Donetsk city heavily. And I think much more likely we'll see flare-ups in those three spots, and probably not Zaporizhzhia, but I could be on here eating crow tomorrow morning.
Chuck, on the banks of the Dnipro River, opposite Kherson City, there has been some discussion of Ukrainians trying to push back the Russian artillery pieces that are constantly shelling Kherson every single day. The Russians are shelling Kherson and taking Ukrainian lives, civilians going to school, going to market, just going about their lives. This is, in a way, a pretty important, I'll call it a humanitarian line of engagement on the battlefield. It would be so beneficial for the Ukrainians to cross the Dnipro, to engage the Russians, to take out those artillery positions, and to have some kind of lodgment on the south bank of the Dnipro. Is that something that you think is under consideration or in progress?
As much as I'd like to say yes, I just don't think so. There is a lot of Ukrainian operation. There are a lot of small special forces operations crossing the Dnipro. A lot nightly. That stuff is going on, but the same river that made Kherson a ridiculous place for the Russian army to be, because it was a barrier to their logistics and maneuver and everything else. Now that river is a barrier for the Ukrainian army. And I would love to see a big maneuver warfare element cross the Dnipro and push the Russians back. But I just don't see it happening, because that whole operation would hang by the slender threads of whatever pontoon bridges the Ukrainians could put across the Dnipro. And the Russians already saw what happens in a heavy combat situation when you've only got a couple of bridges and everybody knows where they are. So I think, and again, this is Russia is the classic schoolyard bully, right? Let's pump some shells into Ukraine, into Kherson. Let's pump some shells into Novakharkova, and anywhere they can. That's a civilian fort, civilian targets. That's what Russia hits. There's been a lot of special forces and raiding operations, but that's all I see, Ellen, happening there. I wish I could tell you differently, but I think the Ukrainian commanders, they've come to the same conclusion, I think.
Yeah, I think they have too. It's a standoff on the banks of the Dnipro. Axel, did
Chuck,
you want to get in here?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one thing, Chuck. We saw that two ammunition depots, then one firing position of, say, relatively forward deployed Russian artillery, a command post, and something else, which probably was a gathering point, not quite clear, on the southern side, meaning therefore on the Russian-occupied side of Novakhovka, had been taken down. That was one night, and we were all looking at it with curiosity and a little bit of hope, and also quite some extreme concern, because at that point in time, the Russians had just opened the lock. Now, the lock, as it seems, is not open at the moment, yet again. So did the Ukrainians just lash out, destroy the Russians, force the Russians to change their tack, or was this just the beginning of further, insertions, infiltration, and then maybe at some point in time a more forceful approach? How would you take it?
I think that was, I think it was just a raid. Obviously, hitting a headquarters element, that's that is a standard special operations force target. They were able to do that. Those raids actually have they are important, and we don't hear of most of them. But what makes them so important is it forces Russia to divert resources. So every Russian vehicle patrol that is now going on around Melitopol or south of Kherson, Olapristan, all of those anti-partisan measures that Russia is forced to take, they burn resources and they divert Russian troops from places where they could be used, used against Ukraine. So there is there will be a long chapter in the book on the Ukraine war about the things going on south of the Dnipro. And again, we had a wonderful thing just come in here just a couple hours ago. Local collaborator in Melitopol was killed in a vehicle explosion today. The whole area around Melitopol is bandit country for the Russians, and that happens because of the cross Dnipro traffic. SOF forces in there operating, also Ukrainian intelligence officers there. They're running reconnaissance networks. They're getting those partisans more and more capable, and they are making an example of the local collaborators. All of that's good, and that's part of the destabilization efforts that are going on south of the Dnipro.
Thanks, Chuck. On to a couple more hands, and then we'll go to the map on Svatove. So Pete and then Nick. Pete.
Hi, everybody. This is incredible. From what my dad said, this is on the level of an NSC briefing. And I just really appreciate it, and everybody in here. I just had a quick question about going back to Bakhmut. I read an article the other day about how there's all these resources around Bakhmut, and that's possibly why Russia is trying to get it so bad with lithium and all the rare elements. And anyways, also, if Chuck could DM me and send me some of his open source information, I'm a sponge for stuff on Ukraine since my grandfather was from there. Anyways, thank you, everybody, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, this is a high-level briefing here at MriyaReport. So if you want to get in on it, retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. Every day is a high-level briefing or a master's class in history, culture, and actually much more important, it's just connection with Ukrainian voices of all kinds. Nick, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was interested when Chuck said, Bakhmut isn't all that important. There's an interview I saw today, I don't know how old it is, but of Zelensky saying basically the future of the country depends on holding Bakhmut and one or two other towns in that part of the front. I wonder whether that's actually his strategic or his and the general staff's strategic assessment, or whether it's the kind of thing you say when you're locked in a critical battle over something that the enemy clearly wants. But I thought it was interesting the way he said it. It's I don't have a date on the interview, but the clip I think is fairly recent. The interview was dubbed into Spanish.
You know, I think it's a little of both. I think it's the sort of thing you say, but in hindsight, when the book on the war is written, what the president might be saying is, we're going to take a place that the Russians are desperately focused on. We're gonna encourage them to fix their attention on it, and we are going to hit them somewhere else, and we're going to roll them up. And you know, we often talk about the red mitten that is reaching out to swallow Bakhmut. You know, pulling back on the map now, folks, it almost looks like this cartoon face with its mouth open, because the Russians are definitely closing in on surrounding the city. But I honestly, here's the reason why I just can't acknowledge that this is a strategic gain for the Russians. And that is that, look, this is the place where two highways at a 90-degree angle come into each other. That it isn't going to do them much good. And especially because there is Chasiv Yar with its palisades and bluffs around it. And, the two highways out of Bakhmut, the M03 and the H32, the Ukrainians have had 8 months to mine those places, to set ambushes, to insert plastic explosive by the ton under culverts, set up firing positions. If Bakhmut falls, the east is not going to fall. The other thing that kind of gives me some comfort is the Russians, when they have struck out at an objective, they often reach the objective, but they cannot hold it. They just can't hold on to it. And one of the reasons that happens is their soldiers are undertrained, and their morale is poor. It isn't going to get any better. Their morale is not going to turn around. And I'm still of the opinion this war is going to go on for 2 more years. And at 150,000 casualties a year, next year that's going to be 250,000 Russian dead. And the year after that, it's going to be, approaching 500,000, 500,000 people. And again, 3 times that many wounded. That's just the conservative math. So I don't know. I don't see Bakhmut as all that significant.
And you can't hide 500,000 casualties anywhere. Certainly not in Russia. Daryl, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, said it before, these are demographical changes for a country. When you lose that many men, you're going to have a very large female population, many that can't find husbands. And you think about the stress on a country that has no men, and they are very few, far in between. There's all kinds of social issues that are going to develop.
Yes, indeed. Will, please go ahead.
Good morning, Alan. Good morning, Daryl. Yeah, you're right, Daryl. I'm here in Australia. When I arrived in this country as an immigrant in 1986, Australia was still seeing the demographic effects of the massive loss of life in Gallipoli from the Australian forces. So, those things take generations to work themselves out. And when I was in Russia in You know, up to 2016, they're already having a demographic problem and a population problem. So, yeah, it won't be able to hide it forever, I would suggest. And as Chuck said, you know, you've got this unlimited resource. It's an unlimited resource, I think, until it isn't. And the other point I wanted to add to what Chuck said is that my view on that interview, which I saw as well, is that I think strategic to a military expert like you, Chuck, or Malcolm Nance or somebody, means one thing, but it means another thing for popular consumption when Zelensky's saying it on TV. And I think what he was saying is his view probably is too very, very pessimistic, or, you know, I mean, at least pragmatic, that this war is going to go on for a couple more years. And every place that Russia's been, their modus operandi is to destroy everything in front of them and then occupy the land. And I think from his perspective, speaking to his home audience, he was saying that every town is strategic because you're talking about destruction of everybody's home. So I think it probably had to do a little bit more with his interpretation of strategic, because, you know, he couldn't be sitting with Zaluzhny and the others and not be getting the same advice on what actual military strategy is. So I think that was probably just that, but I don't know. But the question I've got for you actually comes from listeners when I was hosting yesterday. Or 2 days ago, and it's this, and I apologize because it's very granular compared to what you've just been talking about. But the question I was asked, and I'll pass on, is, Chuck, what do you think? Where do you think that the training provided by NATO to the units, the conversion NCOs, where do you think that's made the most difference? Do you see in what you're seeing over the course of the last year? Do you see that the special operations forces have performed so much better because of that, or do you see generally in regular units, because we know that there's regular units that still have some of the carryover from the old structure, they hadn't fully reformed everything? Do you think that the effect on the units in Ukraine generally has been more significant, or do you think that the modifications to the unit tactics, the organization, and the composition of the OOB for the special forces has been big and not much on the other side, or do you see a broad-based improvement across the board in units like, you know, the 72nd or the 92nd, those units? And I didn't know, so I'm asking you so I can pass it on. Thanks.
No, it's good. Great points. And it was Canada that took the lead in Operation Unifier, and Colonel Melanie Lake was just praised by the president of the European Union for her work there, bringing Ukraine's armed forces into the sort of Western ethos of command, building an NCO Corps, which is the backbone of any force. Introducing them to Western tactics and warfighting doctrine. You know, it's always special forces that get the sizzle. I of course come from a special operations background myself, but it is never special forces that win a war. It is the conventional troops. It is regular army that's what wins the war. I always used to say that special forces are the exponent to the force equation, right? The special forces can do special things on the battlefield, but those special things should always augment and enhance what it is that the conventional forces are going to do. And we're going to see here in just a couple of months, we're going to see all of the training, all of the new equipment, and all of the new capabilities that Ukraine's conventional forces are going to put on display. We're going to see large-scale maneuver warfare, combined arms maneuver warfare, and we're going to see offensives punch in to the territory that Russia occupies right now. I'm very optimistic about how those offensives are going to go. And again, to our Russian listening guests, when you cannot put together anything better, when your best and most effective tactic is to march hundreds of prisoners into the battle space in front of your conventional forces, to use those prisoners to soak up bullets so the Ukrainian positions can unmask themselves, because they have to kill literally these prisoners you sprung from prison, and your conventional forces get into the fight. Look, that might work on the M03 highway, because you've got, it's awful to even say this, because you've got tens of thousands of lives to throw away. But that stuff is not going to work when you're hit with a combined arms element. It is not going to work. Those people are not going to be able to regroup in the night, on the run, finding themselves beaten back. They're not going to be able to counterattack. The T-62 tanks you're working so hard to refurbish and send to the battlefield, Leopards are going to eat your lunch. You're never going to see the tanks that kill you. Those Bradley fighting vehicles, they're going to see your people before you even hear their engines ticking over, because they're not very loud. And you're going to get chewed up by 20 millimeter cannon fire because you're targeted in a thermal sight. So, the big thing for me is the expanding capabilities that Ukraine is going to be turning loose on, frankly, an enemy that is badly led, whose soldiers haven't had a victory in a long while. And I see Russia as getting tired, and I don't see them, pulling an Apollo Creed in the 15th round to come back.
Chuck, we have a couple of more hands. Ian, and then Professor Guidry, and then we'll go up to Svatove and Kremna, where there are some pretty significant developments, it looks to me. So Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Chuck. My question was whether or not you think part of the calculation regarding Bakhmut goes beyond the geographical significance or strategic import of, but also takes into consideration kind of the unraveling of Prigozhin's relationship with the MOD and Putin. That would happen if he was defeated in Bakhmut, and so it kind of the issues Russia would face would be compounded by that dynamic. Do you think that's part of their calculation?
Yeah, I do, and I don't want this to sound pessimistic, but I'm going to say it, and the cold hard realism here is Russia is not going to be defeated in Bakhmut. Okay, but I want to frame that statement this way: Putin is never going to give up on Bakhmut, and his generals are only going to do what he tells them to do. But that includes killing. We don't know what the casualty rate is, but the Russians may have lost 20, 30, maybe 40,000 people in this 8-month battle. The Russian generals are not constrained. They don't measure, if they lose 500 guys in an afternoon, they don't think that's a defeat. So the Russians are going to keep absolutely pressing on Bakhmut. To me, whenever your enemy is compelled to do something on the battlefield, whenever you as a combatant know that your enemy is going to do this, whether because he's politically ordered to do so, whether you've made him do it, or whether you have got the intelligence and you know this is his next move, you're obliged as a military commander to take advantage of that. So I just wouldn't be surprised right now if there isn't some bright young major on the Ukrainian battle staff and he's going to lay this 200-page document in front of his commanding general and say, here, sir, is a plan for a counterstrike in the vicinity of Bakhmut, and here is why I think it's going to work. Because one of the topic lines in that sentence is because the Russians are so fixated on the urban area of Bakhmut, they're not looking for a blow to fall somewhere else. That's something that could happen, I think. I don't think it'll be any morning because the conditions are not absolutely right. But, we saw a counterattack today at Dobo-Vasilivka. Absolutely could happen. Regarding Prigozhin and Shoigu, a good friend of mine said it's a bit like kabuki. To me, it's more like, because, being a Southerner, to me, it's more like big time wrestling. But Putin, he's definitely a divide and conquer kind of guy. So he's playing them against each other. And my money's on Shoigu. Prigozhin has forgotten that he's a small-time hoodlum from St. Petersburg. And he promised he'd deliver Bakhmut to Putin. And he's willing to fight down to the last criminal in the Russian prison system to do it. But I don't think it's going to go smoothly for him either.
Thanks, Ian, for your question, and thanks, Chuck. On to Professor Guidry, and then on to Svatove and Kremina. Professor?
Thanks, Alan, Daryl, Go Dogs. Chuck, thanks for coming this evening. I did want to ask, with all the doom and gloom and Bakhmut's almost surrounded and we can't give it up at any cost and Ukraine doesn't have any artillery. I think I saw one today that they spotted a Russian T-90 but couldn't take it out because there were no artillery shells available. To me, it almost sounds like a little bit of doom and gloom, to the point that they're trying to bait the Russians into overextending and committing everything they have just so they can get smashed, almost like they did, when they were the Curzon, Kharkiv. They're insinuating they were going one way and then they hit them the other way, right? It's almost like that type of situation that I foresee. And not being in the military myself, I look for y'all's excellent information.
No, I was always trained to, you look at all the data and you draw your conclusion, but then you switch the whole problem on its head. And you take that same information and you put the bad guy hat on and you say, what do I make of this? There's one thing that we've been talking about this, and Alan and Daryl and Doc and I talking about Bakhmut for a long time now. And, the Russians have got target lock. Used to say in the SEALs that when you are locked on your mission, your objective, even the one guy you're in a gunfight with, you never want target lock. You never want to be fascinated by your objective. You've always got to keep, I hate this expression, but you got to keep your head on the swivel. And the Russians are compelled to take Bakhmut. The political order has come down. Putin is never going to back off this objective. There are never too many people that he can lose. He doesn't want to hear anything except we ran the flag up in front of the post office in Bakhmut. That's all he wants to hear. And since he is so goddamn determined to take that place, I'd be just as determined to hit him somewhere else. And I mean hard. And I mean behind Bakhmut. And that's going to be Act 3 in this war. Actually, I think there are 4 acts in this war. That's going to be Act 4. It's going to be, this war is going to come down to Russia's ability to deal counterattacks to a blow of a series of Ukrainian counteroffensives all coming together. And I just don't think the Russians are up to it. I just do not see that happening.
I love that metaphor, Chuck. Keep your head on the swivel. It makes me think of Bob Cousy and Walt Frazier, Oscar Robertson, Earl the Pearl Monroe. They used their peripheral vision to see the whole court. They knew where the open man was, where to throw the ball, and score the basket. Well, I happen to think the Ukrainians know the same thing. Their head is on the swivel. And the Russians are only focused on one point. So I do think we should move up to Kremna and up to Svatove. And one thing that strikes me about the map when I look at it, it appears to be a much more organized line of engagement. Am I right about that? What does it mean?
Yeah, people will notice this is a new map projection. Well, actually, it's not new. I haven't been doing this coverage area, and I looked at what it was. Late January was the last time I used this 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 sector expanded like this. I have been minutely following Kremena, and I wasn't reporting on the bigger battle space. So we're going to go back and forth between these maps in the coming weeks. But the Russians have managed to push west of the P-66 between Savatove and I guess where would that be? Let's call it Nevsky. And the line of contact is a bit hard to determine, but it appears to conform to the Zarabets River Valley. And that is a river that parallels the P-66. It's maybe, 10 kilometers from the P-66. And remarkably, pretty much, matches it bend for bend. For those of us who don't know what a kilometer is, 10 kilometers is 6 miles. So this is a distance that is well in the range of almost every artillery system on the battlefield. The Russians have gotten this far, but this is the same area of operations where the Russians have launched. I won't even say dozens, scores, possibly in the low hundreds of attacks. They come across the P-66 highway, and just in this reporting period, they tried to hit Nevsky again, which they've done every day for the last week. And again, they reached the objective. I don't know how many people got there, but not very many of them got back the P-66 highway. Between Kremena and Savatove, the Russians have considerable forces. They have got very capable units. They have got guards regiments. These are, their best troops get the guards honorific. There is enough armor. There is enough artillery. There is enough mechanized motor rifle troops. But the Russians don't seem to be able to use those troops in an effective manner. They have pushed that line to the west there, but the Zarabets, although it's not by any stretch a mighty river, it is still it's still a barrier, and it is still a water course, which means per force that it is the lowest ground in the area. So it's not surprising that the Russians have not been able to carry, to get farther than that. Savatove remains a key objective for the Ukrainian armed forces. The Russians have heavily defended it. We haven't talked about this, but there is this the Tri-Cities here: Savatove in the north, Kremenna in the south, and Starbolinsk in the east. They're connected by a roadway pretty much direct from Savatove to Kremenna and pretty much direct from Savatove to Starbolinsk. But the road from Starbolinsk to Kremenna, it is not linear by any stretch of the imagination. So this is not an equilateral triangle. The road from Starbolinsk meanders all over the place before it gets to Kremenna. So this is a case where the Russians, they have sufficient force to prevent the Ukrainians from launching any large-scale attacks on Savatove, and certainly they're not going to be getting to Starbolinsk. The Ukrainians have been putting up a very impressive effort around here. The Russians, in air quotes, control Kremenna, but in this reporting today, there are 3 places in Kremenna, and mostly in the southern part of the urban area, the Ukrainians are in contact. So there is street fighting going on in Kremenna, and it's the Ukrainians that have brought the battle there. So this is an important place to watch. We've commented a lot about Ukrainian forces around Kremenna, preventing the Russians from getting to the Zarabets reservoir, which is about 10 kilometers from Kremenna. But there are a lot of Russians in Kremenna, folks, and we got to watch it. In my estimation, they outnumber the Ukrainians in the area. And I keep wondering what it is that makes the Russians unsuccessful in this area. And again, I think it's coming down to morale.
Is it coming down to morale? Is it a failure of command? Is it a logistics problem that the Russians have in and around Kremenna? A lot of troops to feed. That means also a lot of ammunition to supply to the front. Maybe they can't do that.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's one of those things, and the Ukrainians report in the morning and afternoon general staff reports almost every day that they have used precision strike munitions on Russian troop concentrations. And again, there's been a lot of fighting around Kremenna for a long period of time. We've been reporting on this, God, Alan, I don't know, at least 8 months. And so these Russian units, capable though they may be, and guards units though they may be, none of these units are at full strength. And, soldiers will do anything for a victorious commander. They will do anything. For a general they respect, but they won't do much for a general who keeps getting their asses kicked for them.
To speak to what you were just, what Alan was saying, they've been this war has gone a year and some now. They were having issues with trucks early on. They commandeered a lot of civilian trucks. And what I'm beginning to look at here is the fact that a lot of these civilian trucks now are going to start failing, having the maintenance issues that you would normally have with anything that's ran hard day and night, day and night. And it doesn't just get to bearings, it's going to get to tires, it's going to get to, having, just being down for regular maintenance because things are going to wear out. Engines are going to start, having malfunctions on the regular because of this type of hard running and hard driving. So I would imagine that they are starting to have these supply issues. One, because of that alone. In addition to maybe the manpower going south to Bakhmut, and the troops in the north possibly not being turned over, resupplied in the numbers that they would normally have.
Yeah, and Daryl, you hit it right on the money. I mean, if a Russian soldier comes in to your trucking company, takes all your trucks, man, they're not taking care of those things, right? Those things get whooped up on like a government mule, and all of this goes into the calculations of the Ukrainians who are planning these coming offensives. And this is the kind of this is classic human intelligence targeting, right? Your partisans are telling you how these trucks are breaking down. They're looking at the tires. I mean, all of this information comes in. It's vital. And Daryl, I mean, you can't be wrong about this. This is what you do for a living, and you're spot on. They're not taking care of these vehicles, and they are vital, right? Unless you want to carry it on your back, there's no other way for it to get where it's going.
Nope.
So, nope. This is why Daryl is my favorite co-host. He knows exactly what to say and when to say it. Just one word is all Daryl needs. So Chuck, the Russians chose to concentrate their forces around Kremenna and Svatove. They might have a superiority of 7 or 10 or 12 to 1 over Ukrainian forces, and yet they make no significant advances. Did they choose the wrong place to concentrate their forces? Will it be difficult for Russians to reposition their forces in Kremenna and Svatove?
Well, I mentioned those 3 cities: Svatove, Svatove, and Kremenna and Starbolinsk. They are a 3-legged stool, and if you knock out one of those legs, the best leg to knock out would be Svatove, because it would unhinge Kremenna, and because the road between Starbolinsk and Kremenna goes all over God's creation before it gets to Kremenna, that would open up, that would open up offensive possibilities for Ukraine. But Kremenna wouldn't be a better place to knock off, because the best place to knock off is Svatove, because we talk about Bakhmut not being a strategic location. Svatove is exactly the sort of place that is a strategic location. The P-66 comes in from the north. The T-1307 comes in from the northeast. The H-26 comes through it. See how I'm naming all these highways, folks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major highways. That's a strategic location. And if the Ukrainians were able to knock off Svatove, it would unhinge Kremenna, because there is no direct route into Kremenna. The road from Starbolinsk goes all over the place. So the Russians know that too. So they put a lot of forces around Svatove. They've dug a lot of trenches, some of them pointless, as Yehuda was talking about the other day. But things aren't going hunky-dory for the Russians around here. I just mentioned that there was street fighting in Kremenna. So there's termites in one of the legs of their stool, Daryl.
Did we lose Chuck on that one?
No, man, we lost you. I thought you were going to talk. I think you did a Chuck on your mic button.
Oh no, I was no, I was laughing.
So there are termites in the stool in Kremenna.
Yeah, I'm running out of metaphors, but that's the Ukrainians are doing what they can do. And again, you look at the look at the roadmap there, and put your Russian hat on. So the logistic center of balance here for these three cities is Starbolinsk. And where do the Ukrainians choose to attack? Right, unless you attack directly at Savatove, and there's one reason why the Ukrainians are attacking at Kremenna, because the supply line is longer to get to Kremenna.
Detailed battle information. Map.
Got you breaking up there. Got you broken and garbled there.
Pete,
Yeah,
Pete, please keep your mic muted, please. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, but where, there are places, I won't mention them, where the Ukrainians could push forward an offensive operation, and it is going to be logistically complicated for the Russians to get there and mass forces to meet the attack. One of the reasons is that, for example, the P66 highway now, it looks like, there is red ink all around the P66 highway. But at a range of 6 miles, Ukrainian artillery can close that highway whenever it wants to. So the Russians are actually in a bit of a delicate force balance position around Kremenna. That's about all I can say, because they have adequate troops, and they've got equipment, and they've got armor and artillery. But the Ukrainians are playing a pretty good game for what they've got.
I wonder if we should leave the battlefield for a moment and take to the air of the Black Sea, where the Russians took down a Reaper drone. This is a U.S. drone. How do you see that, Chuck? And is this a mistake of a kind that the Russians made? Is it a provocation? The Americans called in the Russian ambassador in Washington, D.C. today. And of course, as you might expect, a Russian diplomat would turn the tables and obfuscate. I mean, he called the flight of the Reaper drone over the Black Sea as a provocation. But really, it is the intercept of the drone and its crash landing in the Black Sea that is the provocation.
And it's only the Russian ambassador anywhere in any era, Cold War or right now, who could say, you operating an aircraft in international airspace over international waters has provoked us. But, remember, folks, we are always 100% of the time, we are the object of information operations, right? When the Russian ambassador speaks, he wants to make an impression on you. And even when people at the Pentagon speak, they want to make an impression on you. Here's some things I'll remind everybody of. On the 29th of September, a Royal Air Force RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft, it's like a Boeing airliner. It looks like one, but it's very different inside. 2 Russian Su-27s came up on it, and one of them fired a missile. The next couple of days, the British said a weapon was released. Yeah, that is a military term, releasing a weapon. But let's talk about what it really was. Okay, that's like you're walking down the street on the sidewalk owned by the county, and a guy comes out of his front door and fires a pistol over your head. That's what happened on the 29th of September. Okay, what happened today, the Pentagon is saying now, and I haven't seen the video, and if I can see the video, I can make a slightly better pronouncement here. But the Pentagon is trying to swing this like it was an amateurish interception gone wrong, that these Russian pilots made a mistake and there was an airspace incident and we lost our Reaper drone. The general did not want to reiterate that these aircraft made repeated passes at the Reaper. There's a thing called thumping, and that is when an aircraft, a fighter aircraft, will approach a lumbering reconnaissance aircraft at very high speed, get in front of the slower aircraft and turn on their afterburners. And that disturbs the airspace and affects the lift coming over the wings of the slower aircraft. It's a bad thing. So failing to take the Reaper out of the sky after thumping it repeatedly, then they took to flying in front of the Reaper and dumping fuel. Almost every aircraft, most of them, all military aircraft can dump fuel from their internal fuel tanks, and you do that to lighten your load. You do that if you've got a damaged aircraft and you want to get it on the ground and you want to have as little fuel as possible in the event of a crash. So they were dumping fuel and they were hoping to reduce the oxygen flow available to the Reaper's engine. That didn't work. Finally, there was a collision between one of the Russian Su-27s and the propeller of the Reaper. So again, I say we are the object of an information operation. So what happened is these Russian aircraft were following orders, right? They were told repeatedly to take this Reaper out. They didn't fire a missile, but they did manage finally to take it out. It hit the water. The Russians are, I guess the Japanese and the Chinese and the Russians are the only militaries that come quickly to mind here that still have seaplanes. The Russians have a BA-12, I believe it's called. It's a very capable turboprop flying boat, and they've used it for anti-submarine warfare. Very often in the SEAL teams, we wished we had one of those things because they have much longer range than most helicopters, and they can land on the water. And those were the aircraft that were fishing remains of the Reaper out of the water today. So an interesting day over the Black Sea.
It's uncertain if any parts of the Reaper have been recovered, and I don't know what the weather was over the Black. I don't know what the depth of the Black Sea is where the Reaper crash landed, and but it's more of a diplomatic crisis at this point than a military crisis. I mean, no lives were lost. It's a drone. Yeah, it's expensive. It costs $35 million or something like that. It's top secret, but I do think that the United States will downplay this. If Russia wants to get some kind of engagement with the U.S. or with NATO from intercepting a drone, that should be denied to them.
Yeah, I would not make this a casus belli at all. Putin desperately wants to expand the conflict. But it will be interesting to see what goes on in the salvage operations here. The Black Sea is like a Russian lake, but it's still international water. Yeah, Daryl.
Yeah, would they have taken this drone not at a glide, but more or less on a terminal vector going in, as far as making sure that it broke up, upon hitting the water, where they wanted to glide it in? I would think that they would just kind of make sure that it nosed in as best possible, so that it just it's destroyed as much as it could be.
Yeah, that's a great question. The general at the Pentagon today was, commenting that he had seen the video and, you know, whatever he considered it an amateurish and unprofessional and unsafe intercept. But yeah, a lot will depend on, so they broke the propeller off. They broke the propeller. So a lot of things happen. Daryl, as you know, you got a high-speed engine turning a high-speed prop, then you stop the prop. All that energy has to go somewhere. I don't know what damage that did to the airframe, but Daryl, you're right. Look, that thing has great, big, giant wings. So how much in control it was. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would think they'd want to just put it into a 90-degree dive and destroy it as much as they could. But I don't know if it was answering controls. But very interesting development. And there were.
Yeah, I would have just seen the engine just rev up out of control, because basically the props would just add drag, which basically that's how it's propelled. But once the props are broken off, it either became imbalanced and it would have destroyed the motor itself, possibly, depending on what type of drive system it has, or it just would have spun up, out of control and possibly just burnt up and on its own, just come apart on its own. But it, I would assume that it has some kind of battery power for a lot of the other controls. And that would have mean they should have had some type, even at those speeds, you could have enough control over it to put it into either a dive or some type of glide. So um, just looking at what they could have done with it, based on the speed it was already going.
Yeah, and one other thing that has been interesting to me is that you are the Russian pilot who decides to take out the propeller of this Reaper. What part of your airplane is expendable, right? Is it the radome in front? Is it one of your wing tips? I mean, I don't know. And I don't know if they're going to release this video, but that'll be an interesting little clip to watch.
Yeah, I'm just wondering which is this the one with the prop in the back, or is this the one that has the prop above it, on a aerial all its own, or is it one that had the a forward prop? I believe most of these have the prop in the back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this one's in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, so he had to be real close. I would say nose.
Yeah, how much of your nose you willing to give for the cause, I guess, is the.
And the Russian, it just actually strikes me as kind of incredible. And the Russian pilot had to make several approaches to this drone in order to take it down. Obviously, it wasn't his decision. Someone had said, intercept this drone, take it down, and decide how you want to do it. Well, he chose several different ways, and failed 2 out of 3 times, and then he just uh, wiggled his wingtip into the propeller, and that actually could have resulted in the crash of the Russian jet itself. It didn't, so there's no loss of life, just a loss of a drone. Redstone, go ahead, and then Gunny. Redstone.
Gunny might have something to say about this question, but Chuck, I wanted your opinion. I know that the UK had sent some fighter aircraft, I think, ghosting one of their RC-135s because of an incident earlier, I think last year. Would a drone be escorted in the future, or is this just something that perhaps from now on we just don't really see on ADSB being projected, for its replacement. Just wondering what your opinion is on that.
Oh yeah, there are often cases where the drone is itself shadowed, but the whole reason to put a drone up is you've got a situation where you probably a drone can push it a little bit more than say your RC-135, but and again, it takes a lot to put fighter cover to accompany this drone, right? So it's never just Goose and Maverick up there. It's it's tanker aircraft. It's fighter control AWACS. It's a big effort to put that up. I would suspect that there will be an increased fighter presence, NATO fighter presence over the Black Sea. I think the Russians have sent a message. Message has been received. Yeah, it'll be interesting. One thing I do commend is the manner in which this has been handled by the Pentagon. I was giving my opinion. Were I speaking in public about this incident, I wouldn't have been saying the things I just said on the MriyaReport. I would have done just what the Pentagon said. This was a reckless, irresponsible, unprofessional intercept of this drone, and furthermore, we also think it was an accident. So, the ball is in Putin's court. But I just wanted to remind everybody: look, this has already been more serious. September 29th, cranking off a missile, firing a missile from your fighter jet in the vicinity of a NATO aircraft, that sent a message as well. And these are not the kind of things you do when you're winning a war.
Chuck, we've seen these provocations in other areas. In Syria, when they were bumping the vehicles on the road, running our vehicles off the road with our troops in it. The other situations where they have crowded our aircraft in the Persian, I think it was in Syria, Persian Gulf area, somewhere, or in the Med. They've done this several times. So this is not the first time that they've even done it to us. But it's just the first time it's ended up in a downed aircraft. But one of the things I want to ask about with this is we're going to see a lot of people on both sides that are screaming for a stronger response. One, the language, it's more political speak. And I'm not sure why we do this to our own people. I can understand for reasons of the international community, but a lot of the times, we calm down our own people, and it kind of seems underwhelming considering the gravity of it to our own people. I know that other nations, they probably would use stronger words to their own people, but of course they use diplomatic speak to the international community. So it's, to me, it just seems counterintuitive if we want support for them to use a weaker language to the American people.
Yeah, very, very well put. Very well put, Daryl. And I normally try to stay away from politics as much as possible. But right, summoning the ambassador is about it's not as serious as it gets in diplomatic maneuvers, but it's pretty serious. Or the Russian embassy is not going to be expelled from Washington, but strong displeasure was expressed. But the message is going to be increased NATO fighter presence over the Black Sea in the coming weeks. And that will principally be done to stress Russian naval aviation in the Black Sea. So this will probably go unreported. But how many times do you think in the coming week Russian pilots are going to be scrambling out of Saki Air Base to run intercepts on groups of NATO fighters? It's going to happen a lot. It's going to burn a lot of Russian JP-5. It's going to wear out a lot of their pilots. And then there is the electronic warfare aspects of what's going on. I wouldn't be surprised to see some F-18 Growlers operating over the Black Sea, and they can do all kinds of nasty stuff to Russian airplanes that don't involve anything kinetic. A Growler can make it really hard for that Russian pilot to even find his way back home. He'll find none of his radios work, none of his navigation equipment works, and if he's really unlucky, it won't work again. So,
in other words, fries radar.
Watch that. Yeah, exactly. In other words, man, he's not going to have all the airplane he flew out with. But it's just interesting. These are the kind of things that go on. So much that happens, folks, in the world actually goes on behind the scenes. This was a little item that appeared, center stage, but the response is going to be backstage, and it's going to be interesting.
Daryl, we should go to Gunny and then to Dry Fly and Pete. Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Hey, Chuck, I'm on the rum tonight. It's going down well.
Hey, shipmate.
Yeah, how you going, bud? Yeah, all right. I had a few beers tonight, and then I kind of jumped back on and I had a look around Twitter. I saw the usual suspects. Cletus and Bubba are all over it, saying, let's bomb Sevastopol, destroy Moscow, annihilate St. Petersburg, whilst doubtless listening to the theme from Team America. Some other people are saying, well, this is it. It's an Article 5. We really need to start projecting power over the Black Sea. Deliberate downing of a US UAV. And other people are going, just calm your tits, everyone. And I'm in the latter camp here. So, look, what happened? First of all, if the Russians wanted to kill that UAV, right, they'd have killed it from 10 miles away. This whole thing about this jet, they decided not to use air-to-air missiles and guns and decided to try and kill it by dumping fuel on it and knocking it down with turbulence. Look, get that out of your head. You can kill a UAV from a long range. This was a warning off exercise that went wrong because the idiot in the driving position misjudged it. There's already one source that's saying he barreled in on his final approach, and it looks like he screwed it. Pulled up too late, hit the aircraft, hit the UAV, and the UAV ditched. Fine. What do we take away from that? Russians aren't particularly good at this kind of thing. Right? It's if it was going about 400, 450 knots, he's in a high performance jet, not close to stalling, but very low. Yeah, sort of low speed. Takes a lot of skill to be able to do this, to fly very close to another aircraft. And I think they were just trying to warn it off. We don't want you here. Something was in the area. That's still interesting to me. I think it was surface ships. Go away. We don't want you looking at it. Got closer, hit it, think, into the water it goes. Happy days. Fine. When you look back over the past 40 years, in the late 1970s, a Russian destroyer was shadowing HMS Art Royal, an aircraft carrier, and she had a fire on board, a major fire. And as she turned away to start doing a get away from close company of the warship and start sorting herself out, the fire caused her to fire a torpedo at a NATO aircraft carrier. Right, just let that sink in for a minute. At the height of the Cold War, a Russian destroyer fired a torpedo, and to all intents and purposes, it looked like she'd fired it at the Royal Navy's flagship. Nobody went to war over that. Nobody died. Nobody lost their shit. There were no missiles in the air. Everything calmed down and everyone took a deep breath. Korean Airlines, right? The shoot down in the 80s. Not a great serial for the Russians. There were rumors that tensions kind of went up across the board between us, NATO, and the Russians, but there was no shooting going on. There have been lots of incidents over the decades where we have rubbed up against each other for one reason or another. Vietnam, you can go as far back as Korea if you want, when Russian pilots were flying against American and UK Commonwealth pilots. Nobody's gone to war over it. So for all of you listening to Team America and saying we need to go and bomb Sevastopol, right, just take a deep breath. This is a UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle worth a few million quid, right? It's a very nice amount of money. I'm sure we could all deal with it. Engaged in signals intelligence activity, probably like the RQ-4 that's up most days, like the unknown stuff that we don't see, like the UA-2s, all of that kind of thing, providing intelligence to Ukraine that is indirectly, or in the case of Moscow, probably directly, resulting in the death of Russian citizens. This was always going to happen. We are flying up and down all around the Russian Federation, and we are giving the Ukrainians intelligence, rightly, right? Because we don't like Russians. We think they're idiots. That is leading to the death of their citizens and is hampering their military operations. So when you think about it like that, they're always going to lose their tempers eventually. I think they got the nod somehow that this MQ-9 was up doing something naughty. I think they lost their temper and decided that they were going to try and do a wave off on it. And then whoever was in the driving seat that day blew it and managed to hit it and ditched it. Now that's going to be it. It is in no one's interest, much as I know you would like to see B-52s flying over the Black Sea. An American carrier battle group should be dispatched to the Black Sea immediately and should be sat 25 miles off Sevastopol so that those damn Ruskies learn a lesson about respecting the US and NATO. And it's just not going to happen. This kind of friction, unfortunately, is inevitable. The Russians popped a missile off in the vicinity of an RAF RC-135. What did we do? Right? Couple of temper tantrums in the Houses of Parliament, and then we started flying Typhoons with the RC-135 flights. That's it. Message received as far as the Russians are concerned. Don't dick about with the RAF's RC-135 flights. They haven't done. The flights are still happening. Occasionally they go after the RQ-4, which is completely different from the MQ-9. Occasionally they've gone after it though. We know that because it's been on its normal sort of bow tie track and then it's legged it down south at about 700 knots, 750 knots. So we think MiG-31s have probably been put up to try and do an intercept. But that's to be expected. You can't expect the Russians to sit with their thumbs up their asses and just let NATO fly stuff up and down and not lose their rag occasionally. If you think that they should be doing that, I think it's a little bit naive. So, in conclusion, this is a botched air intercept. He screwed it up utterly. No doubt in the morning he's going to be having an interview, negative coffee, in front of the squadron commander. There will be some noises. There will be some fun footage being released. But if you genuinely, honestly think that the downing of pocket change UAV kit in the US inventory is worth us J-damming St. Petersburg, right, and removing Moscow on the map, respectfully, I'd say you probably need to get some help because this thing is already a little bit warm as it is. We need this conflict to remain within the confines of Ukrainian and Russian territory. We need to give the Ukrainians a lot more, but nobody, and especially the Ukrainians, benefits from this turning into everyone losing their shit and it developing into a conflict from the North Cape down to the Mediterranean. All right, it's just It will not do anyone any good. You know, it's an MQ-9, folks. It's not the end of the world. Everyone chill a little bit. And yeah, you might see a little bit more NATO cap, maybe over Romanian side of the Black Sea, but yeah, you know, goodness, everyone just calm down. That would be my message.
There was an actual intercept gone wrong. The Chinese Air Force intercepted a P3, EQ P3, over the South China Sea. The Chinese pilot was attempting to thump the P3 and actually flew right into the port inside engine and cut his cockpit in half. The Chinese jet crashed and the P3 had to do an emergency landing in China. I don't know if anyone remembers that little incident.
I remember
and that didn't trigger World War III either. So, Gunny, I don't know how many beers you had, but they were smart beers, and it was good to hear you summing that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the usual thing, mate. And you and me have been on ops, and we know that actually sometimes there's a lot of friction out the public eye that people don't really get to see. I mean, I remember Hong Kong handover 1997. I was out there for that. PLA Navy destroyers were sailing past us, and they were training their gun turrets on us. Right? Now that's not this is not the behaviour of a normal professional navy. They seem to think it was fun. Now, of course, we responded in kind by holding a flight deck barbecue, and we arranged a lineup of about 600 people on the flight deck as they sailed past, and we all got our asses out.
I've done that myself.
Yeah, but so there are ways and means to respond to unprofessional militaries, and I would just say you have seen what an unprofessional military does. If they wanted to kill it, do you know what we'd have done? We'd have killed it at 30 miles, and we'd have thrown our hands up, and we'd have denied all knowledge, wouldn't we? There are things that you can do to kill these. They obviously didn't want to kill it initially. I think it was on a maritime reconnaissance mission. I think it might have been shadowing a Russian surface action group, either on its way out of Sevastopol, maybe on its way in. And I think Axel's right. I think it probably has happened before. For some reason, they got the nod on this, put a cap up, or got the cap to intercept. And they went, well, we're not going to shoot it down, so let's just fly around. They know that it's got good optics on board. Got closer, oh, fuck. I've hit it. Meow, splash. And that'll be it. That's it. It's to be expected. As long as they're not firing missiles at manned aircraft, I don't really care. If they want to go after an RQ-4, well, good luck to you. If they could get a MiG-31 up to 31,000 feet, then by all means, crack on. That might be a slightly different response, but that's why it tends to fly near Turkish airspace. But they haven't done anything, despite what you could argue is provocation, bearing in mind that what we do with these aircraft, they've not done anything really to really push their luck. They've not illuminated, to my knowledge, an E3 AWACS. They've not gone after the EP3 Ares. They loosed a missile off in the vicinity of an RAF RC-135, but it probably wasn't as serious. It was just them, blowing their chest out. As I say, what do they get from it? 2 Typhoons now run with the RC-135s. What happened 72 hours ago? A B-52 flew within 200 kilometers of St. Petersburg. I mean, it flew around Kaliningrad.
Exactly. Into the Gulf of Finland. You got it.
Yeah, exactly. Now, you could argue that if the Russians flew a Bear within 200 kilometers of New York, you'd be pretty pissed off if you were an American. But hey, you did it to the Russians in St. Petersburg because it was a show of force and it was just a polite. Here we are. Just remember, we can do this anytime. There you go. Quid pro quo, as far as I'm concerned.
Most military encounters of this kind don't lead anywhere. They're not real provocations. They have no military import. It is just an incident, and these incidents get reported, and sometimes they raise fears, they raise emotions. We have a few hands up, and Pete has been very patient, so we should go to Pete, Dryfly, and Robert. Pete, go ahead.
Hello, just a couple of comments. I was wondering what slow fight is for Russian MiG, and if you can do slow fight in formation. Also, basically a yes or no question. I'm sure they do, but I can't find any information on it. Do our drones have variable pitch propellers or not? And yeah, as far as the electronics, if you turn off all the Russians' electronics, goes back to pilotage and navigation.
Yeah, absolutely. I was even going to say he's going to have to look at the sun and figure out where he is. But and that would be, there's another, sort of clandestine sort of escalation. And as Gunny pointed out, there's there are going to be increased NATO fighter ops over the Black Sea. And one of the effects will be that the Russians are going to have to keep sortying aircraft to monitor the NATO aircraft. And every Russian strike fighter that is playing footsie in the Black Sea is not conducting an aviation strike mission against Ukraine. So good job, Mr. Putin. This one seems to have worked out well, too.
Yeah, right. Anyways, hey, thank you, Chuck, for your service and for all your really good information.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. All right, Dryfly, go for it.
Okay, I got another quick question related to drones. Okay, remember I was educated as an engineer and I actually worked on mill projects, though not often. I stayed away from as much as possible because you guys just get too crazy with the regulations and the testing, as bad as the medical device industry. But the question that rose up, excuse me, the question that rose up in my mind when I was listening to this, do those drones have self-destruct mechanisms internal to the drone? In other words, can the U.S. blow them up in the sky? And the thing that was in my mind was that jet got too close and was bumping them and was really raising hell. If that thing blew up and the Russians knew it could blow up, that might change their calculus on really how close they're going to get to one of those things. I'm not saying we'd do it, but it would have we could say it has a dual function, and the function is to blow up all the electronics before it hits the ground. So yeah, we have explosives all over those things to make sure that they don't land in your hands. And oh, by the way, if you get too close, we can't guarantee that some of that debris isn't going to go, in your turbine. Listen.
A little fun.
Well, as often as James Bond hits the self-destruct switch, I have seen self-destruct switches, but it is extremely rare. And there's some things that you think should have a self-destruct switch, meaning cryptological gear, etc., and it often doesn't. So, and again, I am no RQ aficionado. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I don't think they do have that. But you know what I think we might see the next RQ that ventures over? I was discussing this with a friend of mine. I would even put some mocked up sidewinders on one of the pylons and just let the Russians just think about that as they fly by. But again, those are the little sort of games that
there is an equivalence to the air in the Air Force, if there is an equivalence to the air in the Air Force or the Air Wing.
Was it flying sort of relatively clean and just using optics to track vessels? And it was assumed that it was a fairly high risk op, and therefore not to give it any electronic intelligence payload? Or have the US been doing this for a little while and it was loaded up with signals intelligence kit? In which case that's going to be different. That might explain why the Russians seem to be extremely keen on trying to pick bits up. Not a lot anyone can do about it at the moment. The self-destruct, I don't know, mate. Do you want an MQ-9 spontaneously combusting in front of an Su-37 or a MiG-29 doing an intercept and killing it? Probably not. Again, they'll probably scream blue murder about that, to be honest with you. The problem with this is there's a lot of unknown factors. Where was it? Was it in Russian sovereign airspace? I don't know. It might have been. Maybe their air defense is so bad the US has been flying these quietly into Russian sovereign airspace and having a little look-see round. In which case, to be honest with you, unlucky. Fair dues, killing it. But then I think they'd have killed it properly, done it with a missile or something anyway. Was it in the Russian, their equivalent, whatever they call it, of an air defense identification zone? Yeah. Again, if it was in their ADZ, yeah, they were more than entitled to have a look at it and try and wave it off, to be honest with you. Not fly into it, obviously, bit excessive, but trying to get it to divert out the area, yeah, that's fair enough. Was it properly in international airspace? Yeah, slightly different. But then you have to ask yourself, where was it and what was it actually looking at? That's a really interesting bit for me. Where was it? What was it doing over there? How far east was it? Was it around Snake Island? Now, if it was around Snake Island, that's very interesting. Because the Russians shouldn't be pushing combat air patrol that far west without running into Ukrainian combat air patrol. Was it south of the Crimean Peninsula? That's quite a way east. That's Ivan's backyard. That kind of land. If it was, how long have we been doing that kind of thing? So there's a lot of questions. What I would just remind everyone is it's a two-way range down there. All right, I'm personally expecting the Ukrainians to do some kind of counter-air offensive across the Black Sea to kind of push the Russian air defense envelope back towards Sevastopol. I think that's why the three Sea Kings that we've given them a painted grey. I think there's search and rescue assets ready for a potential air battle over the Black Sea when you're going to lose pilots and you need to be able to fly out and pick them up on the search and rescue beacon. Do you want continuous NATO aircraft flying around in what potentially might be a two-way range? And how would that impede actually Ukrainian air ops? Because if you've got a pair of Typhoons and a pair of F-15s flying around the Black Sea, the Ukrainians aren't really going to want to put their own aircraft up to conduct counter-air activity, because they're going to be aware that if they're up, there's a real risk that NATO might get mixed up in it as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that. There might be a brief show of force. I think it's more likely there'll be a review of the MQ-9 activity, and they might kind of pull them back a little bit and rely a bit more on stuff like the RQ-4s, which their activity. Now, on Flight Tracker, it sort of said that they tailed off activity a little bit. I think they were probably operating much more north, and obviously you don't want to advertise it. But I keep reminding everyone's playing square by the ball at the minute. When the RAF fly an RC-135 mission, it's on Flight Tracker, right? We advertise it. It's not covert. It's overt. We are doing this. There's a pair of Typhoons. Don't fuck about with us. Same with the RQ-4. This MQ-9 was different. Clearly, it wasn't on transponder or anything like that. So it might have been up to something a little bit naughty, to be honest with you.
I actually it was in the Western Black Sea from what I can see. But I agree with you. I think that this was what it was. It happened. I think we're going to see an increased fighter presence. I don't know that the Russians really have a leg to stand on. You're in international waters. Arguably, look, the Black Sea. Look, it is a Russian lake, but unfortunately for them, it's international waters. And again, I think we're going to see an increased fighter presence. And I reiterate the point: every Russian aircraft that goes up to conduct intercepts in the Black Sea is not doing any combat missions over Ukraine. So good luck to you.
I think if it was a West, that's a little bit more concerning, mate. I don't know about you. If they're pushing cap that far west, then they're pushing cap over towards Romania. And again, then you have to ask, what was that MQ-9 looking at? Maybe the oil rig? That oil rig's still burning. It seems hard to believe that they'd make another punt at Snake Island, but maybe they've got some surface assets knocking around that have dog-legged. I don't know, and are up to no good in that sort of area, and the Russians have really pushed their combat air patrols west. That's more concerning than this accidental collision drive into stuff thing, because that means that the Russians are able to really push the air defense bubble all the way past that oil rig, more towards the coast of Romania, and that would bother me a lot more. I don't know about you, Chuck, but I'd be a little bit concerned about that.
Well, I don't know. I look at it this way. What was it? It's probably 150, 200 miles from Sevastopol. It looks like, if this is the civilian plotting of the incident point. And you know what? If the Russians were playing footsies all this time out there, everything it took to make all these passes at this drone, yeah, I don't know. I think the decision was made to send a message, and there are reconnaissance flights pretty much every day, and they just picked this Reaper to send this message to. And I think we're all going to move on, and this will probably be forgotten. But there might be the Reaper can carry a Sidewinder missile. Long forgotten, but in 2002, a Reaper actually exchanged missile fire with an Iraqi MiG-25. I think everyone knows who won. The Predator was shot down, but the Iraqis quit intercepting Predators. That was 20 years ago. So I don't know. I agree, though. Let's not escalate this. It's happened. Message received, and here we go.
Here we go. I see we got Robert's hand.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for discussing the downing of the Reaper drone. And I think it's clear that it's not going to lead to World War III, and it's super clear from the Pentagon messaging and referencing the lack of professionalism. So it's immediate de-escalation of the situation. Feels like an off-ramp. So why is it that we some of what you folks said, and I Chuck, some of your last sentences were an exception, but much of what Gummy said was kind of conflating the result, which is it's not going to lead to escalation, with the motivation or the purpose that Russia might have had, and I believe these pilots were probably highly trained Russian pilots, and my layman's assumption would be that they wanted to send a message, they wanted to have an effect, it's going to have an effect. It will probably lead to more risk-averse behavior. But you guys are the experts, so why is it that we don't just come clean and say, okay, they probably attacked and downed that plane, and they didn't want to shoot it from far away because they wanted plausible deniability?
Well, not that our government has ever lied to us, but I think it was prudent to to take the rhetoric down. And I came clean myself, and said I would say one thing on the MriyaReport, but if anyone had put a microphone in front of me in an official capacity, I would have done the same thing, and I would have pointed to unprofessionalism, unsafe. I would therefore cast aspersions, on the Russian pilots. But I absolutely agree with you. Look, these guys are fighter pilots. They're supposed to know what they're doing, and they carried out a number of maneuvers in the air that were absolutely intended to negatively affect the flying abilities of that Reaper. So, but I'm glad there was an off ramp. This is the loss of a drone. At least 2 of these aircraft have been shot down by the air quote Houthi rebels, fill in regular Iranian air defense units over Yemen. So we can keep this loss in perspective. This is what happened. It was today. It was Russia 1, NATO 0. But there is Russia is sending a message. Face it, the Black Sea is essentially Lake Erie to the Russians. They wanted to send a message. We got it, but there'll be a message tomorrow morning, because I don't see NATO backing off reconnaissance flights over the Black Sea. I think it's good, though, to let this de-escalate the rhetoric.
I just want to say one thing, Chuck. Everyone, there was a tree down. They got heavy winds and bad weather in Maine, where Alan is, and so he had to. He was forced to bow out due to bad weather. Not unrelated to Russian planes flying above. So I just wanted to let everybody know that he sends his regards. So anyway, Chuck, we still get Gunny. You came back up in there.
Shipmate, bring it.
Yeah. I can see why it might seem a little bit contradictory. So let's just say, so as I say, first of all, right, if they wanted to kill it, they'd have killed it from range. They'd have stuck an AAA into it from 30 miles or something. So that tells me that it probably wasn't in Russian territorial airspace. So they decided to close with it, have a look at it, and they still didn't kill it with a short-range air-to-air missile or guns. So they flew past it repeatedly. So the first question you got to ask yourself is, why would they do that? Did they do that because they wanted to set it alight in the air? Come on. I keep seeing this. Well, the intention was to cover it with aviation fuel of a good or afterburner and set the bloody thing alight so it's fiery fireball. And come on. No, it doesn't really work like that. What you do is you try to mess around with it. You dump fuel in front of it, the same as the Chinese dump chaff in front of a Australian Maritime Patrol aircraft. You might chuck flares at it, try and obstruct it, affect it by turbulence, all that kind of stuff, because you don't want to kill it, because that's going to be a bit of a pain, and everyone's going to kick off about it. So what you're trying to do is send in the 2 operators in Nevada, or wherever they are, a message: bugger off. This is our bit of real estate. Unfortunately, when we talk about highly skilled Russian pilots, all right, that's like saying winning world's best horse fondler. Right? I'm sure it means something to someone in the Russian Air Force, but to the rest of us, it's pretty immaterial. So what he did was he was probably told, do it again, do it again, do it again, and then he flew into it. Think, there it goes, and it's in the sea. And that's it. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's just basically it. Why it was there, interesting. What it was up to, interesting. Has this been going on before? Yeah, probably. These things will not be on flight radar or ADBS or anything like that. And again, will it mean rowing back activity? Yeah, probably. You know, because it's an unmanned aerial vehicle, you can probably knock 2 or 3 of these things down, because the Russians know, and we all know, that no one's going to go to war over this. So I don't think it's a contradiction in terms. I think this is all just, you know, all just part of the game. And bear in mind, folks, that you know, NATO submarines and Russian submarines are going to be playing tag in the Atlantic and in the Norwegian Sea. And before there have been collisions, there was a report out last week that the Russians have put an attack boat pretty close to Norfolk Naval Base, which is something that's not been done for quite a while now. It's been happening around the UK for a fair period of time. FOSM, Flag Officers Submarines, came out in public a few years ago and said Russian naval activity was way up around the UK, especially off the coast of Scotland, west coast, trying to track our ballistic missile submarines deploying on patrol and coming back. This goes on and on and on and on. The difference is that there is a war in Europe at the moment, and you've all suddenly woken up to it. But these little bits of friction, these little bits of rubbing up against each other, are a continuous process. We love fucking about with each other, all right? In the 90s, the Russians would send submarines just to disrupt naval exercises, just for badness, because they knew if they put a Sierra or something like that in the middle of a naval exercise, everything went to hell in a handcart, and we were all running around chasing this submarine. So that was the exercise program out the window for 3 days, because we were all running around chasing this bit of Russian kit. NATO submarines have popped up accidentally in the middle of Russian live firing exercises at sea. They've stuck the periscope up, and suddenly there's been missiles flying into barges 10 miles away, that kind of thing. So again, you know, it's all part of the fun. As Chuck said, no one died. Nothing disastrous has happened here. The Russians probably will mark this up as a little bit of a win, because it will knock back NATO MQ9 activity a little bit. I personally would expect to see a bit of a show of signals intelligence force, maybe a couple of extra NATO signals intelligence flights over the Black Sea with escorts, just to say, all right, you know, you knocked it down. Well done, you. Pat on the head. You win a bag of donuts. But we're still going to put an RC-135 over the East Black Sea, just so that you understand the meaning of international airspace, and the game will go on. And as long as that keeps happening, then happy days. When they start getting a little bit more fruity, shall we say, and interfering with manned aircraft, like doing dangerous intercepts on RC-135s, I think that's when we will all have to sit up and start to take notice, because that's a whole different ball game from a propeller-driven MQ-9.
Well said, shipmate.
Well said. I concur with that, Jim. Taris, you seem to be our drone guy. Taris?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So it seems to have an audio problem. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So I just want to see if somebody can explain what would be the adequate response on a NATO side if that happens again, repeated behavior like this, and what are the rules of the international kind of flying over the international waters in case if it is unmanned aircraft, and what NATO could do to kind of show the good response to that? Is there any rules or any ideas? What are the tools in a tool belt for the cases if that repeats again?
Yeah, that will make the game more interesting. I would expect, nobody in NATO wants to play this up larger than it is. I don't think this will become a pattern by the Russians, but it could. They may see some information war benefits into repeating this behavior. But I'd go back to my earlier statement that every Russian strike fighter that's playing monkey over the Black Sea is not flying combat sorties over Ukraine. One of the tools in the tool belt would be to increase the electronic warfare activity over the Black Sea, and that could be the next Russian aircraft that come out running an intercept of this will find that they are being fiddled with by electronic warfare, and that can run the gamut from jamming their radars for a little bit to actually damaging their equipment. So there's so much that goes on. Electronic warfare. It's kind of like the submarine service. No one talks about it. You can't really see it, but there are all kinds of bits of escalation. There. The Russians are unpredictable. That is their long ball. They know this, but I think it's good that that the cooler heads prevail here, and I think the mission continues, and this isn't the first Reaper to go down. Flying a mission over a contested airspace. That's why they exist. So it'll be interesting to see. I think how far this gets pushed. We'll see what the Russians do next.
Any follow up with that, Terrace? Chuck, let me ask a question then. They had a couple of strikes at the air bases last week. Do you think that this could have been these overflights that we do, so to speak, not necessarily in their space, of course? Do you think that could be reaction to that? Maybe these flights these drones being able to see into these air bases and producing targeting data. Have we seen any movement or any changing of aircraft or anything special coming out of these air bases that you have noticed or any information that you've gotten?
Well, this is a Russian, the Russian naval air stations there in Crimea are in play here. I don't know what service the intercepting Russian fighters were from, whether they were Navy or Air Defense Forces. But again, all of this was on video, and these Russian aircraft were close enough to get the Bort numbers, which is their hull numbers, and their markings. So, but I think that actually went into the calculation here, Daryl, because there have been a number of strikes on Russian facilities in Crimea that no on the book weapon system owned by Ukraine could have done. And the Russians have obviously, drawn the conclusion, and rightfully so, that these NATO reconnaissance flights they contributing to target packages for Ukraine. So I mean, I can clearly see why the Russians did it. I mean, absolutely. And I think the Russians can see why these missions aren't going to stop. It's it is the way it is the way it is.
And that's the way it is. It sounds like you're getting ready to do a rap song on me, Chuck.
That's right. Well, I am down home, Daryl. You know that. I don't even try to hide it. I'm down home, man.
Good.
It's like a really weird version of Public Enemy, this, isn't it?
I'm so old. I remember Public Enemy.
I've got it on my gym playlist, believe it or not. Yeah, don't laugh, Daryl. All right, white blokes can get on an exercise bike and listen to Public Enemy. All right, there's nothing wrong with it. Trust me. Look, I mean the thing to look at it this way, right? And I think this is what went down with Moskva. See me saying what went down. I'm already getting into it. Supposing Moskva sailed and she was completely MCON'd, so no, not transmitting on radar, not transmitting on radio, absolutely silent, and she stooged around and she went within range of Ukrainian missile batteries, and she was completely silent. So to all intents and purposes, a black hole, except that a NATO reconnaissance asset like an RQ-4 was south, detected her, gave that data to the Ukrainian missile battery commander. He fired off 2 missiles that were programmed to fly into a box, maybe 2 miles by 2 miles, because it was being tracked by this NATO reconnaissance asset. And maybe 20 seconds from impact, these missiles that were flying silent, radars off, flipped on their radars, did a couple of sweeps, locked up, and flew into the side of that cruiser before a ship's company had time to react. So you're talking 20 seconds from the missiles going active, the electronic warfare desk, sounding the alarm, blowing a whistle, whatever it is that they do. That's not time enough to initiate hard and soft kill procedures. 2 missiles fly into it. Russian flagship goes under next day.
Game over.
Yeah. Now, if you're Russian, you're going to be pretty upset at that. There's not a lot you can do about it, though, because it's a NATO asset. You've got no proof that RQ-4, say, was involved. You know that there was probably a Ukrainian TB2 up, flying around maybe, but that doesn't really make sense to you, because how did the Ukrainians know that the cruiser was there in the first place? And you will look west, and you will look at NATO, and you will look at the RQ-4 flight profiles, and you'll put 2 and 2 together, and you will be really, really upset about it. But there's nothing you can do. And this has probably been burning resentment. As I said, occasionally they make a punt for the RQ-4, probably with MiG-31s, but the RQ-4s always head south, leg it down south, speed fast, get in or near Turkish airspace, probably find the Turkish have a combat air patrol that goes up, and the Russians have to fly back, and they get no joy on it. So if you imagine that for a year, that burning resentment, all these NATO assets, the EP-3, the Bombardier Challengers, the P-8s, the E-3s, the RC-135s, all of these things are flying up and down, providing all this intelligence, and then one day they stumble across an MQ-9. You know, you can't blame them, can you? I think things aren't going well for them. But they still probably showed a little bit of restraint and probably just tried to wave it off. And Ivan, I'm a wanker, in the cockpit, just screwed it. So, yeah, you know, we're back to where we were, aren't we? Which is there's going to be an awful lot of friction. I think mutually everyone will just take one marching pace, deep breaths. They understand what's happened. We understand what's happened. Nobody wants to escalate, as Chuck says. And then it will be business as usual, maybe within 72, 96 hours, which is how it should be. They're not going to do anything silly. They're not going to go after manned aircraft. They know what the repercussions are, and they know that the repercussions would be swift. And it would lead to a greater conflict where they're probably going to come off a lot worse. So, yeah, it's just going to be one of those things. I'm just really surprised it hasn't happened before, or maybe it has and we've just not heard about it.
I think it's more. This is more of a political situation right now. More. We know what the militaries are going to do. The militaries are going to just eat one. Good on you. You got us this time. But I think politically, this is where Russia needed something. Now they have something they can galvanize uh, their news and their tankies on, and I think that's the biggest win out of this for them. For us, we're gonna play it down as much as we can. We're gonna get our own tankies here on this side of it that are gonna cry, you know, old imperialism, blah 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 blah, and it'll just play in the news for a bit. But I think the serious folks know, okay, chart one up to you, we got one on you somewhere else, and let's go about our business. Will.
Hey, Chuck, and Terrace says fallen off. I was going to just say, look, I mean, I've been working in the disinformation space now for a year, fighting that stuff, and it seems to me that one of the best uses of this Reaper shoot down might be, it's completely unrelated, but I would make the case, if I was going to try to use it for anything, Gunny's right. I mean, there's 300 of these things minus one. It's really insignificant in the overall scheme of things. But as Chuck said, we could make the case that Russia is now strike fighter heavy in the Black Sea, and isn't this the reason to free the Falcons? Right? I mean, find some reason to keep putting pressure on the Western forces to free up what we know they need in strike aircraft. I mean, it's a stupid thing done by the Russians, and we could claim that it's escalatory, like they continue doing on just anything that happens. Play the game they're playing. I would say a little bit if it helps, but otherwise, it is going to 72 hours from now we aren't going to be talking about this at all.
I agree with you. This is gonna blow over, and and as Daryl said, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't happened before. So, and if it's one drone for one Slava class cruiser, well, I think we're still ahead on points.
We're getting off cheap. We got off cheap on this one. Alex.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand. So this happened in international borders. So this would be different when I remember there was an incident where a Russian airplane was downed by Turkish. And Putin was very angry. He refused to import Turkish tomatoes for a few weeks on the row. And then I guess they met, and it was all okay again. But here it looks like it's international borders, so in international waters. So why are Russians patrolling those waters? And when Ukraine gets its own air force capable to fly over Black Sea, what do you think will happen? Will they start fighting now in international borders? Because they are at war, right? Whether you strike them in Ukraine, in Russia, or Black Sea, or somewhere in Atlantic, it's all fair game. Or am I missing something?
No, you've hit it on the head. It's there is international waters and airspace, and then there are international waters and airspace, and the United States and all of NATO are very big on international freedom of navigation. But I will, I would compare this. in the United States, if you imagine how the United States would feel with Russian aircraft flying around the Gulf of Mexico. Those are international waters. Absolutely, any aircraft has the right to fly over international waters, and but it's hard for the United States not to consider the Gulf of Mexico sort of its own home waters. And I think in the case of the Black Sea, the Russians very strongly think it's it may be international airspace and waters, but it is definitely contiguous to zones of their interest. And I don't have an aviation chart in front of me, but it would be interesting to see what are exactly the air defense zones around Crimea. And that is a zone in which a sovereign power announces that if you are an aircraft operating in this zone, you may be required to identify yourself. But there is no question that this is airspace that is contiguous to a war zone. That is the reason that NATO aircraft and UAVs are flying there. They are there definitely to gather intelligence and to see what the Russians are up to and to monitor the locations of their surface ships, their combatants. Also point out there are also U.S. Navy reconnaissance aircraft operating over the Black Sea. Some of those aircraft have anti-submarine capabilities, and they are there as well, doing the same thing, except they can do some things that the Air Force aircraft can't do, and that is locate submarines. So, none of this makes Mr. Putin happy. But it is international airspace. He's obviously done a provocative thing, and I'm glad cooler heads have prevailed. And everyone who wants to wants NATO to start J-damming St. Petersburg, instead of twittering, why don't you join the Air Force and become a strike fighter pilot and learn how to do that? And if you've cooled down over the next 5 years, let me know.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just thinking, it looks like there are many ways NATO could respond if they choose to. A lot of ways, and one of the ways would be to help Ukraine build air force that can pretty much take its own missions over Black Sea, because for Ukraine it's also Gulf of Mexico thing.
The most important thing about the Black Sea is that it is Ukraine's it's Ukraine's window to international commerce. And Ukraine exports its grain all over the world. And the most cost-effective way to deliver Ukraine's agricultural products are by ship. And Ukraine has the right for its ships to operate in international waters without interference. Unfortunately, it's at war right now with Russia. There is a very tenuous grain and commerce deal in effect for the Black Sea, which the Russians honor mostly in the breach. And they do things like, mandate that certain ships wait in the Bosphorus. There's all sorts of ways that Russia interferes with this. I think we're dealing with a hot war in Ukraine for at least the next 2 years, maybe 3. Looking forward, this war will end, as do all things. And looking forward into the next 10 or 20 years, there is going to be an extremely tense relationship between Ukraine and Russia. And I think that tense relationship will go on even post Putin. So there's, Ukraine, unfortunately, is living with a very bad neighbor, and one of the blowbacks of this war, and one of the reasons why I was so wrong to think that Putin would not invade Ukraine, was that I could see, I can't believe I could see it and Putin didn't, that entering into this war was going to put Russia back into the cooler for the next 20 years. It was going to isolate it diplomatically, militarily, culturally, economically for the next 20 years. It was going to be in timeout. And that would be win or lose in Ukraine. So I could only see, Putin losing in this. I could certainly foresee that Finland would abandon its neutrality and join NATO. I could see that Sweden would do it, even though I thought that was even more unlikely. But they did it. This war has been a big lose for Putin in every manner possible.
But he still
remember,
thinks
he's got to win it.
But he still thinks Black Sea is his internal lake, right? So there
He
is
does.
like there will be time to face reality. Maybe not immediately tomorrow, but at some point Ukraine will claim its rights over international sea, such as Black Sea. And I think it's even in the plans. I actually a couple of days ago, Zelensky, I don't remember what was the initiative, but they are working on Black Sea, and they are getting help with regards to Black Sea. I think this incident is just another reminder that this is not internal Russian sea, whatever they want to believe of it.
Yeah, I think Russia and Ukraine are going to finally have to get along at some point. But again, I see that as decades in the future. But interesting, and you're right. There is a naval calculus in the Black Sea, and that has yet to be determined.
Well, Chuck, just out of curiosity, anything else brewing in the north before we just keep rolling on about this drone?
Yeah, I think we drone this thing pretty much. There have been a couple of explosions reported in Belgrade, Russia. That is, of course, north of Kupiansk. We don't know what that is. The governor of Belgrade, again, this is Russia, is claiming that 3 missiles were shot down over Belgrade. But we'll have to see. Normally, the more missiles the Russians claim they have shot down, the more missiles have actually landed in Belgrade. And Belgrade is looking 30, 40, maybe 50 miles over the frontier. So that's an interesting thing there, Daryl. I might have to leave you with that to chew on. But Daryl, you and I unfortunately have got pretty good job security because we're going to be in it until the Crimean Beach Party, and I see us going on for a long time, buddy.
Hey, me and George got the grill. Depending on what everybody wants to eat, we're just not going to eat any pigs from Ukraine now because they've been eating bodies. So we'll just leave them, for a little, for a couple of years. Let them, let that flavor get out of them.
You don't want to be eating any long pig, as they say in Papua New Guinea.
Oh, they've been cooked from the inside.
Yeah. Oh God. But Daryl, I am going to be standing there next to you on that barbecue and let the master at work. But I promise to bring you all the beer you need while you're cooking.
Amen. Amen.
And
So
if you all don't stop it about the pigs, Dr. Nick's going to come up here and slap y'all silly.
I don't want to get slapped by Dr. Nick because she knows what she's talking about, for one thing.
She will not let you eat Edgar.
Lord, well, see, we're not, I don't know if she'll be able to get Edgar there, so he's safe.
Edgar is safe. He's out of bounds. But Daryl, thank you so much for hosting me tonight, and thanks so much everybody for the great questions. We will be back on Thursday. Alan and Daryl and Doc Bites and we are the Four Stooges, and bullet points will come to you with my great swim buddies who make it all possible. Daryl, God bless you, my brother. Thanks for having me tonight. I love you, pal.
All right. Love you, Chuck. God bless you. Stay safe. I don't know if any of that bad weather's hitting you where you're at, but hey, keep a shovel handy and just don't keep the shoes strapped on and be safe out there.
Thank you, brother.
Powder.
I'll be talking to you soon. Thanks again, Daryl. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night.
You know, I just have this feeling that Chuck has himself like a tractor with a snowplow on the front of it, and it's parked in his garage. So all Chuck has to do is open his garage door and start plowing the snow, and he's gonna get out just fine.
Well, the thing of it is, you got to open the garage, and when you open that garage, it's and that snow is packed up against it. That could be part of the issue. You got to dig around the door, I guess, a little bit. I don't know, unless it's ice. It may have ice on the bottom. But hey, I wouldn't know anything about it because I don't live nowhere near that white stuff. If it snows in Georgia, we got issues any damn way. And you're not going to be driving.
Yeah, no driving for you, not in the snow.
I mean, I do because I travel every damn where, but I don't trust Georgia drivers in the snow.
Isn't that the truth? Gunny, what do you have to contribute to our useless conversation at the moment? I bet he's got something useful.
No. No. Yeah, I was just say, can I be the DJ? Because I'm going to make you listen to 6 hours worth of Chaz and Dave and the Wurzels, and then I'll break every single one of you. You have no idea of the audio pain. Just quickly back to the Black Sea. Actually, Alex raised a really interesting question. So, if you think about the Black Sea, so you got sovereign Ukrainian airspace, Romanian airspace, and Turkish airspace, and the rest of it's international airspace. But there is a NOTAM out, a notice to airmen that is strictly out of bounds. Essentially, that's why you see all civilian air traffic routed around the edges of the Black Sea. So anything in international airspace, as far as the Russians and Romanians are concerned, Russians and Ukrainians, sorry, not the Romanians yet, is free game. Right, so it's a two-way range. That's why no one else flies there, apart from NATO, and we do it fairly overtly to make sure both sides understand that we're going and doing flying ops around there. So I wouldn't call the Black Sea a Russian lake. I'd call it a Russian lake east of Crimea. I think west of Crimea, outside of maybe 120 nautical miles, it might be a bit of a Russian playground. But inside of 120, if you're a surface ship, you go there with a due sense of dread because you might get a harpoon or a Neptune up your whoopsie. I think the Russian submarines can operate pretty much anywhere they want in the Black Sea, unimpeded. That's a fact of life. You're just going to have to deal with it. What interested me, actually, and I didn't think about this, was there are 2 Ukrainian minesweepers operating off the coast of the UK at the moment. And there are a lot of Russian submarines in the Northern Fleet. I don't know legally where we would stand if a Russian attack boat attacked those 2 Ukrainian minesweepers when they were working up, say, east of the Isle of May off Scotland or something like that. That would be a very interesting. If it happened outside of UK territorial waters, I don't think that we could really intervene as such, because it is a ongoing conflict. It just so happens that the 2 protagonists had a naval engagement in the North Sea. So I do wonder whether those 2 minesweepers are working up inside of UK territorial waters, and we might have assets just quietly looking after them, just in case the Russians get a little bit naughty and think about sticking 2 Type 64 torpedoes into them. I think it's exceptionally unlikely, but it is an interesting question. What would be NATO's response if a Russian sank a pair of Ukrainian minesweepers in international waters, i.e. North Sea? What can you do?
But Gunny, being that those ships have never been in the Ukrainian service, they would have the profiles and the signatures of a British ship.
Now they're handed over, mate. They've commissioned.
No. I'm saying, as far as the boat guys go, they only know that those signatures belong to a British vessel. There's no way, unless they're periscope depth and they can see the flags, there's no way for them to know if it's a Royal Navy or a Ukrainian, because they're only going by the screw signatures and the profiles.
Yeah, I think we're down to Royal Navy's down to a couple of Sandowns now. We retired them instead of the Hunt class. And yeah, because they're minesweepers, yeah, you probably could go to PD and have a look through your periscope. As I say, really, 99.9% unlikely. But I do wonder what the legal standing would be there and whether we could intervene. I mean, let's say, I don't know, just for fun, HMS Astute or HMS Ambush is trailing.
Does even Russia has any ships that can do anything like that, or submarines? I mean, they do have submarines, but
yeah, they got plenty. They got plenty, Alex. They've got fairly sizable submarine force, and we know that they're at sea because we're seeing vastly elevated NATO submarine activity.
Are they in Baltics or in Murmansk?
No, up Northern Fleet, Murmansk, and what's it? They've got plenty of submarines. In fact, the Americans normally fly at least one RC-135 flight a month up to the Kola Peninsula to have a look at the naval bases there to see what's in and what's sailed. So yeah, they're not short of boats up there at all, and we're seeing considerable increase in the number of NATO submarines coming in and out of Faslane. Therefore, submarines are very active somewhere. Therefore, it stands to reason, I think, that they're busy tracking an increased level of Russian naval activity. So, yeah, it's just an interesting question. I don't know where we'd stand there, whether we could intervene or whether this is just 2 protagonists in the North Sea outside of territorial waters. I mean, they have been going to see the 2 Ukrainian mine hunters because they've formally commissioned. I think they're still working up now, and they're probably going to be marking time. They're not going to be able to deploy anywhere really. They're not going to be able to get into theatre. So yeah, it is an interesting question. Probably not in anyone's interest for that to kind of again, that's friction, isn't it? A Russian submarine putting 2 torpedoes into 2 mine hunters off the UK coast. Yeah, probably a bit of an escalation for not much gain, to be honest.
Do you think they're going to have that frigate ready for them before those sails?
No, that frigate's not going to be taking part for 2.5-3 years probably. got to build it. You got to get her onto contractors trials. She's got to be accepted by the Ukrainian Navy. Then she's got to be worked up somewhere. So hopefully they'll send her up to Plymouth to flag officer sea training. Then she'll do her sort of thorough workup. Then she'll have to do another workup, and then if this thing's still going on, hopefully what we'll see is her running out of a NATO naval base and cooperating with NATO in joint exercises, something like that, hopefully. But yeah, taking a ship out of build, mate, and then getting her to be combat effective, it's a long process. It's bad enough bringing one out of refit, and I've done that twice. Bringing one straight out of build, they've got a lot to learn. They're newcomers to the world of big ships, and they're going to need to have a bit of time learning the ropes. This isn't an Abrams. It's not a Leopard. This is a proper warship. So they'll need some time to work up, mate.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Folks, I am going to check out. Finance is going to come in and take my place and be here with Heather. And I just want to say one thing, and that's Slava Ukraini. And y'all be good, be safe.
Daryl Slava, Daryl. Good to see you, Daryl, and we will talk to you when we see you hosting again tomorrow, I suppose it would be.
Yep.
Frank, yep.
Slava Ukraini.
Daryl Slava. All right. Frank, I think you had your hand up first, and then I know Carrie had her hand up, but undid her mic and took her hand down on accident. So let's go to Frank and then Carrie.
Oh, thanks. I guess my immediate question would be, why are there a couple of Ukrainian minesweepers in the North Sea? Were they handed over from the UK Navy? And if that was the case, then why wouldn't the UK Navy, transport them down to, say, Turkey, for the handoff, or are they doing drills off of the UK? It's an interesting kind of scenario, I guess.
Yeah. The news was rather recent that the UK was donating these minesweepers to Ukraine. So I imagine there's a great deal of training that is being done on using the minesweepers there in Ukraine, and that is why. Additionally, I would also venture to bet that those ships would not be allowed through the Bosphorus at this point because of the Montreux Convention. Which is one reason why Russia can't bring additional ships into the Black Sea at the moment, at least warships, because of the Montreux Convention with the Bosphorus Strait. So there's my answer to that.
Question. Yeah, that's my next question too. Is whether minesweepers would count as? I mean, they're military, but they're not offensive military. So I wasn't sure if Turkey would bar them or what. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but those are my answers that I believe to be true. I believe I saw that the Danish, somebody else donated more minesweepers to UK today, to Ukraine today also. So it's, the minesweepers will come and they'll be put into use and put into practice, but Ukrainian military is pretty busy training on other things right now, and they will, I think, probably have to be learning how to utilize those ships also. So that's pretty much what I think about that.
Yeah, my main question actually was back when Chuck was on, which was he had said that he figured this war is going to last for quite a while. Obviously, Putin will draw it out as long as he possibly can, or as long as he needs to, especially with the U.S. election coming up in under 2 years now, and
things we've seen out of the top two Republican contenders, but I don't want to dive into U.S. politics. That's a can of worms. No, it's more just, Thomas Tyner had a really interesting thread about what was needed by the Ukrainians to really punch through Russian lines and how they would do it, and how many different formations they would need. And so I guess my question then would be, if Chuck thinks this is going to be a long-term war, then obviously the Ukrainians have not been gifted anywhere near what they need. And are we looking at, they have like a quarter of the formations, or they have like a third, or they have like 10% of what they need? I'm not sure what the answer is. So,
well, I think in a lot of ways you're getting above my pay grade as far as my knowledge, as far as what equipment they need, other than I know they need everything, and they need a lot of everything. And Chuck believes, I know this, that it will continue for at least a couple more years. Now, I don't remember if I've been ever able to pin him down on this, that, the face of what the war looks like, I think could change. My personal opinion, saying could change before then, saying that perhaps, big word there, perhaps Russia could decide to go home sooner than 2 years. This is my opinion, but every now and then they're still going to throw rockets and missiles and things like that over Ukraine to keep the conflict going, and that could go on for several more years. So there's sort of a differentiation there. It's, we all want Russia to go home and leave Ukraine alone, yes, but Russia could go home and not leave Ukraine alone, which would be tragic. But it could draw out the conflict even longer. Does that sort of help you understand with as much as I can provide, knowledge wise? Because, my opinion is give them everything and give them a lot of it. And beyond the details of that, I'm not a military person who could really opine upon that kind of information.
yeah, no, I agree too. We want to give them as much as they need to get the job done this year. And I was hoping that when we saw 50 Bradleys and then 50 more Bradleys, we would see, basically, and there's still time for it. It's still quite possible we'll see 50 more Bradleys and then 50 more Bradleys and another couple dozen leopards and whatnot. There's a whole range of things that they need. Of course, like you said, they need everything now. And the thaw is happening now, and the ground's going to take another 2 months for it to really firm up. And so, there is still time technically, but it's got to be shipped now. And so anyways, I could drone on. I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Frank. No, I totally get it. It's a lot of, there's so much to it that sometimes I think my brain might explode, especially in the areas where it is not my level of expertise. So just saying that. But thank you, Frank.
Yeah,
Go
is
ahead.
it too much to? Sorry, is it too much to hope that maybe the U.S. actually has a plan? Maybe the U.S. partners actually have a plan to really actually supply Ukraine what they need, but they're just not really announcing it, and they're doing it semi on the sly. And like they, is it? Is that too much wishful thinking? I guess. Time will tell.
Time will tell. That's the reality here. There's I could approach this in one of two ways. I wish and I have a dream that one day that I am going to wake up and see F-16s flying across Ukraine, and that day will come sooner rather than later, and it will come out of the blue, and we have no clue that it's happening. It'll just all of a sudden happen one day. That is my hope, and that is my dream. Now, is that reality? I don't know. We'll see if it ever happens one day. I don't think there's ever any problem with hoping, but also trying to remain a little bit realistic too, because there's that old saying, you could hope in one hand and we in the other and see which one feels up first. So, it's all, we don't know. If we knew, we wouldn't, if we knew, we'd tell you, or at least I would. So that's sort of how it goes. But I don't ever think there's any problem with hoping. So, all right, Carrie, you are next. How are you, my cheerful Carrie, who is the gate buster at concerts?
Hello, I'm good, but I'm quite concerned about the people who are on the airspace. I'm just giving you a personal safety announcement. Gurney has just declared a British state secret. I think he's been taken around the back of the bike sheds by our secret service and intelligence forces. He has just released to you that Chaz and Dave and the Wurzels are one of our secret weapons. I'm quite concerned for you and your ears, and it is worse than my water torture tap. So please just forget what Gurney has said. You do not want to be ripped off the space, taken around the back of the bike sheds. Just giving you that safety warning now. Just erase that from your mind. Over and out.
Thank you, Carrie, for that definite warning about the UK state secrets, because nobody wants to get in trouble. Gunny is a little bit of a risk taker at times, and he's always interesting, if nothing else. I love that guy. Alex, what do you have for us?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I guess we were discussing how long this war can continue and whether there is a plan. Well, from the officials keep repeating that the support for Ukraine will be there for as long as it is needed. Now, that may not be the sentiment of some groups. They are in minority right now. They hope that they will become majority, but for now, that's where we stand. I do not believe that this intensity will continue for too long, because Russia does not have resources to stand up for coordinated pressure as long as the West has its ranks and shows resolve. I think we'll see much more once, also take into consideration that the last couple of months, because of winter conditions, Russia was not able to really make any progress with their offensive, and Ukraine was trying to build enough force for counteroffense. Then there is mud season, and I think sometime around June there will be more movement and more news, and less questions for how long it will go on, because in terms of this intensity, I don't think Russia can sustain it for too long. I think their front will start collapsing as soon as they get strong enough punching face, and it may come in one place or in more than one places, and they certainly are not in a position to hold that. They are already saying it, like their channels are discussing it. Like just today I was listening to one correspondent. He was saying you know, I am often asked why I'm not kind of supporting Bakhmut when supporting Wagner when Wagner doesn't get enough artillery shells. Well, because it's not just Wagner. The whole front needs artillery shells. And, the FSB this is really sabotage, and FSB should take, measures and whatnot. But frankly, FSB is already taking all the measures it can. It is after 12-year-old kids drawing anti-war pictures. That's who are they after right now, those kids and their parents. I do not think that FSB can do much about Russia not having enough artillery shells. So, yeah, once the mud season is over, we'll see more movement from front line, and we'll also see change in sentiment. Like, we would not ask for how long, something that doesn't really bother us will go on. Some of these things, yes, hostility may take a while before Ukraine and Russia are on friendly terms again. It may take 50 years, it may take 100 years. Obviously, we can't plan that long. But what we can do is to make sure that Russia has no interest or intent to continue this type of activity. And it's not just invading, like full-scale invasion. It would be also this kind of what they demonstrated over Black Sea or in other places. Yes, there will be like, Pakistan and India are still not big friends, right? But somehow try to channel, or India and China, for that matter. But they are kind of working on how to remain within some borders. Clearly, our sympathies with Ukraine, and Ukraine is absolutely right in this war, and has all the right to defend itself. And I do believe that Russia will have to come to terms. It's empires fall. The process may not be very nice to see, but and sometimes it takes more time, more than 1 year. Like, this is like probably Act 3 of the process called Fall of Russian Empire. Some of people in Russia still do not realize that, but that's where we are. Some things were delayed, but time is going on, and again, these empires are a thing of the past.
Alrighty, good evening, Finance. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you, Prince?
I'm okay.
We did not fill any banks today in the U.S. That's nice. There was actually a nice swing upwards in all the regional banks that were having struggles on Monday. Major moves upwards are also signs of recessionary markets, though, right? You never want to see your markets moving 30%. Stocks moving 30% a day in either direction. It's not good. So from the economic perspective, the one we actually talk about here, things are still a little rough, but hopefully things. It's a sign that things will be heading in the right direction sooner or later. That said, How is everyone this evening? I do see a couple hands up. Let's go to Pete, who I haven't heard from since I hopped up here, and then back to Carrie. Pete, how are you this evening?
I'm doing great. I just really appreciate everybody who's hosting this space and keeping it going. And you're a benefit to the whole community and the whole world, actually. What I wanted to talk about was a close family member of mine told me that the Cuban Missile Crisis was basically the end of the Cold War. And I think this conflict with Ukraine is going to be the end of the Soviet Empire. Thank you.
We should be so lucky. I hope that turns out to be true, right? These things, these things you can't say in hindsight. Unfortunately, I would say that the Cold War definitely kept going. Certainly, there were many dead Afghanis. There was an entire Vietnam War that had to rage on, and there were many both dead American and Vietnamese out of that conflict. So I don't know if I even agree with the thesis, but if it does end the Soviet Empire, that this does result in the self-destruction of the Tsarist Empire, whether sooner or even this leads to it the way that some academics suggest the Japanese-Russian War led to the end of the Tsarist Russia's empire, then we should be so lucky. So I hope that's correct. Obviously, we don't see the future. Certainly, I'm one of the people here who thinks that colonialism would be the way to go. But we can be so lucky. Maybe they'll be right. I hope you're right. Certainly, sir.
Well, okay, I misspoke a little bit, and he didn't say the end of the Cold War, the beginning of the end, when the Soviets removed the missiles from Cuba. That was a sign that they weren't willing to use them or keep them there. And when Khrushchev backed down, it was basically the very beginning of the end of the Cold War. Now, it took many, many years and many, many lives for it to actually be over. And I think we've digressed into another one. But that was just my point. That's all.
Great. Thank you. Moving on to Carrie. Carrie, how are you this evening?
I'm good, thank you. So going back to what Alex was saying, I don't think, I think I sort of follow with what you're alluding to, finance. I do think that the fallout for Russia from Russia is going to be so multifaceted, and in all of us on here, in our lifetime, we are going to have to stay alert. I think one aspect of what may well happen is going to be a continuance of a more overt, almost Russian terrorism internationally. And it will be something sort of almost ISIS-like that we will be needing to be staying abreast of, staying very alert to, in addition to obviously controlling and managing their nuclear weapons. But yeah, I do think that there will be aspects of a very overt terrorism that will continue into the future, because they are so completely and utterly psychologically brainwashed that it will be definitely, in addition to the collapse as a result of cognitive dissonance of the individual, of the person on the street, there will be, I'm pretty confident, a level of terrorist-based activity that we will need to really constantly keep an eye on. I think I've lost audio of you guys.
Nope, you are good to go. I think I agree with the general political sentiment. I am picking up what you're putting down. It is much closer to the way I worry about and look at things. For some brief housekeeping, since I just got up here. Good evening to everybody. Nice to see you all. It is 9:39 p.m. Central Standard Time, which puts us 4:39 a.m. Kyiv time. So if we have any friends from Ukraine who are currently awake on this space, I salute you, and it is a horrific hour, so I hope you've gotten some sleep at some point. And that would also mean that in about, tomorrow morning, so a little more than 12 hours, I actually have a fun interview. You can see that up in the nest. The head of the advisory services for BDO Ukraine, Andrei Bordenkov, will be joining us in space to discuss the economics and governmental situation in Ukraine. BDO Ukraine is still going during the war. They, I believe, are still employing 200 employees, and they're finding ways to keep themselves up and running, which is excellent to see. BDO, if you were in the U.S., is I think our 5th biggest accounting and advisory firm, and they're also have sizable, things over in Britain and Europe, and of course they have a Ukraine office. And so we've gotten this gentleman here to come join us on this space. So that should be fun. We then have the mayor in exile of Melitopol, who unfortunately was captured for a while by the Russists, but he's back, and he will be joining us on space in the U.S. afternoon time, the night time for the European audience. So tomorrow is 2 great interviews, and I look forward to running one and listening to the other. So please come join us then. I would like to remind everybody that this is a family show. If you choose to use heavy-duty amounts of Daniel R. Fire language, you will know what that means. It's all the letters, all the words that start with 4 letters in the English language. And please donate to the Maria Aid Fund or a other great Ukrainian charity of your choice, not the Red Cross, because if you're not going to use family language, you can at least donate to save a Ukrainian family. So that's the way we're doing this now. You can use the family language, or you can save the Ukrainian families. One or the other. Or even better, you could do both. We support this here at MriyaReport, give you 24/7 Ukraine news. Thanks to Chuck Farr. Sorry I missed him today. I was quietly listening in the audience. It was a great military discussion, and as usual, I have nothing to add. We do, from the penal colony, have Will up here, so if you wish to ask a military question, he does happen to be a veteran and can answer some basic military questions. He is waving a hand, so he is awake. It's actually midday in Australia, so there is actually no excuse for him not to be wide awake, and super helpful for this excellent late night shift for us. Thank you very much, Will. Our good friend Alex Captelli, I have some questions for him. Alex, you with us right now? Alex? All right. Hopefully we find Alex the Georgian in a moment, because obviously there was a lot of protests in Georgia as the people of Georgia didn't like the Russian law, but the aftermath of them possibly withdrawing the law, there are some legal questions to how laws get withdrawn in Georgia that got listed. Alex.
Yes, yeah, I heard you were talking about Georgia. So
yeah, what Georgia doing? What Georgia doing? I want a Georgian update from our favorite Georgian.
So they repealed the law, but now they are more concerned about keeping, I guess, is it the right way to say keeping people subjugated? That's probably.
No, that translates perfectly
Yeah.
here in English. Yeah.
So the prime minister returned and gave a speech, and he said that among the protesters, he saw Satanists, those who worship Satan, or and bullshit like this. You are probably not used to hear that type of speech from a person.
No, I'm Jewish. I told I worship Satan since I was a young child. So to be fair, I'm actually used to being told this. Humorously, this doesn't seem to be being lobbed at my kind of people. So it's a new experience for me to see other people labeled as Satanists. Usually that's just, for us to deal with. But hey, nice to see some diversity happening. But I guess we could be Nazis too in the Russian crazy disinfo mindset. So sorry to hear that.
And
so
then,
is this coming from
also
Georgian...
encouraged by him?
Alex,
yes.
Alex, can I actually ask a question? Can you clarify it for me? This Satanist uprising messaging, is this coming from like the Georgian equivalent of Twitter bots and disinformation outlets, or is this coming straight from Georgia Dream, a horrifically named party, the Georgian dream of political people themselves.
Oh, that's the leadership of the party, right? Prime Minister. They they need to rely on somebody. And in Georgia, because like people still have respect of church, and church, unfortunately, there is like historically, it was independent church way before Russia was there, but we haven't really do all the homework with regards when it comes to church. So within church there is strong influence. I would call this is FSB influence. So they are some of them at least extreme homophobes, and they are. So yeah, it's complicated when it comes to church, and some people are kind of using that. They are calling themselves very religious, and that's where they find kind of refuge in. This is pretty much Russian movement in Georgia. They can't really call themselves openly supporting Russians because, again, Russians committed ethnic cleansing of Georgians. That would not go too far. But what they are putting emphasis on is that West is very, well, pretty much they are trying to play this homophobic card with extremely, how should I call them? Very low educated people who fear anything and everything, don't speak any language, haven't gone anywhere, haven't seen anything. Some of them believe that if you take a passport, with an electronic chip inside, you will become a gay. It is programmed to make you a gay. Like things totally crazy, and there are not too many of them. But when government supports them, they become active. So, and all that prelude was necessary to explain that today they openly burned European flag, which was in front of parliament. You can think about how many cameras were there and how many policemen are there on a 24-hour basis, especially after protests. Like the protests were filled with 40,000-50,000 people waving European flags. And there are 5 or 6 people today bringing it down from pretty much parliament and burning it. Police did not notice it. All they did, they put up another one. But you can get the message. So Russians rely on this Georgian. Yeah, and now this guy is getting praises from Moscow through, its propagandons. Solovyov, just yesterday, was very impressed with the balls. That's what Solovyov said. Like, this guy has the balls, and Solovyov liked to contemplate the balls. Anyway, that's where we stand. So I do not think we've seen all of it yet. I think there will be these things will go on. doesn't look like pro-Russian forces in Georgia, represented by Georgian Dream, will back down either. Neither people would want to back down. So there will be, I think, we'll see more of standoff going forward. But hey, Russia is dying. It's a dying empire. It doesn't want to die, obviously. Nobody wants to die. Everybody will fight. Whether it's cancer or a beast or a bear trapped in a bear trap. Yeah, they are showing resolve to fight. Don't want to die. Was that kind of... I know it's not very optimistic.
That's actually a quite good explanation. So basically, the law itself was pulled back. At present, it sounds like there is quiet from the people who protested the law. There does seem to be some pro-Russian, probably organized pro-Russian counter-protests, including the burning of the European flag.
Yeah, but counter-protests were about a dozen of people. No match to 50,000.
Organize that many people is what you're telling me.
I'm sorry?
You're saying they can't even organize that many people for counter-protests.
Correct, yes. Because it's a matter of, again, what they show today is, even though they wanted to show that there is things are not that clear-cut in Georgia, like this small group of about 10 idiots is no match to 50,000 people, on one square, because actually if that square could accommodate millions, there would be millions. Virtually everybody wants free travel, etc., and want to remain far from Russia. But Russia has its influence in Georgia as well as in other places, including Serbia or Hungary or Germany, US apparently, anywhere, and it's time to call all those forces and for last fight, I guess, or what it is, like how to define it. But yeah, they will be. I don't think things are over. I do believe that people like the street decided to go back home and celebrate a little bit too early. I think that we'll see more of standoff, because from what Prime Minister was talking about, doesn't look like he's ready to back down unless he is forced to. So political prisoners are still in prison, and that includes former President Mikhail Saakashvili and the head of the biggest TV channel, opposition TV channel. They are both in prison for no excuse. Like there is, I don't even know what are the formal claims. Like, so that's one thing, and the other thing, they never, like the protesters didn't insist on new elections. So I think they went back home celebrating way too early. But hey, it's we'll see. Maybe there are smarter people are planning, the end game altogether. But for now, I'm not very optimistic. Far from that.
When is the next election cycle in Georgia?
Good question. Unfortunately, I do not have the answer, because they promised to have a change, the next selection was supposed to be proportionate as opposed to current thing. And I'm not that much involved in intricacy of laws and whatnot because they changed it many times. What is most current version of constitution and laws, I do not follow it. But there are people who follow. One thing is clear is that they did promise new type of elections which would be proportionate and which would be much more representative of different political spectrum in parliament. But they never fulfilled that promise. And again, I just said that they are holding people in prison, essentially political prisoners in the country. Like what they will write. And again, it's like referring to, it's not even how the law is written, it's how you interpret what's written. And then it was written and rewritten. So you can have a picture. I don't think it's this year. I think we'll have to have it off cycle. I think the next one is just years from now. And I just don't see how this clearly pro-Russian government. Actually, 2024, I think. But again, I do not see how they can remain in power in these circumstances. It was kind of the war in Ukraine has unfrozen many, and Georgia is another frozen conflict. In this case, they have pro-Russian government acceptable for Moscow, but that government and its pro-Russian policy is not acceptable for those who are supposed to, elect parliament which would form the government. That's kind of complication. Now, with regards to coming, there will be two important events. In summer, there will be NATO summit, I think, in Vilnius. And in autumn, there will be looking at the plan that Georgia is supposed to fulfill in order to access EU and obtain candidate status. I am afraid Georgia will not pass on either of these. I think it will. I think this is exactly what Russian dream wants. I think there will be protests. So I don't know what to expect, honestly. I think the best outcome would be if the decision is kind of postponed, because once Russia is defeated and Ukraine wins, I just don't see how this government can still remain in power. I think there will be new elections forced. They will just have to accept the fact that they need to go. They do know that they have no chance in fair elections. And that's one reason they will desperately hang on to current seats. For them, it's source of income and well-being, which otherwise would be, they would not have it for sure. Now, another thing is, I do believe the most effective, if I was to design, like or plan, I would postpone the decision per se, But I would make a list of, the dreamers, Russian dreamers, beginning with Prime Minister, and slap very personal sanctions against them so that they can essentially cannot go anywhere except for their beloved Moscow, or maybe some places like in China.
I agree with you. I think Georgia should be so lucky. I think that they should buy some villas right next to Yanukovych, and the Russians can support them until somebody comes and gives them what they so lovely deserve. Anyways, I believe I am currently seeing an endangered species, and that is Raver on space with his hand up. Given technical difficulties of the last week, we have not seen Raver on space able to do anything more than listen. So either Twitter got fixed, which must have happened, or Raver completely bought a new phone, or something else. This must be an endangered species, so I'm going to let him go before he dies again. Raver, this never happens. Good to see you.
Hey, good evening, Finance. Good evening, Heather. So I did buy a new phone, did not fix the problem because it was not a corrupted phone. It was a corrupted Twitter. Nick's fix by backdating your app is the fix. That's what I had to do. So I need to get that message to Mockers, another member of the space who cannot access. But yeah, Nick's fix works, and I will be back.
Excellent, thank you, Raver. Are you up to date on the ground situation as best we have it? If I want to shoot you some questions and you're up here.
If you can make it quick, I'm generally in family time. Are you talking about the downing of the drone?
No, I was actually wanted to ask on the line of contact. I think the downing of the drone's been discussed, and I think that's now in the political sphere more than the military one.
I am not up to date. I've been working hard all day and just got home a little bit ago.
Understand. Well, you go enjoy your kids and wife, and we will catch you on the flip side. Nice to see you, Raver. True pleasure. Please send our regards to Mrs. Raver and Ravers Jr. and Slava Ukraini, my friend.
Heroin Slava.
All right. That will bring us back to Will. Will, you're my latest victim.
Okay, so remind me what the question is.
I haven't gotten to ask you. I just wanted to, call you up for fun. My question is, Chuck just gave us a very long, excellent explanation of everything going on the ground as, best he can. I, of course, barely understood it, partially because I had to do stuff through almost all of it, so I couldn't listen to most. So could I get like the Reader's Digest version of the line of contact activity from Bakhmut and all the other places where the Russians are moving or attempting to move things, attempting to attack things, and apparently dying in droves. And the Ukrainians may or may not be also taking heavy casualties. How heavy is a question that we have not heard. So what's the gist?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to give you the review of Bakhmut that you asked for first, from what I remember Chuck talking about, and what's significant in that, and something that he also posted on his map that he didn't talk about that I also think is significant, in that he posted a whole bunch of additional artillery strikes by Russia, demonstrating that they're absolutely, probably really hitting these areas with artillery first, and as they move in on them to try their advances. But basically, so Bakhmut, he said it no longer looks like a mitten trying to grab around Bakhmut. It looks more like a cartoon face with its mouth open now, because Ukraine has made some localized counterattacks that have allowed them to take some land back near Klishkova and make that more contested. So the thumb of that mitten kind of gets gnawed off, as he said. And the northern stuff, where it's starting to form a nose out there, they're having varied incremental success in finally taking places after incredible heavy loss of life. I'm talking about the Russians. We actually don't know what the casualty count or ratio has gone to on the Ukrainian side, But Chuck once again reminded us that experienced troops fighting in yard to yard, doorknob to doorknob, house in inner city fighting is more likely to go to the experienced folks by a high ratio. So we don't know, but all we can do is trust they know what they're doing there in the center of the city of Bakhmut. There's no indication at all that they've crossed that river yet, so, or the canal as they call it there. And so fighting is intense, I guess you said, and there's no massive movement in a line anywhere. The thing that I did note from his map, and maybe it's just something he's starting to do now, but he usually showed just airstrikes that were significant in the area, but now he is highlighting where they're doing their heaviest artillery striking, which tends to mean where they're going to move next. So that's Bakhmut. Let me back out and talk to the map that he produced around Svatova. Okay, that's Bakhmut larger. No, I don't want that. Here's the one. So up in the line between Svatova and Kremina, along the highway, the P66, obviously there's massive, significantly large and quality Russian troops force structure up there that they would still have a significant advantage over Ukrainian troops. But really, they're not making any significant gains up there that would suggest they can do anything like, combined arms warfare to capture sways and encircle and reduce rather than do these forward fighting. They seem to be just doing the same old up there. They didn't talk about it tactically in the area much, but they, then Chuck did remind us that the strategic, triangle is formed by Svatova, Kremina, and Starobilsk in the area, and what that means for reinforcement and supply. And he noted that Svatov, of course, is very important there based on its location on multiple highway systems that converge on it. It's a regional center, and the other obvious thing is it's right at the top of the P66. It's the first major town in there, or major city in there, and that is the major supply route from Russia down into northern Luhansk. So Svata is very strategic. That he specifically wanted to talk about Svatova being strategic to counter the discussion of Bakhmut being strategic, which it isn't in a military sense. But then I of course chipped in based on that interview that someone else also mentioned that strategic in the political sense when Zelensky's talking to an audience in Ukraine means a whole different thing than strategic does talking to Chuck Farrer or John Spencer on this space. So I think it's probably an issue of communication, because clearly Svatova is a strategic take as and when it becomes available to take. And then there was quite a lot of discussion on that drone after that. And the meaning of that I don't think probably warrants going over again unless anybody has any specific questions.
Yeah. So because it's been so in the center of things and it's held for so long, I'm aware of Bakhmut in the way that our military analysts, from Yehuda and our Daryl and Raver, as well as Chuck and John and McRyan, they've all sort of gone over and said similar things. I have very little understanding of what Svatova means to the conflict, how it's held, or if the Ukrainians take it, what that could mean for the Russians and their supply system. Can I have a little understanding of that? Because I have no clue, other than it's a city and it's better when Ukraine liberates cities. That's like as far as my understanding of Svatova goes. Will, did you hear me?
Sorry, I'm talking into a closed mic, aren't I?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, Svatova, obviously, if you back out and you look at Svatova from a map to scale, back out a little bit if you were looking at Google Maps, and note its position and distance from significant resupply areas in Russia, right? Belgorod, the road straight down through, and then you're down into that part of Luhansk. And the reason that's really significant is because if you look at the highway system there, as Chuck laid out, and the topography, the paths to get between Svatova and Kremena in that area, and the path to get between Svatova and Starobilsk are fairly straight. But the one going the other way is a bit more meandering. But they do make a triangle. Now, the important thing of that triangle is the top of that triangle is Svatova, and it's on a main road railway junction sort of thing, coming from the north down out of Belgorod and Voronezh, if you really wanted to drive that way, is this area or this town of Svatova, the city of Svatova, and it forms that triangle, if you will, between Kremena, Svatova, and Starobilsk. Which, if you took that chunk, right? So if you took Svatova and you were Ukraine, you would essentially starve all of the direct supply to the Russian army from the north, direct north, and they'd be forced to use the railways and the entrance points from Voronezh down, and particularly Rostov-on-Don, which would increase an already relatively stressed rail system that's carrying most of the rest of the military supplies, fuel, things like that in. So it's strategic in that point. We haven't really talked about it before today, in my memory, with Chuck on a strategic basis. But of course, now people are speculating and talking about which of the axes of attack you would use in a counteroffensive, essentially, because we have no additional news to talk about. So that speculation starts to happen. And obviously, Thomas Tyner laid out an incredibly good 100 Marvel Studios layout of what a perfect offensive would be. Which when I first read, I went, "Holy moly! You can't give away all that information." But essentially, it's information that every serious military commander should be well on top of. So he wasn't really giving anything away, but he really described an overwhelming, multi-pronged attack using the capabilities that are in country or could or should be in country soon, but inflated the size of everything that necessary to the size that would be needed. And so obviously Ukraine doesn't have that now. And I guess I don't know whether or not they'll have that material and manpower strength and everything by, say, May. But as close as we can get them, that means that's what an excellent, a superb campaign, a perfect campaign would look like. But that's one axis of attack, and then there's discussion about where the other counteroffensive might come from. And one of which, of course, is up in the north, right? Because if Svatova were to be taken, I think that there's an argument to be made that the entire north of Luhansk could relatively soon after that fall under the control of Ukraine. But so that's why we were talking about that. And we did spend a lot of time talking on drones, which I just went to listening.
Yeah. All right. So basically, Svatova is a key logistics hub for the entire Luhansk region for the Russians. They can't get their stuff from Belgorod to Luhansk easily if Svatova falls to the armed forces of Ukraine, and thus their ever weak supply situation gets worse. Should I take it that the rail lines run similar-ishly to the road lines there? That if that city falls, the rail lines get cut?
Yeah, similarly, but obviously a lot of little roads that run around. But there are, where the main roads lead from Belgorod, the train line also goes. Yes, so this is why when we're talking about places on the paddle line that you never heard of, like Kupiansk, that's why it's important. That's why we're talking about places like that, because Kupiansk is up in the north too, and that is one of the places the avenues of attack could take place through there. So that's also why we touch on that northernmost point in this area. But this is in the past weeks. We didn't talk about it at all today.
Okay, so basically this is the key logistical hub, and what's the situation like there as far as we know? Like, I mean, obviously Bakhmut has been Ukraine defending since basically the war started, and people thought it would fall 6-8 months ago, and we've even had military analysts here in the space say it might be sensible for the Ukrainians to let Bakhmut fall and just retake it later, but they haven't for their reasons. But what's the Svatova situation like? Is that Ukrainians have entered the city and are
No. Svatova currently is well behind the Russian lines. They're well in control of that city. Their lines are out farther. So Svatova would have been taken had the Ukrainians been equipped with the kind of mechanized equipment they even have now, right? With the generous donation of tanks from Russia, if they had that stuff back then, they would have taken Svatova and pushed out that far. But being smart, they only pushed out as far as they could control the land behind them and their lines of communication and supply. And so they stopped, right? But we're talking about Svatova because it is strategic in a counteroffensive, but it's not even. It's well behind the enemy lines now, and where we are talking about are villages out to the north and west of there, like Kupiansk and like some of these little places that are on the map today that he's where they're attacking. Novoselivsk is in particular an area where there's been some fighting in recent times that they're on Telegram stuff. So it's up north and east of there, but those places will become very important if a counteroffensive goes through Svatova or towards Svatova. But nothing now. Just quiet up and down the line in the Svatova Kremena line today. There was a significant, an attempted assault down near Makivka or Nevsky, and that was repelled. And I'll note that the forces the lines tend to shift back and forth as you get into that forested area south of Kremena. The blue and the red lines kind of wave back and forth in there day by day by day. So what it's doing. I suggest to you that the Ukrainians are doing better at that as well, just having more experienced troops and looking at the kind of armor and things that are knocked out. But no significant movement down there. And then the next spot to watch, in my opinion, south of Kremena, where we're in the forest, but not down to Bakhmut. The most important point I continue to look at is Bilahorivka. Bilahorivka, hang on. I talk so much they elevated me, finance. Sorry, buddy. But Bilahorivka is important because you'll remember perhaps way back when there was an attempted river crossing after Severodonetsk was given up, and the Russians tried to proceed forward and make a massive river crossing at a place called Bilahorivka, and they got butchered, right? And this is one of the reasons that the Russians had to fall back and essentially culminate and not get across that river at that point. And I suspect the attacks up and down the line are consistent and heavy artillery followed by infantry assaults in Bakhmut, more armor and equipment being employed up in the north, and then in the center. I don't know in Bilahorivka down in that area out of Lyshansk. That very little information out of exactly what's happening down there, but we do know that there's been, this creeping advance attempted down there too. And obviously, Billericay is important because I think if you can get across the river there, you're pointed pretty much straight at Kramatorsk, I think. But I'll have a look. So it's that's the other place I follow. But really, we've been on a massive media blackout for the last. I haven't seen any really good definitive news on other than the daily count from the Ministry of Defense in about 3 days. But I'm mining more information today as I sit here.
Basically, the media blackout has us still being light on news and information. We just know that the Russians are still dying in really significant numbers and losing equipment in significant numbers, while also the fighting doesn't seem to be moving lines particularly much. Is that the way to understand it?
Oh yes, true.
I just came up to test this. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I borrowed a phone from somebody to see if I could make the Android fix work, because I have an iPhone. So I was able to fix the Android on this phone that I borrowed from somebody, and now I'm going to bed. Thank you, Will, for taking over. Thank you, Finance, and I will be with you tomorrow evening for co-host. Slava Ukraini.
Harom Slava. Have a great sleep, Prince, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. It is currently 10:20. We are down a couple co-hosts. We wish Nathan Dave the best. He should be back with us later this week, having some family things to take care of. Prince Heather was helping me in an emergency, and straight from the penal colony, Will has joined me in the other co-host slot. You're listening to the 24/7 Ukrainian news and discussion at MriyaReport. We would love it if you'd love to come up and speak with us, ask any questions in good faith, and you are more than welcome to be here. I accept anybody who does not spew the Russian propaganda or other forms of hate, and you are more than welcome in good faith to come ask any question, good or bad, and come on up to the space. Please click the bottom left-hand request to speak button to come up and ask a question. Will here, my friend straight from Australia, has joined us. He actually is a military veteran, so we can't ask him the military questions. And he has a long experience in the oil markets, finance, for any of your other economics and sanctions questions. Here I am. The U.S. news has thankfully slowed down for a day. We did not fail any bank today for the first time in 3 business days. No banks failed here in the U.S., so that's our good news. And, so that means we can get back to talking about Ukrainian and Russian finances and how things are going in that direction. So please come on up, ask us a question, and thank you for supporting the MriyaReport. Please like and retweet the space. Let your friends know we are here. We are going nowhere. We cannot be crashed. Cannot be stopped. The Ukrainian army cannot also be crashed. They appear to keep fighting indefinitely, and we will keep supporting them until victory. So thank you very much for being here. All right, for a new guest to the space, maybe they're old, but I have never seen them before, with a very excellent handle, but not yet a picture, Rainbow Hurricane. Rainbow, welcome up to the MriyaReport. Rainbow, you need to click the mic in the bottom left hand to speak.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm hoping that a major goal of the fighting for Ukraine is to be able to join NATO. I worry that if they don't join NATO, that they could be left in the cold 2 years from now. Especially with our election situation and some candidates not wanting to be very supportive. So I was listening to Chuck earlier, and he thinks this war is going to go on 2 or 3 more years, and I worry about America supporting them that long. General Miley had made a comment about at the rate that Ukraine's going through ammo, they could be out of appropriated ammo funds by like June or something like that, sometime in the summer. And of course, you know, we're going to have to somehow get another appropriation through the Congress, both the House of Representatives and the Senate. And I think the House will be difficult because they seem to have a few crazy Republicans that are following Trump's lead there and want to block.
All right, hold on. I will come back to you. Let's make this conversation.
Yeah.
I agree with some of what you're saying. Here's a couple things to consider. One, there are still, for reasons I don't totally understand, 200 billion with a B frozen Russian central bank assets in the U.S. It costs zero taxpayer dollars for Congress to agree that those belong to Ukraine. So there's significant financial choices we have to help them out. And if they just have that, besides that it would fix their budgetary financial needs for a significant amount of time, they could use the excess money, which there would be 100+ billion of, to go do something like buy a bunch of ammunition and weapons. And it doesn't take any appropriations from the US for them to take their own cash, which it should be, and say, go buy a bunch of ammo from somebody willing to sell it to them. So there are mechanisms that don't just require us giving them support. The other thing to consider, and while I agree that our House has sadly, more than a handful or two of non-supportive Republican candidates and fewer, but still a handful or so of non-supportive Democratic candidates, that there is still a majority support for Ukraine. So while the current Congress and the current president are in control, they can keep getting things done. So they could, push a lot more forward and get it done. General Milley himself has not been the most supportive voice.
You said that, right?
Like his commentary has had some people suggest that he might be he might like to cuddle Russians romantically in the bedroom, to the extent that he's made some comments. So that's
I've
point here.
I've kind of wonder if Milley's been playing the bad cop in a good cop, bad cop routine in the admin.
I think he's a believer in what he says. I think he just, my read, and I could totally be wrong because I don't know his bank account, I don't know whatever else, is that he is probably more conservative. We know he is older, and he is, my guess, listening to people like Henry Kissinger, and is just dour in all the least supportive, least moral ways possible in this case, as opposed to, say, looking towards, the more anti-Russian of the conservative minds, whether that be the late Ronald Reagan or the current Lindsey Graham, also both arch conservative, which we assume is his position, as well as very supportive of Ukraine. Right? There's multiple ways to go about it. Even the crazy sphere itself, if you look over there, like the crazy MAGA sphere has its own pro-Ukraine voices. Right? So while Tucker Carlson might sit there on the nightly news and just spout Russian propaganda, because that's what he does, the smaller but still sort of equally far-right media outlet Prager University is actually pro-Ukraine, and he actually has a whole episode where he says why it's still important to respect people you deeply disagree with and how much he loves Tucker Carlson, but he in fact disagrees with him on Ukraine and thinks we should support them greatly. So I'm not really a fan of that. I don't suggest people go listen or read his brand of whatever the hell you call that stuff, but he is in that sort of sphere, and it is a demonstration that there are people in that echo chamber, in that ecosystem, who are still supportive of Ukraine. And here on the Maria Report, I'll take the supporting fires from wherever we can get it, right? Like, if people, I have no problem if people want to have outside of here very different values from me to how we run this country. The thing that I do care about is that we come together when it comes to stopping genocide. That's something that I think we in the free world should basically agree on, as well as stopping the territorial conquest of a democratic nation by an authoritarian, hellish colonial throwback. So I'd say that we could look to that, and there's a lot of reasons to not be completely panicked or doomerish about that. I agree it's a concern. I'm not saying you're wrong to be concerned. I'm just saying there are things to consider, that it is not, this is not like Paradise Lost here, right? There's hope.
Oh, sorry, I never read that in school. I guess I got to go back. Well, you know, I'll say I'm a military brat. So in the late 70s, we were stationed over in Germany. My dad was in the army, and uh, 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 you know, one thing I did notice that I did follow the news when I was young back then because of that, and um, I think Reagan, and I'm a Democrat now, very liberal, but Reagan, I think, made a significant difference in terms of difference or impact in terms of the Soviet Union falling. And later on, when I was in college, I studied in Hungary, in Budapest, when they were still under the communists. And I had a few different people when I was over there, kind of like quietly tell me and other American students there that they were happy that Reagan was standing up to the Soviets. So I think Bush has done the right thing. I just wish he did it at about 50% more in terms of appropriations.
I assume you mean Biden, given that
Biden.
Bush has not been president
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
very long
Sorry, that's a big mistake.
All right, yeah, keeping this conversation. Will, you don't need to raise your hand. Just hop on in. There's both three of us, and you're
yeah.
So look, I don't want to get involved in U.S. politics because I totally don't understand you Yanks, which is why I moved to Australia 30 years ago. However, I also would not be alarmed at upcoming elections and a discussion over Ukraine being a loser of an election issue, because I can tell you we've run into a lot of conservatives here at MriyaReport, and with the note you made about Reagan being massively, anti-Soviet and revved the engine of the U.S. military industrial complex at the end of his term to kill off the Soviet Union. So didn't do it all himself, but of course revved the engine at the end and put the death knell in the Soviet Union. But so in this next upcoming election, I would be completely comfortable if I was a candidate in the United States running on the true patriot ticket of I'm anti-genocide, I'm for self-determination, I'm for all of the things that are actually in the full Constitution in the United States and many other liberal democracies around the world. So I'd be happy to run on principle in support of Ukraine, especially when the cost is incredibly low. You talk about the new appropriation, but the appropriation that's already been made hasn't been all fulfilled, and it goes on for a couple more years. So, and the final thing I would say is that it's an unfortunate circumstance, but having to build more artillery shells and replenish your stocks is a pretty good fiscal stimulus for the United States right at the time you'll be coming out of a recession. So I don't think we're on a loser here at all. But I mean, that's a political evaluation. The truth is, the reason where it's not going to become a political thing is the thing that finance was just saying: genocide. This is the invasion of one country by another, and the invading country is leaving absolutely destroyed territory and genocide, evidence of genocide in each and every location that he has occupied. That's the facts. And if anybody wouldn't want to run as a candidate opposing that, then I don't care who they are, Democrat or Republican, they don't deserve to sit in parliament or government in any liberal democracy.
Well, I agree with you there. I just hope some voices on the Republican side come up along and also agree on that. Seems like the leading guy and the number two guy have been following Putin's line, and hopefully at some point they'll get over that, and Putin will be consigned to the dustbin of history.
Well, Putin sooner or later will be consigned to the dustbin of history because he is an old, unhealthy dictator currently not winning a war that he said would last 3 days. Yeah. And we're over a year and 3 days into this, and we're still here. So I'm going with little Pooty Poot is not going to go down in history well, and he will be turned to dust eventually. It'd be nice if he was went window shopping in that Russian window shopping sense sooner. But maybe he dies in his sleep of natural causes, and none of us believe it was natural because who in the world would believe that right now? Yeah. Like the dude is old and sick, right? We know he's not the healthiest. We're not, whatever it is, he's not the healthiest. There's plenty of pictures that have been sent out that he's not. He's over 70 years old, right? Like he is of an age where people just pass away in their sleep. Like that's not unusual. And if he does, like who in the world? Like, I wouldn't believe it. I'd be like, oh, someone had to have killed him. Right? None of us would believe it, but we could be so lucky. Hopefully he's gone. Unfortunately, this is Russia's Putin and not Putin's Russia, and hopefully we get hopefully it's not just news are same as the old if and when he does die, and we actually get some a better form of government, a better I'm in favor of decolonization myself, and hope that a better thing comes on. Also, welcome up to the space, G-Man. Please raise your hand with the button on the bottom left, and we are happy to call on you. That is a interesting looking little fellow picture you have there. I'm always a fan of fellow fellas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rainbow. Please stay on up, and we're happy to get back to you. If you'd like to speak, please mute your mic and raise your hand. We're going up to G-Man. G-Man.
Good evening, good morning. It's witching hours, they say, over here in Northern Ireland. How are y'all?
If I can make my mic mute. If I can make my mic unmute, I'm doing fine. I'm in a nice, safe NATO country. None of my family is being shot at by any weapons, so I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I was just listening to the conversation. And I follow the politics in the United States quite closely, even though from afar.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I follow the United States politics fairly closely, even though I'm over in Northern Ireland, and we've reason to do so. I note that Biden will be coming over to Northern Ireland quite soon for the anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement that President Clinton had a lot to contribute to. But anyway, just to note that for all his faults in our legion, President Trump was the first to give lethal aid to Ukraine in the form of the Javelin missiles. So that was, they were sold, not given, but at that time. So yeah, lots of his pronouncements since this invasion have been decidedly suspect. We'll just have to wait and see. As it is disturbing that DeSantis is some of his pronouncements are pretty dodgy as well. But we just have to wait and see. The good thing is that support in Congress from both sides of the House is pretty solid for Ukraine. Regardless, there's the children in the form of Matt Gaetz and so forth who make a lot of noise, but are pretty much ignored. So hopefully that continues with respect to the aid coming from the United States for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Will, I'm pushing this to you for a sec.
No worries. Yeah. So G-Man, I don't disagree with anything you say, but I didn't see anything. I didn't see any question for us. Tell me if you follow follow U.S. politics, but what are politics up in? Are you in Dublin or someplace down south in Ireland?
No, I'm Northern Ireland.
Okay.
So we're in the United Kingdom.
So I know Northern Ireland would typically fall into line with the opinion in England, I would think, on this sort of matter. But how do folks in Northern Ireland feel about Ukraine and general support there publicly for any amount of aid necessary to help Ukraine win? What's the story there?
It's not a story that makes any aid for Ukraine is the business of the British government, but the people of Northern Ireland be very supportive from both sides. I mean, Northern Ireland's still a divided country. But we have got our history, I think, predicates us to support the likes of Ukraine. We had our 30 years of conflict, which in strange, understated terms, we call the Troubles, instead of what it really was a low-intensity civil war. So we know what it's like to have our cities bombed, except it was by terrorists. Well, that's no difference because Russia's a terrorist state anyway. But we know what it's like to have a conflict rage, but not a full-blown conflict like this. So we're very supportive. All of our politicians would be supportive to one degree or another. There wouldn't be any. I have not heard any dissenting voices from any of our politicians up in Northern Ireland. I know that's not the case in the Republic of Ireland. There's a number of Egypts, as we would call them, that would toe the line given by Putin. Anti-authoritarian, so-called anti-authoritarian, but really they're pro-authoritarian because they're pro-Putin. And so they're politicians that are members of the European Parliament, which means that they don't have any real power because it's still pretty much talking shop and not an actual real legislature. Because it's not a national parliament, it's a supranational parliament type thing.
Right.
So yeah, no, very, very supportive. There's a lot of my friends. I wasn't in the British Army, but I've a lot of association with it. A friend of mine still is in the British Army, and he's been in Ukraine a number of times on training missions. So he's a lot, and he's been asked to go over to our deployment in England to help train Ukrainian troops as well. I think he's going to be doing that next year. So yeah, there's high level support. If anything, we think we're not supporting enough. Certainly that's my opinion. The Budapest Memorandum is still a thing.
That's why I asked you specifically that question, is to elucidate what you just said, because the history there, would suggest that there might be some polarization across this issue. But as from what you've said, there isn't, and this is why examining politics in countries, is sometimes it doesn't go the way you would expect. And this is the point I'm making, is in also examining the United States situation, given the polarization there that, like Malcolm Nance talked about this morning in particular, you might expect everybody on the Republican side to go the MAGA way, and everybody on the Democrats will, of course, be lined up heavily. I mean, like 90% for supporting Ukraine, and whether or not that's going to make a difference. But I don't think it will make a difference in an election in the United States or Australia, because reasonable people who believe in liberal democracy and the fundamental principles that have kept us all prosperous and alive for 300, 400 years, basically working toward that, that we all recognize what a nation state is, what the invasion of one by the other is, and we recognize that it's wrong and it disrupts the world order in a way that would be catastrophic. And we also are still committed to never again in relation to genocide anywhere in the world. And I think that those views are so widely held through liberal democracies, regardless of the politics there, that I think we will be able to maintain the rage on this issue, even if it does take the pessimistic, period of 2 to 3 years to finish it from here.
I'm not even as sanguine as Will. I don't even think we as broadly as we should share this hatred of never again. We've been, but certainly we're against territorial conquest when it comes to genocide, and that at least is I'm happy to see. And the never again message is resonating with our populace, which also I'm happy to see. But yes, no, I do agree that it does seem to keep the rage going, and it should be rage. I quite frankly think there are a number of things that should have brought our ire around this world long before now that were way too easily ignored or brushed under the rug. I'm looking at Chinese Uyghur genocide, and that's only one of many recent horrific events. Russian actions in Syria, Russian actions in Georgia. The Georgian attack in 2008 included ethnic cleansing and atrocities that would be very familiar, sadly, for all of us who saw everything that came out of Bucha or European or Mariupol or every other place they've been. So I am not a sanguine, but never again is the correct approach. It's about time we found our collective spines here in the liberal democratic world, and I'm glad we have.
Yeah, no, I agree. Finance, it's like there was a documentary on British TV recently just examining the geopolitical situation. Basically, it was Putin against the West. It was worth watching if you can find it on YouTube or something like that. But basically, it showed how geopolitically the West sort of just balked at doing the right thing in 2008 in Syria, and then in 2014, whenever after the Revolution of Dignity, Putin realized that his man Yanukovych had gone, so he had to take direct action rather than trying to take Ukraine from within, and and the world again sort of just blinked. The West had, I think we may subscribe to never again, and it's true. But whenever the push came to shove, and probably because of the West's adventures in Iraq and Afghanistan, definitely there was no appetite. Whenever Putin, whenever Syria happened and the red lines, Obama's red lines were breached with the chemical attack, there was a debate in Parliament in Westminster, which normally that would have turned around and there would have been a vote for military action. And it narrowly lost, but it lost. And I think that was the moment when, the actions of the Blair government in going alongside President Bush at the time with the Iraq invasion, and the information war at that time had been generated to say that Saddam had chemical weapons and that was the reason for going to war, and it turned out afterwards that he didn't. That left a very bad taste in Parliament, and that I think directly was the result, or the result of that was that we didn't do the right thing in Syria, and that just encouraged Putin. Unfortunately, this time it's NATO have done the right thing so far, but we're slow, very, very slow.
I completely agree. We didn't do the right thing in Syria. We didn't do the right thing in Georgia. We didn't do the right thing, quite frankly, in Chechnya, where we should have recognized the Kujudaev government immediately in the West, right, as a separate independent state, which did not happen, especially the moment they had a treaty with Russia, which anyone paying attention would know would be broken. But if they are recognized, separate, independent nation, that gives them a much better shot of trying to save themselves. That gives them a much better shot of having, a real, some real statecraft and some real support. Look, like there I think is the possibility of a lot that flows out of there, besides just the chance of this not being in the place it's in today, and being, a completely different world at that time. I would also note that the original statement of never again comes from the Jewish world, where we use it as a rallying cry, often a right-wing rallying cry, no less, to fight the forces that wish us genocide. And while it's kind of nice to see that people did finally care about the industrialized genocide of the Nazis in World War II, certainly you didn't see any cries for the genocide and ethnic cleansing when we were all thrown out of Iraq. Baghdad was 1/3 Jewish in 1900. That community was there since literal biblical times, when Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon destroyed Israel. Kid you not. That community in Iraq dated till then. Huge community. Currently, Jews in Iraq, number 0. There are no Iraqi Jews left. So, we have, so my perspective from my culture is that the world doesn't generally or broadly care. And it's nice to see the exceptions when we do. And I'm here for it. And I'm glad to see people finding their spots on a rare change. And as I said, we can point to Uyghur genocide. I have a comment when people make issue. There's a lot of, I don't want to get into eternal Israeli politics. There are a lot of calls that are pro-Palestine that are also calls to kill all the Jews in Israel, and those I'm not okay with. If you want to say Palestinians deserve better, I'm here for that message. You know what? I can get behind some of these voices, but those are vastly outnumbered by the ones that call for Palestinians' lives to get better by removing the state that we go to when we're thrown out of everywhere else, and or killing all the Jews. That obviously I don't get behind. Humorously, or not humorously at all, ironically, deathly, horrifically humorously, it has become very apparent since this war started that the propaganda networks that push Russian propaganda were pushing the very toxic, also narratives around that conflict. So hopefully maybe something there will occur in a more constructive fashion, with the Abraham Accords and Russia being, I would say that everywhere that Russia influences the Middle East goes even worse than where they don't. So hopefully, I'm not saying it's going to be perfect. I'm just saying that, look, Jews and Arabs can work it out and have lived together for thousands of years, and hopefully they can work it out again. And with out of the picture, maybe that gets back there. But I will say that these kinds of narratives are pervasive, and it became very, very clear that that was politically popular. And I'd be like, look, if you want to care about Muslim lives, I'm here. But why is no one talking about Uyghur genocide, right? All the voices that were super loud on one, there's a literal genocide. They have concentration camps in China. They still have.
Yeah.
Unacceptable, right? And this one's not messy. There's no hey, these guys are fighting a terrorist broad rebellion, trying to murder all the Chinese to take the country over, right? That ain't happening in China, right? Uyghurs are just being genocided in freaking concentration camps at this point. Forcible re-education, forcible medical sterilization, medical testing, it's horrific, and no one saying it, right? So, as I said, not as sanguine as Will, but I am happy we're standing up. Ukraine is fighting for their survival. Thankfully, they are in a place where they can do that, unlike, say, where Georgia was in 2008. And, they just need us to give them weapons. And that is something that we are capable of doing, right? Everyone wants to poo-poo the military-industrial complex. Look, fire up the arsenal of democracy, guys. We have factories. We need work. The U.S. is having some economic issues right now. You know what would help? Running ammunition factories at 3 shifts, per to make ammunition to send to Ukraine. They have a really good use for it, and that's ending a genocidal colonial power. And I think, as an Irishman, you could agree that maybe genocidal colonial powers are a bad thing.
Yeah, that's pretty much a given. Even though I'm British, so but yeah, no, absolutely. It's the colonialism is last century, and the Britain with its British Empire, we voluntarily dismantled ours. Russia never did, and has no. There's no appetite in Russia and Moscow. Let's say I don't actually like the term Russia. I'd rather call them Muscovites, because in Russia they have appropriated the Kievan Rus, which is just another element of their cultural colonialism against Ukraine. But that's a digression. No, so in the state of Muscovite minds, they have never acknowledged that their colonialism was a bad thing, and they're still trying to push it. There's no regret. There's no regret for the Soviet Union and what the actions of the Soviet Union. The only regret is, in Putin's mind especially, is that it fell. And so they're actively trying to put it back together again. And so I see a lot of parallels in history, in lots of places in history. March 1983 comes into mind when President Reagan stood up and made the speech and called Russia the axis of evil, or the evil empire, sorry. The axis of evil was a different speech, but yeah, so I think we need to channel our, Americans, you need to channel your inner Reagan, and the British need to channel our inner Thatcher, and come up with the goods again. We made a lot of bad decisions in the West after the fall of the Soviet Union, was one of which was, especially in Britain, the peace dividend was a thing, and we could really cut back our armed forces. And unfortunately, we allowed that to happen. Hopefully, it's going the right way. There's signs of that changing, but we need to do that. We need to rebuild our armed forces, and we especially need to rebuild our industrial military capacity. The writing is very boldly on the wall. It's not even.
Indeed, and let me just take exactly on that statement this brief moment to bang a drum I regularly do, which is, I don't care where you live. I don't care where you live. You live in Northern Ireland. You live in Western Pennsylvania. You live in Adelaide, Australia. You live, around the world. If you got a Rheinmetall factory in your neighborhood or in your country, you should get on the phone today and speak to your elected representatives about ramping up artillery production to meet the needs now and in the future to win this war quickly and have stocks remaining to deter any further activity by Russia. It's bog standard. It's not exciting. It's not sexy. It's not anything. But they need 1,155 rounds between now and the end of this year. 1 million. So we got to make those in Pennsylvania, and if you're in South Korea or Japan and you want to help, get on the horn to your representatives and talk to them about the precursor explosives production that they could get on the bandwagon here too. And just we have to turn the crank on liberal democracy around the world and the capitalist systems in which they exist to be this old term. The arsenal of democracy is simple stuff like that. Producing bullets and artillery shells in particular is going to win this war. And we don't have enough capacity to be able to do the things we need to do to provide enough defensive, counter battery fire until such time as they go on the offensive, to do all of the artillery saturation that needs to be done when you're on an offensive to minimize casualties on your part, and to have enough after that that you can defend against any counteroffensive or deter an enemy once the war's over. That's the methodology that we have to be thinking through, and we don't have enough of that. It's boring, it's stupid, but we have to ramp up shell production in every country. In particular, if you live in Europe and there's Rheinmetall, that's why I named Rheinmetall. Rheinmetall is saying just yesterday that they don't have the orders. That's why they're not ramping up production. They're still running at 1/3 capacity, let alone 150% capacity, or what they ought to be trying to get to. I just don't understand why there isn't a massive amount of concern by the folks who are on our side. Even the friendly representatives, the friendly members of the House and Senate, and your even your local government officials will have a dog in this fight, because this stuff gets produced locally, right, at factories that have probably ramped down production and sat idle or not sat idle, but really slowed their production over the numbers of years, and caused economic decline in your neighborhood. I don't like the fact that military production is stimulus, but it is. It's economic stimulus in all the local communities, which oftentimes have had it rougher in the past 10, 20 years around the world, no matter where you live. I think probably the same in Germany. Don't know. Definitely the case in America, and definitely the case in Australia. And I think that's probably replicated.
Here, definitely hear you, Will. In Northern Ireland, we don't have any artillery production, but we do produce the NLAW anti-tank guided missiles, and that factory's been very busy. I was in Belfast for an event about May last year. Was it May? Where Boris Johnson was giving a speech, and he came into the room and he talked about the meeting the in-laws, and I was, what was he talking about? In-laws. And then I realized it was just his accent. He was actually talking about he'd been to the factory and seen where the in-laws were being built. And okay, that's fine. Very good. But yeah, so our factory's very busy. But I understand. I've been following the issue of just place the orders, but these Ministry of Defence in the UK are notoriously slow on doing that as well. I think unfortunately all bureaucracies are like that until someone lights a fire under their backside and puts it onto a water footing, and then that is the issue. We haven't put our industrial capacity on a war footing, because we haven't come to the conclusion as a society that we're really at war. I've felt that we're at war since February last year. Only we just don't know it. It's a proxy war. Ukraine are doing the men and women of the Ukrainian armed forces are the ones doing the fighting and the dying, unfortunately. And we're providing them the kit.
I will say that you were the first person. What, you want me to go, or you want to go? What?
You do it.
All right. I will say you were the first person who is supportive of Ukraine that I have heard use the term proxy war. That one is being used. I don't think you meant it to be Russian disinfo. That one is like, top 5 Russian disinfo terms in the English language, because by definition, this is just not a proxy war. This is not two nations sending other armies to fight a conflict or a finance guerrilla war or anything like that. This is the regular army of a democracy, right? The Ukrainian armed forces is a regular army. It's been boosted by all of their reserves and pretty much every military aged and many non-military aged people fighting for their countries and their families' lives. And we are equipping them, but that does not turn this into a proxy war the way it is broadly understood in political theory and in military theory. If Will had a separate point to make that, I said, I don't think you're trying to be a Russian civil agent. I would just warn you away from the term, because there's a reason why it's coming out on the other side, that most people hear proxy war as a way of downgrading the fact that this is a existential colonial war of conquest, to make it quite clear what's going on.
Yeah, I hear you. Where it would come from on that is that in British history with our interventions in Europe, and we're talking 300 years here, Britain typically didn't have a large army. We had a very large navy, but we didn't have a very large army. And when we wanted to influence European policy, European foreign policy, we would make alliances with certain nations. And the whole goal of all that time was a balance of power. And so basically, we would subsidize Austria, Prussia, whichever of the nations that we deemed to be the good guys, let's say. And we would subsidize them with millions of pounds of money to go and for them to provide the soldiers to fight the wars that we couldn't fight because we didn't have the army to fight. So in a sense of a proxy war, yeah, I agree. Yeah. You do hear it as a trope from the Russians, so I certainly wasn't wanting to give any succor to that direction. But the sense that this isn't a war that we're being asked to send British and American troops to fight and die. The Ukrainian armed forces are doing that for us, and we are providing them the tools to finish the job. And we just need to supply them with those tools to finish the job quicker.
Yeah, that one 100% can't agree with more. Hey, Will, if you have any articles on that Rheinmetall 1/3 capacity, could you shoot that over to me? That's just bothering me in the STEM.
I will run that down.
Thank you. Yeah, I know you'll make my day, and that will let me get back to thinking about Ukrainian and economics of supporting this war, rather than the U.S. economic crisis we have found ourselves in. So I'm looking forward to actually writing about what has brought us all here and keeps us all here, and I do appreciate that. G-Man, thank you for coming up. You're welcome up anytime. Do appreciate hearing a very different perspective from a different part of the world on the exact same conflict we discuss.
I'd just like to add a comment. In reference to Reagan, what I find Biden most like is Truman in terms of what he wants to do in terms of putting back together our international alliances. And you made a good point about Republicans who've supported this. I've got to say that I have to acknowledge that Mitt Romney was right on the money with Putin, even though Obama, who I generally support, kind of made a joke about that. And I also want to say that you're so right about the issue of the factories. I'm in Florida, and we don't have many factories, it seems to be, but this country needs more factories to be the arsenal of democracy, as you said again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, certainly could agree more. As I said, if Rheinmetall is at 1/3 capacity for making stuff, we're not running full shifts here in the U.S. at all of our ammunition factories. And as Dry Fly, when he is up here, correctly points out, these guys won't jump until they actually get the orders, because that's how they get killed and how they can go out of business. So they can't build these weapons on spec. But if we send the orders and they make it really clear that someone has signed on the line, which is dotted, that they want ammo or they want a weapon, our weapons manufacturers will get all their suppliers together, get the full supply chain moving, and they will start kicking out stuff in massive numbers, because it's what they do at the executive level. It's how they make money, and that's the business they're in. So, hey, I can appreciate for the parts of our audience who may not have been big fans of the military-industrial complex or the war industry for a long time. Certainly, it has its negatives. But if there was ever a time for these guys to make a bunch of money to resupply the democracies of the world, this is it, right? Like, the weapons are needed to defend a democracy that is fighting against genocide. Guys, let's fire up the engines. Like, this is also one of the places where I'm surprised the US has not figured out how to make this happen, since it has all the things that can get our politics to work. A subject that Democrats and Republicans agree on, paired with military spending, also a subject, which is the rare thing that our Democrats and Republicans can agree on. And often our military industrial complex is all around our country, which gives it more political support. So here in the US, we got to get on that. Germany, I mean, Olaf Scholz had his breakup with Vlad, so maybe he can continue on his path towards salvation and democracy, and maybe get at least okay Ryan Mattel to make more, and even at the best, send him some orders himself. Will, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's just irking when you read something like Ryan Mattel, playing this game in the newspaper, when clearly they should have had that conversation with the government, and the government would have done the right thing. Maybe what we're talking about here is even Germany is not discussing with their manufacturers how to close this hole the experts I've read around the world from different views on this, even from the Russian side, of course, have said that artillery shell production is incredibly important, the most important thing. I realize that they're only going to do something when they have a contract signed, but it seems like once you make a major commitment on something, as they've done at Ramstein 1 through 9, and will do again, that you wouldn't go home immediately and get contracts in place to call off on to do massive productions of these things. It just, I don't know.
I thought back in, I think, end of May or June, when Nancy Pelosi shepherded the first Ukraine aid bill through Congress, that she had included money for, I guess, restocking some of this either weapons or ammo. So I've been kind of wondering, like, did that get going? And does anyone know where the factories are in America for the stuff that
I don't
know. We need? I mean, I know there's doesn't seem to be any factories near me, but like it would be good to know if you have like a connection to either that state or that district, just to tell the local congressman or senator, hey, why don't you support Ukraine and American jobs at the same time?
I could not agree more there. And I think that's true not just for America. I think the same logic is true for many other countries, right? It's not like there haven't been hits to the industrial base of Germany in the recent couple of years. Clearly, the loss of Russia as a client has hurt a number of their industries. And it would be nice if they could increase their production to make up for it. So I'm sure there are plenty of their industrial concerns that are happy to make the money however it comes in, even if I have questioned their integrity on this space many, many times. Looking at you, Siemens.
Well, I ordered a Bosch stove, so they ought to be happy about something.
Hey, and finance, I misspoke there. I sent you the article. Rheinmetall is actually at 2/3 capacity, not 1/3, but and you'll see that they have made the complaints that they don't have the orders, so they won't start work. If I was a company, I actually run my own company, right? So I'm thinking, if I ran Rheinmetall, I'd probably go ahead and produce 500,000 speckies of 155 shells if it was me, because I reckon it's going to be a seller's market. So I don't understand it.
They may need approval from the government to export that.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it's coming, right? You know that for the whole next, let's say it takes 2 more years, 3 more years. That more than 2/3 of the requests for support going forward militarily is going to be XXX million dollars of bullets for everything, and everything's going to need to be re-ammunition. So it's going to be a huge call going forward. If I was running a factory or a company that had multiple factories that could produce 155 shells, 25, the shells for the Bradley, shells for the 122, for the Abrams, shells for the artillery pieces, primarily the 155, but I think there's some also the 220 or the larger ones, the mortar ones. I'd get cracking. I mean, you're letting the side down here, frankly, everywhere in the world, liberal democracy rise, because timeliness of this artillery arrival is absolutely crucial. If Ukraine doesn't have in their possession all the necessary artillery to do the things that Thomas Tyner described in that long article the other day, if they don't have all that, that means lives lost on the Ukrainian side goes up. As you reduce artillery shells, lives lost on the Ukrainian side would go up more than linearly, if you know what I mean. It's that important. It's that important for what he described. So, I just my discussions with my representatives always from now on will include bullets for everything.
That and the HIMARS rockets. Yeah.
When I say bullets for everything, I do mean HIMARS, GLMS rockets, JDAMs, bullets for everything. And it's a simplified term. They need everything. In particular, they need artillery shells, but they also need more JDAM kits, Mark 84 bombs, GLMRS, ATACMS. They everything. Bullets for everything. They need ammunition for everything every month. There ought to be a new allocation of production to take care of the stuff that was needed a couple of months ago, and just keep rolling on like industry does in order to triumph over evil. And I mean, I hate to, but I'm not being melodramatic when I say that. I honestly believe that Russia is doing evil things here. It is doing evil. I don't mean that every person in Russia is evil, but I'll tell you what, they're projecting themselves into the world as evil, and they must be stopped. And the only way to stop them with minimizing Ukrainian lives is to give them everything they need to do the job, including things like the F-16s that haven't even been committed yet. But after they get all the systems that they need, they're going to need bullets for everything for a year, conservatively.
So I think while I can appreciate that, I think if you've been burned as much as the military manufacturer has been burned, and if you are specifically a German military manufacturer who has dealt with Schultz needing to be approving your re-export. I sadly am not going to blame them. And let's face it, the orders should be there, and they aren't.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the sort of thing that. Boy, I'm having a lot of troubles with my mic this morning. If I crash, don't be too surprised. But yeah, you're right. I mean, and that's why our representative. This is an area where it's a boring one. It's not, I mean, it's not exciting, sexy, like talking to them about an F-16. But if you feel like writing a letter to your representative this weekend, write it to them about making sure that our support for Ukraine includes continuous production and supply of ammunition for everything they need to finish the job. But I'll quit beating that home today. But I felt compelled to do so.
All right. I was busy chasing down trying to understand the Institute for the Study of War post that Em is retweeting about how the Ruski mill blogger community is still attempting to weaponize religion and saying that they're very upset, apparently, that they seem to be very upset that the Russian Orthodox Patriarchate, also known as the KGB's religious wing, has been severed from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. I just can't figure out why they'd be so upset. Can you figure that out, Will?
So yeah, I mean, it's ludicrous, isn't it? It's ludicrous to anybody who has even a 20-minute education on the subject that the elimination or the outlawing or whatever Ukraine's doing in relation to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is to eliminate its influence from the Russian Orthodox Church, which has been well established as a functional wing of the KGB since way back during the Soviet days. It was set up specifically to do that. And I mean, this is communism was supposed to be atheist, right? But they captured and used the Orthodox Church as a spy agency for them the entire time of their existence, because they knew they couldn't crush it out, so they just controlled it and used it to their benefit. And the communism, well, the USSR being anti-religious, atheist is complete rubbish anyway, because Stalin was trained to be a priest before he became into the Communist Party and became their robber who financed a lot of them by becoming a massive bandit and good at that. But he's not anti-religious. Communism is anti-religious, and this harnessing of it is by them is only to take in simpletons who don't spend 5 minutes researching the subject, because the Orthodox Ukrainian Church is no more a bona fide religion than any cult, I would say. But that's speaking from I probably shouldn't talk about religion anymore, because I am a devout atheist, I guess you'd have to say, and I try not to I try not to talk about religion at all if I can avoid it.
Might be wise then. We'll go back to G-Man. G-Man.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the ISW post right now. I'm scanning down it. It's this is something, obviously, the fact that mill bloggers are starting to push this one. We'll be hearing from the Western useful idiots soon about this one. I regularly have to bat away people from the right in America, and whenever they're saying something about, they'll say something about Ukraine is suppressing Christianity, and then I'll go in and defend the situation by saying, well, the Russian Orthodox Church are a branch of the Russian government, and they're not a church as you would know it. The Orthodox Church of Ukraine, totally different thing. So yeah, that's an interesting piece. I'll be reading that one later on and digesting it. I did notice that another email, which I thought was interesting, had come in from Timothy Snyder. Professor Timothy Snyder, he addressed the United Nations Security Council today. The session was called by the Russian Federation to discuss Russophobia, and Timothy Snyder actually spoke at it. So I've got the text of that. I'm going to tweet it out, and I'll at some point today, maybe even before I go back to bed. It being 4 a.m. here in the UK, so it's interesting that he actually was given a platform to as a historian of Ukrainian history and Russian history for that matter. But he's been very active in the in support of Ukraine. He's been over in Ukraine visiting Vladimir Zelensky a few times, and yeah, I'm a patron, and I follow the Substack that he produces, which is why I've got this email. So I'm going to read that one and digest it as well, because this is one of the things, Russia as the Security Council member that they shouldn't be, but are able to call this meeting of the United Nations Security Council, and they were wanting to play. So the title of his piece is "Playing the Victim." Where Russia is trying to play the victim when in fact they're really a genocidal imperial power. So I'll try and take this one out.
Yeah, it's another trope, right? Every day. I think Finance said there was, he gave reference to this list. There's literally a list of the 13 or 14 Russian tropes that they parade out, I guess, by plan or at random, day by day by day. And this Russophobia one is a classic one that he was using today, and abusing his privilege, as you say, to call a meeting. Some would say that Ukraine is a more rightful holder of the former USSR's seat on the Security Council, but that's for another time. And I think there are machinations going on to strip Russia of its Security Council seat, because it's not necessarily the proper or the appropriate successor to the Soviet Union. Although they would certainly make the case that if they weren't when they broke up, they probably are now, due to the fact that they hold the nuclear weapons, which is what that Security Council was set up for. So probably no rousting them out of there. And I guess we got to ask the question now: is the UN Security Council and structure broken, given the new realities of the world, until such time as Russia can be denuclearized? It's a interesting subject that probably bears some discussion further, but I won't do that now. We should. What else do you want to talk about today, Finance?
Do I want to talk about finance, or is that a question to me, as my name is Finance?
No, it's what is the subject that you now next want to move to in this discussion, or because we haven't. Obviously, I'm a room stopper, right? We start talking about ammunition, and all conversation stops, and we get no more questions. So now it's up to someone, i.e., you, to tell us where we're going to go next in the conversation.
I always choose finances, but then we go from stopping the room with talking about ammo to stopping the room with talking about artillery. However, we're going to rescue the artillery comment, at least for a moment, because I see dry fly coming up, and dry fly makes for very interesting logistical artillery discussions. Yes, I like to talk about logistical artillery discussions, so that's why we have dry fly here. Dry fly.
Hey, I was listening to you guys earlier, and I was going to jump in, but I had some stuff I had to do before I could shut her down for the night. It sucks being old when you have a whole ritual of things you got to do before you can really even go to bed. Anyway, the point was is that I was going to call or talk about how ammunition is procured and manufactured, because I've actually been in those plants. And one of the largest plants, believe it or not, is on the western end of your state. It's over by Kansas City in Independence. And I think a lot of the 50 caliber is made there. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's operated by Remington or a division or whatever, the parent company that owns Remington. But they do it at an armory in Earth City, which is outside of Independence. And it is a large facility. The gentleman you had who called in earlier and said he wondered where it was made because he's never seen a factory. And the reason is you don't see these factories because they're generally out in the middle of nowhere on the edge of a city. And then they have very, very large perimeters around them. And you just don't get access to them. I mean, you just don't get into them unless you have a need to be there. And I would go there because I was selling parts into that industry. And so I would go in and meet with engineers and get tours. And one of the tours I got from a guy, this is a plant that no longer exists. They shut it down because it had such pollution problems, and then they consolidated it with the plant down in Independence. But he gave me a tour through the whole facility, and he showed me how the companies that operate them for the government don't just get orders to make the parts. They get two kinds of orders. The first order is to maintain capacity. So even if they don't have orders, they're paid on a routine basis just to do nothing more than make sure the machines are ready to run on a moment's notice when they need it. Now, that's not a huge amount of volume usually. Usually it's a fairly small volume to just cover them for, practice rounds and for training, and occasionally a small usage in a small conflict. But should there be a large conflict, they have to then be able to ramp up those plants significantly, really significantly, and do it fairly fast. And for that, they have equipment mothballed, and they start bringing it out as they need it over time. And he actually took me through the facility and showed me some of this stuff. And yeah, it looks really old and cruddy. He says, no, he says, within 3 months, we can get this thing absolutely rocking if we need to. And that's where the purchase orders for the machines for the actual production comes in. They won't fire that up unless they get an extensive contract, or the government pays for the shut up and the shutdown, which is really, really significant too. So yeah, it comes down to, when the government writes the checks, they can do it. Now, how long does it take? I was reading, I think it was New York Times had an article about the ammunition, the artillery shell ammunition. And I think that plant was in Pennsylvania. And they had lots of pictures of it and actually some videos of the stuff being made. They're going to double and triple the capacity of that plant in the next, I think, 2 years. But it's already running at full capacity now and is, I think, prepped to be doubled, the capacity to be doubled by like sometime this summer. I mean, so they're ramping up across the country. But again, you won't see them. I mean, if you're an average citizen and you're not working in that industry and you're not working in one of those plants or have family in one of those plants, you're probably not even going to know they exist because they keep a very, very low profile and they have very, very high security. So, yeah, I think it's happening. I think it's just starting to ramp up. I think it's going to ramp up for 2 years, even if the war ended tomorrow, because I think the defense industry and the defense community, the Pentagon all the way down, have been rattled by what has gone on. And I don't think they will get caught with their pants down for a while. Can't speak for Germany, can't speak for the other European countries, but in the US, yeah, I think it's pretty clear that you're going to see production of munitions and such for a good amount of time going forward. And not just replenishing. I mean, replenishing and adding to, because no one thought there would be another war like this, where they, trench warfare and artillery and stuff. And if there was an area they were hurting, that was probably it more than anywhere. And I'll listen.
Yeah, thanks, Dryfly. That's excellent. That factory is the one that I was talking about in particular in Pennsylvania, because I read that article ages ago. And yeah, that's why I have periodically but will become louder and crankier more about it as we move forward. Talked about the capability to produce, to maintain the capacity to produce, and then be able to ramp up production of 155 in particular. And the thing is that we, know from reading, and I was bugging finance about earlier, is the fact that Rheinmetall, which is, if you wanted to produce a lot of 155, you'd do it in the neighboring countries rather than from the United States and ship it. But what do I know? So yeah, I mean, they ought to be doing this across all of the. I'm sure there's still. I'm sure there were still armaments factories in Britain. There'd have to be in France, Germany. There'd have to be around. And I hope,
absolutely there are.
I haven't heard anything about.
Yeah, absolutely there are. In fact, I was looking at an inventory of both actual production, which is low, and nameplate production, should they actually get rolling. And they have similar situations. They have a lot of mothballed plants. I don't know how well they maintain them. Even the U.S. doesn't maintain the machines great, because we have the ability to fix them so fast if we need to. And we have enough of a stockpile that we can cover the requirements while those machines get up to speed. My concern personally, looking at this and knowing a little bit about it, and just for a background, okay, I'm retired, but I worked in manufacturing almost my entire life. I started out as a chemical engineer, worked at that for 5 years, but then went into discrete manufacturing of all kinds of different stuff, military stuff, biomedical, oil and gas downhole, automotive tier, mid-tier automotive, heavy machinery like Caterpillar, Deere, all of that. It was mostly in metals. So it was like castings, machining, forging, that kind of stuff. And I worked with the small manufacturers that supplied the large manufacturers. What I basically was a middleman slash contract sales guy slash rep. I mean, I did it all. I wore like 6 hats while going out trying to help those guys get business. And then I got paid under contract to do that, usually commission, but sometimes commission and a fixed fee and all that stuff. But I haven't done it for a few years, but I keep in touch with people. And the story I'm hearing is that it's the human resources will be the biggest bottleneck, is that there just aren't enough people with the manufacturing skill sets to be able to really, really ramp up.
But especially that, yeah, especially those 2 particular roles in producing ammunition, right? The I don't know exactly what they're called, but they're the foundry technicians that are able to pour and do those castings.
They're forgings, actually.
What
they are, they're forgings, and so they're not terribly different than some of the forging you saw in oil and gas for downhole. In fact, a lot of the machines are extremely similar because, frankly, the shapes aren't that different from, say, a drill bit or a downhole valve or something like that. So there's the same kind of process. The problem is they're very specialized for casting, or for large shells, and then the outsides have to be machined, which again is not terribly different than what you would see in oil and gas downhole type machine shop. Fairly low volume. The difference again is that you might do 10,000 of them a year in the oil and gas industry for a certain type design. Well, you're going to do 10,000 of them a day in a armaments plant. So I mean, it's the scale of it that is really a problem. And finding operators who can run that kind of machinery, they're not on every street corner. That's a tough thing to fill, and it's really tough to get kids interested in it because it's such dirty, grimy work. Pays well, the pay is good, but it's really grimy work. So when you go through a factory like that, man, there's a lot of gray hair. There's a lot of gray hair.
Aren't those really well paid jobs though, Dryfly?
Yeah, generally they are. I mean, and the thing about it is that I know some of the main people who are working in that space, especially with the rockets, and they're trying to make it more interesting. So I was involved when I was doing this with SME, which is Society of Manufacturing Engineers, and we had a lot of seminars where we would tour factories and we would go to places, and we would try to bring in high school kids and college kids and show them that manufacturing today isn't what it was 50 years ago. I mean, they're not dirt floor factories for the most part. Modern factory is pretty clean.
It's very, very digital. In other words, the guy who may be making a part, but he's spending more time on a computer, logging in and doing quality checks and all that kind of stuff than he is actually picking up and loading parts. You know what I mean? And so it's extremely cerebral compared to what it was, 50 years ago when I started walking around factory floors. But the thing is that there's still that stigma. And what makes it worse is that a lot of the armaments plants, like you see um, in that article on Pennsylvania, they're pretty grimy. I mean, it's smashing metal and semi molten, and it's loud and it's dirty. But yeah, the pay is great, and a lot of them are union jobs. So if you stay with it, I mean, you're going to have a pension. You're going to have. I mean, these are old school union jobs, and I mean, union jobs. I mean, they're like the ones in the 50s where they really take care of you because they have to. The government and the companies are so worried about losing the ability to ramp up those plants in a hurry that they do tend to take care of people. But it's grimy, dirty work, and it's hard to get kids to see something in it. But some are, and they'll get them. I mean, it'll in a low unemployment environment like we have now, it's a little harder. But I don't, you and I've talked about this. There's probably a recession coming. Some of those jobs are going to look damn good a year from now. So I'm not terribly pessimistic, but that is the hurdle. It'll be the manpower issue and the skills training to get people to be able to know how to manufacture metal, manufacture parts.
Is it just the boy in me?
Yeah, forgers, forging and machining. See, I'm a chemical engineer too, drive fly, so it's like a bromance going on here. I've always loved being in those environments because as a chemical and environmental engineer, you walk through those places and they smell and they're sooty or whatever like that. I go, smells like money.
Absolutely. In fact, see, my dad was in manufacturing too. So when I walk through a machine shop, to me, it smells like my dad coming home from work, when I was a kid, But I think I walked my first factory floor. I was probably 6 years old. But it's harder to find people like that, but they're out there. I mean, and people, once they get the taste of it, they love it. I mean, they just absolutely just go bonkers for it. But it's getting that first taste of it. And someone was questioning, is it all just guys anymore? No, it's very, very much turning into a diverse workforce. It's multicultural, multiracial, multi-age, and multi-gender. And it's just
and most of the heavy lifting, like in forging and stuff, is now done with machines. And as you say, there's nothing holding any women back, or even disabled folks sometimes, from being excellent machinists.
Absolutely right. In fact, if you look at those shells, they don't have handles on them. I mean, I don't care how big you are, you can't pick those up easily. And you certainly can't pick them up, when they're close to molten metal temperature. So yeah, everything is handled with machinery. There will be a few cases where things will be done manually. There was some videos of guys printing identification codes on the outside of shells, and they would pick them up and they would roll them through these printing presses. And the reason they didn't do that automatically is that they're changing the number probably every day. In other words, they have lot control. They want to know when those things were made in case there's a problem. They can go back and start segregating the lots where that came from. They don't want to have like a whole warehouse full of shells and realize that they're all scattered about and not knowing which ones are good or which ones are bad. They'd like to be able to control that. So there's a tremendous amount of lot control. But again, anyone with an ounce of sense tells you that that's the kind of job that you're going to need people who do that accounting then. You're going to need a lot of people whose job it is basically to set up the systems and manage the systems to keep track of the tracing, the traceability, and the quality. For every person who's doing a grunt job at a forge, there's going to be probably 10 people who are doing some kind of administrative function to make sure that those things are right, that they're on time, and that they get to the right people. The logistics and the management.
So yeah, I mean, I'm optimistic that this all will be done. I was a little worried about it at first, but when I read that article and I heard how they were ramping up, I mean, I was like, yeah, we're going to be okay. The West is going to be okay so long as our political leaders do what they need to do by pulling the trigger and writing the checks. That's really what it's going to come down to. And I'm optimistic they'll do that. But that's where meaning you and me and everybody else, have to keep the pressure up. We just have to write our politicians and say, keep keep the foot on the pedal.
Yeah. This isn't solved with a one-time allocation. It needs a commitment through the end of the war to continue to supply all the material and equipment necessary to finish the job. Absolutely.
Yep, well, it's good listening to you guys. I'm going to drop down because, quite frankly, I am kind of near my bedtime. But I did heard you guys speaking. And like I said, I had some things to do, and then I was going to jump in. And if anything else sexy, I'll drop in too later. Take care.
No worries. No worries. You have a good night and a good sleep, Dryfly. We'll see you tomorrow, mate.
Pleasure seeing you, Dryfly. Yeah, I was gonna say dirty jobs that are well paid to make money. This is like half the gentlemen I know are. I'm using gentlemen wrong. Boys like dirty machines. Am I wrong here? Did I miss something here? Did I miss top class? Where that's
there's a lot of girls. There's a lot of ladies who now that the mental barriers are down, like dirty stuff. I think Dr. Nick's laughing over there. I mean, Dr. Nick, she was a Marine, wasn't she? So there's nothing women can't do.
Marine veteran. Yes, that's true. Dr. Nick is a PhD. She's a PhD doctor, but apparently also likes dirty machines. So yes, not to be too sexist on this, I was just thinking that of my children. I do have a son, and he loves things that are machines. He couldn't be more of a caricature of himself sometimes, and he loves things that are machines, dirty. And I know plenty of gentlemen who are engineers with college degrees who love nothing more than working in factories, because a lot of those jobs now require college degrees and engineering degrees, even if they're guys with their sleeves rolled up and who come home covered in grease, right? Like it's not just a low educated job anymore. These are interesting high thinking jobs as well.
I cannot, unfortunately, process the addition of Dr. Nick, who we have obviously roused to attention. But I'm just imagining the tweet. I'm imagining the tweet that's coming out shortly to retweet the space and says, Dr. Nick likes dirty machines. That's it. That's the retweet. Please put that out.
All right. Welcome up to the space, Dr. Nick. Please tell us about your love of dirty machines.
I was just going to say that yes, I too have a love for dirty machines, I suppose, especially if we're going to be talking about Ukraine and this war. I particularly love Bradleys and Leopards and Abrams and any sort of dirty machine that is going to kill vatniks, howitzers, any of those things. They get dirty, and I know that firsthand. M60s, whatever, M203s, whatever, just they all get dirty and nasty, and I love them all. So I thought I'd just throw that
Cool.
out there.
Dr. Nick, remind me and others, what was your military occupation in the Marine Corps? What did you do?
Legal assistant. Yep, but not long enough. Unfortunately, I got an.
But you went, and of course you went to basic training and did all the
Yes,
same
I
stuff that
did.
I did.
Yes, I went through basic, and yes, when I went through basic, it was before they switched Marine Corps basic training, and like the now third phase, they do something called the Crucible. So I did my Marine Corps basic before Crucible. So my third phase was Combat Town. So it's like urban, it's like an urban
Yeah.
combat environment. So that's what I did. But before that was basic warrior training, and that was kind of like in a jungle-ish kind of thing, right? Where you're out there
Uh-huh.
in the
Uh-huh.
woods, with like your little compass and learning, squad maneuvers and whatnot, and learning how to fire various like ordnance and they my uh line instructor at um, warrior training called me Rambette. I'm not kidding, because I had such a good. He's like, "You're having too much fun with these things. It's kind of worrying." Like,
He recognized your love for dirty machines
that's
even back
right.
then.
See, we're gonna tie it all back in. Exactly, exactly. And I really love the AT4. I mean, the AT4. That thing was just so cool. It made the coolest little sucky noise. When the little round comes out and goes like a. I can't even do it. It's just like the coolest, like little sucky, like kind of ish, yes, but even cooler. You're close, Will, but nothing can quite beat that AT4 sound. It's like this sucky.
Well, I hate to date myself because the AT4 wasn't out when I was in. So yeah, the closest I get the Law Rocket.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, but it was just so cool. And then we got to destroy it afterwards because it's a one, it's like a use it and trash it kind of one use thing. And we got to trash it afterwards, like, stomp on it and all that fun stuff. But yeah, I love dirty machines too. So yes, thank you, finance, for the late night giggle. I'm laying here in bed laughing with y'all. So
All right, that's right. So Dr. Nick lies in bed and laughs at her love of dirty machines here on the Maria Report. Remember, we're a family channel, everyone.
yeah.
Family.
Yeah, Edgar got a little irritated by it all, though. He was grunting over there, and he turned himself around in his little house and was grunting at the sound or of my laughter at almost 1 a.m. He's like, "Be quiet." But anyway,
We're sorry, Edgar.
yeah. Don't do that. He just made a slight like grunt. He was like, "What was that?" You
For
might.
those who are unaware, Edgar is Dr. Nick's pet pig and is a favorite of the Maria Report animals, along with Mocker's cats and some various other friends of ours who post regular animal pics.
Yes, I've decided that I need to get Edgar turned into a NAFO like person. So I just got a new St. Patrick's one just because, my husband's Irish, so I absolutely had to do that. But next on my list is I've got to find the right picture to do this, but I'm going to make Edgar into a NAFO person, or I don't know what you would call that.
Yeah, you can turn his head into a part of an avatar as you so likes dirty machines, but accessorizes in NAFO avatars. So she's a bit of a girl still. If
Yes.
Nick, if it wasn't so late, I'd actually ask you some questions about clinical psychology that related to clinical psychology and around the news and developments of the last week. But I'll hold that off till later in the week or next week when it's a decent hour.
Yeah, maybe. Because I can't always vouch for myself at such late hours. Depending upon the topic, I can kind of talk about some of it in my sleep. But sometimes I give wrong names, even about stuff I know really well when I'm really tired. But it's been known to happen. So, but anyway, um, yeah, I'll be happy to. Just remind me next week or
Will do.
tomorrow,
Yeah,
because I'm sure I'll be on tomorrow with it. Yeah.
cool. Yeah, because questions that's burning in the back of my head as we walk through the week, and I I'll catch up with you tomorrow or through the end of the week and see what you think. It'll probably be 20, maybe 15 minutes worth of discussion, I think, but that's about it.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Catch me tomorrow on that. I'm happy to talk about other things. Psychology seems like it might be a little bit too deep for 1 a.m. for me. But
That sounds perfect up here. We're wide awake and we'd love a nice psychology comment.
maybe depends on what the topic is. See, now you're kind of like making my brain itch. What are you talking about? Well, what's the question? I'll let you know if I could do it tonight.
Go to bed. Go to bed. It's about the mentality and the social ways that's in when we have no war news, and how that tends to focus us on negative things and things to be doing to avoid that, because staying on top of the news and developments every day when there's no news, I can tell you, gets anxiety, all the things that drift in, and that can tend to lead you, in my observation, to spiraling and thinking about negative things, and or overly speculating about stuff, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on whether or not that's real, and the kind of things that we should be doing collectively, I guess, to avoid that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I could talk about it briefly and then get into more detail later, but I mean, it's 500% a thing. Um, you know, w- so there's a couple of different things, right? So it can cause people that are kind of on the margins of these things, caring about these issues to kind of, vanish. If there isn't any news and they think, well, there's nothing going on. And they can kind of, their attention span can become, because everybody's attention span, um, well, not everybody, but a lot of people's attention spans could be really short. Um, and they could just move on to the next thing. So, and other people, like you said, can have a tendency to just sit there and wallow in, whatever, and focus on purely negative things. Um, so, what I would recommend is a couple different things, right? And that would be just to, um, number one, like, we're in a blackout, like kind of a news blackout for a reason, right? And it's because the Ukrainian government has decided that for whatever reason that they don't want information to get out about what's going on in Bakhmut. We don't know if it's because they're going to be doing some military type maneuvers. We don't know, or like what's going on, right? So those of us who are in that news cycle like really heavily, we just have to trust the plan, you know, and just think of the big picture and then go back to focusing on what this is all about, reminding people about, that there is a genocide, that there are these bad things happening. Um, Whether or not we're hearing about news right now doesn't mean that the war is not happening, right? And perhaps using this time to say, go back and learn stuff you didn't know before, or that you've been wanting to look up and just, had forgotten about. Or, say, for example, like, Dr. Timothy Snyder has that Ukraine series on YouTube, that Yale has put out, let him put out, which is really great. Use some of this time to listen to that. Obviously, come here and listen to us, right? Focus your energy positively that way. Encourage other people to come here and listen to us. Maybe spend some time with some books about Ukraine or whatever, learn more information, and then take what you know and put it out there in the world. That's the best thing that I would say that you can do in these sorts of time periods is to keep just learning, going back to those topics, maybe learn about the Holodomor, learn more about it. Even if you knew about it before, you just knew something about it, go read articles about it, go read more books about it, go back and read about, say, some other area of Russian colonialism that you didn't know about, like Chechnya or, Kazakhstan or some other topics like that. There's no such thing as knowing too much, and as much as you know, you probably don't, there's more you don't know. So that's the best thing that you can do, I think, during these times of, downtime, and just keep putting that message out there. So I hope that helps. I can get more into the psychology of it probably in a couple of, the next day or two. But hopefully that helps kind of tide people over for now.
Yeah, indeed. I think I mean, number of the things that you mentioned there are the things I try to do already, but you had some that I don't. And working for MriyaReport, you can't avoid immersing yourself in everything that's going on all the time. So you have to have some coping things. But of course, even if I wasn't involved in helping MriyaReport function, I'd probably still be sitting in the audience listening as I am. So yeah, I mean, it's important to make sure you have ways to deal with not knowing stuff, right? It's not coping with bad information. It's the worst one, probably coping with no information, right?
Right. Yeah. When you don't have new information coming in, that's always like you feel kind of listless and you're kind of jonesing for whatever. And, this is just the time to, like I said, just take the time to learn things you don't know already. Learn about, say, some Ukrainian art or, Ukrainian poetry, Ukrainian music. Try to think about, uh, new ways to look at Ukraine and not just through war, too. Try to find a local Ukrainian restaurant or something, or learn to make a Ukrainian dish. Try to channel your energy into positive endeavors. Those are the best type um, things that you can do in a situation like this. I don't know, spend some time on Duolingo, try to learn some Ukrainian, you know. Um, and believe it or not, the app isn't terrible. So, I've been doing it for 128 days now, uh, straight. Um, but it's not. These aren't the worst things that you could do. So, um, that's the
So,
best. Those are my best recommendations right now.
well, that's all great advice. One of my favorite things to do to make myself feel better is continuing to search everywhere I can, video wise, to find some good or interesting news. Some days more successfully than others. Today's good news is brought to you by Mother Nature, where I'm starting to see, or maybe you are too, finance or Yehuda, as you've come up. I'm starting to see Rasputitsa take effect because I'm starting to see Russian vehicles, stuck in the mud and being wiped out from being stuck in the mud, and that kind of puts a smile on my face. I noticed we have Mr. Yehuda has joined us. How are you, sir?
Good morning, or good morning. Yes, good early morning on the east coast of the best part of the planet, and I'm well. And I to get some rest. Nice to see everyone up, and we've had an interesting day. We talked about Bakhmut again, of course, and we had Malcolm and a bunch of great guest here today, and it's one of those times I'd love to say to retweet the Maria Report. I've been here for 24 hours, 7 days a week, over a year, unfortunately, because we're here to document and advocate and discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent and ongoing genocide. True numbers will never really be known until this war is over, this invasion, this war of annihilation of the Ukrainian people. But luckily for humanity, Ukrainian people won't go quietly into any dark Russian night. They will continue to fight, and they will promote and defend the values of liberty, justice, and freedom. No country is perfect, neither is Ukraine. But if there ever was a country that has come together in such a remarkable fashion to ensure that the people not only survive but rather flourish, it would be Ukraine today for sure. So on that note, I'll kick it back to you, gentle people.
Thanks, Peter. I notice we've got a hand up now from Nat. Nat, what can we answer for you, or what would you like to offer, please?
Oh, hi there. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, first-time speaker. Yeah, I just thank you, Finance and Will. Great conversation as in late into the night, which prevents good night's sleep sometimes. But just wanted to make a comment, Will. You were mentioning about, I guess, a trope about the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, and just I want to make a distinction between the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate, and Kiev Patriarchate, because the Russian Orthodox Church, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church has two patriarchates, which means that they recognize a different patriarch. There's the Kiev representative and a Moscow representative. So it's the one that is linked to the Moscow patriarch, the leader, that has ties to the KGB. And yes, there's been lots of articles and links and all that stuff that has come out. But I think you made it the statement, if I heard correctly, that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church in general is a link of the KGB, which is not completely accurate. It's
No, you're
depending
correct.
on what the patriarchate. So I just want to make that distinction, because as you were mentioning, there could be, there could be some more tropes coming up. Maybe something you were saying, that maybe something with Tucker Carlson came up recently. That this is going to be a story and an argument coming, but just to say a blanket statement that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is tied to the KGB in general, that is not accurate.
Thank you for that clarification. Incredibly important, Nat. Sorry for my too broad a statement and mistake in that area. As I said, with disclaimer, I typically preclude myself from all religious discussions as an atheist.
That's fine. Yeah.
But I made a mistake in that sense, and it's very important. Thank you for coming up and correcting that.
You did,
really appreciate
but
it.
can I just say that you did make a statement that I did 100% agree with about, I guess, I don't know if you said communism being not really having any root in religion, or not being aligned with religious values. And I don't know exactly what you said, but I agreed with that.
Yeah, so
the sentiment
I was
behind
speaking.
that.
Yeah, I was speaking from the perspective of my knowledge, which is like I know nothing about religion unless religion gets caught up in the history of something related. That the history of the KGB is the point that I made, which gives rise to the Russian influence portion of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church that I made the ham-handed non-distinction about. But the key is the Soviet Union and the Communist Party always claimed that they were atheists. They always claimed they were anti-religion, but they weren't. They weren't at all. But what they'd like to do is anything they really don't like, they like to co-opt and use as another one of their tools to control people.
I'm going to jump in here, Will. Yeah, so let's. I don't necessarily agree with that last statement, and just want to be clear. So for the listener who doesn't know the difference, there's differences in namings of different Christian groups within Ukraine. Just as a rule of thumb, if the member of an organization takes their marching orders from Kirill, Patriarch in Moscow, obviously many Ukrainians find that quite suspicious, and there are there's a debate over primacy, who is in charge of Orthodox Christians in Ukraine, for the relationship that the Russian Orthodox Church has with the Kremlin, especially as it was, there were relationships in the Soviet era. It was a well-known secret that many of those individuals were connected to the KGB, or the Russian Soviet Secret Service apparatus, and that's not really controversial. I think what people need to know, if they're curious about those distinctions, you can go search the internet and go in Alta Vista it, and you'll see that in fact there are relationships with Moscow that are quite problematic. It doesn't mean you go and murder any priests or anything crazy. It just means that there clearly is that those directives given by Kirill, who many might argue doesn't behave very Christ-like, considering his lifestyle and his pronouncements and his views on Ukrainians. And that's an important thing to differences versus distinction. And it's one of those things that's an ongoing situation in Ukraine. And so obviously there was a split where the Ukrainian Orthodox Christians, who I'm using that as a descriptive words, not as a title, these individuals obviously have disassociated themselves with the relationship with the the primate in Moscow and Russia, versus the local Ukrainian Orthodox, who want to make sure that they're supporting their country. So that's an important thing. And as for communism, communism obviously is founded very much in the belief that religion is bad, and that atheism is more preferable, and religion, for the most part, in the Soviet Union, was used as a tool to suppress as well. So I just wanted to highlight those very important points. Definitely wouldn't argue or try to convince anyone that Soviet leaders were somehow secretly religious. I doubt they were at all. Maybe Nick wanted to chime in on that. I see you smiling. And
Yeah.
Nat, welcome, Nat.
Yeah, no, I think you did a pretty good job of sort of delineating that, Yehuda, because it really is. There's that clear distinction when they broke away after that first invasion, circa 2014-15. They split from the Moscow patriarchy, right? That aspect of the Orthodox Church. They did so, and it did create that rift, and so they created a independent Ukrainian Orthodoxy, an Orthodox Church. But there was a Ukrainian Orthodox Church that existed that was still connected to Moscow, and so, which made it a little bit confusing for people outside of Ukraine who didn't really understand the distinction. And so,
And Nick,
right,
and that led to a surge in Russian propaganda,
right,
where really super intelligent Americans like Donald Trump Jr. was convinced that, in fact, that the Ukrainian evil atheist slash Jewish slash whatever leaders had banned Christianity. A very silly,
right.
bizarre statement. But I mean, it's a shocker that they pulled the wool over Don Jr. Poor guy.
I know, shocker, isn't it? Because he's so brilliant. But yeah, so because of course these people just read headlines and don't really read for any sort of contextualization or for comprehension. So it should not be
And
surprising in any way, shape, or form.
and Nick, it's not a precedent, right? There are plenty of other countries with Orthodox churches, unlike the Catholic Church, who has the vicar of Christ sitting in the Vatican. Orthodox Christian groups don't necessarily have the same situation. So you have Greece, its own Orthodox patriarchy, a lot of different countries. I can't go through them all because I don't know them all. But
Right.
it's not unusual. Like so this whole weaponization of Orthodox Christianity from the Russian
Right.
side it's a very silly point to people who are a little more knowledgeable in it, and it looks scary to people who know nothing about the region or anything to do with
A hundred,
religion.
100%. But what it really does too, and the thing is that what people who aren't really versed on all this stuff don't realize is that for people like Kirill, right? For Patriarch Kirill, this is this is for him personally, right? This is very existential. This is important because, you know, Ukraine, from his very wrong perspective, is, part of this concept that they've invented called Holy Rus, where it's Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and that Kiev is the heart, the soul of Holy Rus, because again, they've co opted Ukraine's history, both spiritually and, history, right?
Yeah.
And so they've co-opted that, and because that's where, the so-called Rus accepted Christianity and were converted from paganism. They say that this is their history and blah blah blah, and so for them, it's, all about this sort of memory and history.
Origin story.
Right, exactly. And so that's why they don't want to let go of it. And so it's all tied up with, this thing I always talk about, Ruski Mir. That whole concept is tied into Ruski Mir of, Russian world. And so breaking apart is is just absolutely catastrophic to that concept of the Russian world.
And it's important to remember that it might even be, I mean, I think Kirill, if you were to look at bank accounts and yachts and watches, the Moscow leadership of their Orthodox Church are surprisingly very wealthy. I'm not sure how they will fit through the eye of a needle with his mega yacht. That's a Christian
Exactly.
it might be a little difficult for Patriarch Kirill to do that. And therein, lies all the information I think you need to know. If you look at the head of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church versus the Russian, very different people, very different lifestyles, very different perspectives, and the truth will come out. Obviously, it has. Everyone knows. For those who are just listening, or just got here or aren't familiar, Putin's religious friends are some of the wealthiest people in Russia, and you might not think you would see a patriarch Kirill on cribs showing the world his 87 bedroomed mansion, but it's I can assure you it's there. It's a little gauche, and that's French for left. It means I don't know why, but it is. But yeah, it's a little distasteful. Anyways, sorry. Just wanted to chime in there, Will, and finance, and thanks for the question. Now,
Chime away, sir. Chime away. And yeah, thanks for the clarification. I don't remember who was up first, but I'm going to go to Andre next, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to chime in also on the subject of the churches, just with a small comment. Basically, the Eastern Orthodoxy is a hierarchical structure with the center nominally in Constantinople. So Ukrainian Orthodox Church gained what's called autocephaly in 2019. So it used to be an integral part of this Moscow Patriarchy, of like the Moscow seat. And as of 2019, it is an autocephalous church. It's independent. So that's one thing. So formally, from the doctrinal standpoint of the Orthodox branch of Christianity, Ukrainian church is completely, fully independent, self-sufficient, and just, it's called the Tomos. the thing that happened in 2019. So that's one thing. Speaking of the Russian patriarch and their Orthodox Church in general, Russia is a country of nominal, sort of fictitious institutions. For example, they have a concept in their constitution of independence of church and state, but de facto, the Russian Orthodox Church has been part of the Russian state, of the government vertical, since about Ivan the Terrible's time, right? Since they have killed the Patriarch Philip. They literally strangled the precursor of the KGB of the time. In the 16th century, literally strangled with his bare hands the patriarch then. And since those times, for like the past 400 years, Russian Orthodox Church has been just part and parcel of the Russian state. And this has returned under Stalin in 1940s. And now the problem is not so much KGB penetration. It is the fact that Kirill is like a minister of divine affairs, if you will, right? He's not really the Russian Pope. He's not independent. And
But
of course,
he's got a big beard, Andre.
yes, he has the vestments and all the like wonderful, beautiful things, and a lot of real estate and a lot of gauche stuff, as you mentioned. There was this famous anecdote about him, about his watch that
Navalny did.
Yes, exactly, right. He had this insane brigade watch, like a $50,000 chunk of gold on his wrist, and they actually retouched it out. They photoshopped it out in his official picture, right? So that's the thing.
That's right. So he for the audience, there was a very, very expensive watch on Kirill's wrist, and they had to remove it in pictures because it was too obvious. He had
Navalny had done. I was getting ready to mention that before you called up Andre. Navalny had done one of his famous so this person has this watch. How can this person afford this watch on their salary or blah 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 blah? Because that's one of the things he became famous for, and he did this with Kirill in particular. It was particularly egregious because of his position, of course. So yeah, that one was pretty hilarious.
And one other thing about the last one about the role of the Russian Orthodox Church. They are a tax-exempt entity for the purposes of trading cigarettes and alcohol in Russia. They are explicitly exempt. They're a major importer of tobacco. It have been that way for like I think 15 or 20 years. I think it may have even started under Yeltsin, but certainly under Putin. So it is quite bizarre that they are importing tobacco.
Aren't you being a little harsh? Didn't Jesus turn water into Marlboros?
Tobacco.
Was that the wrong? Maybe I'm reading the wrong.
May I ask a question on a separate subject? It's a question.
Sure.
I have read a pretty scary and the Washington Post piece basically that came out yesterday. On the 13th. You know what I'm talking about. So basically, what's wrong with them? Like, why did this happen? Because it doesn't check out. Like the stuff that they report is not. I mean, it doesn't match other sources, and it looks like
Tell the audience, Andre. Tell the audience what the gist of the article is.
Well, the gist of the article is that they interviewed a military commander in the Dnieper region, and he told them that everything is lost, that he lost all his soldiers, that the military, his unit, his regiment is completely fully rotated. Everybody is dead. He has this new conscripts who don't know how to use the weapons. That basically that all is lost. And it's based on the interview with this one commander by the name Kupol, right? And it reads like this really doom and gloom piece, which appears to have little base in reality. They do have a picture of this guy, and I'm sure he exists, but the overall tone of this article and the message seems to be just like what's wrong? It's worse than Tucker Carlson in a way. It's kind of like one of those fake military experts that Carlson has on Ukraine, except that this supposedly comes from inside Ukraine, and so like what's up with it? I really don't know.
Well, listen, so you can make mistakes, right? Publications could get it wrong. And I would argue that this is one of those cases where they got it wrong. Does this person exist? Malcolm Nance came up. He was pretty he had a bee in his bonnet, and he doesn't even wear a bonnet. That's how upset he was, and he talked about it at length. Doesn't reflect the reality that 99% of people who come here from Ukraine, fighters, officers, have to say about what's going on. Are people allowed to have their opinions? Sure, but I mean, the reality, the bottom line is, the Russians aren't sleeping in Ukraine. They're trying. In some cases, they go on offensives where they lose 1,000 people a day. Will the Ukrainians suffer losses? For sure. But I mean, nowhere near what Russians are suffering. Russians are fighting in Bakhmut, losing, as I said, 1,000 a day sometimes. If people were asking, what about that big offensive Putin's going to launch? He's already launched it. It just hasn't done anything. So to say that or imply that Ukrainian forces are somehow combat ineffective is just bizarre, right? It's just a bizarre accusation. And the proof is in the pudding. Ukraine exists. So how does Ukraine exist if it's not fighting, right? How is Ukraine not winning these battles if you're not seeing these lines collapse everywhere? They're winning. They're winning because the Russians are, as everyone keeps saying ad nauseum, are bashing their heads against an anvil, and they keep doing it. The only difference is the Ukrainians occasionally move the anvil around a few kilometers and do more, do more attriting of the enemy than the enemy should really want. Now, the only real question any sane person or anyone with any military background or planning would ask themselves is why, right? Like, after the first month and you lost 10,000 troops, maybe you're like, you know what? This is probably a bad idea. I have a feeling this is a trap. Admiral Octopus there from Star Wars said it's a trap, and the Russians, nope, we're taking it. We don't care. There aren't, we will fight to the last Russian.
Admiral Akbar, please.
Octopus Akbar, whatever. And yes, I know I'm not a marine biologist. So don't send me DMs about his eyes and how many tentacles he has. I don't really care. But thank you, Nick, for taking away from the flow of my soliloquy. No. So at any rate, Ukrainians are doing magnificently well. You will find that in years to come in staff colleges all around the world with their metal, they will be discussing the fixing operation that the Ukrainians bizarrely and strangely were successful in conducting for 6+ months and going. And what's strange about it is the length of this fixing operation. It's like pulling that slot arm. I don't gamble, but I've never even been to the Las Vegas, but there's a machine and you pull the arm and then a bunch of things come up and you're winning, so you just keep going. And that's what the Ukrainians are doing. They're on a winning streak there, and the Russians just keep losing. And because they're obliging them to lose, it would behoove the Ukrainians to continue to do that thing, whatever they're doing in the Bakhmut area, keep doing it. And so, not sure what this person said. Washington Post posts, look, people make mistakes. They thought they had a juicy story. Not so juicy, not so correct. So thanks for that, Andre. Good points to be had all around.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, what's up with Washington Post? Basically, I'm sure they did it in good faith. Not, I'm sure. I hope they did. But right. But is there a way to somehow, I don't know, maybe ask them or what's going on? Why would they publish something that obviously contradicts every other source?
I mean, Andre, they're a media group, right? Look at it this way, right? They are a media source locally. That this is not the general's illusion they've got on, interviewing. They're interviewing a guy in a battalion in one area, and it is absolutely possible, because we know it's occurring, that there are some less trained troops that have been sent and mixed in with everyone fighting on the front, because there's a lot of front and there's a lot of war going on. So it is absolutely possible that they have just found one commander in a particularly bad spot who has had the unfortunate fact of having many of his men die. And when you interview the wrong guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, look, he's still a patriot fighting for his country. I don't have, this is why, the military experts here often get pretty upset when they feel that there are people going outside the chain of command saying things. So it's not crazy that an independent media thing says that, but it's also, it is possible that in a very localized thing they say that, and you wind up with a very negative outcome. Is that a fair response, Yehuda? Did I summarize that well?
Yeah, fair enough. But I'll say that I'm not sure that I'm positive because considering the number of Ukrainian officers who have come up and spoken, the other ones who haven't been given permission to speak, this guy would have definitely had to get permission to give that interview. The Washington Post is a paper of record, so it's not one of those things that just happened, right? There would have had to have been granted access, and I'm not sure they would have sent someone to surreptitiously contact someone and say, give us some information. So I'm not sure where the messaging fell apart there, Andre. It is a weird one. And then again, sometimes reporters can ask questions and maybe different answers were meant to be given, or the context was different and they took it a certain way and ran with the story a different way. So I'm not sure. I didn't actually read the article myself, and I don't know. I almost would prefer to see the interview and see what exactly was said. Maybe he said, "Yeah, we're taking casualties, but we're winning and we're doing this and that." I don't know the whole story myself, but it's not the first. It wouldn't be the first time in history that a reporter got something incorrect, and I think that's what's important to notice. Andre, if you're worried about or curious, or the audience, how Ukraine doing? How is the Ukrainian army holding up? Well, Ukraine, not Bakhmut, Ukraine stands and it holds, and it will dictate the terms of engagement. It will dictate the time of the counteroffensive at their choice, and it'll be their time and place of choice, and they will dictate the operational tempo, the battle rhythm of the next major engagement. And I can assure you, it will not be good for the Russians. Thanks for that, Andre. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Yehuda. I believe my order of hands is Dr. Nick, then Brian. Everybody, we're having some issues getting people up. Please don't feel bad. You may, if you get stuck coming up, we'll just delete you out of the bad stuck cycle and you can try again. So welcome back, Brian, on your second or third attempt. Same with Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick, you're up.
Yeah, I would just say that with the Washington Post thing, that kind of what Yehuda was saying about, I mean, they get this one guy, and unfortunately, they're going to go with it's different, and it's because it's different that that's one reason why they're going to go with it. It's different than what other people have been saying. And I will also highlight again and underscore what Yehuda said about, that perhaps some of what he said may have been taken out of context. Perhaps, we don't know what the full story was. Additionally, the people reporting it may not have fully understood all of the things he said if you heard the whole story in context. And so they reported the things that they thought were important and missed other aspects. I know that there have been times that I have been interviewed by the press, um, and I really wanted certain things to be highlighted. And when I was talking to them, I thought, well, these are the things that are most important that I'm saying. And then they didn't even talk about that stuff. They talked about things completely that I was not even thinking that were really very important. So that can happen sometimes. Why? Again, they're trying to make a story, I guess. Sometimes perhaps it might be the bias of a specific reporter. Perhaps it might just be, again, they're trying to make a story that's different than everybody else. And again, perhaps it's done innocently, without any true ill intent. But, there it is. Of course, I have a feeling that there will be, um, counter reports, people saying, putting out opinion pieces or whatever, saying, oh, well, that report was not correct, etc. So I would look for stuff like that to come out at some point in the next, few days, weeks, what have you. But, I would just sort of take it in stride and realize that the majority of the reporting is fairly, I think, okay. It's not always 100% right. Sometimes you get these people that unfortunately, because they don't have any sort of area expertise, they end up saying the wrong thing.
He could also be really upset. He lost friends, lost soldiers. You know what I mean? Like, so,
Right. Yeah.
don't think that the regular emotion of war doesn't get people down.
Right. No, that's true. Um, you know, at the same time, we would hope that people wouldn't want to be overly critical, given that that just gives aid and comfort to the enemy. Um, so, we just have to hope that maybe some of what he said was either taken out of context, or what have you. I don't know. But
On that note, you got to remember there are no Russian officers in the same position that can give discussions and introduce their
right,
dead, right? So,
right. All those Russian generals that Ukraine was killing, especially very early on in the war. I mean, how many more of those people do they have left? Probably not very many.
yep, correct. All right, let's grab Brian. I'm up here now. Let's do this.
So, first of all, I am shocked, Yehuda, at the Admiral Akbar slander that has occurred in this space, and I'm firmly in the camp with Dr. Nick that you should
Thank
um,
you.
you should show penance and repentance for your slander for Admiral Akbar. This is personally one of my favorite military minds, and to have his name dragged in this space with over 500 people in here, I have to say I'm shocked.
Suck it up, Brian, because I went to Putin's Pope Kirill. He told me if I gave him a $50,000 watch, I would be forgiven.
my my issue with the Washington Post article was the lack of balance. That was my issue. I mean, there was no there was seemingly little attempt at an alternate view. I mean, so the article made it sound like, I think this phrase was actually almost verbatim, that it was like gloom and doom in the corridors of Kyiv, in at the executive level, and I just found that to be very disingenuous. And I don't think anything necessarily was ill, bad intent. I think it was just a lack of execution to find an alternate viewpoint to say, hey, let's, no, all is not. So let's use history as an example. So let's say we dropped a reporter into Anzio or some of the other theaters in Africa when Eisenhower had a difficult time in World War II against the Nazis. So you could probably find, as difficult a time as they had there, you can probably find some company commander or even a battalion commander that was like, if you stuck a microphone in that person's, and let's say we could transport Twitter back to the 1940s, right? There could be someone that would be angry, hey, we're having a tough time here, it's not doing well. And but that's one area of operations in one unit where you have somebody that's upset that, hey, this things are not going well. Well, history records how it unfolded after that, right? So I think it's a little unfair to sort of compartmentalize one person's response and then cascade that to a narrative that, things are not going well. So that was my issue with that Washington Post article, just for the record.
No, it's a good point, Brian, and I'll flip with finance. So if our friends in the back can flip us, forever hold our peace. Thanks. Fine, let's give a round of applause or a cold hello or a warm goodbye to finance. Thanks for being here. And
thank you. Well, to our European friends, I'd like to say thank you for being here. If you just are waking up in early evening Kyiv time, around noon Eastern time, I have an interview with Andrei Borenkov. Apologies for my pronunciation of his last name. He's the head of advisory for BDO Ukraine. That'll be an interesting economic discussion. We also have the mayor in exile of Melitopol in the afternoon after him, a couple hours later. So 2 great interviews tomorrow. I need to get to sleep so I can actually have that interview with you all tomorrow and get some stuff done beforehand. So it's been a pleasure. thank you very much for coming on up and taking my slot. Thank you for co-hosting with me. And of course, thank you very much to all the audience for being here. Truly, we do not have a show without you. Please remember to like, share, and retweet the space. And if you have a few extra shekels or a few thousand extra shekels, please donate them to MriyaAid.org. And it has been a pleasure, and Slava Ukraini.
We don't actually take shekels, but we will take US dollars. No, I'm just kidding. All the groups that we support have fundraising capabilities, or most of them, and you can just visit their websites and do all that good stuff. So thanks to Finance. And if you were trying to get up, please do come up. We are having communications issues with Twitter. It happens at times, nothing personal. I see some people have dropped down. It wasn't us. It wasn't me, said Shaggy. Or his friend who sings the song with him. Nick, there are a couple of hands. I think he had some questions for you. And if they can get back up, please do. Just a message from the audience. Bad manners to poke fun at the Catholic Church with their Jesus in Rome. Didn't say that. I said the Vicar of Christ, which is an actual official title of the Pope. I can't.
It is Catholic
I
here.
can't.
I can
I'm
confirm.
being
Can
called.
confirm.
There you go. And so I'm sorry. I can't apologize for something I didn't say. It is actually the title, one of the titles that the Pope uses, and no, it's not about disrespect at all. My comments about the church is even, as Andre mentioned, autocephaly, not a brain condition. It means something else. And the reality is that that decision for autonomy is actually a local one. So it means that, and it's the Orthodox movement has a unique position where churches within, or groups of churches within the umbrella, can choose to become independent, and Ukraine has done that. So a good point to make, a fine distinction to make as well. Whereas in the Catholic Church, a Catholic bishopric can't decide to become its own Catholic church. That's not how it works. Lita, welcome, and nice to talk to you.
Hello there. Well, I'm glad you got back to that topic, because earlier I dropped because I thought maybe we're done with that topic of the Orthodox Church. I wanted to mention, and especially related to an earlier comment, that maybe people are feeling that there isn't enough news right now. There is a little tidbit happening within that sector, in that the Moscow affiliated branch of the Orthodox Church is, I kind of want to say, squatting in the Kiev-Pечерська Lavra complex. Their lease is up, and they have said in the last day or two that they're not leaving.
Where are they going?
They've been asked to go, and they say they have that the monks will not. The monks have said that they have nowhere to go, but the Ukrainian government, I believe, has actually stated that their lease is up. Can find an article and whisk it over to you guys.
Cool.
All right.
Be interesting to see that. You can DM Yehuda or me, or both of us if you like. Thanks very much.
I saw that also. They weren't going to go anywhere, and so I mean,
Tell them they're going to cut their salary, and then they'll leave. They'll get no Moscow money.
I just, this is totally kind of sort of off on a tangent, but is still kind of on topic. I always laugh every time Kirill gets in a car, because his little cross on his head, you can, he has a person whose job it is to literally put the little cross down. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed that. Like, anytime he gets in a car, he has like a little do boy that goes and puts the cross down, because he can't fit in a car with the cross up. And it's kind of funny. I just think that it's kind of funny. But anyway, Not to make him sound cool or anything because he's a bastard, but it's just kind of hilarious, because to me, it's just like he's so not kind of like what you were talking about earlier, Yehuda. He's like not really like a religious person. Do you know what I mean? Like he doesn't really embody any of those values in reality. And so it's just like to me it just makes it extra cartoonish. So yeah, it's just
I
kind of
wasn't joking. That there'll be books written about him called Putin's Pope in the future. And
oh
the
yeah,
grift.
totally. I mean, the whole thing is a total grift. I mean, like it reminds me very much of like during Tsarist times, they had tons of political cartoons about how intertwined the the Orthodox Church was with the state, right, with the czar and everything, and so and they've started to make some cartoons in relation to that too. It's really ramped up under Putin, more so than Yeltsin. um, so and it's the same kind of thing that you're seeing now, right? So when he started to, in particular, to make those laws against where it's like extremism and offending people's. Oh, I forget. I'm so tired because it's almost 2 o'clock here. It's like what is the name of the law? It's got the laws always have some really long, obnoxious name. So it's easy to forget when you're really tired. It's like something like laws against offending religious
Sensibilities.
sensibilities. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the word I was looking for. Sensibilities, and it's something like this. Um, Once like those things started to really, get once those were put out, um, that really started to ramp up all the religious crap in Russia. And it's just crazy. But
It,
I'll
it
shut up for right now because I'm so tired, but I'll let you
Don't
talk.
shut up. All right. Well, what happened to Will? We lost Will. I think we're having a changeover. It looks like Europe is waking up to a brand new day. And yeah, it's almost like
They're
we can.
waking up and I'm literally with my head on my pillow, laying
Oh
on my
boy.
left side. Under my covers.
It's
My
not very
pig's
Islamic of you.
asleep. Huh? Yeah, I know. My pig's asleep.
No,
Sort
no,
of.
not the pig. I'm talking about laying on your left side. It's
Oh, yeah.
it's a joke. I'll explain it later. Anyways, yeah, no, religion is used in Russia as a very funny tool. They have their token minority groups, like even the Lubavitch rabbi in Moscow has often been sent up as a prop, thinking that maybe
Oh,
these are signs of better times, but they're not. And then now they're all mostly gone because obviously, if you don't support Putin's genocidal plans, you're not a good person to them anymore. So there you go.
that right. So at the beginning of the war, there was, for example, there was a few Orthodox priests in Russia, because again, it's important to understand that even though the KGB is really heavily entwined within the Orthodox Church, not all priests are, KGB agents. So, some of these priests, in far-flung areas or whatever, were speaking out against the war and allegedly were excommunicated from the church. So, that's just something to think about. But
100%.
anyway, huh?
No, 100%. Yeah, they had they stamped out dissent in the Russian church pretty quickly because they needed to be on point, on message. Kirill can't continue to make his money from mediocre vodka and cigarettes without having the full support of the Kremlin. So yeah, that's
Right.
what it is. We
Well,
got
and it's the
Ryan.
same. Oh, what,
Go ahead.
Ryan? Who, Brian?
Ryan's listening. If he can come up and give us a sit rep on what's going on the ground in Ukraine, as you know, Ryan is doing the needful in Ukraine, trying to help out. But if he can't come up because his internet might be poor, we get it. But we're losing people in the speakers panel. It looks like there's a Twitter pox. Just so you know, I think for all of our Android listeners or wannabe speakers, it's a problem, Nick.
Yeah, I've heard about this Android issue that people have been having lately. But anyway, they do this thing with the Mufti of Chechnya too. So pull him around as a prop. So it's all bogus bullshit. But
Certainly, it's problematic.
yeah, so Ryan's in Ukraine right now, right?
He is.
He is. And is he delivering aid? Can you hear us, Ryan? Like, blink 3 times if you can hear us. Like,
There you go.
or he might be driving. I don't know if I want him to like mess with the phone while he's driving. Actually,
Yeah,
a big
he's,
rig or something. Is that what he's doing?
I don't know. He could be having breakfast. I'm not sure, but he's definitely delivering stuff while he's there, doing the
Yeah.
needful. So we can, if he can come up, he will. It's usually how it works. And we got Will back up, going into the co-host slot. And if you'd like to ask any questions about what's going on in Ukraine, now's the time to pop up. We'd love to hear from you. And Will, welcome back. Will, that's what happens when you live upside down on the planet. Sometimes you fall off, and that's what happened to Will. Ryan,
that never gets old. It never gets old. You heard it?
Never. You've heard that before?
Hey, at least he doesn't live in New Zealand, because some maps don't ever include New Zealand. It's like it doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. I mean,
That's because it's just North Australia.
Wait, who said what?
He said it's just near the ice wall. All right. We'll stop.
Ryan, what's going on? What's real, brother?
I just woke up. You rubbed the genie lamp.
You did. I'm trying to go to sleep. So
All right. Let's hold on to some housekeeping. Let's get Will up to the co-host. Nick, if you're going to drop, let me know, because we're thin on the speakers because of problems with the connections here.
I'm not gonna drop yet.
Okay.
You'll know I've dropped when I'm not throwing emojis anymore.
I just
there you go.
It is 7:40.
And I cannot come up to co-host with you anymore. I came back just to say thanks and to everybody, and remind you to donate to MriyaAid.org and continue to support this space, MriyaReport, by retweeting and liking, because I have to actually go to a business meeting, Yehuda, and I'll be back in about a half hour to an hour and try to help you out if I can do so, but you're going to be driving the bus for yourself for a short period of time, only about 20 minutes. The ever popular Tim Sennett will be up very shortly.
Amazing.
Stick around with Yehuda, and we will do the Yehuda and Ryan show.
There you go. Thanks so much, Will. Will is, as you know, that's a traditional Australian accent from the Midwest of the United States. He has run away from America. He said, "I've had enough. I want to be on the beach and surf and possibly get eaten by a great white shark." So he's a brave man, and we thank him for all his help. He's a clutch fella at the strange hours, and obviously strange places like Australia help us get those people to fill in those hours. So thanks to Will. But yeah, a lot of questions about Will from our audience. Why does this man say he's in Australia? Well, because he moved there. That's what happened. It's incredible. It happens. And America's loss is Australia's gain. Will's not even a convict. Good for you, Will. Thanks so much. And we'll talk to you later.
Oh.
They gave us Crocodile Dundee. We give them Will.
There you go.
Oh.
Sounds like you're insulting him, Ryan.
I'm not.
Not from our perspective. Not from our perspective. And I pay more tax than that bloke.
Yeah. I just can't. Will's been in Australia for like 30 years. This man does not sound like he's been there for a day with that accent. I guess he kept it. He kept his accent.
And bite your tongue, pal. It's not Midwestern. I grew up in Montana, where men are men and sheep are nervous.
Oh boy, that's
Oh
awkward.
my
Slightly inappropriate. No, it's listen. All right. Well, thank you, Montana. And I think we all know Montana is the place where Russian submariners officers want to go one day and live in an RV. And then Will's proven it's not worth it because he'd rather be in Australia. Thanks for
Yes.
that. Will.
Yes. Wait, I would have liked to have seen Montana.
And that's
Exactly.
I see what you did there, Dr. Nick.
We've got Rainbow Hurricane has come up. I don't know if you have a question. Please do speak or raise your hand and let us know you want to talk. Don't know who you are, and I see that you're here. So feel free to ask a question away. If not, other people do want to come up, and thank you for that. It looks like we've lost Will. Will down. Anyways, Ryan, so please stop trying to sound dreamy. So go, go gargle or something and brush your teeth, because this is a professional space, you see. And we don't care about your baritone, beautiful voice so early in the morning. At least I don't care for it. Do come up. We've talked about for quite a bit, a lot of questions about Bakhmut. We talked about the general situation going on. If you do want to discuss that, do come up. And I see we have Peter in the audience from Norway.